What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4Pa 133 Feeling Fooled Senju Tobarama Curly-haired boy. Awesome, Uchiha Shisui is really amazing in this wave. Hollow was beaten by the ghost lamp full moon before, and Hollow directly reversed after that. Book artist. Well, after all, it was Ransang who hung it up. Upskirt maniac. I'm rather curious, what does Ghost Lantern Full Moon want to say in the end? This is an actor. He wants to say, please kill Aizen. Fairy Chilean. Upskirt maniac. Did he suddenly realize that he was a member of the ninja world and had to stop the great demon king Aizen? Here's the cast. Not that much drama. This wish has been buried in his heart since he became a Rankar. In fact, it's not just him, many other Arankars also hold the same idea. It's just like the ghost lamp full moon, they can't resist me. Hatchet girl. That's right, no wonder you don't trust them so much. This is an actor. The social relationship formed under high pressure and coercion is the most untrustworthy, just like the previous Conan seniors. Didn't they plan many ways to eliminate me? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Didn't know your true identity before, indeed. Shark-face guy. Shisui-kun seems to have gone to Kushina and Minato. Is that okay? Mr. Aizen probably doesn't want to see casualties in any of them. Hoshigaki Kisame is also very clear that although his boss looks cruel, insidious and cunning on the surface, he is actually a very gentle person in his heart. If he really wanted to kill Shisui, he wouldn't have held back at Hokage Rock. Here's the cast. It's okay, I'm sure Kushina can handle everything. A dark red flame lit up on the screen. With a mask on his face, Shisui, who had entered the hollow state again, swung his knife straight and charged at Kushina not far away. Click. Without dodging or evading, Kushina stretched out her white-gloved right hand. It was easy to grasp Shisui's blade in the palm of his hand. Advertisement. How is this possible? Shisui was stunned, and the dark golden pupils behind Hollow were full of unbelievable. Is that so, Hollow? Kushina stared at Shisui, with the corners of her mouth slightly curved. That means you are Shisui? That child back then has grown up so much now. Swish. Backing away abruptly, Shisui opened the distance between the two of them. Turning his eyes sideways, he looked at Namikaze Minato who was bound by golden chains. Although he was tied like a rice dumpling, it was obvious that he was still alive. This made Shisui heave a sigh of relief, and turned his gaze to Kushina's side again. Master Kushina, why would you? You want to ask me why I'm on Aizen-sama's side, right? Kushina maintained an elegant smile, taking off her burnt white gloves without haste. This question, I already answered Minato. Shisui's pupils shrank, and he saw a very obvious 3 on the back of the opponent's hand. In other words, the wife of Konoha's fourth Hokage has now become the third Espada under Aizen. This is troublesome. This is an actor. Senior Conan, let's get started. Upskirt maniac. Book artist, what to start with? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Okay, scene switching in the live room. Conan, who was dressed in white, rolled up his sleeves and drew a striped path on his arm with black ink. 77 days of Bakudo. The sky is quite empty. In an instant, an invisible ripple spread towards the surroundings, gradually spreading to the entire Pure Land base. Whether it is Arankar, Senju Tobarama, Shisui and others, they all feel a gentle and warm voice appearing in their ears. Advertisement, good afternoon, Mr. Shisui and all the invaders. What ability is this voice? Senju Tobarama, who was lying on the ground, frowned, full of doubts in his heart. Aizen. Uchiha Shisui clenched his teeth, eyes complicated. It's amazing, Aizen Sōsuke. Looking at the huge wall in front of him, second Tsuchikage sighed. Should it be said that it is an intruder from outside the boundary? It's a bit surprising to me that you can persist to this extent under Espada. So in order to express my respect to you, I decided to notify you in advance. This guy has been watching our fight? Senju Tobarama caught the point of Aizen's words. In other words, they are likely to be under the control of each other after they come to the Pure Land. The so-called raid squad was a joke from the beginning. Next, we will go to the Valley of Flames in the Kingdom of Wind to recover the last 2 remaining tailed beasts. What? Uchiha Shisui's eyes were wide open, his face full of disbelief. Why would Aizen know where Jinchuriki is hiding? They moved there only half a month ago. Sure enough, are there any other traitors in the Ninja Alliance? Senju Tobarama said with an ugly expression. Moreover, the status of this traitor may not be low, otherwise he would not know this confidential information. Could it be Uchiha Madara? You claim to be righteous, but you don't know that Uzumaki Naruto staying here is actually the will of their mother and son. And you guessed wrong, he was not selected by me as the carrier of Dao Jinchuriki, Jiao's. Isn't Naruto the carrier of 10 Tails Jinchuriki? Namikaze Minato, who was fully awake, was stunned, his face full of surprise. Because this kind of wrong guess made your chakra founder feel an urgent sense of crisis, so he made this strategy of invading the Pure Land. I also took advantage of the trend and sent you 5 senior fighters from the ninja world. The power is imprisoned in this place of the Kingdom of the Dead. Damn it. Senju Tobarama's face was ashen, and there was a kind of indignation in his heart that he was fooled. He guessed wrong earlier. They didn't come to the Pure Land to be under Aizen's control. But when Aizen took Uzumaki Naruto away, they were completely trapped. This guy obviously has enough power and influence, but he still plays this kind of dirty routine that makes people divide their troops and break them one by one? Is this a human thing? 134 The decisive battle begins. Farewell, invaders. I will catch up with you after we create 10 tails and completely destroy this old ninja world. After Aizen's voice fell, the huge black cavity in front of him suddenly opened. On the opposite side of Hyjang is the Valley of Flames in the Kingdom of Wind. Until then, this is up to you, Kushina. Ah, I see. Kushina, who was standing in her own palace with her head down, responded softly. Slap. Lifting his feet, Aizen, who was wearing a long white trench coat, stepped out of the black cavity in one step. To the left and right of him, Itachi and Conan followed closely behind. Swish. Very abruptly, a blue light knife descended from the sky. He frowned. Uchiha Itachi took a step forward, and Susanoo, who covered his body, suddenly took shape, waving the lightsaber in his hand to meet him. Boom. There was a bang, and the strong wind blew around. The hair on Aizen's forehead shook, and the windbreaker whirred. His eyes turned to the side, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. It's been a long time, Lord Madara. Among the azure-blue Susanoo, Uchiha Madara had an indifferent face, staring at Aizen with scarlet pupils. Little ghost, I'm afraid you didn't expect someone to wait for you here. 990. Swish swish swish. While speaking, Daodao's figure flashed over one after another. Senju Hashirama, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi. Familiar faces appeared in front of Aizen. In addition to these familiar faces, the surrounding cliffs are also full of ninjas from other villages. Roughly estimated, there are at least 20,000 people ambushed in the entire Valley of Flames. Book artist. Damn, these people obviously came prepared. Upskirt maniac. Could it be that there are also spies on Ransang's side, otherwise why would there be so many people ambushing here? Advertisement angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Of course there is, and in Ransang, and I already knew about it. Book illustrator. Who is so hard-headed? Hatchet girl. Could it be Yakushi Kabuto, playing a double agent? Fairy Chilean. I think it's more like a ferret. He joined Mr. N's command just to resolve the conflict between Konoha and the family. Now the goal has been achieved. Maybe I don't want to go to the dark with BICC, Mr. N. Upskirt maniac. These two seem to be suspected. Curly-haired boy. You forgot, in fact, there is another person who is also suspected, and it's very suspicious. Upskirt maniac. Who? Book artist. Ah Yin, don't you mean to say? Curly-haired boy. At Sharkface guy, this is the guy. Sharkface guy. Book artist, sure enough, you bullied the honest Guiche again. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Don't guess. I won't reveal the spoiler, you should take your time. Give it up, Aizen. Staring at the boy opposite, Tsunade took a breath and said, you have no chance of winning. Catch it without a fight. The corners of his mouth curled up, and Aizen smiled contemptuously. What is the basis for you to say such a thing, Mr. Tsunade? It's just tens of thousands of degraded Shinigami. Do you really think they can pose a threat to me? Click. The cracks in the sky opened again, and a black void appeared in front of everyone. Golden Horn, Silver Horn, and Yi Kang slowly walked out of the black cavity with a large number of Arankars, and the terrifying Ryatsu flow rose up. Ho 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 ho, this smell. Jinzhao took a deep breath, grinned and said, this is the atmosphere of the ninja world I am familiar with. Advertisement. There are still a lot of familiar faces. Yi Kang stared fixedly at Luo Sha on the cliff, and said indifferently, there are some debts, and it's time for them to repay. It's actually a golden horn or a silver horn. Fourth Raikage frowned as he watched the figures walking out of the black cavity. Yakura. Chio frowned, her gaze was serious. Aizen had his hands in his jacket pockets, his eyelids drooping. I knew you were going to lay an ambush at Jinchuriki's hideout, but so what? Just knock all of you back to recover the tailed beast. Arrogant brat. Uchiha Madara obviously couldn't stand someone daring to pretend in front of her, and was about to strike with the light blade in her hand. Wait, Madara. However, he was stopped by Senju Hashirama. Don't be impulsive, have you forgotten his ability? If we hit his aggressive method at this time and take the lead, the end will definitely be miserable. HMPH. With a cold snort, Uchiha Madara withdrew the light blade with a displeased face. Yeah, at this time, we should defeat the people around him first. Not far away, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Then concentrate on dealing with Aizen together. Is that possible? Onoki, who was floating in the air, frowned and said softly, if we deal with those around him, Aizen won't just sit idly by, right? It doesn't matter, the old man is responsible for restraining him. An old voice sounded, and Otsutsuki Yuya appeared out of thin air, standing in front of Aizen. With the old man here, you just let go and do it. Buzz buzz. A dark red beam of light rises, forming a huge hexagonal barrier, enveloping Aizen. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Itachi's eyes were slightly cold, and he pressed the handle of the knife at his waist with his right hand. It doesn't have to be like this, Itachi. Aizen's gentle voice sounded in his ears, and said, even if I don't make a move, this battle can end quickly. Whoosh whoosh. The Arankar army headed by Yi Kang, Jinzhao, and Yinzhao moved instantly, and rushed towards the Ninja Alliance. Before the fight started, the Ryatsu of the two different camps collided with each other. There was a bang bang bang, vibration in the air, the sand, stones, grass and trees trembled without wind, and the terrifying Ryatsu flow swept up in a powerful and unparalleled airwave, 135 Espada mighty. Boom boom boom. Bursts of explosions continued. Ninjutsu and Sero were intertwined with each other, billowing smoke and dust. Book artist. This is war. It looks so gorgeous, but it's cruel. Yang Lily could clearly see that many ninjas were hit by Sero, and their bodies were directly blasted into two pieces. The impact of this scene was obviously too shocking for her, even horrifying. Curly-haired boy. War is like this, just get used to it. Wig. We came here in the same way at the beginning, watching our companions being blasted to pieces by the warships of heaven and man. Upskirt madman. Those Shinigami ninjas seem to be no match for Rancor at all. Relying on the advantage of numbers, it is now barely maintaining a balance. Chilean fairy. Cage-level ninja is still possible. Pooh. Just after Lee Machu sent out this message, the screen suddenly showed the scene of 4th Cage Luo Sha being pierced through the chest. The murder weapon was a hand, and the palm as white as jade pierced into his heart. In the past 6 years, you certainly didn't expect this scene to happen, did you? Withdrawing his palm, Yi Kang said with a gentle smile, not caring about the bloodstains on his palm. At this time, Luo Sha was speechless, and knelt down on the ground clutching his heart. Yi Kang shouted angrily, and 2 figures rushed towards Yi Kang, one left and one right. It was Chiyo and Ebizo, 2 of San Shinobi's advisors. However, before the figures of the 2 of them got close to Yi Kang's body, they saw that the other party had disappeared abruptly in place. What? Chiyo was stunned for a moment. A sharp pain suddenly came from the abdomen, and Chiyo flew upside down. In the middle of the air, she happened to see her younger brother being held down by Yi Kang on the head, and hit the ground with a bang. Upskirt maniac. Ah, this. Advertisement book artist. Even if it is a cage-level ninja, it is a dish when it comes to Espada. Hatchet girl. That's normal too. Even Ringo Yuri, who is the 8th Espada, can beat Senju Tobarama and 3rd Reikage. I think this Yakura will definitely not be inferior to Ringo Yuri. Curly-haired child. It's a bit like bullying elementary school students on one side. Expression. Covering face. Boom. While several people were talking, a beam of Ryatsu light suddenly rose up. The terrifying tide of spiritual power continued to surge, covering an area of tens of meters in radius. After a while, the smoke dissipated. Holding a serrated steel knife, the golden horns with loose and curly hair caught everyone's eyes. At this moment, he has entered the state of returning to the blade. The 2 sleeves were torn apart by the swollen arms, and 10 Arabic numerals, 10, appeared on his right shoulder. This sense of oppression is much stronger than before. 4th Reikage had a surprised expression, full of astonishment. That's because Ryatsu has risen again after he returned to the blade. Jiraiya, who was not far away from him, also had solemn eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Really, are these Arancars created by Aizen all monsters? It's really scary." Tsunade took a breath and said, "If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I wouldn't believe it. This guy is so strong." "What are you guys talking about?" Jin Zhao grinned and said with a smile, "If you are thinking about tactics, then I can only tell you that it is completely useless." Before the words fell, the whole person flashed in front of 4th Reikage like a teleportation. Because, lousy as Espada, he raised his right arm and swung the knife down. Boom. There was a huge explosion, and a knife marked tens of meters long appeared impressively. Shout, did you slip away? Carrying a steel knife, Jin Zhao's long hair was slightly curving and draped over his shoulders, and he said arrogantly, "I didn't expect the new generation of Reikage to be a useless coward." Boom. One after another silver-white silk threads suddenly drilled out from the ground, extending from below his ankles, gradually wrapping around his legs, abdomen and arms. Okay. Jin Zhao frowned, trying to break free, but at this time he discovered that although these white silk threads looked very thin, their hardness was beyond imagination. Advertisement, ask for flowers, don't waste your energy, Jin Zhao. Tsunade had stood opposite him at some point, and said with a sneer, "These are silk threads constructed with spiritual power. Even in a Espada like you may find it difficult to just tear them apart." Then. Buzz buzz. The silver-white light lit up, and Tsunade's fist seemed to be covered with a layer of armor. And behind the golden horn, 4th Reikage also raised his lightning fist. Boom. The 2 fists hit Jin Zhao's chest and back one after the other, and there was a dull explosion in the air. Layers upon layers of airwaves take this as the center and spread wildly towards the surroundings. Click, click. The ground let out a mournful cry, and was blasted out with spider web-like cracks by the punches released by Tsunade and 4th Reikage. However, as the hit person, Jin Zhao tilted his head with a smile. Is it over like this? His body trembled slightly, and a tyrannical Ryatsu wave suddenly erupted from his body. What? Tsunade and 4th Reikage turned pale with fright and retreated quickly. Jump jump jump. The white silk threads were broken one by one visible to the naked eye, and the golden horn lifted up and stomped hard on the ground. Rumble. There was a shocking and thorough explosion, and the entire ground collapsed towards the surroundings like smashed tofu blocks. Jiraiya, who was originally lying in ambush, was directly ejected and fell to the ground hard. Very good tactical cooperation. Gritting his mouth, Jin Zhao said with a grim face. But as a sideshow, you are still too far behind. He raised his hand and swung the knife across the air. Boom. 4th Reikage was hit instantly, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Immediately, it fell to the ground with a bang, and the whole person passed out directly. Now, it's your turn. With the steel knife in his hand on his shoulder, Jin Zhao stepped up and walked slowly towards Tsunade. 136 Calculation of the Sage of Six Paths book artist. Is this Tsunade going to be cold? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Of course it is impossible. Anyway, he is also a teacher that Ransang admits. And Ransang is very gentle, even Shihahong is secretly protected by him. Let alone Tsunade. Upskirt maniac. Kurenai Yuhi. Ah, I saw it, so Kisame-san was arranged there to protect Kurenai Yuhi? Shark face guy. Not only to protect her, but also to clean up the miscellaneous fish Arankar in front of me. Boom. Send a message. Kisame waved the Samahata in his hand, pretending to be struggling, and chopped down the Arankar who was attacking in front of him. If you observe carefully, you can find a few drops of sweat are symbolically oozing from his forehead. Hatchet girl. Kisame-san is so powerful, 250, this acting skill is really good. Fairy Chilean. Indeed, how did you do it, shark face guy? Thanks for the compliment, it's all thanks to Mr. Aizen. If he didn't let me lurk in the Ninja Alliance, I wouldn't have this opportunity to hone my acting skills. Wig. So that's it, do you accumulate experience through practice? In other words, I have to experience the suffering of these Baihua members before I can become a real Baihua warrior? Book artist. Baihua fighter. You are a man, and you want to join the Baihua army in Yoshihara? Upskirt maniac. Baihua is composed of custom women who used to do skin and flesh business. How do you go through their suffering? Do you want to be a cowherd? Wig. Custom girl. I think it's okay too? Upskirt maniac. Satin Lizzie was stupefied, feeling that there was something wrong with this person. Book artist. What a god, you are a custom girl. You are a man and a different custom girl. Unless you have an operation first. Curly. Wig, I support you. Go for surgery. Anyway, it's useless for a man like you to keep that thing. Wig. It's not a wig, it's Gui, the villain of the Soul Society. So that's it, this guy isn't Rand's backhand to deal with Jin Zhao. Advertisement on the screen of the live broadcast room, a thin figure stopped in front of Jin Zhao. Looks like I've caught up. The thin figure was wearing a big red cloak and glasses on his face. From the outside, he seems to be very weak, but the long knife in his hand can firmly resist the serrated steel knife of Jin Zhao, and his expression seems to be a little more than capable. So it's you, Yakushi Kabuto. Jin Zhao's pupils shrank slightly, and his expression was no longer as relaxed and calm as before. The traitor who turned his back on Aizen-sama. Why are you here? Tsunade was also surprised when he saw the person coming. I'm sorry, Master Tsunade. Yakushi Kabuto didn't turn his head, his eyes were still fixed on Jin Zhao and said, because I sensed the powerful Ryotsu's soul moving, I'm a little worried. But your mission is to protect Jinchuriki in the rear. Okay, Tsunade. Before Tsunade finished speaking, Jiraiya interrupted. Do also made the right choice. If we are really all killed here, Jinchuriki must not be able to keep it. Yes, these espadas are not comparable to ordinary Arankars. Yakushi Kabuto took a breath, flipped the wrist, and pulled the long knife horizontally. Scoff. A line of blood burst out. Jin Zhao looked down at his chest, and a deep bloodstain was clearly visible. You can actually cut my steel skin, you have some strength, Jin Zhao said with a gloomy face. No wonder you dare to be a traitor. You seem to have made a mistake, Mr. Golden Horn. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses, chuckled and said, my strength is more than that. Next, I will let you understand this point. Hatchet girl. Sure enough, he is the spy. No matter how you look at this smile, he doesn't look like a good person. Upskirt maniac. Peeved. Book artist, not like a good person. Hatchet girl. What's wrong? Fairy Chilean. You may not believe it, this Yakushi Kabuto has always been deliberately imitating Mr. N. You say he is not like a good person, doesn't that mean? Hatchet girl. Advertisement. Gui Yanye was stunned immediately, his face full of astonishment. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Well, Yan Yi's words also set off from the side that Yakushi Kabuto's imitation is very different. Hatchet girl. Yes, it really doesn't look like it, and Ransang's smile looks so natural and soft, this guy is very twisted. This is an actor. Do you mean to say that I am a good person? I didn't expect to be issued a card suddenly, it's a bit sad. Hatchet girl. No, I don't want to say that you are a good person. Book artist. After explaining so much, it turns out that Ransang is still a bad person in Yan Yejang's opinion. Hatchet girl. Sorry, here's an actor, no apologies, we're kidding you. Hatchet girl. Upskirt madman. PFF'd, Miss Gui will be overwhelmed by you in an instant. Wig. Are you calling me? Book artist. If you have undergone surgery, you can indeed be called Miss Gui. Fairy Chilean. No, it's just eunuch Gui at most. Book artist. That's true. Hey, these espadas seem to have met their opponents. Golden Horn has Yakushi Kabuto here, and Yekura is stopped by Senju Hashirama, while Silverhorn has Uchiha Madara on 4.2. The originally one-sided scene fell into a stalemate in an instant, and Sage of Six Paths, who maintained the enchantment, also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Just this level makes you feel less vigilant, Aizen said in a tone like reminiscing with an old friend. Don't forget, there are still 2 fighters on my side who have not entered the arena. No matter how many people you have, you can't defeat the will of our ninja alliance, Otsutsuki Yuya said with serious eyes and a firm tone. The will of the ninja alliance? Aizen closed his eyes, with a mocking smile on his lips. If you didn't let your brother hide in the different space on the right, maybe it would be more convincing. He found out. Otsutsuki Yuya's eyes were wide open, his expression full of disbelief. 137 old acquaintance curly-haired boy. This old thing actually still engages in ambushes? Book illustrator. Moreover, the person in ambush is a powerful fighter like Otsutsuki Hamura. Upskirt maniac. So insidious, do you want to catch and ransang by surprise? Soul Society villain. Definitely, but this arrangement was directly exposed by Ran, he must be very embarrassed. Hatchet girl. It should be, my face is blushing. Fairy Chilean, it's embarrassing. Book artist. If I were him, I would have to find a hole to get in right now. Wig. Hole? An old man like him can't get in even if there is a hole? Fairy Chilean. Hatchet girl. Book artist. Wig, I don't think the hole you mentioned is a serious hole, is it? Wig. It's not a wig, it's Gui, angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Stop talking about holes and watch Ran-sang perform. What's the matter, are you surprised? Aizen glanced at the chat messages in the group, but his expression didn't change at all. Do you think it's impossible for me to discover 18 space concealment technique? Or are you worried? Did I realize that you entered the Pure Land base 6 years ago? Sluggish. Otsutsuki Yuya was immediately stunned by this sentence, his face full of disbelief. You know? Yeah, I know. Aizen still closed his eyes and didn't look at him, and said in a calm voice. At that time, you also used this kind of rough space concealment technique, and you secretly observed me to carry out the artificial skeleton experiment. Silence. Advertisement. Otsutsuki Yuya stared at Aizen blankly, his eyes were confused. Brother, don't be swayed by this kid's words. At this moment, Otsutsuki Hamura, who was hiding in the dark, finally couldn't stand it any longer. Ritsu tore open the space and walked to his big brother. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room can clearly see it. In addition to Otsutsuki Hamura, Nagato, Orochimaru, and Danzo were hidden in that different dimension. Oh, this is really a familiar face. Aizen opened his eyes and said calmly. It's been a long time, Danzo-sama, Orochimaru-senpai. With a cold snort, Danzo had a very ugly expression on his face. On the other hand, Orochimaru licked his lips, and said with a sinister smile. It's been a long time, Sōsuke-kun. You really did something amazing. What are you talking about? Aizen smiled slightly and said in a soft voice. Orochimaru sneered and said, of course you deceived the whole ninja thing with delicate lies. Cheating, actually it's not. The body was shrouded in a dark red enchantment, Aizen said calmly. I don't mean to lie, it's just that none of you know my true face. You really know how to change concepts secretly. Danzo looked at Aizen and gritted his teeth. It's just explaining the facts. Aizen closed his eyes again and said calmly. With defective products of your level, it's not worth it for me to use advanced rhetoric such as stealing concepts to deal with it. B****************. D. Danzo blushed with anger and was about to rush into the barrier. Swish. But at this moment, a long knife suddenly stabbed straight at him. In a hurry, Danzo quickly dodged sideways. Turning his head, Uchiha Itachi, who looks a little immature, caught his eyes. You brat. Without saying much, Uchiha Itachi swung Zanpakuto in his hand and slashed towards Danzo again. Seeing this, Nagato frowned. He was about to take action, but was stopped by a pretty figure. You don't want to help your enemies, do you? Conan. My friend's style has changed so much that Nagato is almost unrecognizable. It's okay to change out the Akatsuki uniform on your body. Where's Coupon? Red, nail polish. Congratulations on standing up again, Nagato. Conan said with a flat face and a cold tone, as a congratulatory gift, I'll let you see my knife. Book illustrator. I don't think Nagato-san wants to read it. Advertisement. Upskirt maniac. I'm afraid I'll have to sit in a wheelchair again after watching this. Expression. Covering face. Hatchet girl. By the way, has Miss Conan learned Bankai now? Book artist. I should have learned it, but if she uses Bankai, Nagato-san will not be in a wheelchair. I'm going straight to the hearse, hello. Fairy Chilean. Does Otsutsuki Hamura seem to have no plans to make a move? Curly-haired child. HMPH, I'm still pretending to be posing. Fairy Chilean. I'm afraid this guy thinks that Conan and Itachi are not worthy of him? Here's an actor. He's just guarding me. Soul Society villain. Got it. Is it because you are afraid that after he leaves, Otsutsuki Yuya will be bewitched by your few words to 187 again? Upskirt maniac. This. I have to sigh that Ransang is the real king of mouth escape. The words that everyone else as the protagonist can shake the villain's mind, but it's directly reversed when it comes to you. The Hatchet Girl. A suspicious life being fooled by mouth, expression, covering face. The villain of Soul Society. I hope this scene can also be staged on my side. I want to see Aizen's expression of doubting life. Of course, it would be even better if you could cry bitterly. Book artist. Make Aizen cry. Upskirt maniac. This wish really deserves to be Sister Wa. It's an actor. It's impossible for someone like Aizen to have the violent emotional swings of tears. Even if he is fully fused with Hogyoku, and his mind is affected by the Spirit King's thoughts, he can still remain relatively rational, but it's not hard to make him doubt life. The villain of the Soul Society. That's it, then forget it. Hogyoku you need it too, right? Here's an actor, and Lingwang. Soul Society villain, I see. Yunohana Retsu curled the corners of her mouth with a pleasant smile on her face. She is looking forward to what kind of changes her group leader will bring after coming to Soul Society. That must be an interesting scene. .138 Orochimaru's questioning. Rumble. Huge muffled sounds burst out, and terrifying gas explosions continued to explode in the sky above the Valley of Flames. Uchiha Madara waved Zanpakuto in his hand, and slashed at the silver horn in front of him. A knife mark runs down the cliff, and the whole cliff is divided into two like butter cut by a knife. Quick, get out of the way, damn it, I can't run away. Help, help. Those Arankars and ninjas who had no time to escape were also affected by the fish in the pond, and fell from the cliff into the deep valley with a crash. Madara, control your strength, shouted Senju Hashirama, who saw this scene. You better mind yourself, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara glanced at him, then turned his gaze back to the unscathed Ginkaku across the way. In fact, he also wants to control his strength, but that can only be done when he can completely crush the opponent. But the enemy in front of him is obviously very difficult, at least he needs to show his real strength to solve it. And in this process, it is obviously impossible to restrain one's strength. Really, just as he finished speaking, he heard a loud bang. But Senju Hashirama, who had opened his mouth to remind him, was deeply embedded in the ground, and got up again shaking his head. Oh, this is really bad. How can a girl's fist be so heavy? Call out. Yi Kang on the opposite side had no intention of opening his mouth at all, and his figure stabbed again. Senju Hashirama's expression froze, and he made a mudra with his hands. Wood-style wood expulsion jutsu. Boom. A grimace shield with fangs that was tens of meters high appeared out of nowhere, blocking Senju Hashirama's body. Boom. Advertisement. There was a loud bang. Yi Kang's fist directly punched out a huge hole on the surface of the shield, and the surrounding area was densely covered with cracks like spider webs. HMPH, it's really a powerful attack. Uchiha Madara had a panoramic view of this scene, with a slightly excited expression on his face. Little devil, are you that strong? Hashirama's wood expulsion jutsu, even if he used the slash of the prestige Susanoo back then, he couldn't break through. But she was almost crushed with a punch by a petite girl like Yi Kang. Horrible. These Arankars made by Aizen are really scary. But this made Uchiha Madara very excited. After all, he hadn't met an opponent who could give his all in a long time. Yi Kang is better than me. Yin Zhao pointed to the Arabic numerals engraved on his left shoulder, and said lightly, I am 6, she is 4. Yeah, that's really disappointing. Uchiha Madara held the handle of the knife in his hand, and the corners of his mouth turned up. Ah, I think you should feel lucky. Yinkaku pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist with a calm face, and said in a calm tone. After all, you can only survive if you face a weak person like me. Swish. The figure flickered and suddenly appeared above Uchiha Madara's head. The blade in his hand swung out from top to bottom. Rumble. The earth-shattering explosion shook the ground. A corner of the rock wall was cut as fragile as tofu, and smoke and dust filled the sky. These Arankars are really monsters. Hyuga Hiyashi, who was 100 meters away, looked solemn, and took a breath in his mouth. I really don't know how strong the Aizen is. It's definitely not to the extent we can understand. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku, who had already activated Susanoo, slashed a Arankar with a knife, and cast his eyes in the air. Are you worried about Itachi? Hyuga Hiyashi followed his gaze, and his eyes caught the immature figure who was confronting Danzo. No, he's grown up. Fugaku looked away and shook his head slightly. He didn't know why Itachi followed Aizen to betray the ninja world. He was very angry about it, and he only felt that his family was unfortunate. But now looking at the other party's firm eyes, he was a little stunned. His son has found his own philosophy and the path he wants to take. Boom. Advertisement. While the two were talking, a heavy muffled sound suddenly came from the side. Hyuga Hiyashi and Fugaku looked up. The ragged golden horn suddenly flew upside down from the place filled with smoke and dust, and its body hit the ground fiercely. Woo, woo. Two more figures sprang out one after the other, Yakushi Kabuto in red cloak and Tsunade in sleeveless battlesuit. Ha, ha 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 ha. The miserable-looking Jin Zhao stood up from the ground with a distorted smile on his face. That's right, you guys are really good. To beat lousy like this is enough for you to be proud of. Thank you for the compliment. Pushing his glasses, Yakushi Kabuto chuckled and said, but as a Spada, you seem to be more. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly frowned and dodged to the right. Scoff. A wisp of the light of the knife rubbed against his body, and he slashed forward. With a bang, the knife light hit Jin Zhao directly, leaving a deep knife mark between his left chest and abdomen, and blood spurted out. Poof. Jin Zhao opened his eyes wide and knelt down on the ground. At this time, everyone turned their attention to the attacker behind Yakushi Kabuto. He is wearing a dark brown kimono and holds a Zanpakuto in his hand. His face was covered with a pale bony mask, resembling a ghost. Orochimaru? Tsunade recognized his identity only from the opponent's figure. Long time no see, Tsunade. Orochimaru reached out and wiped the mask off his face in an instant. It seems that Master Orochimaru and Master Danzo have completed Hollow. Turning his face away, Yakushi Kabuto showed a gratified smile and said, congratulations to both of you. It's also thanks to you, Do. Orochimaru looked at him meaningfully and said, if you hadn't injected enough spiritual power into the knife that cut me, I'm afraid my hollow would not have been so smooth. Really, so you plan to return the knife just now? No, I'm just curious. You, who have Ryatsu of the same quality as Espada, have you really betrayed Aizen? Silence. There were bursts of explosions on the battlefield in the distance, but this area suddenly fell into an exceptional silence. Because of Orochimaru's words, all eyes turned to Yakushi Kabuto. The sun was pouring down, but Yakushi Kabuto buried his cheeks under the shadow of the hood, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Your perception has really improved a lot, Mr. Orochimaru. 139 The much anticipated appearance. Espada's homogeneous Ryatsu? Tsunade looked at Yakushi Kabuto in astonishment, with a dull expression. Oh, I really didn't expect to be exposed by Master Orochimaru. Taking off the hood on his face, Yakushi Kabuto smiled slightly. Obviously that sage of 6 paths didn't even find out. Hiss. Seeing Yakushi Kabuto's real appearance at the moment, everyone present could not help but take a deep breath. The white bone surrounds Yakushi Kabuto's forehead like a steel ring and extends backwards, gradually covering half of the back of his head. It made him look like he was wearing a headband. Are you also a Rancor? Tsunade asked in disbelief with wide-eyed eyes. HMPH, it's really hidden. Orochimaru stared at Yakushi Kabuto and said calmly, from the very beginning, you were a spy appointed by Aizen, right? It's not a dispatch. Shaking his head, Yakushi Kabuto smiled and said, it's a latent plan that I proposed to Master Aizen on my own initiative. But if that's the case, why did you fight with Jin Zhao? Tsunade frowned and said, if you had joined forces with him at that time, I'm afraid none of us would survive now. Of course, it's the request of Master Aizen, and your safety must be guaranteed. Yakushi Kabuto naturally didn't tell the truth, but 690 said without changing his face. Because he is a waste. It is a good deal to exchange such waste for more trust in me, right? What? Several people present were shocked by Yakushi Kabuto's words, and their faces were filled with disbelief. This golden horn has disintegrated the 3 Shinigami cage-level combat powers of Tsunade, Jiraiya and 4th Raikage by himself. Is this still trash? It's really unscrupulous, you people. Tsunade showed a disgusted expression. Thank you for the compliment. Yakushi Kabuto tore off the red cloak on his body, revealing the white jacket and trousers inside. Advertisement. Everyone can clearly see at this moment that there is a prominent 5 on his abdomen. Is this kid Yakushi Kabuto actually your spy? Otsutsuki Yuya, who was distractedly watching the battlefield, also saw this scene, and frowned. You really have a hard heart for treating your subordinates who trust you like this. The so-called trust and dependence have the same meaning. It is the behavior of the weak. Still closing his eyes, Aizen said calmly. For us, trust is unnecessary. So that means you have accumulated all these men by lies and deceit? Otsutsuki Hamura sneered. It really fits your style. It seems that you still can't understand. I never said a single word to make my subordinates believe me. Aizen's expression remained the same, and he said slowly. I told them to follow me, but I didn't ask them to believe in me and follow me. I did say not to trust anyone, including me of course. But the sad thing is that there are not many strong people who can really implement this concept. All creatures will believe in a certain existence superior to themselves. In this way, in order to escape this heavy pressure, the trusted person will pursue existence at a higher level, and the existence at a higher level will yearn for a stronger and trustworthy powerhouse. Here all kings are born. Here all gods are born. BIBC. After the words fell, Aizen's eyes gradually opened. The brown eyes are full of undeniable calmness and confidence. Frightened by his eyes, Yukon and Yuya both felt an invisible air pressure coming down their bodies at this moment. A little panic rose up involuntarily in his heart. The boy trapped in the enchantment in front of him is like a god in charge of the universe. Boom. It wasn't until there was a deafening explosion that Yuya and Hamura came back to their senses. But in that valley, suddenly stood a giant Buddha hundreds of meters high, and the giant Buddha was covered with a layer of azure blue energy coat. It looks both mighty and full of a sense of divine compassion. Scoff. Did you combine the prestige Susanoo and the top Buddha? Otsutsuki Yuya breathed a sigh of relief, and muttered to himself. These two little guys are quite creative. Advertisement, it's over. There was a relieved expression on Otsutsuki Yuya's old face. The voice just fell. Before Aizen could answer, there was a sudden violent shock in the whole air. Aizen didn't reply, and seemed to have tacitly accepted the matter. There are constant bangs and bangs, and every time the fist falls, the entire area will change from a canyon to a plain. Those Arankars were all turned into ashes under the iron fist of this Susanoo Buddha. Aizen, those subordinates of yours are finished. Otsutsuki Hamura snorted softly, with a slightly mocking expression. Even the two of them Espada, not to mention the ordinary Arankar. Under the gaze of all eyes. A petite figure whose entire head was wrapped in bone stepped out of the crack and entered their sight. What? The entire sky was suddenly torn open with a huge black gap, as if a ferocious monster swallowed the sky. Ah, it is indeed time to end. Aizen nodded in agreement. Startled, dazed. And indeed it is. In the face of the fusion ability of the Buddha, which can be called a bug, Hakura and Yinkaku are indeed somewhat difficult to support. Even if they have returned to their blades, they can only maintain their superficial invincibility at best. Otsutsuki Yuya froze for a moment, looking at him with a puzzled face. What do you mean by that? No matter Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, or Konan, Uchiha Itachi, everyone stopped their hands and looked up at the sky in a tacit understanding. 140 cups of Obito. So, is that a Rancor too? But I can't see the face at all. Aizen's subordinates, there are still such children? Yuyu's petite figure made the ninja allied forces look at each other in blank disbelief, their expressions full of bewilderment and astonishment. On the other hand, Espada took a deep breath one after another, full of astonishment. Here she is. Silverhorn opened his eyes wide and murmured to himself. It seems that Master Aizen is dissatisfied with us. Yi Kang lowered his head, his tone lost. Oh, this is really bad. Yakushi Kabuto shook his head slightly and sighed. Since she has come, it means that Master Aizen doesn't want to continue playing around. Playing around? Tsunade was stunned, with an incredulous expression on his face. No matter how you look at it, this is an extremely tragic war. In the eyes of that Aizen guy, it turned out to be just a joke? Yeah. As if seeing what she was thinking, Yakushi Kabuto nodded slightly and said, in the eyes of Master Aizen, this level is just a joke. As soon as Yakushi Kabuto finished speaking, Yuyue looked at the position where Aizen was standing in midair, and slowly raised her right arm. The purple-black energy clusters gradually converged, and a straight ray bombarded out. Otsutsuki Yuya's pupils constricted violently, and he said loudly, Hamura, get out of here. Pulling his brother's arm, the two of them flickered. Boom. The purple-black light beam hit the barrier, making a loud bang. The tyrannical airwave spread wildly in all directions. Flap. There was a crisp sound in the air. Under everyone's astonished and dull eyes, the barrier covering Aizen cracked and cracked. These lines spread rapidly towards the surroundings, covering the entire enchantment. Snapped. After a while, the barrier shattered. It turns into pieces of light petals and dissipates in the air. How is it possible? Otsutsuki Yuya's eyes were wide open, his face full of disbelief. This enchantment was built by him using the power of 6 paths combined with spiritual power. Why was it so easily defeated by that child? Advertisement, it's over, Aizen got out of trouble? Everyone in the Ninja Alliance stared wide-eyed, full of fear. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama looked a little ugly at this time. Damn. Otsutsuki Yuya gritted his teeth and rushed forward to restrict Aizen again. However, before he could leave, the air in front of him suddenly twisted. Uchiha Obito, who was wearing an Arrancar uniform, knelt behind Aizen on one knee and respectfully said, Master Aizen, Urwei and 7 tails have been recovered successfully. Uchiha Obito. This damn ninja traitor took the opportunity to attack the rear stronghold. Damn it. Are we going to lose again this time? The faces of all the ninja allied forces were livid, looking at Obito wishing to swallow him alive. However, Obito didn't care about this, and took out 2 black cubes from his pocket and presented them to Aizen. Let's get started. Aizen's voice fell, and another 7 cubes appeared out of thin air around him. Buzz buzz. A burst of buzz resounded, and 9 suspended midair cubes rotated from left to right at high speed. The blazing white light suddenly lit up, hurting people's eyes. After a while, the light dissipated. People suddenly found that the 9 black cubes had disappeared, replaced by a golden ball. Call out. The ball suddenly penetrated into Uchiha Obito's body, and a tyrannical aura suddenly burst out from his body. The airwave condensed by the materialization of tyrannical energy enveloped his whole body, and was absorbed by him immediately. At this moment, the appearance of Uchiha Obito has changed drastically. Royal God Robe, Rinnegan, Truth-Seeking Ball. After 1,000 years, the invincible 10 tails Jinchuriki came to the ninja world again. Without looking back, Aizen asked softly, Obito-kun, how does it feel to be 10 tails Jinchuriki? Very good. Obito squeezed his fist and said lightly, I feel as if I have the power to transcend the world. He raised his tin staff with his left hand and stroked the air lightly. Asking for flowers. Scoff. Advertisement. An invisible wave of energy burst out and blasted towards the distant mountains. Rumble. Amidst the earth-shattering explosions, the entire mountain range instantly turned into a plain. Hiss. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but gasp. Is this really the power that humans can possess? Even the gods in myths and legends are nothing more than that, right? It's over. Tsunade's face was ashen and frustrated. She felt that Aizen might not even need to take action, and Obito alone could wipe out their ninja alliance. However, the next moment, Zero Uchiha Obito abruptly raised the tin staff in his hand, and stabbed straight at Aizen in front of him. Boom. With a crisp sound, the tip of the tin rod pierced the transparent light shield behind him. Uchiha Obito was stunned, and said in disbelief, how could it be? Actually, I knew you were a spy from the day you entered the Pure Land, Obito-kun. Aizen still didn't turn his head, and said in a soft voice, although after Shinigami transformation, you can leave the Pure Land base without the help of Black Cavity, but the Ryotsu fluctuation when using the ability cannot be eliminated. Then why did you return Lin's soul to me and make me 10 tails Jinchuriki? Of course it's because I need you to become 10 tails Jinchuriki as nourishment, otherwise you wouldn't be able to truly complete Arrancarization. Puff. After the words fell, a black palm suddenly inserted into Obito's heart from the back, and a sinister laugh suddenly sounded. We meet again, Obito. Are you Black Zetsu? Turning his head in a daze, Obito saw a black sticky creature flowing out of the Petite Arrancar. It is like a bridge connecting him with Yu herself. Shish, don't talk. Black Zetsu's hoarse voice sounded, and said, next, please appreciate Master Aizen's heroic posture, the whole ninja world will lie under his feet. 141 The so-called strength is actually this kind of thing. Book artist. This Black Zetsu has also become an Ran Sang's licking dog? Fairy Chilean. It's really unexpected, doesn't it only have its own mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, in its eyes? Upskirt maniac. That's right, it's very fascinating. I think it worships and respects Anran Sang as much as it does Otsutsuki Kagaya. Curly-haired boy. In other words, it now treats the president as its father? Hatchet girl. Book illustrator. What a god, be a father, you have it. Just because of Yinshi's words, the ice that Ying Lily drank into her mouth was almost sprayed out. This is the last bite. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Why don't you say that Ransang's charm is too great, whether it's a man or a woman or not a man or 267. Woman, he can kill everyone? Book artist. Peeved. Ying Lily sprayed it decisively, and the last mouthful of ice was nothing to lose. The villain of Soul Society. Is Conan serious, and Anran still has this quality? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, I'm kidding. Why Black Zetsu respects Ransang so much, in fact, if you think about it carefully, you should be able to understand. Book artist. No, I don't understand. Upskirt maniac. Sister Conan, have you forgotten that you are still fighting? I think you should stop chatting. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. The message was sent, and Nagato on the opposite side leaned over to her again. Conan does not dodge or avoid. Holding the handle of Zanpakuto in his right hand, he swung the knife in the direction where the opponent was rushing. Ow! The frost dragon opened its mouth wide, biting towards Nagato. This trick again. Nagato's eyes were fixed, and his body turned sideways. The right arm was raised quickly, and the 5 fingers spread out. Shenluo Tianzhong. Advertisement boom. An invisible repulsive force burst out, directly hitting the ice dragon's waist and abdomen. The entire ice dragon shattered in an instant, turning into icicles that scattered in all directions. Click. One of the shards bounced off Nagato's feet. Visible to the naked eye, icy frost spread from the soles of his feet in an instant. Nagato didn't dare to be careless, and quickly broke free, pulled away and moved away. Is this the power of your return? Standing in a safe place, Nagato took a breath and asked, if I'm not mistaken, you should also be at the 1 blade level, right? Espada. Conan raised his eyebrows, and said in a calm tone, don't use those people to compare me, I'm not the same as them at all. What? Nagato froze, confused. I'm not a Rankar, but Shinigami. As he spoke, Conan slowly raised a finger. Bakudo's 61-6 stick light prison. Bang bang bang. The pupils of Nagato constricted suddenly. In his horrified gaze, pieces of golden light petals suddenly appeared and bound him firmly. This is. That's right. Conan walked towards him slowly, the expression on his face was still cold and indifferent. This is a technique only used by Shinigami. Only me, Uchiha Itachi, and Aizen are the only ones in the entire Pure Land base. Then next. He raised his left hand, and stretched out his index finger, which was as white as jade. Hado Jiju Shi black coffin. A coffin-like black cuboid appeared out of thin air, and black shadow swords pierced into the cuboid like toenails. Curly hair. Book artist. Upskirt maniac. Hatchet girl. Black coffin. Is Conan-san planning to destroy Nagato-san directly? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Don't panic, just scare him. With my current Ryatsu, the power of black coffin without singing is only about 7% at most. Click. The black cuboid shatters. Nagato inside had completely lost consciousness and fell to the ground in a state of embarrassment. Wig. Indeed, it doesn't look like there is any wound. Advertisement Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, and Ran sang, I have solved it here. Ah, I've seen it. Aizen raised his foot and took a step forward, and slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. I really didn't expect that a Rankar combined could not compare to me alone. Otsutsuki Yuya, who was already on guard, immediately shouted when he saw his actions. Everyone, stop Aizen. The defeat of Uchiha Obito means the bankruptcy of their plan to defeat Aizen by strategy. Then the only way out is to be tough. Stop me? Aizen smiled as if hearing something interesting. It's up to you? Little ghost, don't underestimate the power of the ninja world. A loud shout sounded, and a huge shadow suddenly appeared above Aizen's head. It was Uchiha Madara who was speaking, and he and Senju Hashirama were standing on top of the head of the Susanoo Buddha on the left and right. This strange suture monster is holding a blue light blade in its hand, slashing towards Aizen. Hum. With a buzzing sound, the blue light blade directly tore through the air. Before the blade reaches the force of terror, it spreads towards the surroundings. The surrounding mountains were all flattened. But Aizen didn't dodge or evade, and raised the Zanpakuto wrung in his hand with a very indifferent expression. Boom. The huge light blade collided with Zanpakuto in Aizen's hand, making a loud bang. The wind howled. Aizen's body remained motionless, and the corners of his mouth were slightly curved. 3.2. Can this level be called strength? The so-called strength is actually this kind of thing. Turning the blade in his hand, he slashed at the Buddha of Susanoo. Crack. A tiny crack suddenly appeared between the eyebrows of the Susanoo Buddha, and immediately spread downward like the speed of light. Kacha, kacha, the hundreds of meters tall Susanoo Buddha collapsed suddenly, and sawdust and energy fragments scattered in all directions. Boom. There was another loud bang. The distant mountains are cut off directly in the middle, and a longitudinal canyon extends infinitely forward from the foot of Aizen. Silence. The entire battlefield became extremely silent in an instant, completely silent. 142 The throne of the sky has been controlled by me. Upskirt maniac. Good, great, illustrator of the book. It's not that powerful, it's simply terrifying. With one sword strike, a canyon will be directly cut out. Curly-haired son. As expected of the president. Leader of the Soul Society, and Ran hasn't tried her best yet. Wig. Didn't use all my strength. This is an actor. About 2 points. Fairy Chilean. Lee Machu didn't quite understand. In her eyes, Aizen's sword is not weaker than the level of the fairy god in the legend. In the end, only 2 points of force were used. The villain of Soul Society, is there only 2 parts? Yunohana Retsu was also a little taken aback. She knows that the leader of her own group is useless, because after all, he is Aizen who has integrated the state of Hogyoku. But I didn't expect that it was only a 2-part effort to achieve such a level. Logically speaking, even the final form of Aizen fused with Hogyoku in the original book may not be able to achieve this level of power. This is an actor. My Hogyoku incorporates some of the rules of the Forbidden World, which is much more perfect than the original Aizen's Hogyoku. 18. The villain of the Soul Society. That's it. Book artist. Is Hogyoku so magical, can it also integrate the rules of other worlds? This is an actor. Other Hogyoku don't know, my Hogyoku can. My Hogyoku is not cast by the fragment of the Spirit King in the Shinigami world, but made by the system. There is definitely a slight difference between the two. Book artist. Understood, the products produced by the system must be high-quality goods? Upskirt maniac. And Ransang's wave has already suppressed the audience, so what should I do next? Here's an actor. The road is paved, play along. The message was sent out, and Aizen's body suddenly disappeared in place. Advertisement poo. The bright red blood arrows flew. Uchiha Madara, who was still in a daze, stared blankly at the wound on her chest, and her body fell to the ground with a bang. Madara. Senju Hashirama hurriedly rushed down to check his good friend's injuries. Flicking the blood off the blade, Aizen turned to face the Otsutsuki brothers. Why didn't you take the opportunity to attack here? It should be the best opportunity just now. Are you afraid? B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Brother, don't fall into his tricks. Hamura frowned, and said in a deep voice, this guy is trying to provoke you. Enraged, Aizen shook the blade in his hand, mockingly said, it's really an interesting rhetoric. Just now you were telling everyone to come and stop me? Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama listened to your words, and then what? You yourselves are hesitating. Shut up. Yuya became furious and very emotional, you bloody intruder. Brother, don't approach rashly, Hamura tugged on his sleeve quickly. This sentence sounds really funny. Aizen chuckled lightly, shook his head and said, actually, whether you approach rashly or cautiously, or don't approach at all the results are the same. This is not an announcing the future, your death is an established fact that cannot be avoided. The era of ninja world will also come to an end. Aizen Sōsuke. Even Yumura couldn't bear it anymore, his gray pupils suddenly turned blue. The snowflake-like pattern in June turned slowly. Golden wheel reincarnation explosion. A golden sword light appeared out of thin air, sweeping towards Aizen from top to bottom. Aizen didn't intend to dodge at all. He raised his left arm and waved it casually. The sword light that was powerful enough to cut through the surface of the moon was easily defeated, and turned into a little bit of light Madara dissipated. How is it possible? Otsutsuki Himura's eyes were wide open, his face full of disbelief. Swish. Very abruptly, Aizen flashed in front of him. It's an honor that you get easily angered by such a simple provocation. He raised his hand and raised the knife, and slashed out. Pooh. Advertisement bright red blood spattered, Otsutsuki Hamura lost his eyesight and fell to the ground. Boom. What are you talking about? Otsutsuki Hamura stared at Aizen, and suddenly his expression was startled. And for some unknown reason, Otsutsuki Yuya felt that the sense of oppression brought by this Aizen had been gradually increasing. It was as if the other party was growing in a strong Yamato visible to the naked eye in just a few tens of minutes. All the people present were sluggish, looking at the scene in front of them like a dream. First Uchiha Madara, and now the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths. His eyes suddenly caught the blue light Madara gradually rising from the ground of the Valley of Flames. No, not just the Valley of Fire. This kind of vision has occurred in the entire Kingdom of Wind, and even the entire ninja world. A blue beam of light suddenly rose from Aizen's body, swung away from the clouds, and shot straight into the sky. That's not your illusion. As if he had seen through the other person's inner thoughts, Aizen said lightly, the truth is just as you think. Completely, not a level. Tsunade stared at Aizen and muttered, this war is over. Hamura. Otsutsuki Yuya looked shocked at his brother's tragic experience. He wanted to pass by in an instant, but he didn't dare to relax his vigilance against Land 590 Ran. These two legendary characters in the eyes of ninjas are not Aizen's all-in-one enemy. How can we fight? Is it necessary to fight? Otsutsuki Hamura clenched his teeth, but he had to admit the powerlessness in his heart. Although she has a strong character, she is not someone who gives up lightly. But in the face of Aizen's power that can cut out a canyon with a single sword, he still feels a little desperate. Since you can't stop it, you can only lie flat. This throne in the sky is already under my control. Why, are you still planning to persist in resisting? Aizen looked at him with a flat expression, and said, you should have fully understood the fact that you have no chance of winning in front of me. But in despair, she also has some pride. How to put it, Aizen is also his disciple. Even if he really wants to destroy the ninja world, let him destroy it. Even his younger brother can't stop the opponent's knife, so what can he change even if he kills himself? 143 Ascension to the God rank. A strong sense of shock suddenly reverberated in the air, centered on where Aizen was standing, and radiated in all directions. First, the Valley of Flames, the Land of Winds, and then every corner of the ninja world felt a buzzing vibration. How is this going? In the end, what happened? Everyone in the ninja world stared wide-eyed, their expressions horrified and inexplicable. At this moment, they all felt that they were shrouded in an invisible sense of oppression, as if something indescribable and indescribable was about to be born in the ninja world. Panic. A disturbing sense of panic spread in the hearts of all the creatures in the entire ninja world. Behind the ninja coalition forces, Uchiha looked up at Aizen in the sky and said bitterly, "Mr. Sōsuke, do you really want to destroy the entire ninja world?" "Of course not." A voice suddenly sounded from behind her, saying, "Mr. Aizen will not do such boring things." Uchiha turned her head and saw a young man with a shark's face. Ghost shark steaming? Of course she knew Kisame. If the other party hadn't supported her before, she would have died countless times. At first, Kurenai Yuhi thought that the other party was just an eccentric Kirigakure ally, but now hearing this tone, the other party seems to know Aizen? Here. Hoshigaki Kisame pulled down the zipper of the neckline, and the white bone was imprinted into Kurenai Yuhi's eyes. There is also an obvious, too, on his jaw. You are. Yuhihan's eyes widened. After a brief astonishment, she seemed to finally understand something. The eyes looking at Aizen gradually become hot, like a girl who has found her original heart. Is that so? Sōsuke-kun, you are still the Sōsuke-kun I know. Advertisement, Aizen Sōsuke. Different from Kurenai Yuhi, whose mentality has been gradually relaxed, Otsutsuki Yuya is really anxious at the moment. What the hell did you do? As I said, I will ascend the throne of this sky. Aizen lowered his head and looked down at him. Click, click. As his words fell, those blue lights Madara gradually gathered in the sky. The thick clouds gradually dissipated, and a golden sun hung obliquely in the sky. And against the backdrop of the sun, a huge and magnificent floating throne was gradually formed. The blue light Madara gathered under the throne, and gradually condensed into a series of steps to Aizen's feet. Lifting his foot, Aizen stepped on the steps. I want to thank you, Sage of Six Paths. What? Otsutsuki Yuya frowned, staring at Aizen blankly. If you hadn't empowered so many ninjas with Shinigami powers, this step to the gods wouldn't have been constructed so perfectly. What do you mean? I really want to build the ninja world into spirits, so that new rules will be born under my control. And I, who created new rules, will naturally gain the possibility of wearing armor and becoming a god. But in this process, Ten Tails Jinchuriki is not the point at all. Otsutsuki Yuya was taken aback, his face full of disbelief. 10 Tails, isn't the key? Of course. 10 Tails is the sacred tree, and it is also the source of chakra. Even if it is transformed into a spirit, it will still have the characteristics of chakra. If this established fact cannot be erased, then it is only transformation rather than creation. Aizen stepped on the steps leading to the throne of the sky, but his voice resounded in everyone's ears. The real creation is the birth of something from scratch, and let the spirits become the norm to build the entire ninja world. It needs to be done in a bottom-up manner, that is, first let the ninjas have spirits in their bodies. And when these ninjas die, their souls will be combined with spirit sons, and the ladder to the throne will be created. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Stop him, have to stop him. Advertisement because no matter which side dies, their souls will undergo spiritualization and become part of the steps below the throne. From beginning to end, the real beneficiary is only Aizen himself. His real purpose is to create a Shinigami-style ninja army to fight against his Arrancar forces. The outcome of the war is not important, but the process is important. Long silver hair extended to the heels. She has an exquisite figure and a beautiful appearance. The most eye-catching thing is her forehead, which is a scarlet 9-hook jade Rinnegan. Yu didn't answer him. Just looked up at Aizen silently until the other party sat on the throne of the sky. The warm sunshine scattered, covering the handsome young man on the throne with a golden coat. Otsutsuki Yuya must not allow Aizen to ascend to the throne, otherwise the era of this ninja will be over. Planetary devastation. A cold female voice suddenly sounded, and a black ball of light suddenly appeared. Everyone is a tool, whether he Otsutsuki Yuya, the Ninja Alliance or those Arrancars, they are all just chess pieces and tools under Aizen's hands, which are clearly arranged. In the sky, huge meteorites crashed down from the sky toward where Aizen was standing in midair. The former Otsutsuki Kagaya is dead. The woman turned her face away, looked at him coldly and said, "My name is Yuyue, and I am the #1 Espada under Master Aizen." Why? Otsutsuki Yuya had a hard time understanding why the mother, who is the ancestor of Chakra, would help Aizen, an outsider. Think so. He raised both arms abruptly, clasped his hands together, Tengai Shinsei. The black ball of light is like a magnet, absorbing all the meteorites, and finally condenses into a huge stone ball like a planet. The gods of this world were born. You are. Otsutsuki Yuya was stunned, looking at the woman in front of him with a face full of surprise. Mother? Otsutsuki Yuya's expression was stiff, the expression was somewhat unbelievable. Father. No wonder this Aizen didn't stop himself even though he found out about his spying. Even rehearsing those Shinigami steps in front of me, it's all on purpose. Buzz. 144 World Quest completed. Reminder. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village has closed the live broadcast room. The number of viewers in this live broadcast room is 9, and the live broadcast lasts 200 minutes. The anchor has obtained a total of 1800 points. Book artist. 200 minutes. I actually watched the live broadcast for more than 3 hours? Upskirt maniac. Oh my god, 1800 points? Sour. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, Humph, you are still behind. Tip. Congratulations to this actor, the angel from Rain Shinobi Village, and the guy with the shark face for completing the world quest. Each person will receive 5,000 bonus points. Close black lens bracket. Hint. The group owner has gained absolute control over the world. The angelic, shark-faced guy from Rain Shinobi Village has been given management rights to the world. Close black lens bracket. Book artist. That's right, the world mission on your side has been completed. Fairy Chilean. Yes, no matter how you say it, Mr. N has stepped onto the throne of God in full view. God-making was a complete success. The villain of the Soul Society. I think Ran is not as simple as creating a god, is it? Upskirt maniac. Isn't it God? The villain of Soul Society. Using dead souls to build a spiritual world is exactly the theory that Soul Society can take shape. Therefore, Ransang should not have created a god, but actually obtained the god position. Curly-haired boy. Hey, as expected of the president. Hatchet girl. That is to say, 317, did Ran Bao really become a god in this wave? It's an actor, sort of. But I didn't take the route of becoming a god by believing in it, and it was somewhat similar to those demon gods in the Forbidden World. Upskirt maniac. Is there anything important about this? This is an actor. Belief in becoming a god is to condense the beliefs of all living beings to ascend to the altar, and after becoming a god, condense one's own laws. And I and the demon god in the Magic Forbidden, both condense the law first and then put on the armor to become a god. Power of faith is not required as a boost. Book illustrator. Which one is more powerful? Here's an actor. Each has its pros and cons. Wearing armor and becoming a god will not be restricted by planes and regions, and can exert 100% of its own strength no matter where it is. If the belief in becoming a god leaves the source of his own belief, his strength will be greatly reduced. But their divine power accumulation speed is much faster than ours. Fairy Chilean. It's a bit like the difference between the true immortal of Xiaoyao and the righteous god of heaven. This is an actor. Indeed, your metaphor is quite thorough. Advertisement. The villain of Soul Society. There is a question I have always wanted to ask. Is the Soul King of Soul Society considered a god? Biob? This is an actor. It used to count, but he is a god who has abandoned his own personality. Moreover, he has turned his divine thoughts into fragments and scattered them in every corner of the world, making it impossible for him to regain his position as a god. Book artist. Strange. Why did he do this? This is an actor. There is no explanation in the original book, but I think it should be a foreseeable future. That future made him willingly give up his personality. Hatchet girl. This? Could it be the world wherein Ransang was predicted to go there, so she gave way in advance? Book artist. Peeved. Yan Yuzhong, you have something in your mind. I, Yingli Lixia, call you the strongest brain. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. This world management is quite interesting. Open black lens bracket picture, close black lens bracket. Click on the picture, and the image of Conan standing on the clouds comes into view. And at her feet, there is a magnificent and rolling snow mountain. Upskirt maniac. What the hell is this? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Snow mountain. I created it with administrative authority. Doesn't it look good? You can't see this kind of scenery in the original Hokage world. Upskirt maniac. No, I mean the red-haired girl next to you. Is that Angel of Rain Shinobi Village? That's right, it's Nagato. Fairy Chilean. Book artist. Wig. Did you operate on him? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, this is also the ability of the manager. I want him to experience the feeling of being a girl for a while, and change him back later. Upskirt maniac. Horrible. Book artist. Miss Conan also has such a devilish side. Hatchet girl. By the way, and Ransang is now the god of Ninja World. What to do next? This is an actor. First eliminate the various countries and ninja village systems, and establish a unified regime. Then hold a referendum to select talents at all levels and implement the democratic dictatorship of the masses. If everything is done, I can finish here. Advertisement. Fairy Chilean. Mr. In, does this mean that you plan to completely free the ninja world? It's an actor, yeah. A new society composed of people should not need the existence of gods. To create human happiness, we can only rely on ourselves instead of gods. This is the ending that Aizen had expected a long time ago, and it is also the last page of his entire ninja script. In his original idea, there was no group chat, but even if there is no group chat, he will not continue to stay in the ninja world. Instead, they will try to break through the barriers of the world with their own strength and reach the other side of the world. Book illustrator. But if you stop asking about the ninja world, how can you ensure that this new human society will not be divided, and then fall into the cycle of history again? Here's a cast. There really isn't a guarantee, but history always spirals upward, as long as the fire is not extinguished. History will eventually return to the right track. Upskirt maniac. The premise is that you need to have this spark? I understand that these measures of Ransang are not just for peace in the ninja world, but more importantly, to spread the fire. Wig. The president is so great, I was so moved that I cried. Curly-haired boy. Tell me clearly, are you crying or peeing? Don't pee south on the street for me, hey. Wig. Sorry, just drank a little more water. Curly-haired boy. Why are you turning around when you send messages in group chat? Blind, Yinsong, I'm blind. Bookmaker. What did you see? Curls. Toothpicks. Upskirt maniac. Peeved, ha 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 ha. Sadden Reniko covered her stomach, and laughed exaggeratedly. The toothpick that Yinshi mentioned really made her smile for no reason, it just makes people laugh. For no other reason, I just felt like laughing, and at this moment, a figure with tea hair trotted up to her and said with a flushed face, "Tear, I bought 2 movie tickets today." Saddened Reniko was stunned for a moment, and couldn't laugh immediately. What the hell are movie tickets? 145 Aizen feeling in trouble. Fairy Chilean. Sleeping on the cold jade bed yesterday seems to have caught a cold and I have a headache. Expression. Helpless. Book artist. Isn't that for practicing Qigong? How could it catch a cold? Fairy Chilean. I didn't use my internal energy, just lay on it and fell asleep. Curly-haired child. You can still fall asleep in that kind of cold bed, Machu. I don't remember you having this hibernation attribute. Fairy Chilean. It's not hibernation, it's because I'm too tired. It was too late yesterday to tell stories to Long-er and Ling-bo. Shark face guy. So that's how it is, it's really hard work. Book artist. Sister Machu looks like an old mother, what story are you telling? Fairy Chilean. One Piece. Book artist. Peeved. You tell the story of One Piece in the world of martial arts, do they understand? Fairy Chilean. It is very tiring because of translation and explanation. Up to now they still think that Luffy is actually called Wong Luffy. I shouldn't have picked Dongying's anime in the first place. This is an actor. Indeed, you should tell a little about Journey to the West, Outlaws of the Marsh or something. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, Anran-san, the land measurement of the original fire country has been completed. Is it distributed according to the number of farmers applying for land now? Here's an actor. Well, how's the whining convention going? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It went well, but many civilians cried and passed out during the process of complaining. Those aristocrats are really devoid of conscience. I finally understand what you mean by exploitation and oppression. Conan was also born in poverty. His parents were killed by the Konoha shinobi in his early years, and he was displaced. But although her childhood was miserable, she was much happier than these ordinary civilians living in the ninja world. These commoners can only get half of the harvested food themselves, and 95% must be handed over to the various clans. Not only that, those nobles also regarded civilians as their own private goods. Including their wives and daughters were branded as slaves and played with them at will. This is something Conan could never have imagined before. This is an actor. Just understand, it's not in vain that I leave this matter to you to handle. Book artist. Sister Conan has worked hard, are you tired? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Tired. But seeing the smiles on the faces of these people makes me feel very meaningful. This is the peaceful world I really want to pursue. Soul Society villain. When are you going to come over? Here's an actor. Today should be about the same. Advertisement. Leader of the Soul Society. Alright, I'm ready to go. I still have a few crabs uploaded by Conan that day. Hatchet girl. I also want to eat crabs. Expression. Greedy. Wig. Yin Shi. Why don't we eat crabs at night? Curly-haired boy. Do you have money? Wig. 523 yen. Curly hair. Great, I can buy hair from a crab leg. The hair on the crab legs is okay. Aizen grinned and smiled softly. At this time, Kushina, who was standing on his left, raised his eyebrows slightly and said softly, "Did Master Aizen think of something happy?" Aizen stared at the light curtain in front of him. Without raising his head, he said, "Is it worth seeing you and Senior Minato get back together?" That kind of thing is impossible. Kushina found a seat and sat down carelessly, shrugged and said, "Just admit that he is Naruto's father, and return Naruto to his discipline." "Are you really not planning to go back?" Aizen turned his gaze to her at this moment. He dismissed almost all the Arankars and sent them all to the ninja world to participate in labor and construction. Only Yuyue and Kushina remained by his side. Yuyue is in a special situation. Apart from eating, dazed, sleeping and fighting, this ancestor of the ninja world knows nothing else. And she doesn't listen to anyone except Aizen. Asking her to engage in construction is purely to cause trouble for the masses. But this Kushina is not willing to return to the ninja world, so I can't figure it out. She has a husband and a son, but she is still here for nothing? Aizen-sama doesn't want to be responsible for me anymore? Kushina blinked and pointed out, "I believed your words, my new son." The corner of Aizen's mouth twitched, feeling like he was in big trouble. Upskirt maniac. Everyone, I seem to be in trouble. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, Fairy Chilean, how troublesome is it? Book artist. Did that Reese Tower attack you? Upskirt maniac. No, I was dragged by Misaka to watch movies for 4 days in a row. My whole body is going to collapse. Advertisement hatchet girl. Book artist, peeved, ha 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 ha. Upskirt maniac. Don't laugh, I'm really about to collapse. Which one of you will save the child? Fairy Chilean. I don't think this is a trouble, but a blessing for you. Lai Yi Yan Fu is not shallow awe. Upskirt maniac. Sister Machu, you've really turned bad. You used to never say such things. And Ransang, hurry up. Find a way for the child. It's an actor, okay. I'll help you with Misaka Makoto, you help me with her. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Zero Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Kushina still with you? This is an actor. Yes, she sent Naruto away, but I don't seem to plan to return to the ninja world. Upskirt maniac. Ah, reverse. Hatchet girl. Be fascinated by an Ransang. Book artist. It's difficult, I will stay with you even if I abandon my husband and son. I'm afraid I can't get rid of it now. Wig. Sir, please accept me as an apprentice. Here's an actor, FK off. To be reasonable, Aizen feels that he is really not a married woman. Although the only two remaining Arankars around him are the mothers of children, this is really not caused by him on purpose. Book artist. Ha 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 ha, and Ransang actually cursed someone, how strange. Curly hair. I have already imagined the scene of Master Aizen angrily scolding the wig for rolling the calf, and the effect is touching. Wig. It's not a wig, it's Gui, angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, this should be in Ransang returning to her original nature. Upskirt maniac. Right. I just remembered that Ransang no longer needs to play Aizen, and just uploaded her supernatural power the day before yesterday. It seems to be 180,000 points. Hatchet girl. This is really an astronomical figure. Book artist. Numbers that make people feel hopeless. Fairy Chilean. A number that makes people feel heavy. Curls. The number 10 that makes it feel like there's no tomorrow. 146 Uchiha Madara of the Shinigami world. The angel of Rain Shinobi Village. People are in Jinglinting, and they have eaten crabs. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Click on the picture, and what comes into view is a garden where sakura flowers are flying. In the center of the courtyard, Unohana Retsu, Konan, and Enran sat around a long table. There are several pots of wine and various dishes on the long table. The most conspicuous among them is the big crab that has been steamed. Upskirt maniac. Hiss, the saliva is streaming down. Book artist. Sister Konan, don't do this, I've been busy fighting monsters and haven't had lunch yet. Pooh. Ying Lily had just sent out this message, and a monster that looked like a rabbit but had 2 horns had already fallen at her feet. Bright red blood poured out and splashed all around. Not far away, the members of the self-defense forces who were in charge of the 390 blockading the scene were silent, looking at the guy in the cloak in front of them as if they were looking at a monster. Is this the strength of our Lord Shinigami? It's really strong. A red-haired girl from the same organization as Ying Lily sighed, and said with admiration. This magic-horned rabbit should have level 4, right? It's only level 4. Last time I saw Master Shinigami kill a level 5 shadow wolf in seconds. Another girl with lavender hair snorted softly, her face full of pride. Wow, you really deserve to be Master Shinigami. The red-haired girl's face was full of admiration, her eyes were so heavy that they were about to burst into little stars. If I can become Shinigami-sama's girlfriend. You think too much, Mr. Shinigami can't have a tablet like you. The purple-haired girl curled her lips, her face full of disdain. What are you talking about, you cow? The red-haired girl bared her teeth, fighting each other. Looking at the scene in front of him, Kasumi Goka and Kato Megumi looked at each other in blank dismay. The corners of his mouth twitched, for a moment he didn't know whether he should go up to persuade him to fight. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Come and eat, Sister Wa is a good cook. Book artist. Forget it, it's not worth spending 500 points for a meal. I want to play and share the supernatural power to save things. I want to become a god. Curly-haired child. That's right, it is to use this kind of imposing pear sauce. Believe in yourself, it is always enough to save 100 years. Upskirt maniac. Over 100 years, maybe everyone is gone? Advertisement Soul Society villain. You can rest assured that the Shinigami will not be so short-lived. Upskirt maniac. Ah, this, thinking of it suddenly, we seem to live for thousands of years? Book artist. That's right, the long-lived species directly. Fairy Chilean. If you really want to live so long, you will be called an old monster, right? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Hey, why doesn't Ransang eat crabs? Is it not to your liking? This is an actor. No, I'm looking at a new card from my role-playing system. Soul Society's bandit villains. New cards? It's an actor. This system is pretty stupid. New cards will only be generated when you travel through the new world after completing the role-playing, so it wasn't delivered before. Upskirt maniac. Who is the new card? Here's an actor. Someone you can't even imagine, Uchiha Madara. Curly hair. You, Uchiha Madara. Book artist. Peeved. How could it be this sand sculpture? He is much worse than the previous Aizen-sama. Here's an extra. The card prize pool is random and I can't control it. Upskirt maniac. Then Ransang intends to play Uchiha Madara in the Hokage world. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. The power of Uchiha Madara. Can't find flowers in the Shinigami world. Information. Konan put the shaved crab meat from his side into Enran's bowl. Here's the cast. Strength is not an issue, it can be stacked. Book artist. Wow, can it be superimposed? That is to say, Enranbao can superimpose his own power on Uchiha Madara he plays? Advertisement it's an actor, it does. Enran nodded in agreement, her eyes suddenly turned scarlet. 3 black jade hooks slowly rotate around the pupils of the eyes. This is an actor. Both also have their strengths and weaknesses. The role card does not need to spend time to improve the performance, but the growth is fixed on the current position of the role. The playing card is the strongest state that the character has ever possessed. Just like the character card in Enran's hand, the cover is Uchiha Madara in red armor. Soul Society's villain. Does it make a difference? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Is Enran-san going to act in the name of Uchiha Madara in this world? It's an actor. As the name suggests, role-playing cards require role-playing to improve their strength. There is no need for a character card, and 100% of the character's power can be obtained by directly equipping it. In other words, the strength of this card is only fixed on Uchiha Madara of Eternal Mangekyo. No Rinnegan, no way to reach the 6 paths level. And if it is replaced by a role-playing card, the endpoint of strength can reach the level of Reincarnation 9 Hook Jade. Book artist. I just think it looks good, it's none of your business. Curly-haired boy. Damn, according to this, the character card string is not a bug. And Ran picked up the crab meat with chopsticks, dipped it in vinegar and stuffed it into her mouth. A very fresh smell filled his taste buds, making him squint his eyes. Book artist. Indeed, I always feel that the eyes on Ran Sang's face are much better than the original Uchiha Madara's. Upskirt maniac. Even so, there are enough bugs. It is equivalent to picking up a wave of Uchiha Madara's ability for nothing. Upskirt maniac. That's because Ransang is the one who looks good, and it has nothing to do with eyes. It's an actor, right, but mine is not a play card, just a role card. Curly-haired boy. HMPH, you bunch of illiterates. How can our president be called good-looking? That's called handsome. It's an extra. It doesn't matter if you use it or not, but since you got the card, let's try to play a wave and see. Soul Society is bigger than Ninja World, so it should be barely enough for me to toss about. Conan decisively took this 2.0 scene into a photo and sent it to the group. It looks good. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. 147 Uchiha Madara completes her look the villain of Soul Society. So, we should start with the Tsuneyashiro family first? It's an actor. Exactly. The great nobles of the Soul Society have privileges unimaginable to ordinary people, and these privileges are beyond the reach of the captains of the various teams. If we control the Tsuneyashiro family, the next thing will be much easier. And Ran, who was sitting in front of the dressing table. Uchiha Madara showed quite confident eyes. Now he has gradually entered the state of playing Uchiha Madara, and he has begun to bring in his tone, demeanor wholeheartedly. The villain of Soul Society. How to control it? Tsuneyashiro Tokunada should not give in so easily, right? This is an actor. Under my eyes nothing escapes me. If it is the real Uchiha Madara, it is definitely impossible to use Sharingan to control Shinigami at the level of Tsuneyata Tokunada, but this Uchiha Madara of Anran is different, he is a god. Using the power of the gods to boost Sharingan, even the old man Shan is confident that he can control it. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, Sister Wa, it seems to be soft again. Leader of the Soul Society, yes, it only lasted for a few minutes, and Ran went soft here, it's really difficult. Upskirt maniac. Hatchet girl. What, Curly, just a few minutes, impossible. Wig. It is absolutely impossible for the president to only have a few minutes, it is definitely you two women who are persecuting. Book artist. What are you guys doing in broad daylight? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I styled on Ransang, but his hair was too soft and couldn't stand up. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. The character card does not have the effect of makeup, so it is necessary to manually make up for Ran. Upskirt maniac. So you were talking about hair? Satin couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. That kind of dialogue is too misleading. Fairy Chilean. Why do you act like this? The villain of Soul Society. You have to do a full set of acting. Since Ransang is going to play Uchiha Madara, the iconic hair is indispensable. Book artist. That's right. If Uchiha Madara didn't have that blah blah long hair, it would feel like it would be missing. Advertisement. Yingli stared at the photo sent by Conan. And Ran in the screen has already removed Aizen's playing card, and naturally returned to her true appearance with black hair and black eyes. Wearing a dead bully outfit, with long black hair shawl. Compared with the arrogance and self-confidence of Uchiha Madara in Hokage's original novel, the one played by Ran is more like the elegant son-in-law, ethereal and out of the world. Upskirt maniac. If that's the case, why don't you use hairspray? Isn't it easy to style with hairspray? Hatchet girl. Nobody in the Soul Society would use that thing, right? Book artist. Others don't know, but Aizen is definitely useful anyway. His gluey hands are all stocked. The villain of Soul Society. Then I can borrow it from Aizen? Book artist. Peeved. It's okay to ask Aizen to borrow it. He hasn't rebelled yet, aren't you trying to scare the snake away? The villain of the Soul Society. I don't care so much now, Mr. Madara's hair is the most important. Upskirt maniac. Hair is not important, your cause of rebellion is the most important, Sister Wa, calm down. The villain of the Soul Society. No, I can't calm down. I always feel that the Uchiha Madara played by Ran lacks soul. Book artist. Sister Wa, do you have obsessive compulsive disorder? The corners of Ying Lily's mouth twitched violently, her head covered with black lines. God lacks a soul. To what extent do you have to be entangled with Zhu Xing before you can say such a thing? Fairy Chilean. I think the current look of Mr. N is also very good. Anyway, those people in the ninja world don't know Uchiha Madara. At this time, Lee Machu was also staring at the photo sent by Conan, her cheeks were flushed. She has to admit that this style of Ran like a young man is very dear liking. It's just a little immature. The villain of Soul Society. I know it, if you do this, you will feel awkward. Slap. Just as Yuno Hanaretsu sent out this message, a figure quickly approached the door of their room. Captain Unajiwa, there's an emergency. The visitor was stunned as soon as he spoke halfway. Oh, it's Yang Yin. Yuno Hanaretsu looked at the person coming, and said calmly, you came just in time. I would like to ask, do any members of our fourth team use hairspray? Advertisement. Katetsu Izan didn't answer, his eyes were wide open and his expression was dull. What did she see? Her captain, holding a boy in his arms, kept touching his head. It's okay to touch him, and he still looks like he's enjoying himself? Is this boy? With hairspray, finishing Uchiha Madara's hairstyle really is much easier. It only took about half an hour, and it was perfectly successful under the skillful hands of Unohana Retsu. Old friend. My name is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara crossed her arms and said coldly and arrogantly. There's no need for the boring formalities, let's get straight to the point. She has been the vice captain for almost half a year now, and she didn't even know that her captain can do hair for people. Even if the captain retires from now on, I'm afraid she won't have to worry about food and clothing. Unohana Retsu was finishing the final steps of Uchiha Madara's shape, and said, these two are my old friends, and they will be our colleagues in the 4th division from now on. It seems that there are 6 Shangwu seats, may I ask for you? Katetsu Aizen was stunned for a moment, then bent down quickly. Hi two seniors, I am Katetsu Aizen, the vice captain of the 4th squad. Please give me your advice. Proper topic. Katetsu Aizen was startled for a moment, and then suddenly came to his senses. By the way, I almost forgot the business. Captain Unohana, Higashi Rukongai just sent an order to ask for support. Hairspray, do you have it? Unohana Retsu asked again, squinting her eyes. Captain Unohana, do you still have this kind of skill? Katetsu Aizen really opened his eyes. Although she still doesn't know that her captain is first-generation Kenpachi, she also knows that Unohana Retsu has served as the captain of the 4th division for thousands of years. Since the captain said they were old friends, they were naturally seniors. What kind? Unohana Retsu narrowed her eyes and asked with a smile. Don't call me senior, you can just call me Conan, Conan said with a cold expression. Then I will trouble you, Yongyan. Because I was a little interested, I studied for a while. Before Katetsu Aizen could say the last word, a puff of solid black air suddenly enveloped her. Shivering all over, the girl woke up instantly. Nothing, I didn't say anything. Katetsu Aizen seemed to think of something, his whole face was full of disbelief. No, it can't be. Are you the leader of Unohana like this? 148 Sui Feng's Amazement East Rukongai, 14th Fan District. The whole street was full of people, shouting and killing. The rioting crowd fought with the Shinigami in death suits with all kinds of weapons, and the screams continued to resound. Judging from the battle situation, Shinigami is clearly in a weak position. No wonder. After all, under the oppression of the great nobles, Central 46 had to make a decision to withdraw the main force of Shinigami. Only the second team led by Sui Feng remained on the front line to continue to investigate the hideouts of the criminals. In the end, people did find it, but they jumped out by themselves. The 4 innocent criminals seemed to have received the exact news that the main force of the Shinigami had withdrawn, and even secretly united to carry out a surprise attack on the Shinigami staying at the front line. This is something Sui Feng didn't expect. By the time she realized it, things had gotten out of hand. Hey, a little guy like you can also be the captain. Don't be careless, idiot. Shinigami captains are no one to mess with. But there are 4 of us now, so it's impossible to lose 4 against 1 no matter what. Standing in front of Sui Feng at this time were the leaders of the rioting crowd, 4 incorruptible criminals with different appearances. Kengo Karaki, who is burly, Yusuke Kawasumi, who is slender, Osamu Kamakura, who has an obvious scar on his jaw, and Ichiro Narita, who is wrapped in a cloak. They were all villains who had committed heinous crimes in the Soul Society, and they were imprisoned in Wujin for at least 5,000 years. After fleeing for various reasons, he hid here. Speaking up. These few criminals who escaped from Wujin had more or less shady deals with the nobles of Shinigami. Because the old man Shan stared too closely, the gray industry of the nobles outside the Jingling Court was also maintained by these people. That's why those nobles don't want to see them wiped out by Jingling Court. Stop talking so much nonsense, just do it directly. Advertisement. Narita Ichiro stared at Sui Feng, and said coldly, she has sent out a call for help just now. If those guys from Jinglingding are dragged over, we will be in trouble. Pulling out a long knife from the cloak, he pointed at Sui Feng straight away. So fast. Sui Feng's eyes were serious. Turn your body sideways to avoid the opponent's blade. Lift your right leg and sweep horizontally. With a bang, she kicked the opponent's waist firmly with this leg. Narita Ichiro snorted immediately, and blood spewed out of his mouth. But also taking advantage of this opportunity, he stretched out his hands and suddenly hugged Sui Feng's calf. Very good strength, but you. What? Sui Feng was stunned for a moment, and turned his gaze to the right as if aware of it. But seeing a huge hammer whizzing towards her directly, pupils shrank violently, and Sui Feng quickly pressed the handle of the knife with his right hand. Boom. There was a muffled sound. Sui Feng only felt that his internal organs were shifted, and his body flew straight to the right side. It hit the ground again with a slap, and rolled around a few times before barely stopping. Damn it. Sui Feng gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up again. If she hadn't counteracted part of the strength by drawing a knife to block, she might have turned into a meat paste by now. But even so, she still has several broken ribs. It is definitely impossible to fight for the time being. These people are worthy of being criminals who have been imprisoned in Wujin, but their individual strength may not be inferior to hers. And now, they're 4 united together. This is bad. I should have known Bankai earlier, but now I'm afraid it's too late. Oh, are you still alive? Kengo Karaki grinned and walked towards her step by step with a giant hammer in his hand. If that's the case, then just smash your head into pieces. Lift the sledgehammer high, and smash it down on Sui Feng's small head. Clang. Buzzing fame sounded, and the giant hammer and a slender long knife collided with each other. Advertisement sluggish. Uchiha Madara, who was supposed to be standing in front of him, suddenly appeared beside him, waving a long knife in his hand. Of course. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up, with a wicked smile on his face. Clean up all these wastes. The azure blue energy gradually dissipated from his body surface, and the titan holding the light blade condensed into shape and stood on the ground. Bright red blood gushed out from the waist and abdomen of Kengo Karaki like a fountain, and his entire body was cut off in the middle, with a plop. Kengo Karaki, who had lost the support of his lower body, fell to the ground, and the giant hammer in his hand hit the ground with a bang. After the words fell, he turned around and ran away without any hesitation. The remaining two accomplices also regained their composure after being stunned for a moment, and hurriedly followed. Sui Feng was stunned, and asked with some doubts, "It is possible, but what are you going to do?" Third seed of the 4th Division, Uchiha Madara. Staring at each other with scarlet pupils, Uchiha Madara said coldly, "You trash fish, are you the enemy?" As a criminal who can escape from infinity, he is naturally not an idiot. They, Lees, are very clear that the existence that can instantly kill Kengo Karaki is definitely not something they can deal with. 3 seats? Kengo Kengmu was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly and said, 3 seats in a mere area, dare to. Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly opened wide. If you continue to stay here, you will definitely just buy your life in vain. Who are you? Kang Mu Kengo frowned and asked in a deep voice. Hey, woman. Turning his eyes to Sui Feng, Uchiha Madara asked indifferently, can you let all the soldiers on the front line withdraw within 10 seconds? Laugh. It was as if the boy had suddenly emerged from the air. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Narita Ichiro reacted without any hesitation and shouted loudly. No matter those infernal criminals or Sui Feng, they were all startled at this moment. There was a look of astonishment and surprise on his face. Kengo Karaki, whose strength was comparable to that of the captain, died like this, and it was only the 3rd seed who killed him. However, these people are also quite chicken thieves. Even in the process of fleeing, they are still instigating those rioters to attack the front line. Obviously, the intention was to use them as cannon fodder to distract Uchiha Madara. Sui Feng opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at the long-haired boy who appeared in front of him. Without any movement track, she didn't catch any movement track of the other party. 149 sends some benefits to Aizen that, what is that? Staring at the azure blue titan covering Uchiha Madara's body, Sui Feng's eyes widened. Hey, woman. Uchiha Madara glanced at her very dissatisfied and said, how long are you going to be in a daze? Do you want to watch your team members die like this? I'm the captain of the 2nd team, named Sui Feng. Sui Feng came back to his senses with a dissatisfied tone, but he quickly took out the flare from his arms. Thank you very much for saving me, but please don't use that title again. Call out. The crimson fireworks exploded in midair and the soldiers of the 2nd Division who received the retreat order turned their heads decisively and evacuated. You don't need to thank me. Uchiha Madara didn't look at her and said blankly, it's the basic common sense that the strong should have compassion for the weak who can't fight. Damn, is this guy cursing himself for being weak? The corners of Sui Feng's mouth twitched fiercely, his face flushed with anger. Since becoming the captain for so many years, she has never been so ruthlessly despised by others. And this product is obviously only 3 seats. Gritting his teeth tightly, Sui Feng opened his mouth and wanted to fight back. But at this moment, the light blade in the hand of the azure-eyed man has already fallen. Boom 997. There was a deafening explosion, and the entire ground shook extremely strongly. The tyrannical wind spread wildly in all directions, making Sui Feng's cheeks ache. After a while, the wind stopped. Sui Feng suddenly opened his mouth wide, his eyes trembling. Originally directly in front of her, the low houses and rioting crowd had all disappeared. What caught her eyes was only a terrifying canyon with no end in sight. Is this guy too exaggerated? Sui Feng took a breath, and looked at the boy standing in front of him in disbelief. With just one blow, there is such a terrifying power. Are these really the 3 seats of the medical force? Advertisement? Huh. Is there any fish that slipped through the net? Uchiha Madara frowned without paying attention to Sui Feng's inner thoughts at the moment, and turned his gaze to the jungle on the right. The light blade in Susanoo's hand buzzed, and he slashed down. Just hearing a bang, the earth shattered. The whole forest is divided in 2 from the middle. Oh, what a terrifying power. A figure with uniform hair appeared as if it tore the air, almost got hurt by mistake. Captain of Division 5? Seeing the person coming, Sui Feng frowned slightly. With brown curly hair, black-rimmed glasses, and white haori, the person who came was Aizen Sōsuke, captain of the 5th Division. With a little apology in his eyes, he said softly, sorry, Captain Sui Feng. My support seems to be a bit late. Of course he wasn't here to support. Originally, I just wanted to secretly observe the battle between the infernal criminals and Sui Feng, so as to analyze the results and data I wanted. But he didn't expect that the 3rd seat of the 4th Division team would come out halfway. And the 3rd seat of the 4th Division can actually see through his bent light disguise. Very funny. Aizen is very interested in Uchiha Madara, but he doesn't show it on his face. He didn't want to be doubted by the 2 in front of him, so he asked knowingly. He is the 3rd member of the 4th Division, Uchiha Madara. After a moment of silence, Sui Feng replied. The 3rd seat of the 4th team. Aizen was stunned, pretending to be surprised, and said, it's really scary for young people. It's not a junior, Mr. Madara is my old friend. The figure of Yunohana Retsu suddenly appeared, and she said with a sweet smile, because the 4th team is short of manpower, I was brought in to help. So that's the case, then I was really rude. Aizen kept his expression on the surface, but he was even more curious about Madara in his heart. To be called an old friend by the first-generation Kenpachi who has survived for thousands of years, the identity of this young man is certainly not simple. And he felt that the statement that the fourth team was short of manpower was definitely an excuse. The boy will appear beside Yuno Hanaretsu, there must be another purpose. And looking at his posture now, could it be that he is trying to deal with those nobles who are hiding behind the scenes to make trouble? Advertisement Angels of Rain Shinobi Village, what's next? Book artist. Peeved, I added sand to other people's team. Hatchet girl. There is a slight gap, is it because of Ransang's younger age? Upskirt maniac. Exactly, and if you look carefully, there is still a gap between him and Aizen played by Ransang. Wig. Do you want to directly expose the fact that he has been squatting for a long time and has no intention of supporting him at all? Book artist. I would like to ask, how does Ransang's pirated Aizen feel when he meets this genuine one? Curly-haired boy. Oh my god, this smile is a bit pervasive. This is an actor. There is no fluctuation in his heart, and he even wants to laugh a little. Book artist. Want to laugh? Shark face guy. Mr. Madara, this is not mixed with sand. My task is to turn all the potential subordinates that Aizen has yet to recruit into our side. This is to directly make Aizen become a loner. Here's an actor. No more, and this debunking doesn't do much. Upskirt maniac. Peeved, I probably understand, ha ha ha. The leader of the Soul Society. That's right, he can completely prevaricate by saying that the strength of the enemy is unknown, and he is waiting for the opportunity in secret. In this way, it will scare the snake away, and the heart will be wary of us. With his head down, Aizen showed a pleasant smile on the corner of his mouth, but he didn't know that his expression was clearly displayed on the screen in the live broadcast room. This is an actor. He squatted there for a long time to cover his figure with a bent light, but I cut him out with a knife. His expression back then was not as calm as it is now. Fairy Chilean. It's not just a matter of age. The real Aizen has a bigger mouth and wider osprey than Mr. In. So the smile is even more sinister. Anyway, I am afraid that the next Huhanji will become more interesting. Here's the cast. There aren't many Arankars under Aizen at this stage. I've sent Kisame to Hueco Mundo to give him some goodies. 150 just surrender to me. Here's an actor. I'll let Yuyue and Kushina assist you, and putting them in Hueco Mundo will also make them grow faster. Curly. But the sudden appearance of so many Arankars in Hueco Mundo will alert Aizen, right? Here's an actor. If they didn't appear out of nowhere, they'd be all right if they were documented from history. Wigs. Has it been recorded in history? Hatchet girl. Can that kind of thing be done? Here's the cast. True objective history can't be rewritten, of course, but history books can easily. Especially the most authoritative history books, even Aizen will be convinced. Book illustrator. History book. The villain of the Soul Society, and Ran is talking about the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. In Dead Kanbaru's work, although the pen and ink occupied by the Great Soul Book corridor is not much, but its importance is beyond imagination. All the information about the history of the Soul Society, the secret of Urahara Kazuki, and the Soul King in Aizen's mind comes from the Great Spirit Book corridor. It has nothing to do with Shinigami's will, but compulsively collects and records all the events and information of the Soul Society. However, the information in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book is not impossible to modify. Since the establishment of the Soul Society, the Suniyashiro family has been in control of the Great Spirit Book corridor. Their successive patriarchs have studied the possibility of tampering with history a long time ago, and they have indeed achieved great results. For example, the Suniyashiro family secretly killed and studied the full manifesta, but there is no relevant record in the corridor of the Great Soul Book. The creation method of Wangjien, found by Aizen, was also modified by the Suniyashiro family. Of course, this family did not do this kind of thing to defend Lingwang and Jinglingting, they did it purely for themselves. They don't want to see Aizen's plan succeed because they want to create a new Spirit King by themselves to restore the glory of Yuugung back then. It's an actor. That's right. As long as Curry inserts some words and phrases about Arankars such as Yuyue and Guixie in the information in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, I think Aizen will definitely be very interested. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Aizen, who is curious, will definitely try his best to find information about Kisame and them in Hueco Mundo. He will definitely try his best to gather them under his command. Advertisement book artist. In this way, Kisame and the others can break into the enemy's interior logically. This plan is simply perfect. This is an actor. There are still some problems in the details, and the strength of Kisame and Kushina is a little bit worse. They cannot meet the standards recorded in the data, so they must grow as fast as possible in Hueco Mundo. The message was sent out, and the figure of Uchiha Madara was already standing in front of a luxurious gate. Stop. This is the residence of the Suniyashiro family, who is here. Two haughty gatekeepers holding steel forks at the door blocked his way. Uchiha Madara was expressionless, and said lightly, "Ants must have the consciousness of being an ant, get out of the way." "What did you say?" "You be asterisk 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 D." As the gatekeepers of the Suniyashiro family, the two had to be polite even if the nobles wanted to enter. I'm afraid this young man in front of him is not a fool, but he dared to call them ants? In a rage, he raised the steel fork and stabbed straight at Uchiha Madara. However, before the steel fork could get close to Madara's body, an invisible airwave erupted from his body. Bang, bang. The two gatekeepers flew out immediately. The body smashed through the door panel and fell hard to the ground. Uchiha Madara lifted her foot and stepped straight into the yard of Suniyashiro's house. Stepping on the ground paved with neat marble floor tiles, the first thing that catches the eye is a magnificent and gorgeous attic group. On the left and right sides of the attic group, there are small green bamboo forests. Book artist. Damn, this is too luxurious, right? Curly-haired boy. This is the great nobleman. Upskirt madman. And Ransang, quickly check if there are any crabs in the pool on the left. Advertisement, ask for flowers, Fairy Chilean, Sister Wa, have you eaten? Uchiha Madara does not dodge or evade. Until the light arrow was about to approach his body, it seemed to be stopped by an invisible wall. The arrow of light hit the invisible wall, and with a bang it turned into light and Madara dissipated. And behind the man, stood a pretty girl with lavender long hair. The young girl looks very immature, probably in her teens, with empty eyes and no emotion at all. What? The villain of the Soul Society. Yeah, didn't I tell you? In the past, Yachin Liu often stole koi from Byakuya's house and grilled them. Our female Shinigami Association members basically ate them. Book artist. A golden light arrow suddenly pierced through the air and struck straight at him. Book artist. Ha 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 ha, it's okay to steal koi and roast them. In the shadows deep in the corridor, a gloomy voice said, it's really interesting, what kind of ability is that? With the sound of stomping footsteps, a man with black and green hair gradually walked out of the shadows. Soul Society's villain. I don't think there are crabs, but there are koi. And it tastes very fishy, not very tasty. Call out. You are Suniyashiro Tokunada? Uchiha Madara glanced at the man, and said indifferently. My name is Uchiha Madara, and you will surrender to me from today onwards. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I know this, I saw it when Anran Sana was cooking sweet and sour carp. Everyone in the group began to discuss the topic of carp, but Uchiha Madara suddenly stopped his progress. Fairy Chilean. Carp must be cramped before it can be eaten, otherwise it will definitely be fishy. The man was thin and wearing a long white coat. The corners of his eyes raised upwards, exuding an extremely uncomfortable twisted feeling all over his body. Upskirt maniac. Peeved. Hatchet girl. The nobleman's pond doesn't raise crabs, right? His family isn't in the aquatic industry. 151 Suniyashiro Tokunada shocked startled. The sinister smile on Suniyashiro Tokunada's face at this moment has disappeared, and he looks a little dull. He stared at the young man in front of him with a surprised expression, and said in a daze, what did you say? Surrender to you? That's right, surrender to me. Uchiha Madara looked at him without sadness or joy, and said lightly, your future, there is only one way. Are you kidding me? Suniyashiro Tokunada was furious, drew out the blade in his hand and stabbed straight at Uchiha Madara. For his own ambition, he killed his close friend, his wife and even the entire Suniyashiro clan. But today, there was a brat rushing to the door to make him surrender? Even if Suniyashiro Tokunada is covered in green hair, he can't bear it, May 17th. However, before he stepped forward, the figure of Uchiha Madara in front of him suddenly disappeared. What? Suniyashiro Tokunada's pupils constricted violently, and he felt a sudden pain in his chest. With both feet off the ground, the whole person flies into the air. With a poof, blood was sprayed out in midair and the body fell to the ground. I have no intention of joking with you, I'm just stating the facts. Uchiha Madara looked down at him contemptuously. Your wishes are not important, your answer is only affirmative. You be asterisk 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 D. You forced me. Suniyashiro Tokunada struggled to stand up, flipping the blade in his hand. All things are reduced to ashes, Ryujin Jaka. If Shinigami's spiritual power was strong enough during his lifetime, Zanpakuto after his death would still not degenerate into a sealed state. For example, the Enora Mirror Code, in the hands of Suniyashiro Tokunada is a family heirloom sword handed down by the founder of the Suniyashiro family. Its ability is to imitate any Zanpakuto it has seen, and can be superimposed at the same time. However, the cost of using its ability is to reduce the user's own soul, that is, to reduce the lifespan. Therefore, the previous generations of masters had no intention of using this knife. Except Suniyashiro Tokunada. For his own ambition and sense of pleasure, he should not care about such things as reducing his lifespan at all. Advertisement boom. Flames burst into the sky, visible to the naked eye. The tiles of the gazebo, the floor under the feet, and even the surrounding stone pillars began to gradually evaporate into spirit particles, and the scorching airwaves condensed into substance, layer upon layer. Little ghost, are you speechless now? Suniyashiro Tokunada stared at Uchiha Madara who seemed to be frightened, and grinned. Kneel down for me, I can still. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Madara whispered, so weak. What did you say? Suniyashiro Tokunada was stunned, his face full of disbelief. The so-called Ryujin Jaka should be the strongest Zanpakuto in the flame system, right? Uchiha Madara said with a cold expression, neither sad nor happy. But in your hand, it is even worse than a fire stick. I am amazed at your weakness. The ability of Yan Luo Jing Dian is indeed bug, but it will also be restricted by the user's Ryotsu. Suniyashiro Tokunada's Ryotsu is about at the level of an ordinary captain, so it is naturally enough to deal with ordinary Shinigami. But in the face of Anron, the super-enhanced version of Uchiha Madara, it is obviously not qualified. UB asterisk 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 D. Suniyashiro Tokunada gritted his teeth angrily, and swung the fire stick in his hand to fight the boy in front of him desperately. Very abruptly, an irresistible sense of oppression suddenly came to him. Poof. The anger on Suneyashiro Tokunada's face suddenly disappeared. He knelt down on his knees, his eyes terrified. This shares Ryotsu. I've already said, your answer can only be yes. Uchiha Madara's scarlet pupils gradually appeared, and the black hook jade slowly turned. The moment Suneyashiro Tokunada, who was still a little terrified, met the other's eyes, he suddenly calmed down. He nodded with a very humble expression, and said respectfully, yes, my lord. See this scene. Dao Uula, who was planning to go to the savior, suddenly lay down on the ground, pretending that he was dead. Book artist. Peefed. This kid is amazing. Advertisement. The villain of the Soul Society. Just because he is a scum, there is no psychological burden for us to use him as a tool, right? And Ran, can the barrier here be removed? Hint. The pretty boys from Skull Island joined this group. Close black lens bracket. Book artist. And Ransang won't be suspected of being an outsider, right? This is an actor. Since he wants to meet, let's meet. Upskirt madness. And Ransang played Uchiha Madara in this wave is really domineering, and it feels more domineering than Uchiha Madara in Hokage's original work. Curly-haired boy. Well, it doesn't matter if you are suspected. The big deal is to turn the table in advance. With the power of the president, there is nothing to be afraid of. Upskirt maniac. This book artist. This scumbag is really evil. Shark face guy. But that would be a lot less fun. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village 0.6. How did the captain reply? This is an actor. Thank you for your hard work. Leader of the Soul Society. Hard work is not hard work. However, when reporting the results to the captain, both Sui Feng and Aizen strongly recommended your achievements. They all seem to be trying to poach you from Division 4. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. That's because Suneyashiro Tokunada is not a good person in the first place. The girl named Dao Uula was also forced to be his subordinate after he killed her father. The leader of the Soul Society. He wants to meet with Ran and hear his own decision. Soul Society villain. Don't worry, I've handled this issue very well. Even Team Zero couldn't find any faults. Hatchet girl. But this kind of overbearing is not annoying. Reminder. This is an actor who closed the live broadcast room. The number of viewers in this live broadcast room is 9, and the live broadcast lasts 15 minutes. The host has obtained a total of 135 points. Fairy Chilean. The movements are very skillful, which makes people feel distressed. 152 King Kong also plays group chat. Upskirt maniac. Hey, here comes the newcomer. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village, welcome newcomers. Shark face guy. Welcome. Curly-haired boy. Hey, isn't the name of the newcomer a bit arrogant? This group can only have 2 pretty boys, Yinsong, me and the president. Book artist. Please don't put gold on your face, please. I just had lunch, thank you. Wig. Skull Island. Sounds like a place name. Curly-haired boy. HMPH, such a vulgar place name. I'm afraid he is the only one on the whole island, which can explain why he is called Pretty Boy. I'm afraid the real face may be an ugly man. Pretty boys of Skull Island. What are you, Hatchet girl? Book artist. Upskirt maniac. This newcomer seems a little irritable. How come you scold people? The boys of Skull Island. Human? Are you human? Skull Island, on the edge of a cliff near the sea. King Kong, who was 18 meters tall, narrowed his eyes and stared carefully at the light curtain in front of him. Even if it doesn't understand human characters, it can still understand the meaning contained in the characters in these light curtains. It was as if a strange force had translated these words into knowledge that it could understand and poured them into its mind. It's amazing. Since King Kong was born, he has never seen such a miraculous thing. At the same time, it also has a strong curiosity in its heart. Although it has intelligence comparable to human beings, it seldom thinks at ordinary times. They all acted on the instinct of creatures, but today it stared at the light curtain without blinking like a human being. Book artist. What does this newcomer mean? Are you not human? Soul Society villain. Me neither. Upskirt madman. Sister Wa is Shinigami. What is this newcomer? Could it be the undead creature set by Western fantasy? Is it the skeleton on Skull Island? Hatchet girl. Maybe it's a ghost. Advertisement curly-haired boy. Shut up. Ghosts don't exist at all, they're just messengers at best. Book artist. Peefed. Are you still afraid of ghosts? How long are you going to lie to yourself? Here's the cast. Not a ghost or a skeleton, the newcomer is King Kong. Upskirt maniac. Book artist. Jin, King Kong. Curly. Is it real or not? Is it the King Kong? The King Kong the first no? Fairy Chilean. Yin, your tone of voice really makes people a little angry. After talking for a long time, he didn't say what King Kong was. Curly. Gorilla. Chilean fairy. Kondo Hoon. Illustrator of the book, Kondo Hoon. Ha 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 ha. I can't hold back anymore. Sister Machu is really cute sometimes. Curly. No, it's the real gorilla. The gorilla who can stand on the building and smash the plane. Compared with King Kong, Kondo is as small as an ape. Wig. In the Silver Age, gorillas can also be regarded as apes. Curly-haired boy. Why shut up? Am I discussing academic issues with you now? The key is this newcomer. Newcomer. Why is King Kong still in the group chat? Why is King Kong given the online name of a pretty boy? It's an actor. Who are you asking? Hint. This is an actor who uploaded memories of King Kong Skull Island. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I see, is this King Kong? The villain of the Soul Society. It is indeed a very majestic figure, but it is a pity that our Soul Society does not have such a creature. Shark face guy. Hueco Mundo is similar, but not as furry. Curly-haired boy. This King Kong seems to be different from the King Kong the first have seen. What about standing on a tall building and smashing the plane? This is an actor. This is the version of the monster universe. Do you know Godzilla? This version of King Kong lives on the same earth as it. Book artist. Hey, even Godzilla. For Ying Lily, Godzilla is far more terrifying than King Kong. After all, the former almost destroyed the whole of Japan in many versions of film and television dramas, casting a lot of shadows on the childhood of many children. Advertisement Skull Island boy. Godzilla? Where did I hear it? This is an actor. It should be your inherited memory. According to the group rules, newcomers first introduce themselves. The boys of Skull Island. Introduction. King Kong scratched the back of his head with question marks all over his head. It can understand the meaning of these people's words, but it can't understand the conceptual vocabulary. This is normal, after all, it has never communicated with humans. The two are creatures living in different civilizations, and the deviation is very large. The two waves of Ryotsu collided, and the air in the entire hall suddenly became dignified. The tables, chairs, and furnishings creaked, and the terrifying airwaves began to spread in all directions. Yamamoto Motoyanagi picked up the teacup on the table leisurely, but heard a crisp sound of click. The entire teacup instantly fell apart. Dark green tea splashed all over him. Complacency is an adjective 987 given to the weak. Uchiha Madara did not show any weakness, and immediately retorted, for the strong, it should be called self-confidence. This is an actor. Isn't it very understandable? Forget it, let's put these in the future. Just clearing out some unsightly garbage, can it be called excellent? Uchiha Madara's eyes were indifferent, and his expression was cold and arrogant. I thought that by joining the jingling court, I would be able to meet stronger enemies, but in the end, there is only this kind of trash. He saw the shadow of his youth in the young man in front of him, the same domineering, the same unyielding, the same self-confidence, and the same outstanding talent. It seems that the old man finally has a successor. It's just that his face is too pale, not as good as the old man's back then. Uchiha Madara rubbed his shoulders that were sore from the pressure, turned around and left. Uchiha Madara naturally knew that the other party's situation was indeed special, so he didn't make things difficult for him. Turning his eyes away from the light curtain in front of him, he cast his eyes on Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni on the opposite side. And Yamamoto Genryusai stared at his leaving back and suddenly showed a kind smile. Hey, what a headache. Yamamoto Uenryusai suddenly opened his eyes, and a wave of tyrannical Ryotsu rose from his body, overwhelmingly crushing towards Uchiha Madara. After a while, the two took Ryotsu back into tacit understanding. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and Ryotsu gushed out of her body as well. Third seed of the 4th division, Uchiha Madara. Yamamoto Yuan Liusai tapped the crutch in his hand, and said lightly, "You have completed this mission very well. Tell me, do you have any plans to ascend? Damn, it's hot. If you are too complacent, it will only lead to failure." Yamamoto Uenryusai frowned, and said in an admonishing tone, "Little devil, you still have a lot to learn." 153 The Uncomfortable Psycho-chan book artist. My god, you know, the upgraded beasts on my side can actually be eaten. Hatchet girl. Upskirt maniac. True or false? Book artist. Really, I had a roasted boar with Kasumi Hill and the others yesterday. It tasted very good. Here's an actor. The concept of Reiki recovery is just a kind of self-evolution for the entire ecology of the planet. It's not radiation pollution, so of course it's edible. Book artist. I didn't know before, and Ranjen, you didn't remind me. Curly-haired boy. Anyone with a bit of a brain should know about this kind of thing. Need to be reminded? Are you a King Kong, Skull Island. I have a name, call me Ratty. After getting along for a few days, King Kong has gradually mastered this human communication method, and I also know a lot about various conceptual texts. Laddie was named after his parents. In King Kong's inheritance civilization, the meaning of this name is hope and new life. King Kong likes it very much. If there is nothing to do, he will emphasize it in the group. Curly. Okay, King Kong. No problem, King Kong. The pretty boys of Skull Island. Letty is mad. Book illustrator. Letty ignore this idiot, he'll become stupid. The pretty boys of Skull Island. Okay, Letty got it. Upskirt maniac. Letty is so good. Fairy Chilean, indeed. Hatchet girl. And she looks very cute. Curly hair. Cute? Yan Yuzhong, do you have a problem with the definition of cute? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Cuteness comes from the heart, not just the appearance. It is arrogance to judge cuteness or uncutness only by appearance. Curly-haired boy. I understand the truth, but Yinsong, I think a gorilla over 50 meters is definitely not cute. Advertisement book artist. Anyway, it's much better than you. Lottie is unwilling to complete group tasks to create value, and you? Curly-haired boy. Yes, Yinsong, didn't I complete the group mission? How much I paid for Yinsong, you didn't know how much? Wigs. None. Curly-haired boy, it's none of your business, shut up. Upskirt maniac. But Ratty also paid a lot to complete the task, and even danced the hula without clothes. If Un-san can do it too, I will admit that you are cute than ratty. Fairy Chilean. Yes, I admit it. Curly-haired boy. You bastards want to FK me? King Kong doesn't wear clothes. Okay. This kind of task, it doesn't have any burden to complete it. Wig. I think I can too. Curly-haired boy. Can you, sister? What about your dignity as a human being? What about your glory as a warrior? Wig. It's not a samurai, it's Baihua, book artist, peeved. Upskirt maniac. Mr. Gui, you really can. Wig. Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. You. Satin Reniko didn't know how to complain, but she even gave up her samurai status in order to join Baihua. This is outrageous, quite outrageous. Of course, what was even more outrageous was the shy Misaka Makoto beside him. What the hell is your sneaky move to hold your hand? We are all girls, it's okay to hold hands, right? But you are so sneaky, it makes people wish they could not understand. Yeah, it's really frustrating to watch. Satin Ruiko gritted her teeth, and abruptly grabbed Misaka Makoto's palm. The latter's eyes were wide open, and his body trembled, but soon, he relaxed again. Looking at this appearance, there seems to be a kind of panic of being exposed, and a kind of joy that the goal has been achieved. Damn, does this girl really want to have Lily with her? Advertisement Satin Reniko suddenly felt that her actions were a bit sloppy, but it was obviously inappropriate to try to get rid of the other party at this time. Fortunately, she's almost home. Then, she saw another girl downstairs in her house, Mai Yi Shenli. She has a pretty face and a well-proportioned figure. She is wearing a snow-white dress and her long chestnut hair is draped behind her head. Holding an exquisite gift box in both hands, she just stood quietly downstairs of Lazy's bedroom. The three young girls looked at each other with 6 eyes. The air suddenly became heavy. Upskirt maniac. What should I do now? Open black lens bracket picture, close black lens bracket. The picture in the picture shows Misaka Makoto and Majino Shirley staring at each other full of hostility. The former had electric arcs flashing all over his body, while the latter was condescending and mocking. Hatchet girl. What happened to these two people? Why did they pick each other up again? This is an actor. I'm afraid it's because of Senko. The harem is on fire. Book artist. Ha 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 ha. The harem is on fire. I laughed so hard, I really deserve to be Lai Yi. Upskirt maniac. No, it's not a harem. Even an Ransang can't be qualified with such strange words. My orientation is normal, very normal. This is an actor. Whether your orientation is normal or not, what does it have to do with whether you have a harem or not? Fairy Chilean. Indeed, since they fought because of you, it has nothing to do with your personal will. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. In other words, Li Jiaohao. This harem is ready for you. Curly-haired boy. Lai Yi is invincible. Upskirt maniac. Ah Yin, don't talk. Do I have any other options? This is an actor. Yes, just choose one of these two girls. If you do it so bluntly, the other one will definitely not bother you again. Book illustrator. Yes, ha 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 ha, let's choose Lei Jijong. Pretty boy of Skull Island. The discharge one is too small. If it were me, I would definitely choose the bigger one. Otherwise, I will not be able to support children in the future. Curly. Peeved. Upskirt maniac. Can't support children. Book artist. Lottie, it is impossible for a human woman to feed your children with your body. To put it more bluntly, it is impossible for a human female to give birth to your child. Let go of this kind of thought that shouldn't be there. 154 Prohibition of Nesting Dolls. Skull Island. What? Can't humans give me children? Why? Book artist. Why? Leaving aside the factors of reproductive isolation, it is impossible for King Kong and humans to have offspring just by looking at the size of King Kong and humans. Are you trying to kill them? Ying Lily couldn't help recalling the monster books she had read before, and shivered all over. Terrible, terrible in every sense of the word. Leader of the Soul Society, laddie, you'd better go and find a sorceress. Hatchet girl. But does the Vajra mother still exist in Lottie's world? Fairy Chilean. Judging from the plot of the movie, it seems to be a single fungus. This is not easy to handle. Wig. Well, if it doesn't work, you can find a mother Godzilla to have a baby. Book artist. Shark face guy. Curly. Peeved. Godzilla. Wig. Are you serious? Wig. It's not a wig, it's Gui. Don't you see the serious expression on my face now? Curly-haired boy. I see, I saw you twisting your A* in women's clothing. It's so coquettish, I'm about to throw up. Wig. HMPH. How fragile, silver time. Are you worthy of calling yourself a samurai only at this level? Curly-haired boy. Shut up lousy, the only thing I don't want to be said by you idiot. 393 Skull Island handsome boy. Godzilla can't do it, laddie doesn't like Godzilla, it's ugly. Curly-haired boy. How ugly? What kind of condition do you think you are, and you still pick and choose? By the way, where did you, a gorilla, get your sense of aesthetics? Upskirt maniac. He is King Kong, not a real gorilla. Wait, you guys are really misleading the topic. My matter has not been resolved, and you start talking about King Kong's mate selection? Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. It's actually very simple to solve your problem, just tell the truth. Upskirt maniac. How to tell the truth, book illustrator. Let's just say that it wasn't you who defeated Accelerator and Tito Kakin in the final appearance, you were possessed. Then throw the blame to an Ransang. Upskirt maniac. Great idea, hatchet girl. Wait, wouldn't Misaka Makoto and Majino Shidoshi's feelings be transferred to an Ransan? The harem members suddenly increased? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's enough anyway, it doesn't matter if you add more. Here's an actor. What about my will? BIDG, advertisement. Book artist. Ha ha ha, your wishes don't matter. About the harem, Sister Conan has to say it. This is an actor. Speechless, Uchiha Madara was directly speechless. God damn, his own wishes are not important. Who is running the harem? Upskirt maniac. No way, they don't believe it. Sharkface boy. Of course, it would be strange if you really believe that you are possessed. Upskirt maniac. It's over, it's really over. Satin Reniko held her head with both hands, her face full of distress. Book artist. There's nothing to be done with this little thing, just accept it all. Rest assured, our group will not discriminate against Lily. I can't help laughing at most, ha 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 ha. Upskirt maniac. Ali Zhang, you will be punished for doing this. Whoa, curse me. Under the cloak, the corners of Ying Lily's mouth almost reached her ears. Sure enough, watching the jokes of my good sisters is the most interesting thing in the world. No, I really can't help but laugh out loud. Well, Master Shinigami. At this moment, a soft and cute voice suddenly came from the side. Ying Lily turned her face away, and a girl with red hair and a pretty face came into view. She is wearing a plaid shirt on her upper body and a knee-length skirt on her lower body. She is very hot. What's the matter, Rina? Ying Lily asked hoarsely. In order to hide her identity, her voice has been professionally trained. It was impossible to tell whether the existence under her cloak was a man or woman. I made some bentos. The red-haired girl named Rina took out a delicate lunchbox and handed it to Ying Lily, her cheeks flushed. I hope you like it. Oh, thank you. Ying Lily subconsciously took the lunchbox and opened the lid. What imprinted into the eyes was a sparkling red love heart. Book artist. Picture. Hatchet girl. Wow, bento, so rich. Fairy Chilean. Yes, Miss Allie, you still have this skill? This is an actor. I think she probably didn't do it herself. Usually no one will make love bento for themselves, right? The villain of Soul Society. Is there a boy who has taken a fancy to Ali Zhang? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. This is not okay. Ali Zhang is our concubine. Which boy is so bold? Advertisement hatchet girl. Could it be an Yulin? Book artist. No, it's a girl, in our organization. Ying Lily looked at the bento in her hand and fell into deep thought. Hatchet girl. Curly hair. Book artist. I don't want it, you can do Lily alone. Why bring me? Damn, why would a girl fall in love with someone who doesn't show her face? This is too strange. Fairy Chilean. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Don't plan to execute the script I decided? Upskirt maniac. Don't even think about it, let's die together. Ha 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 ha. Expression. Happy. Curly-haired boy. Ali Zhang, who are you? Hint. The villain of Soul Society has opened the live broadcast room. Book artist. Take a fart, if you take it or not, it's someone else's. Book artist. It's Miss Conan, I've decided to marry Miss in the future. Book artist. No, I have to explain clearly. Upskirt madman. Peeved. Ha 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 ha. Ali Zhang, you have today too. You made fun of me just now. Now the feng shui has turned. Are you happy or unexpected? This is an actor. Yes, it's great that Renzi's trick is to use the same method and use it on the other person. The villain of Soul Society. Speaking of nesting dolls, and Ran seems to be doing nesting dolls now. Hatchet girl. I want to know too. Book artist. Shut up, you curse master, hurry up, get rid of your curse. Expression. Angry. Upskirt maniac. That's right, is Ali Zhang planning to give up your dream of being a script teacher just like this? And this little thing is nothing, if it's a big deal, just accept it all. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Even if you marry me, can't you become someone else? This is an actor, maybe he just has unique taste? Upskirt maniac. Where do you guys put this set of dolls? 155 Aizen. It's too easy to deal with him. The live room screen opens. What caught the audience's eyes was the picture of Uchiha Madara, Unohana Retsu, and Conan sitting in front of a monitor, and a room similar to an information processing room appeared in the picture. Book illustrators. Aizen and Ichimaru Jin. Upskirt maniac. These two are spying on Ransang? Through the screen, the audience in the live broadcast room can clearly see a neat row of monitors on the left side of the room. Aizen with brown hair and Ichimaru Jin with lavender hair are sitting in front of the monitors. And the picture played on this monitor is the image of Uchiha Madara. Pretty boy of Skull Island. I don't understand, what dolls? The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Aizen spies on Ransang through the monitor, but he doesn't know that he is also being spied on by Ransang. Book artist. In this case, the thing he wants to see is actually Ransang, who deliberately showed it to him. The villain of the Soul Society. By the way, that's probably what it means. According to Ran's words, it was like creating an information cocoon for Ran. Upskirt maniac. How did this work? Could it be surveillance bacteria? And Ransang planted surveillance bacteria on Aizen since he met him? Curly. Could it be that knife? In East Rukongai, the president's knife was not only used to force Aizen out, but also to plant surveillance bacteria on him? It's an actor. It's not. Aizen is cautious. If you use surveillance bacteria, you will definitely be discovered by him. Book artist. What is it if it's not monitoring bacteria? This is an actor. Part of Black Zetsu fragment. Fairy Chilean. Upskirt maniac. Fragments of Black Zetsu can also be used as a monitor? This is an actor. Black Zetsu's fragments are also part of Black Zetsu's consciousness. As long as the special transformation of the spiritual link is carried out, it can have surveillance effects. Moreover, it cannot be said that I planted this thing for Aizen. Advertisement wig. How to say, here's an actor. Hogyoku was forged from Soul King shards. For insurance, Aizen keeps it with him all the time. But he didn't know that the fragments of the Spirit King had the property of attracting each other. And the special fragments I transformed with part of Black Zetsu's consciousness also have the characteristics of the Spirit King. Hatchet Girl. Ah, that's right, and Ran Kingdom can also be said to be the spiritual king of the Hokage world. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Anran Sangbi is a much higher level than Ling Wang. In layman's terms, Ling Wang can only be regarded as a demigod. Benzi artist. So Ran San took advantage of the fact that the Soul King fragments can attract each other, and let Aizen's Hogyoku attract the Black Zetsu fragments by himself? This is an actor. Yes. Curly. Oh my god, this calculation is perfect. The real Uchiha Madara can never do this. Book artist. The real Uchiha Madara is definitely not good, and his routines can only deceive a little fool like Oda. Upskirt maniac. And Senju Hashirama. Book artist. Yes, and Senju Hashirama is a big fool. But speaking of it, the whole Hokage has something about Senju Tobarama's IQ. At least he guessed that Uchiha Madara was alive. Wigs. Itachi and Minato are also available, right? Book artist. Minato. That Minato whose wife ran away with Ran Sang? Upskirt madman. Peeved, Ari-chan, you are making fun of me. Minato will probably have a heart attack if he hears it. Book artist. But I'm telling the truth, the people of Kushina have all gone to Hueco Mundo. Sharkface guy. She's having a great time here. Kisame glanced at Kushina who was not far away. The red-haired princess was using her own chains to bind several Manos Grandes into a ball. Then grab another Manos Grande's head and smash it straight at it. With a bang, the entire Manos Grande colony blooms in the middle. Kushina happily named the sport. Bowling. Dried persimmon ghost shark saw the corners of his mouth twitching, but he didn't dare to stop it. After all, she is also the boss's woman, and she is just a wage earner. What can be done? Advertisement. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Don't use Ransang to compare with them, it's incomparable. It's not clear yet. Aizen shook his head slightly and said with a smile. We don't even know when Captain Uchiha Madara recruited this Uchiha Madara into the team. His past is like a mystery. After pondering for a moment, Ichimaru Jin finally rejected the idea. Because this young man has obviously been targeted by Aizen, and the person who is targeted by Aizen will definitely be caught in the mirror. Not really. The corners of Aizen's mouth were slightly curved, and the glass lenses of the black-rimmed glasses reflected the cold light. From the dialogue between him and the captain, it can be concluded that this is just a reckless man who relies on his own bravery. It is too easy to deal with this kind of person. You seem to be very interested in him, Yin, Aizen said abruptly. Eyes. Aizen called out the effects of Uchiha Madara battle, zooming in on the scene. His eyes changed patterns when he released the moves, which is really interesting. At that time, no matter how powerful it is, it can only become a fantasy. Book artist. It's wrong to be too modest. Even if I know the plot, I can't design such a script. Upskirt maniac. Me too. Hatchet girl. That's right, everyone in the entire Hokage world is being played around by Ransang. This is an actor. No need to be so embarrassing, it is only because I have the advantage of being familiar with the plot that I can easily let everyone fall into the trap. 0. Asking for flowers. Will this boy who suddenly appeared be a turning point? Should we secretly remind him to beware of Aizen? That's right. Ichimaru Jin remained calm on the surface, pretending to be calm and said, I think such a boy will definitely become a big trouble for us in the future. Really, what kind of power is this? Ichimaru Jin showed a slightly confused expression. Indeed, having such strength is unknown in the Soul Society. Ichimaru Jin stared at the image of Uchiha Madara with a meaningful tone. Has Captain Aizen seen something? Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes and continued. While everyone was talking in the live broadcast room, Aizen on the screen suddenly frowned and laughed softly. So that's it, that's not Zanpakuto's ability. 156. The intruder appears again. Reminder. The villains of Soul Society closed the live broadcast room. The number of viewers in this live broadcast room is 10, and the live broadcast lasts 5 minutes. The anchor gets a total of 50 points. Upskirt maniac. Wow, book artist, this Aizen is really arrogant. The villain of Soul Society. It's not that he's arrogant, it's that he thought he had figured out Anran's character. But he didn't know that Anran deliberately showed this character for him to see. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What you see is what I want you to see. This is the information cocoon room. Curly-haired child. Arranged tightly. Expression, covering face. This is an actor. Also because I am familiar with him enough to know what kind of person can make him paralyze. Aizen is confident, but 070 is also cautious and alert. He has many hobbies, one of which is observing others. This kind of observation is not a mere expression, but a real subtle observation. From clothing to demeanor and even subtle changes in facial expressions, these are among the key observations of Aizen. Otherwise, he wouldn't be staring at the image of Uchiha Madara repeatedly for hours. However, it is precisely because of this kind of detailed observation that Aizen can predict each person's personality extremely accurately. No kidding, I am afraid that no one in the whole family can wear a disguise mask in front of Aizen. Except Anran, Uchiha Madara who has the memory of Aizen. Fairy Chilean. It's too targeted. It can only be considered that Aizen is unlucky to meet Mr. In. Skull Island boy. Laddie learned martial arts. Laddie is very happy. Skull Island. King Kong's figure kept flashing, and he stepped onto a rock tens of meters high with a single leap. Raise your arms, and slowly make a set of the ancient tomb sect's heaven and earth net pattern according to the exercise route in your mind. The huge body seemed extremely flexible at this moment, and his temperament was even somewhat ethereal. At the end of the rehearsal, King Kong raised his right arm and waved his fist in the air. There was a loud bang, and a huge fist print appeared out of thin air on the ground in the distance. Advertisement stunned. The scene of this scene was clearly captured by the primitive tribes standing on the sentry post. All of them opened their mouths wide and stunned. And that American veteran who lived in a primitive tribe opened his eyes wide and blurted out, "What fuck?" Illustrator of the book. This. King Kong can also learn martial arts. This style of painting is too strange. Upskirt maniac. The main reason is that the rules of group chat are so powerful that they can do anything. If there is no group chat, even if we want to understand the 8 meridians, it will take a lot of effort. Curly-haired child. Be confident, I don't understand at all. Hatchet girl. Although I don't understand half of it, I think Uchiha culture is really powerful. Even a very simple sentence contains complex philosophy. Illustrator of the book. And the Uchiha ancient costumes are also very beautiful. Sister Machu is so handsome in Taoist robes. This is an actor. Well, the posture of drawing a gun is also handsome. Book artist. Peeved. I have that picture in my mind. The picture of Sister Machu drawing a gun at that time. The audience was shocked. The sanction from modern weapons. Upskirt maniac. Times have changed, friends. The villain of Soul Society. It's a pity that I didn't see such an interesting thing. Fairy Chilean. It's all right. We are going to hold a martial arts conference here, and then I will broadcast it live. Book artist. Rule in conference, you must see many masters. Fairy Chilean. Well, this time it should be bigger than the original work of Shendao. After all, what I have done in this world has already involved the interests of the officials of the Great Song Dynasty. In order to get rid of me, they should try their best. Li Machu did a lot of great things during this period. Seriously, she is no longer considered a quack, but a traitor. First, he killed the county magistrate who was doing evil at the foot of Jiangnan Mountain and seized control of the county government. Then used the county as a base to implement women's liberation policies, abolish land serfdom, and abolish the privileged status of literati. The officials were furious when they heard the news, and almost sent troops to crusade. Advertisement, however, some ministers tried their best to dissuade Li Machu, saying that Li Machu is just a reckless man in the world, so there is no need to mobilize people like this. The so-called rivers and lakes are all about the rivers and lakes, so why not deal with the rivers and lakes reckless? When the officials heard this, they immediately applauded. A unique martial arts conference is about to be staged. Upskirt maniac. But again, Sister Mo Cho can also take advantage of this opportunity to soar into the sky. Fairy Chilean. That's right, I just plan to control this martial arts world. Then guide the power of the various sects to seize the regime of the dynasty. Here's an actor. Okay, great idea. Curly-haired son. Good guy, is Machu Sauce planning to directly overthrow the feudal rule? Book artist. Hey, Yin Song, you still know the professional term of feudal rule? Surprised. Curly-haired boy. What do you mean by that? I don't like it, withdraw it for me. Wig. Well, don't underestimate us, we have also been transformed by the glorious thoughts of the president. We also hate the decadent and backward feudal rule. Curly-haired boy. You are so upright, if you weren't wearing this dress, I might really think you were my comrade. Angel 5.6 of Rain Shinobi Village. Machu, do you need help? Fairy Chilean. Probably not, but I will ask for help if necessary. Hatchet girl. On my side, the intruder radar has responded. This is an actor. Hey, it finally appeared. Upskirt maniac. Still a ghost? Hatchet girl. No open black lens bracket picture, close black lens bracket, click on the picture, and what caught everyone's eyes was a humanoid monster standing in the middle of the street with a body height of more than 10 meters. Its body and torso are made up of pale corpses of human beings after death, and the surface of the body is still oozing with black and red blood, which looks extremely terrifying. Book artist. This is a monster? 157 on my OG? Open black lens bracket intruder. Wheel demon, close black lens bracket, invasion mode. Fusion, open black lens bracket, invasion level. 3 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, world destruction. 3 close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, malicious level. 10 close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, evil value. 102 close black lens bracket. Points for killing. 1200. Origin. The intruder originated from the realm of black mist, and invaded reality through the open space gap. Close black lens bracket. Strategy tips. The runner demon confused the human corpses that have absorbed the essence and soul of itself to create a new body. Possesses extremely strong physical defense and can be killed by destroying its brain core. Close black lens bracket. Upskirt maniac. Wheel demon? Is this the legendary monster? Book artist. They are much uglier than those monsters in my impression. They belong to the ones that I don't want to collect when playing games. I don't even want to collect them even if they are SSRs. This is an actor. Huh? You white-skinned African got SSR? Curly-haired boy. Peeved. Ha 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 ha. The president really spoke my heart out. Illustrator of the book. Who is African? I just didn't perform well in the last lottery draw. Even in Ransang can't be judged casually because of a temporary failure, right? Curly-haired boy. No, I think in Ransang is explaining the facts. Book artist. FK the truth, my face is not so dark. Shouldn't it be that dark? Ying Lily began to recall in her mind, thinking about the time when she played a card game before. It seems that she also got SR after spending 200,000 yen. Wait, why only SR? Could it be that he is really an African? Ying Lily began to panic, shaking her head desperately to shake off such thoughts. Upskirt maniac. Ali Zhang, people must be self-aware. Fairy Chilean. Indeed. Book artist. You too, aren't we good sisters? Why do you want to stab me in the heart at this time? Advertisement upskirt maniac. I am happy to see your jokes because of my good sister. Book artist. All friends, Ying Lily thinks that this chick is too much, so naturally she has the same idea as herself and should be a joker. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. How is the situation with Yan Yi-chan? Hatchet girl. The fight was fierce, and the army has already entered the field. Da da da. The sound of heavy machine gun fire continued, but at most it only left shallow bullet marks on the surface of this wheel demon. Those corpses attached to the surface of the wheel demon seem to have been strengthened by some special force testis. Modern human weapons can't do any damage to it at all. The villain of Soul Society, open a live broadcast? Hatchet girl. Oh. Reminder. Hatchet girl opened a live broadcast room, and 10 viewers joined a live broadcast room. Close black lens bracket. Curly hair. Damn, this reminder to enter the live broadcast room is getting more and more perfunctory. Only 10 viewers for Nima? Book artist. Everyone is not worthy of mentioning their names. That's fine and fair to everyone. Boom. A loud bang suddenly came from the screen. Everyone's eyes turned to the picture on the screen, but they saw a large piece of fire bursting out from the body of the runner demon. 2 armed helicopters circled over its head. The boys of Skull Island. Why do these humans fight it? This is an actor, because it is an invader, an enemy who has killed innocent human beings. Skull Island boys. Oh, you can't just kill innocent people. It's an actor, yes, but for the aggressors also cannot be soft. The boys of Skull Island. What is an invader? This is an actor. A person who wantonly tramples on other people's homes and lands, and robs other people's lives and property. Skull Island pretty boy. Thank you, the group leader Ratty, for understanding. Upskirt maniac. Wow, even rockets can't break the defense? Advertisement. The black smoke from the screen dissipated. The huge runner demon is still intact except for the scorched black body surface. Shark face guy. No wonder there is an evaluation of extremely strong physical defense. Hatchet girl. Then let me do it. Gui Yanye took a breath, and held Zanpakuto tightly in his hands. Call out. But before she could make a move, a golden light suddenly passed over her head. The golden light turned into a talisman seal in midair, and a huge 6-pointed star appeared out of thin air and shrouded it towards the runner demon. It's not over yet. After controlling the wheel-running demon in front of him, another low-pitched chant sounded. The battle of the sky, the prosperity of the earth, the wandering of the wind, and the rage of the fire, with the order of the gods, to destroy. There was a sudden shock in the air. A ball of golden light descended from the sky, right in the middle of the wheel demon covered by the hexagram. Rumble. The huge wheel runner fell to the ground in response, stirring up a large cloud of smoke and dust. Huh, it's solved. Only then did Gui Yanye discover that 4 young men in special combat uniforms appeared behind her. 2 men and 2 women, with different expressions. There is still a commoner here. The blue-haired young man also found Gui Yanye, and couldn't help frowning. Did the blockade of the logistics department be negligent? If that's the case, then we can only erase 497's memory for her, another young man with yellow hair said. Isn't it a little too cruel? The white-haired woman showed an unbearable expression. Don't forget, our Onmyojis are all top-secret combat units. The blue-haired young man snorted and said, it's kindness not to silence her. He took out a piece of talisman paper and was about to stick it to Gui Yanye's forehead. I advise you not to get too close. As he spoke, Gui Yanye's right hand was already on the handle of the knife at his waist. As long as the other party dares to take a step forward, she will let the other party know what real silence is. Why? The blue-haired young man obviously didn't expect that the commoner in front of him dared to resist. Shouldn't ordinary people be scared to death after seeing this scene? Rumble. However, before he finished speaking, there was another bang. But seeing the runner demon who should have been killed, he stood upright again. Staring at the blue-haired youth with empty eyes, he gently waved the right arm wrapped around the corpse. Call out. A black skull suddenly emerged from its right arm, hitting the blue-haired young man's chest directly. The latter didn't even have time to scream, and his body suddenly turned into blood. 158 Shocking killing book artist. FK. Upskirt maniac. No way, I just disappeared like this. Wig. What kind of move is that? This is an actor. It must be some kind of special spell. That black skull is not an entity. Curly hair. Speaking of which, why is there such an existence as Onmyoji on Yan Yejang's side? This is a bit out of line in the everyday world, right? This is an actor. If it is the real everyday world, it is indeed beyond the outline, but are you sure that Rizai is the real everyday world? Upskirt maniac. Fairy Chilean. Isn't it? It's an actor. Maybe, maybe not. The plot of the day on campus we have seen is just a story derived from the author's excerpt from a corner of the world. The entire framework has not broken through the campus. No one knows if there will really be onmyoji outside the campus, right? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I understand, what we see on the campus is still only fragmented information. It does not mean that the whole world is the daily direction. Here's an actor. Not bad. You are now at the junior high school level, senior hut. Upskirt maniac. If Rizai campus is not a real daily orientation, does that mean that the government agencies on Miss Gui's side already knew about the existence of the intruder? Shark face guy. Indeed, this point should be very clear from the conversations of those onmyojis. Book artist. Tisk, these guys are indeed a virtue. The villain of Soul Society. Is Yan Yuzhong alright, do you want to help? Upskirt maniac. What's wrong with Miss Gui, why didn't you reply? Curly-haired boy. Shouldn't you be frightened? On screen. Gui Yanye looked down at the pool of blood on the ground, as if he had fallen into a state of sluggishness. How did this happen? Why did this happen? Hojo-kun, he. The information is wrong. This ghost is definitely not a C rank. This is beyond what we can deal with, retreat. Opposite Gui Yanye, those onmyojis all showed terrified expressions. But there is still a commoner. The white-haired girl looked at Gui Yanye, who was in a daze, with an expression of impatience. We can't just give her up like this. Advertisement, then you stay here and die with her. The yellow-haired young man scolded angrily, and ran away without looking back. Another purple-haired girl hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly followed up. Bang bang. However, not long after their footsteps stepped out, they saw the thick arm of the wheel-turning demon waved again, and the two of them instantly turned into two pools of blood. Miss Yuko, Mr. Kiwu. The white-haired girl opened her eyes wide, her face full of fear. Immediately, she seemed to sense something, and turned her head with a stiff expression. The chakra demon's empty eyes happened to be looking at her, and his raised arm swung down again towards her. Black light burst out. The white-haired girl's pupils contracted violently, just watching helplessly as a skull made of black mist got closer and closer. Swish. Very abruptly, a ray of sword light flashed. Under the astonished eyes of the white-haired girl, Lutu was divided into two. It turned into a trace of black smoke and dissipated in the air. Call. With flying black hair, a girl in the uniform of Sakakino Academy stood in front of her, holding a long knife. VR. The white-haired girl who survived the catastrophe breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to speak, but the girl in front of her said, "Stay away, if you don't want to die." The girl's voice was slightly low, but the white-haired girl could hear a little cheerful tone from it. What is she enjoying? He, it's really interesting. Gui Yanye stared fixedly at the runner demon, with the corners of his mouth slightly curved. With your appearance, you must be very durable. Fairy Chilean. Book artist. Yan Yuzhong. Upskirt maniac. Miss Gui, are you alright? It's okay, I'm fine. Gui Yanye didn't use text to reply, but said bluntly to the screen in the live broadcast room, and it's never been better. The wheel demon failed to make a single blow, and slowly raised his arm again, but this time, it obviously fixed itself light on Gui Yanye. The black mist condensed and entangled the arm of the runner demon made of human corpses, but before the black skull appeared, Gui Yanye's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Pooh! In the air, a bright silver light flashed. A thick arm flew into the air. Boom! Advertisement. The arm fell to the ground, and the corpses that had been condensed instantly became loose. The black mist also began to fade from their surfaces. Ow! The wheel demon let out a shrill roar, as if it was the scream of hundreds of human beings before they died. Ah, what a pleasant voice. Gui Yanye licked his lips, grinned and said, "It's unbearable." Before the words finished, the figure disappeared again. Pooh! Another arm was cut off, black sticky blood splashed down inside. I want to listen to it a few more times. Gui Yanye shook the black blood on the blade as his footsteps fell back to the ground. Puff. Crash la la za. The white-haired girl's eyes widened, and she fell into a state of sluggishness. A ghost whose strength is far beyond C rank, was easily killed by this female high school student in front of him? Fairy Chilean. Someone I like, you can't be dreaming, can you? Upskirt maniac. Peeved. Ms. Gui even said such a blunt, good money, out. Book artist. Damn, it's like a different person, from a weak girl to a queen of shaking S, hey. The pretty boys of Skull Island. What's a queen? The huge head was cut directly from the middle, and the black-red core was instantly shattered. Sluggish. The human corpses that make up the body of the wheel demon fell from the air like dumplings, filling the entire street. Hint. The hatchet girl killed a yellow-level intruder and got 1200 points. Curly hair. Wait, are you awakened? Yan Yuzhong is completely awakened, right? This is an actor. Those puddles of onmyoji blood seem to be switches, which is interesting. Ah la la, I'm very sober. Gui Yanye flipped the blade in his hand and swung it at the runner's head again. He. Doesn't Ransang also find it interesting? Gui Yanye's eyes were facing the screen, his cheeks flushed. It's really an honor to be praised by someone I like. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. A woman who is above all beings is a queen. Book artist. It's like drinking fake wine. Yan Yuzhong, please be sober. If you are not sober, I will record this passage of yours, so that you will die in the future. 159 Gui Yanye, who died in society. The so-called monster is only at this level. Looking towards the camera, Gui Yanye showed a somewhat boring expression on his face. It's so weak that it makes people feel unmotivated. Book artist. Why can't you be excited? I think you are very excited now. Upskirt maniac. Yan Yuzhong, your current state is really wrong. There's nothing wrong, this is the real me. Gui Yanyi pouted and smiled softly. Ah, and Ransang, are you looking at me? Hee, moi. He looked at Yingying without hesitation. The curtain came and blew a kiss. Curly. Hey, it's not just about drinking fake wine. Is this fake wine mixed with drugs? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, Yan Yi-chan is so bold. Asking himself, Conan felt that he couldn't do this kind of gesture of love. It seems that she is still too conservative. HMPH, what is this? I'm. Halfway through speaking, the flush on Gui Yanye's face suddenly faded. His expression froze for a moment, then his face suddenly turned red again. The picture was frozen at this moment. Immediately, the screen of the entire live broadcast room went black instantly with a snap. Reminder. Hatchet Girl closed the live broadcast room. The number of viewers in this live broadcast room is 10, and the live broadcast lasts 10 minutes. A total of 100 points will be obtained by the host. Wig. Sharkface Guy 257. It seems that Miss Yan Yi has recovered. Book artist. Whoa, are you sober? This is an actor. To be precise, the awakening state should be suppressed again. Upskirt maniac. Does Miss Gui remember what she did? Hatchet Girl. No, I don't remember. Book artist. Liar, don't you remember that you would turn off the live broadcast without warning? The villain of the Soul Society, and it doesn't seem like he doesn't remember the way he suddenly came to his senses. Hatchet Girl. Ah, please forgive me, Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Okay, moi. Advertisement book artist. Peeved, ha 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 ha. Miss Zing's damage is very real. Hatchet Girl. I'm sorry, please stop talking. Forget them, please forget them. Curly hair. Yan Yuzhong, you can't do this. Where did the previous boldness go? Where is the real you? Upskirt maniac. Speaking of which, does Miss Gui have a dual personality? Hatchet Girl. I don't know either. I felt very happy when I said those words in the fighting stage just now, and felt very ashamed when I recovered. This is an actor, not a double personality. It's just an alternative posture that can only be opened in a special state, so it can be regarded as a good talent. I just observed. Yoshiba behaves like a battle-hardened resident in that posture. To be fair, this is pretty surprising. Although the original Gui Yanye had studied kendo for several years, he had no actual combat experience at all. But in the previous posture, she was very proficient in controlling her own strength and grasping the enemy's weaknesses. This girl is like a born warrior. Illustrator of the book. Incredible, even in Ransang gave a good evaluation. Yan Yuzhong is about to take off. Hatchet Girl. Why take off? I would rather not have such a shameful talent. Curly-haired boy. Then you give it to me. Book artist. What the hell do you want to eat, and talent can't be traded. Skull Island boys. Can you eat farts? King Kong looked down at his butt, thoughtful. Upskirt maniac. No, so Elijong is just storming against Yin. It means that what he thinks is beautiful. Open black lens bracket. The pretty boys of Skull Island, so it is. Lottie was very happy to learn new knowledge about human beings. Fairy Chilean. You don't need to learn some knowledge, and it will be spoiled. Li Machu really felt deeply about this. After all, that's how she came here. From a pure little white flower that didn't know anything before, it has become beachy. A big poisonous weed that has been influenced by filth. Now she basically understands all kinds of professional terms spoken in the group in seconds. Advertisement certainly. In addition to these filth, this group can indeed learn a lot of great knowledge. For example, the advanced ideas that Anran spreads in the group can benefit her a lot every time. Lifting his foot, Uchiha Madara stepped into the void without hesitation. Reappearing, he has come to a dark, narrow room. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. So this time it was an accident? Hatchet Girl. Very strong, and Ms. Hezi said that this level has not appeared in decades. Here is seamless. The villains of the Soul Society. Form troops. It seems that our previous guess was correct. Your government departments have long known about the existence of the invaders. Upskirt maniac. Miss Gui, did that white-haired girl tell you about her background? Book artist. I heard from those onmyojis earlier that the wheel-running monster is above sea level. Is it considered very strong? But Uchiha Madara is obviously not the kind of person who takes the usual path, and he doesn't care about the dogma and rules of the Soul Society. Usually, to enter the infernal affairs, you need to pass the joint review of the captain and 46 sages. Then use the special Kido unprinting technique to open the door to the infernal affairs. This is an actor. Too little information to analyze, unless the intrusion node can be found. The message was sent out. Uchiha Madara stretched out his right hand and tapped the air in front of him lightly. With a sound of buzz, an oval-shaped black hole suddenly opened in front of him. At the moment when his figure appeared in this room, a slightly soft voice suddenly sounded. You are indeed here, Uchiha Madara. Curly-haired boy. I don't want to be told by you old Siji. It was also because of the influence of this advanced thought that she came up with the idea of transforming the world. Hatchet Girl. Yes, they called the intruders ghosts. If you divide it from weak to strong, the weakest is E rank, and the strongest is S rank. Book artist. Indeed, especially what the old hammer like Aizen said is the worst thing to learn. Wujin is not a prison cell, but a special space exiled. The location of this space is just under the conference hall of Central 46. Hatchet Girl. Ms. Kazuko. She said she is from the Special Administration Bureau, Frontline Operations Section. There are 8 teams in the entire Koli, and each team is composed of onmyoji. 160 spark-lit dark, cramped spaces. Uchiha Madara stared at the opposite side. A figure in a long linen coat was sitting on a chair. He was rather handsome, with pale skin. The hands and feet were firmly fixed by the binding belts that absorbed spiritual power, and the eyes were also covered with special black cloth strips. But even so, this man can still accurately call Uchiha Madara's name, and he doesn't seem to be surprised by the arrival of Uchiha Madara. Yes, I'm here. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, and turned her gaze to the luxuriously dressed woman behind the man. Shuangye, he can see me. The woman was surprised, and said loudly, I obviously didn't plan to show myself in front of him. But this guy has a really white face, no worse than you go. By the way, why can't I perceive his Ryatsu? The man called Shuang Yi's expression remained unchanged, and he said indifferently, because he has already reached that level. The man's full name is Soya Mojo, who once defeated the 7th generation Kenpachi favored by Unohana Retsu and successfully became the 8th generation Kenpachi. The strength is very strong, and Zanpakuto's ability is even more weird. Bankai are then able to merge into spirit particles of non-living matter. You can control this substance to bind or attack enemies just like using your hands and feet. Although it can't inflict too much damage to the enemies on the surface of Ryatsu, this ability can turn itself into spirit particles and integrate into the entire Jinglingding. In other words, the entire Jingling court today can be regarded as a part of Mochung Shuangye. In this state, Mo Chungshuang also knew almost all the secrets of Jinglingding. No one can do anything to escape his perception unless special Ryatsu shielding means are used. That's why he has information about Uchiha Madara. Certainly, if Uchiha Madara really wants to, he also has many ways to block the opponent's probe. It's just that he thinks that Mo Chungshuang is a very good talent, and he wants to attract him. Naturally, it is necessary for the other party to have a preliminary understanding of themselves. Advertisement in the woman standing behind Mo Chungshuang is exactly as Zanpakuto materialized. Rain Zalu. After the first Bankai in Mojo City Shuangya, he has been in the Bankai state, no longer. That level. Yulu Zalu was stunned, looked at Uchiha Madara with wide eyes and said, This is really surprising, you are obviously a little one. By the way, little one. You have a girlfriend well? What do you think of my sister? As she spoke, she puffed out her chest fiercely. Shut up, you idiot. Mo Chungshuang also reprimanded blankly. Oh, is Shuang Yi jealous? Yulu Zalu squinted her eyes, covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. HMPH, you pervert sister-in-law. Yulu Zalayu's appearance is no different from that of Mo Chungshuang's dead sister, so she didn't hesitate to label her as a sister controller. Mo Chungshuang didn't continue to talk to his talkative Zanpakuto, and turned to Uchiha Madara and said, What is your purpose here? You should be very clear. Uchiha Madara crossed her arms, her face full of arrogance. Sorry, please forgive me for refusing. Mo Chungshuang was also silent for a moment, and said, I don't think Aizen is your opponent even without my help. That's right, he did know what Uchiha Madara did in Jinglingding, so he took it for granted that the other party's target was Aizen. Otherwise, it would not be so targeted. Hey, I seem to be underestimated. Uchiha Madara sneered and said, Just to deal with Aizen? So in your eyes, I am only so small? Isn't it to deal with Aizen? Mo Chungshuang was also stunned, and frowned. What exactly do you want to do? Of course it's to destroy the corruption of this world. Uchiha Madara said with a cold and arrogant expression, Aizen Sōsuke is just a stepping stone for me to accomplish this goal. The decay that destroys the whole world? For hundreds of years, due to the bad tastes of the great nobles, the young Mo Chungshuang and her sister were thrown into the execution ground to fight against Shu. After meditating here for more than 100 years, he finally discovered the reason. Advertisement he once transferred this hatred to Shu, trying to transform the residents of Rukongai into weapons of war against Hueco Mundo. Because compared with the huge chain of interests formed by this system, the power of individuals is really too small. Even if Mo Chungshuang already possesses strength beyond the captain level, he doesn't think he can shake it. Mo Chungshuang also froze suddenly, trembling slightly. Hearing the words spoken by the young man in front of him, the flame in his heart was ignited again. In fact, he didn't want to let go of Wan. In the end, only a smile of my sister was left, imprinted in Mo Chungshuang's mind. What killed his sister was not only Shu He and those noble individuals, but the most important thing was the noble privilege system. Mole City Shuang also of course knows what is the source of corruption, which is the privilege system of the great nobles of the Soul Society. It was also the culprit that caused his sister's death. But today, in order to protect Shuang Yamojo, the elder sister reluctantly used the Kido, Shuanglian Kango pendant, which was originally unusable, causing her body to explode, and the giant Manos Grande holding her in her mouth exploded. The flame was extinguished, and Mo Chungshuang's heart was also shrouded in endless darkness. But Mo Chungshuang, who had figured it out, began to avoid this fact instead, unwilling to face it. Otherwise, this Wujin couldn't trap him at all. Even so, those nobles are still not satisfied, ordered to continue to put Shu into the execution ground. The desperate Mo Chungshuang also awakened at this moment. Zanpakuto, Yulu Dekulu's powerful Li Wang killed all the nobles on the scene without a single one left. Ask for flowers, later, because he realized that the Ling Wang did not agree with his actions, he surrendered himself to Central 46 and was imprisoned to the bottom of the underground prison. HMPH, it seems that you've already figured it out. Uchiha Madara's mouth curved slightly, pointing out. As you have painful memories, you should be very clear about the source of decay, right? Don't you really want to be so easy? Let go? On the surface, Mo Chungshuang also seemed to have taken revenge, but at that time, he didn't feel relieved, and the flame of hatred in his heart never faded. 161 Aizen on top Jingling Court, inside the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. Sure enough, as I expected. Aizen looked at the part of the information about Uchiha Madara in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly curved. This is a man who only pursues his own personal bravery. But it's also scary enough. Ichimaru Jin, who was standing next to him, continued, "Did you kill the special Vasto Lord 200 years ago? If it is based on the records in this document, it should not be Vasto Lord." After a moment of silence, Aizen said lightly, "I can hardly see any imaginary characteristics, showing a human-like cheek. I'm afraid that's what we're after." "What are we after?" Ichimaru Jin was taken aback, and asked a little puzzled. "Is Captain Aizen talking about Rancor?" "That's right, it's really surprising." Aizen stood up from 403, beside the desk, and looked up at the fluorescent database in front of him. "I didn't expect such a group of existences to live in the cracks of the Manos Grande forest. It seems that our development of Hueco Mundo is far from enough. Actually, we can't blame us." Ichimaru Jin narrowed his eyes, showing his trademark fox smile, and said, "After all, even the king of the virtual circle has no information about them." "Silver, do you really think that Baragan has no information about these people?" Aizen said in a gentle voice, unhurriedly. "Don't forget, the king of the virtual circle is just submitting to us." "Oh, what a bad intention." Ichimaru Jin shook his head, pretending to be helpless, and said, "Companions should obviously trust each other, but this is not acceptable." "Of course, I'm just guessing." Aizen turned to face the passageway and said with a smile, "Maybe Legang really doesn't know. We can't punish our subordinates for such trumped-up charges." Die laughing. "You won't punish your subordinates for nothing. Then how did the fourth seed of the former fifth team die?" Ichimaru Jin slandered inwardly, but on the surface he nodded in agreement. "It's time for us to go, Silver." Aizen glanced at him and said softly, "Hinamori has already prepared lunch for me. As a man, you shouldn't miss the appointment." "Captain Aizen seems to treat that little girl a little differently," Ichimaru Jin pointed out. "People who have longing for themselves are the best to control." The corners of Aizen's mouth curled up, and he smiled softly. "Slowly walk out of the corridor crossing, facing the shadow on the right side." "Thank you, Mr. Tokunada." "No, just take what you need." Suniyashiro Tokunada's figure emerged from the shadows, with a slightly sickly smile on his lips. "I'm really looking forward to what kind of great achievements you will make next." Advertisement. The so-called taking what they need is because when he killed his entire clan, he borrowed the power of Aizen. Correspondingly, Suniyashiro Tokunada also agreed to provide Aizen with the right to use the Great Soulbook Corridor. "Ah, you will see." Aizen smiled confidently and said, "But before that, I advise you to be careful. As far as I know, the senior from the fourth team has already stared at It's up to you." "Really, I want to see how they will deal with me." Suniyashiro Tokunada grinned with a little excitement on his face. "This idiot is still as arrogant as ever." Aizen didn't speak again, and walked straight out of the corridor with Ichimaru Jin. He actually looks down on Suniyashiro Tokunada. On the surface, he said that he despised the nobles, but he has been committing crimes relying on his status as a nobleman. And this guy obviously has a bad brain, but he has a strong desire to destroy. Aizen feels that no matter what kind of plans this kind of person has, it is impossible to succeed. Similarly, people with distorted personalities are not suitable for being subordinates, because they are not easy to control. Therefore, Aizen did not intend to have a deep friendship with someone like Suniyashiro Tokunada. But when he needs it, this guy is a good cannon fodder. Thinking of this, Aizen's figure gradually disappeared from Suniyashiro Tokunada's sight. He didn't see that the man behind him was staring at him with a pair of scarlet pupils, and the three black hooked jades were slowly turning. The villain of Soul Society. It seems that Aizen has already played tricks. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yeah, next you will definitely go after the group of Arankar in the cracks in the forest of Manos Grande. Fairy Chilean. Benzi Illustrator. You guys secretly monitored Aizen again, and then you didn't broadcast live. Upskirt Maniac. That's right, let's have fun too. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, definitely next time. Book Artist. Peeved, this meme, ha 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 ha, it reminds me of the past. Hatchet Girl. What is it? Advertisement. Book Artist. At that time, when Ransang was still playing Aizen in Hokage, Ayin asked the group leader to lead everyone to defeat Aizen, and Ransang made a backhand to make sure next time. Upskirt Maniac. Let Ransang FK herself. This is too real. Curly-haired son. At the time, no one knew that the president was Aizen. This is an actor. Kisame, don't take the initiative to contact Aizen, let him spend more time. He will not cherish things that are too easy to get. Shark Face Guy. Got it. The villain of the Soul Society. And Ran, how do you plan to arrange Mochung Shuangye? This is an actor. I plan to let him stay in Wujin for the time being, waiting for the opportunity. By the way, pay attention to the movements of other great nobles, those gray transaction chains must be cut off first. Book Artist. Make the best use of everything, and Ransang is still amazing. Curly-haired child. I'm curious, how is the work progress on Kisame's side? How many original espadas have you recruited? Shark Face Guy. 2, Stark and Holly Bell. Curly-haired boy. Just 2. Hey, your professional level is really bad. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What about Nilu Chan? I really like her, so I didn't recruit her. Book artist. Yes, Nilu-chan is very cute, 4.6 shark face guy. She is still the third Espada under Aizen, so I'm afraid she won't be willing to join us. It's an actor, no rush, she should not be Espada anytime soon. As Uchiha Madara with Aizen memories, he certainly has this confidence. For those things that happened to Nilu in the original book, Aizen actually knew clearly. But even so, he still did not have any punishment for Noitra and Zaelaporo, the instigators. This is tantamount to encouraging cannibalism among Arankars in disguise. The root cause is that Aizen did not regard these Arankars as companions. For him, everyone is just a tool to achieve his own interests. This kind of thinking is terrible, but it is also very terrible. Refined egoists will never understand the meaning of the word unity. Point 162 The Blasphemer tears. Curly-haired son. What the hell? Yan Yuzhong, you actually joined the government's combat troops? Hatchet girl. Yes, I don't know how to reject Miss Kazuko. Book artist. Yan Yuzhong, you are such a nice person. Hatchet girl. Sorry, book artist. Well, no need to apologize, I don't mean to blame you. It's just a little emotional, you probably haven't known that white-haired girl for long. Is it really good to trust her so much? Hatchet girl. Actually, I also want to complete world quests through my own efforts. Wigs. Going the government route? IMHO, it's nearly impossible to complete world quests this way. If you want to climb to the highest position in the island government, you can't do it by personal strength. It also needs contacts, means, and the support of the big chables. How could those big chables let a female high school student take over? Hatchet girl. Of course not this way, I'm not stupid. The ghost matter may be announced to the public in the near future. I think this should be my chance too. Here's an actor. Oh, the superhero line. Hatchet girl 18. That's the reason. Fairy Chilean. That's fine. Not only can gain prestige, but also win the mass base. In this case, the resistance to controlling the world will be much smaller. Book artist. Awesome, Yan Yuzhong. I thought you were just a simple nice guy. The angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yan Yuzhong who can walk and never be a good person. Upskirt maniac. Peeved. Ha 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 ha. Curly. Conan's summary is really incisive. Hatchet girl. Oh, Miss Conan, didn't we say we should stop talking about this? Skull Island handsome boy. I caught an octopus today, which one of you wants it? Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Book artist. Ying Lily looked at the photo sent by King Kong, the corners of her mouth twitched violently. Advertisement. The head of this octopus is almost as big as a locomotive. The 8 tentacles covered with suction cups can even restrain King Kong's huge body. Skull Island boys. Trust me, it's delicious. Book artist. Even if you say that, we can't afford it, how long will it take to eat such a big octopus? The boys of Skull Island. Meals for 2. Curly, don't take us for you, hey. Upskirt maniac. We may have to eat those 2 meals for months. No, I just had dinner. I can't talk about food anymore. The villain of Soul Society. What does Saturn eat at night? Upskirt maniac. Steak and pasta, the 2 of us ate a dozen steaks. Book artist. Huh, you're talking to Sister Pao again? Upskirt maniac. Magino Shirley. Hatchet girl. Substitution? This is an actor. I turned to mug Yi Shenli's brand today. Upskirt maniac. It's not a flop, it's a normal friendship. Saturn Ruiko couldn't help but make an excuse, and then felt her arm touch something very soft. Turning his face away in doubt, he saw that Mai Yi Shenli had stretched out 2 arms at this moment, holding his right arm tightly in his arms. #T. This was Saturn Ruiko's first reaction. Then, she felt something was wrong. The posture of the 2 of them seems to be a little different from the relationship between friends, a young couple in love. I must have thought too much, right? Saturn took a breath, and asked in a soft tone as much as possible. That, Magino, or you? I'm a little cold. Mai Yi Shenli replied in a low voice. Is it Sha Tien now? Saturn Lazy's mouth twitched fiercely, and finally couldn't help complaining. Advertisement. Magino Shenli blushed, but he still didn't let go. I'm still a little scared, there is no one on the street. God is so scared. Saturn didn't know what to say. You, the murderous head of Anbu, told me that you were afraid of the dark? Who would believe that? However, it is true that there is no one on the street. Saturn didn't bother about her hugging her arm anymore, and looked around. The whole street was empty, not a single person could be seen. Not quite right. This is the ring road of the 7th school district, which belongs to the bustling area. It's only 8 or 9 o'clock now, why is there no one there? Boom. Just as Saturn Reniko was thinking this, a huge explosion suddenly came from the front. A crooked crack suddenly spread towards this side. What's going on, an earthquake? Mai Yi Shenli was stunned, his face full of surprise. No, it's something scarier than an earthquake. Pulling his arm out of Magino Shirley's arms, Saturn said, Muno, get out of here first. In a flash, Yi Yuan disappeared in place. Reappearing, Saturn Reniko's figure was already standing under a certain overpass. The eyes are full of scars. 840. The entire concrete road is like tofu that has been cut open, showing a series of knife marks. The lamppost was cut off diagonally, and various parts were scattered around. And right in the middle of this area, lay a blood-stained boy in a white shirt. Another purple-haired woman with a long knife in her hands stood beside the boy. Kamiho Tuma, Kanzaki Kaori, Sad and Ruiko instantly recognized the identities of these two people. At the same time, I also understood that I was afraid that I broke into the plot scene in the Forbidden World. I'm afraid that it is precisely because Kanzaki Kaori has placed the spell of dispelling idlers around, that's why there are no people around here. Who are you? Kanzaki Kaori obviously didn't expect someone to break into this place, and asked with a full face of guard. Cough, pure passerby. After figuring out what happened, Sad and Reniko didn't care much about it. I just want to get out as soon as possible, how about you continue? Passerby? Kanzaki Kaori looked her up and down, and seemed to think of something. So, are you that blasphemer? Meeting me will be your misfortune. Flipping his wrist, the blade slashed straight towards the direction where Sad and Ruiko was. 163 King Kong expresses that he wants to learn sword. Hey, wait. Sad and Riniko's figure flickered, and a blade of light slashed across her side. A long gully suddenly appeared on the entire ground. What do you mean by blasphemer? Are you asking knowingly? Kanzaki Kaori frowned, and said, the source of your power is neither science nor magic. It's an alternative special system, right? Is this a blasphemer? Sad and Renko was puzzled. There are already enough camps in this world, and there is no need to add a new camp. Kanzaki Kaori took a breath and said, according to the internal resolution of the Christian system, your existence is a question of God. So that's how it is. Sad and Reniko probably understood it, and mocked it all over his face. Having said so much, you believers of gods are actually excluding yourself in the name of gods. You really deserve to be champions. Indeed. Kanzaki Kaori didn't deny this, and nodded frankly. But for the stability of this world, sacrifices are sometimes required. In this case, why not let your the Pope die? Sadden retorted. That will cause turmoil in the Christian system. As he spoke, Kanzaki Kaori launched another attack. The Kishin Kidao in his hand reflected the cold light under the moonlight. Turbulence is turbulence, it's none of my business. Renko was also P********* off, and pulled out the Zanpakuto from her waist without hesitation. Ding! The two long knives collided and sparks flew everywhere. Give it up, I won't kill you. Kanzaki Kaori said solemnly, instead, I will personally take you to complete the baptism. In this case, your status as a blasphemer will also disappear. Then I really thank you. Sad and Renko pressed down her wrist, forcing Kanzaki Kaori back, but I'm sorry. I'm a firm materialist, I don't believe in God. Materialist? Kanzaki Kaori was stunned, his face full of astonishment. Ah, don't you understand? Sad and Lizzie sighed and said, yes, for you God believers, it is very difficult to understand the theory of the indestructibility of matter. After all, you don't even have the human brain. It's not clear how big the memory reserve is. What do you mean? Kanzaki Kaori asked in a deep voice. Human beings won't be blown out of their heads just because they only memorized 103,000 little pornographic books. Shaking his head, Sad and Lizzie said helplessly. You've been tricked, girl. What? Kanzaki Kaori's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Advertisement Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ah, no, it feels like the body has been hollowed out. Curly. Huh? Book artist, Sister Conan, what did you do to get hollowed out? Soul Society villain. I'm fighting her swordsmanship. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What kind of battle? I was only abused on one side. The knife in my hand never touched your clothes. The villain of Soul Society. This is the subtlety of Dubu 9 swords, which is to predict the enemy's opportunity first and strike later. Whoever created this set of sword techniques is truly a genius. Archangel Rain Shinobi Village. It's as if I didn't learn Dubu 9 swords, but my broken sword style is useless to you. Soul Society's villain. In breaking the sword, you must first understand the opponent's sword path. How can you cut it when you come up like this? Hatchet girl. So the swordsmanship in the martial arts world is also useful for Sister Wa at this level? Soul Society's villain. It's very useful. This is an actor. The way of Kendo is about state, not pure brute force like energy intensity. In terms of artistic conception alone, Washa swordsmanship is much more advanced than the Island Country School of Swordsmanship. Illustrator of the book. Can Kendo be practiced to a high level and produce qualitative changes? For example, the law of extension and extension, rules and so on? This is an actor, of course. I am now learning the law of the sword. But the speed of entry is too slow, not as good as other laws I have mastered. Hatchet girl. Wow, hasn't Ransang's swordsmanship approached the level of law? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No wonder Miss Wa bullies me, an elementary school student, because she doesn't fight with you in swordsmanship? The villain of Soul Society. Just like what Mocho said, shouldn't persimmons be picked when they are soft? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Curly. Ha 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 ha. Conan-chan was speechless for a moment. Pretty boy of Skull Island. I want to learn sword too. Curly-haired boy. Are you kidding me? You are King Kong. Hello. King Kong uses swordsmanship to fight? What kind of picture is that? Advertisement book artist. Besides, you need to find a usable sword. Hatchet girl. You probably won't be able to find it, may require special forging. Pretty boy of Skull Island. I must learn, I think the sword suits my temperament. Fairy Chilean. Wig. Book artist, Ratty, as King Kong, I think you should be more sober. Also, could you please clarify the concept and meaning of temperament first? Upskirt maniac. You guys are chatting so lively, Curly, so what? Book artist. Leizajong, didn't you sleep with the harem? Upskirt maniac. I'm just a big-headed ghost. I got into a fight with someone on the way home. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Is this Kanzaki Kaori? How did you meet her? Upskirt maniac. I broke into the forbidden plot between him and Kamijo Tuma. As a result, Kanzaki Kaori said that I was a blasphemer and gave me 10 powers. Then we hit it off. The villain of Soul Society. Are you not hurt? For money? Upskirt maniac. No, there was no real fight. Knowing that she was fooled by the Puritan high level, she ceased fighting, and now she is thinking about how to safely remove Index's collar. Here's an actor. First open the 5-fold barrier, and trap her with the double Bakudo number 61 and number 63. Then let Kamijo Tuma handle it and solve it easily. Upskirt maniac. Okay, thank you and Ransang. Book illustrator. Compared with this, I am more curious about what the hell is an art reader. Upskirt maniac. Said that I am a force that does not belong to science or magic, and I should not exist for the sake of world balance. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. How did Kanzaki Kaori know about you? Could it be? It's an actor. No need to. It must be Yari's tower. Want to test my bottom line? It's really interesting. If this is the case, I have to give him a big gift when I have a chance. 164 The Invisible Empire Curly. A big gift? Book illustrator. What kind of gift is a gift? Can you reveal the drama? This is an actor. For example, the Artificial Heaven project was completely aborted, which should be a surprise to him. Fairy Chilean. Indeed. Book artist. I'm afraid I'll have a heart attack in surprise. The Artificial Heaven project is the lifeblood of Yari's tower. He sacrificed his wife and daughter, and all the ideals he pursued all his life had to be fulfilled by this plan. If this is destroyed, people are afraid that they will be promoted directly to the doctor. This is an actor. I think so, but it will take me a while to get out of here. Upskirt maniac. And Ransang, what do you mean? You want to come to my side? It's an actor, yes, but if Saturn doesn't welcome me, then forget it. Upskirt maniac. How come? Book artist. Exactly, how could Leizajong not welcome you? Even so welcome that I want to give you a post. Upskirt maniac. You say it's not a harem. What's the matter with you, Ali-chan? Pretty boy of Skull Island. Everyone, look at my sword. Open black lens bracket picture 843 close black lens bracket. Book artist. Fairy Chilean. Hatchet girl. Are you a sword? The corners of Gui Yanye's mouth twitched violently, black lines all over his head. This so-called sword should have been ingeniously made by King Kong with unknown animal bones. But this shape is not so much a sword as it is something unspeakable in a man. It makes people call spicy eyes. Advertisement wig. I need to correct you, Latison. You are a cannon, the new Armstrong cannon. Curly. The degree of completion is quite high. Skull Island pretty boy. Well, it looks like Ratty may not have the talent for blacksmithing. Illustrator of the book. Goddamn forging talent. What kind of forging talent do you need for a King Kong? Wouldn't it be good to just go to the Empire State Building in the United States and take a flight? Pretty boy from Skull Island. Letty won't do that kind of thing. Letty wants to learn from Mr. Enron to be a gentle King Kong. Curly-haired. Hey, are you telling a funny joke? You, Beeb, look like you have nothing to do with meekness. Don't give up your style. B asterisk 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 D. Skull Island boy. It's this so-called style that makes you stereotype King Kong, doesn't it? What Ratty has to do is to change it. Curly-haired boy. FK. Are you really Laddie? Could it be someone wearing orangutan skin pretending to be King Kong? Sakata Jintoki was really shocked. Did King Kong really say such philosophical words? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Don't underestimate Ratty. Although it looks like an orangutan, it is actually very smart. During this period of time, we can say that we have seen its transformation and growth visible to the naked eye, right? Book artist. Yes. And growing fast. Skull Island boy. Hey, this is the result of learning from everyone and Mr. and Ran. This is an actor. Also rely on your own efforts. You know Hannah, what did Kuretsuchi Miyuri say? Soul Society villain. As you predicted, he's interested. Now, it seems to be researching a device that can invade the shadow space. Why do you say like? Because in the sight of Hannah, Kuretsuchi Miyuri is slowly digging open his stomach, taking out the internal organs bit by bit and putting them into some kind of special container. Afterwards, he put the container into the experimental equipment that was flashing blue light somewhere, and observed the data displayed on the screen of the experimental table expectantly. The whole process gives people a very strange sense of sacredness. Advertisement is obviously doing a scientific experiment, but it feels like a cult's sacrificial ceremony. Of course, the premise is not to disturb his experiment, otherwise it won't be easy for the Spirit King to come. His law of space also works on shadows, and he can directly tear open the shadows and enter the territory of the Invisible Empire. In the bloody battle thousands of years ago, they were directly defeated by Godai 13 led by Old Man Shan. With only one breath left, Yuhabok led the remnants to hide in the loosely guarded Jinglingding. Later, the Lingzi space was built in the shadow of Jinglingding, so it was called Invisible Empire. In the Invisible Empire, the Star-Crossed Knights are composed of more outstanding Quincians. Emperor Juhabok bestowed on each regiment a holy text and representative power. Book artist. Invading the shadow space? Isn't Ransang planning to directly start a war with the Invisible Empire? It's an actor. Yeah, like I'd love to see. How far would Aizen evolve if Hogyoku absorbs Yuhabok, the son of the Soul King? The Invisible Empire, that is, the Quincy group under the jurisdiction of Yuhabak. Yunohana Retsu is a little unsure. This is an actor. It's not me. It's total war between Gode 13 and Quincy. If I want to deal with those Quincy divisions, I don't need to wait for Kuretsuchi Miyuri's research at all. Seeing Yunohana's confused gaze, Kuretsuchi Miyuri said in a hoarse voice, I am indeed studying the method of invading the shadow space. But if you want to stuff your body into the invisible shadow, you must first conduct a stress test of the internal organs, that's it. Don't doubt it, Captain Yunohana. Usually, Kuretsuchi Miyuri doesn't bother to explain to others. But Yunohana Retsu is special, and he still has respect for this captain who has survived for 1,000 years. Fairy Chilean. That's true. In the original book, it was only when the Invisible Empire officially declared war on the Shinigami that the latter reacted slowly. This should be a research device, right? Hatchet Girl. Did Ransang have a purpose in doing this? Really, then please continue. Yunohana Retsu nodded, and turned her eyes to the light curtain in front of her again. Upskirt Maniac. That's what you said, but Ransang also contributed to this situation. If you hadn't asked Sister Wa to remind Kuretsuchi Miyuri, I'm afraid the Shinigami would not have discovered that there is an invisible empire in the shadows. 165 Kuretsuchi Miyuri's Bad Taste Soul Society, West Rukongai near Bidomen. Just to fight against the remnants of the rebel forces. Is it necessary to call so many people? Sui Feng looked around at the captains and asked with a confused face. She didn't take it seriously when she received a summons from the writing team in the morning. The so-called residual rebellion, no matter how strong it is, may not be as strong as those murderers who escaped seamlessly, right? Seeing the battle in front of her, she even wanted to call him a good guy. In addition to her, the second captain, there were 5th Captain Aizen Sōsuke, 7th Captain Komamura Sajin, 9th Captain Tusen Kanami, 11th Captain Zaraki Kenpachi, Deputy Captain Kusajishi Yachiru, and the weird 12-band team Captain Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Half of Gode 13 captains are on the line, plus Uchiha Madara at the bottom of the line. How terrifying is this remnant rebellious force? So many captains are needed to come out together. Since the commander-in-chief has made such an arrangement, we only need to carry it out. The one who answered her was Komamura Sajin wearing an iron mask on his head. For justice to be done, necessary preparations should be made, his friend Tusen Kanami continued. Hey, are you the guy who killed Kamakura? Unlike other captains who focused on the action missions, Zaraki Kenpachi kept his eyes on Uchiha Madara. Come and play a game with me. Kamakura is one of those prisoners of East Rukongai who briefly fought Zaraki Kenpachi decades ago. At that time, the two were tied. Since Uchiha Madara was able to kill Kamakura, it means that this pair is the one driven by Zaraki Kenpachi. Zaraki, don't forget our mission. Sui Feng frowned and reminded. For Sui Feng, Uchiha Madara is her savior. Although the boy's words were a bit irritating, she still didn't want him to be entangled by the beast Zaraki Kenpachi. Zaraki Kenpachi ignored her at all and just stared at Uchiha Madara. Advertisement in his eyes, the mission doesn't matter at all. The most important thing is to fight with the strong, and the frankness of the fight is the most important thing. Wait until you come back alive. Uchiha Madara slowly opened her lightly closed eyes and replied indifferently. He did intend to fight Zaraki Kenpachi, not for the bloody fun, but for Yunohana Retsu. Of course, that's assuming Zaraki Kenpachi makes it back alive from the Invisible Empire. Huh, that's the deal. Zaraki Kenpachi didn't care about the other party's tone. As long as he agrees to fight, these are not problems. This boy seems to know the truth about this mission. Aizen's brown eyes flickered with curiosity. Of course, he didn't believe that so many people gathered here to fight against some rebellious forces, which was not in line with the captain's style of doing things. That person has always acted according to the rules. No matter how big the incident is, he will first ride to Central 46 for advice. But this time, he did not hesitate to bypass Central 46 and dispatch 7 captain-level Shinigami directly. So, what kind of existence made him feel threatened? Aizen's thinking didn't last long, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri revealed the answer. Perhaps everyone is confused, but our mission this time is not to hunt down rebels. Isn't it crusade against rebellion? Sui Feng's eyes were wide open, his face full of surprise. In that case, why did you call us here? So, the brain is a good thing. I hope you all have it. Kuretsuchi Miyuri pouted at her disdainfully, and sarcastically said, the reason for being so cautious is to avoid the enemy's surveillance and surveillance. You be asterisk 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 D. Sui Feng was obviously very angry, and he gritted his teeth. What kind of enemy can spy on the Shinigami in Seirei, please tell me. Enemies hiding in the shadows. Kuretsuchi Miyuri did not hide anything, and said bluntly, our enemies are hiding in the shadows of Jinglingding. The huge space of the Lingding court. Ask for flowers, advertisement what? All the captains showed expressions of astonishment and surprise. Komamura Sajin asked in a deep voice. Is it true that there are enemies hiding in our shadow? Yes. Kuretsuchi Miyuri was satisfied with the performance of the captains, and he was delighted by the disbelief on their faces. I also discovered this problem based on the reminder of Captain Yunohana. There are 1/14 more Lingzi branches in the shadow than in other places. 1/14, calculated according to the Soul Society's spirit seed concentration, there is obviously only a slight difference. No wonder no one found out for so long. Point 0 discovered by Yunohana Retsu. Aizen frowned, and subconsciously glanced at Uchiha Madara. Through this analysis by Kuretsuchi Miyuri, combined with the information he found in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, he can basically be sure that, Those enemies hiding in the shadow of the Soul Society are the Quincy Masters thousands of years ago. However, isn't this timing a bit too coincidental? Why did Unohana Retsu discover this problem shortly after Uchiha Madara joined the fourth team? Although Aizen doesn't like to speculate, he feels that there must be some kind of connection. If we can solve the riddles, maybe we can get another interesting truth. Everyone, please take this. Kuretsuchi Miyuri took out a few strangely shaped small boxes from his sleeve and grinned. They can help you enter the shadow of Jingling. How do I use this? Zaraki Kenpachi took the small box and fiddled with it curiously. Hearing a pop, the whole person suddenly disappeared in place. Ah, I forgot to tell everyone. Kuretsuchi Miyuri smiled softly and said, I have already set up the teleportation mechanism to enter the shadow space. Just turn the small button on the box, and you can teleport directly in. You just didn't say anything on purpose. Although the captains had no expression on their faces, they were crazily complaining in their hearts. 166 Total War Curly. Grass, this Kuretsuchi Miyuri is really doing it. Book artist. Just go in like this, is Zaraki Kenpachi okay? Soul Society villain. Hard to say. With the current strength of Zaraki Kenpachi, it may not be a problem to deal with individual Star Crusaders. But if there are more than 2 enemies, it will be very difficult. Upskirt Maniac. And what if he had to run into the 4 guards members of Juhabak? The villain of the Soul Society, dead. According to the order of the holy text bestowed by Juhabak, the members of the 4 guards are C, D, M, and X. Each of them has extremely strange abilities, and their strength is no less than that of the 0 Division members of the Guardian Spirit Palace. The power of Zaraki Kenpachi needs a battle between life and death to be gradually unsealed. Encountering an existence of this level, it is impossible for them to 777. Give him such an opportunity, let him GG directly. Book artist. Poor Zaraki, I hope he can go away peacefully. Upskirt Maniac. Does Ali-chan hate Zaraki Kenpachi? Book artist. I don't like it anyway, he killed our lovely sister Wa. The villain of the Soul Society. Don't make trouble, I'm still alive. Hatchet Girl. Miss Wa didn't come to participate in this battle? The villains of the Soul Society. In order to prevent those Quincy's from jumping over the wall, the captain arranged for me and several other captains to guard the Soul Society. Of course, this is actually unnecessary. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. In Ransang's plan, the Quincy Empire has no future. In the screen, including Uchiha Madara, all the captains have turned the boxes in their hands one after another, disappearing outside the Baidao Gate one after another. The screen jumps, and what everyone sees is a city that seems to be frozen. The architectural style here is obviously different from the Japanese Soul Society. The streets made of white marble, the clock towers, and the painted glass are full of European atmosphere. There was no sunlight in the gray sky, and thick fog reverberated throughout the space. Advertisement Uchiha Madara turned his gaze to the tall tower piercing through the smog in the center, which is the residence of Juhabak, Silver Frame City. Book artist. Oh my god, this real scene seems to be more desolate than the comics. It's like a frozen dead city. Upskirt Maniac. That's right, I don't know how those Quincy Masters can live in such a place. No electricity, no water, no entertainment, not even the sun. Curly. But in a sense, this should be the holy land of pear sauce. Book artist. Fairy Chilean. What do you mean Yin? Curly-haired child. If she had wanted to draw a lottery in a city full of European atmosphere, she might have succeeded in smuggling. Book artist. I'm not African, you go to hell, Skull Island. What about those Shinigami captains? Did they get separated from Mr. Enron? It's not wandering away. Uchiha Madara shook his head and said, this teleportation mechanism is inherently random. Kuretsuchi Miyuri never entered the shadow space, so naturally he didn't leave a sign here. The villain of the Soul Society. The surveillance video he personally left was sent back. The man was in the southwest direction and did not encounter the enemy. Well, I have already sensed it. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, and said, Aizen is approaching Silver Frame City, and Tusen Kanami is converging towards him. Sui Feng is in the north, and Komamura Sajin is in the southeast. As for more. Before he finished speaking, a piercing alarm sounded in the entire shadow space. Uchiha Madara paused, expressionless said, he's already fighting with someone. Rumble. Bursts of explosions continued to come from the central square below the Silver Frame City. Grinning, Zaraki Kenpachi rushed back and forth among the holy soldiers, while Yachinryu next to him applauded. Little Jianjin, come on, let's kill all these enemies. Whispering. Zaraki Kenpachi turned his head and glanced at her, and said, even if these are trash fish, it would be a lot of trouble to clean them up. It's all because you took the wrong path. Advertisement. It's not a gentleman's behavior to hold on to a lady's pigtail too much. Yachinryu pouted a little dissatisfied. Idiot, I have never admitted that I am a gentleman. Zaraki Kenpachi slashed at the holy soldier who rushed into his side with a knife, and said with disdain. Call out. Just as he finished speaking, a white light suddenly shot towards him. Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes froze, he swung his knife and slashed at the white light. With a bang, his body was knocked out by the force of the white light, and his right hand holding the knife trembled slightly. Holy Crusade codename Q, Baronique Gabriel. A young man with short blonde hair, painted eyeshadow and dark circles appeared in front of Zaraki Kenpachi. Intruder. State your name. Captain of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpachi. Grinning, Kenpachi finally showed a happy smile on his face. It seems that someone who can make people happy finally appeared. After finishing speaking, there is not much nonsense. Holding the blade full of gaps in his hand, he attacked the opponent. At this moment, in front of the throne of Silver Frame City, Hasward, the assistant officer of the Invisible Empire, looked at the battle under the Silver Frame City calmly, and whispered to himself. Judging from the spirit of Lingzi, there are 8 invaders in total? Although there was no panic on his expression, he was puzzled. Why did Shinigami discover their hiding place? According to His Majesty's prophecy before he fell asleep, this is absolutely impossible. Which link went wrong, and how much do these Shinigami know about them? One question after another lingered in Hasward's mind, but the expression on his face was still very calm. As long as the Yamamoto Genri Usai who makes His Majesty feel jealous is not around, these intruders are not difficult to deal with. Thinking about it this way, Hasward recruited his adjutant. Give me an order to send out all the guards to annihilate the invading enemy. In addition, release the shackles on Gremmy and let him come directly to Silver Frame City to support him. Yes. The adjutant took the order and left. That's how it is. Not long after leaving, a soft voice suddenly said, It seems that you are not very confident. Do you think that you can't hold the throne of the Holy Sun by yourself? Hasward suddenly turned his head, his eyes wide open. Are you Aizen Sōsuke, the captain of the 5th Division of Seirei? 167 powerful guards. Oh, you can actually say my name accurately. The glass lens on Aizen's face glowed white, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems that you have a good grasp of Jinglingting's information. Taking a breath, Hasward asked coldly, Why did you find this place? Now Yuhabak is still in a deep sleep and has not fully awakened his full consciousness. Once someone gets close to him, he can only be slaughtered by others. Therefore, in order to prevent unexpected situations, the entire throne room was concealed by Hasward with a special spiritual substructure. Apart from the fact that he himself possesses the real beacon, even the members of the pro guards cannot approach here. But why, this Aizen in front of him can appear in front of him so abruptly? You asked this, it brought me here. Aizen flipped his wrist, and a gleaming purple-black sphere appeared in his palm. As those of you who have monitored the Jingling Court for thousands of years, you should know what it is. Hogyoku. Hasward naturally knew about this. According to his understanding, its role should only be to break the boundary between Shinigami and virtual. But why, this Hogyoku can still give directions. It seems that you don't have very detailed information about it. Aizen smiled and said softly. Hogyoku is actually made from the fragments of the Soul King. What? Hasward's expression was startled, his face full of astonishment. The power of the Spirit King has a homogeneous effect of mutual attraction. You as Quincy Masters should be very clear. Aizen put away Hogyoku, and slowly drew the sword out of its sheath with his right hand. The silver-white blade reflected the cold light under the light. As the fragment of the Soul King, Hogyoku, naturally can clearly sense the location of the Soul King's sun. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* and a huge six-pointed star shone behind him. Swish. However, before his move was released, Aizen's figure had already crossed him. How? Maybe. The blood on Hazard's shoulders was splashed, and he knelt on the ground. My Zanpakuto Kyōka Suigetsu, as long as you see a release, you will fall into complete hypnosis. Aizen turned his head and smiled at him, and said in a gentle tone, just when your expression fluctuated, my sword has been released. Oh. Advertisement. What he said just now was not just to explain to the other party with good intentions. What's more important is to pave the way for his Zanpakuto's liberation, and let him see the light refracted by Zanpakuto when Hazard's mind is lost. Illustrator of the book. That Hazard kneels like this, it's still Aizen. Fairy Chilean. Can I be called Aizen if I am not Yin? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. If there is a hard power match, I think Aizen will win too. But winning is certainly not that simple. Here's an actor. He's using this dirty trick in order to get his Hogyoku in touch with Yuhabak as quickly as possible. If the situation was not so urgent, he would still spend some time playing with each other. Aizen also enjoys fighting, but the way of enjoying it is different from ordinary people. When he is fighting, he likes to communicate with people using language to deepen mutual understanding, but it is usually due to the great disparity in strength, which eventually becomes Aizen's personal preaching. Just like in the original plot when he faced Kurosaki Ichigo. Boom. Just as everyone was talking in the live broadcast room, there was another loud bang. The camera jumps, and it is Zaraki Kenpachi, Yachiryu, Komamura Sajin, and Sui Feng who are surrounded by all the Quincy. Kuretsuchi Mayuri did not appear, and was hiding in a corner to observe the situation secretly. This does not blame him. If no targeted measures have been developed, the scientist's combat effectiveness will be completely at the tail of the crane among the captains. Belonging to the younger brother among the younger brothers, if Zaraki and the others are defeated, he will be given away for nothing if he goes up again. As for Tusen Kanami, he is still on his way to join Aizen. Fairy Chilean. The situation is a bit uneasy. At this time, Zaraki Kenpachi and Komamura Sajin were covered in blood. Yachiryu couldn't laugh any longer, and was holding Zanpakuto tightly in his hands. Sui Feng's condition is slightly better than Zaraki and Degu's, but there may be less than 40% of Ryotsu in his body. Book artist. It's definitely not good. There are only 8 people in total, 2 are traders, and the other 2 are fishing for fish and water. Only 4 of them have truly formed fighting power. Advertisement. What? An indifferent voice sounded, and a man with short black hair wearing a knotted armguard on his left arm suddenly appeared in front of Zaraki Kenpachi. Ignoring the blade he was slashing over, he pierced his abdomen with one blow. Curly-haired boy. HMPH, don't be too arrogant in the mere concubine, Mr. President, this is not called fishing, he is just planning to play a big game of chess. Skull Island boy. I understand, Mr. and Ran intends to deal with all the remaining Quincy at once? But if you take action now, you might scare the other Quincy away? This is an actor. Lottie can see through this kind of thing now, it's amazing. It's your turn. Sui Feng turned pale with shock. Before he could react, his petite body was firmly restrained by a big black and ferocious hand, unable to move. Small sword. Yachinlu's pupils constricted suddenly, his face full of disbelief. Just at this moment, a sniper rifle with a black light flashed against the back of her head. Pull the trigger in his hand without hesitation, bang. Upskirt maniac. Do you want to kill all these Quincies? Click. This is an actor. Let it be, the guards are going to die anyway. Upskirt maniac. Wow, Ali Zhang dares to say that Ranzo is fishing? Are you afraid of being punished by family law? This is an actor. Although I am waiting for those guards to show up, you are actually right to say that you are fishing. At this level, they can still bear it for the time being. Swish. He had just sent this message when a huge figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was a man dressed like a Hall of Valor fighter, with a bright red cape on his back. Waving the round shield in his hand, he sent Komamura Sajin's black robe uncondemned king flying with a bang. Uchiha Madara is sitting on the ridge not far from the central square at the moment, with an expression on his face. 168 spiritual tides gunshots sounded, and a penetrating hole appeared in the ground. A trace of smoke and dust rose, with a faint smell of gunpowder. What's the matter? People are missing. Liji Barrow frowned, and his dark cheeks showed a slightly surprised expression. He actually didn't notice how the other party disappeared at all. Look up and look around. Finally, on the eaves thousands of meters away, he found the little pink-haired girl who should have been pierced by his own bullet. Next to the girl, sat a boy with long hair and a shawl. He was wearing a black death tyrant suit, with one hand propping his cheek. There is something playful in the eyes looking at this side. He was the one who rescued him. Liji Barrow narrowed his eyes, revealing a dignified look. Shunpo's 1 kilometer is very easy, and the maximum distance of his flying scythe can even reach 45 kilometers each time. What really made him feel tricky was that when the other party moved just now, it was completely silent. He didn't even capture his spiritual perception. Without any exaggeration, if this young man had not intended to save others, but had done something to himself, he would have turned into a corpse. Who are you? Taking a deep breath, Junji Barrow used the spirit to expand his voice and asked. His voice also made the other members of the Star Crusaders and guards stop their movements, and all their eyes turned to the boy's direction. Third seat of the 4th Division, Uchiha Madara. Twisting her neck, Madara slowly stood up from the eaves. Quincient, are you ready? Huh? What do you guys want us to prepare? Asked another member of the guards, asking Nakroval. Of course it's preparation. Uchiha Madara's figure disappeared abruptly before the eyes of the Quincy masters, and Sen Lang's voice immediately rang in Aiken's ears. Go to hell. Puff. The white and immature palm lightly patted on Aiken's chest. Judging by the naked eye, it seems that no force has been used. However, Askin's entire expression suddenly froze, his mouth moved slightly but he already made the slightest sound. Immediately, there was a bang. His entire body turned into dust and dissipated into the air. Advertisement sluggish. Whether the members of the Starcross or Juhabox guards were present, they all fell into a state of sluggishness. After the sluggishness passed, his face was full of disbelief. Askin Nakroval, the one who was endowed with the holy word, 0, by his majesty, was killed by the boy in front of him so easily? Hey, what are you doing in a daze? Kill him quickly, a sharp voice sounded from the Quincy crowd. At this time, the members of the Star Cross and guards finally came to their senses and tried their best to attack Uchiha Madara. Whoosh whoosh. A series of blazing white arrows pierced through the air and the spiritual particles in the entire space surged violently. Buzz buzz. Under the traction of hundreds of thousands of holy extinctions, the terrifying flow of spiritual power formed a blazing white tide of spiritual power, overwhelmingly approaching Uchiha Madara. Wherever it passes, no matter the buildings, roads or the white mist that pervades the world, they are all melted into protons by the surge of spiritual power and dissipated in the air. It's over, it's over. Sui Feng, who had just been rescued, stared blankly at the tide of spiritual power, his face full of despair. In her opinion, this tide of spiritual power cannot be stopped by manpower at all. Such a terrifying power is no less than a natural disaster. In the face of natural disasters, no matter how strong a person's strength is, I'm afraid they can't. Sui Feng's thoughts were frozen here, and a golden palm with big ears appeared in her eyes. He rushed towards the tide of spiritual power like overwhelming mountains and seas. Buzz buzz. The two terrifying energies collided with each other, causing the air to vibrate violently. A semicircular energy wave suddenly formed in the entire field, and dazzling rays of light shone. Rumble. The energy wave takes the collision place as the axis, and spreads wildly in all directions. Those ordinary holy soldiers who were affected didn't even have time to scream, and their entire bodies turned into fly ash. After a while, the light dissipated. Advertisement. The flat square that was originally paved with marble has completely disappeared, leaving only a huge bottomless pothole that seems to be telling something. It really blocked it. Sui Feng stared blankly at the boy's back, his face full of shock. What is the origin of this boy who can block the surging tide of spiritual power by himself? And what kind of ability is that golden palm, some kind of keto? Fairy Chilean. Hey, Mr. N's trick could be. This is an actor. That's right, it's a net of heaven and earth. Fairy Chilean. Sure enough. Upskirt madman. Net style? The palm technique of the ancient tomb sect? Can martial arts moves be so powerful? This is an actor. Why can't there be? The so-called martial arts moves are actually of the same nature as the Hokage World Taijutsu and Shinigami World White Hits. There is no distinction between their strengths and weaknesses in essence, and even the subtlety of martial arts moves far exceeds that of Taijutsu and White Hits. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. The key factor is still the user. The stronger the user, the stronger the moves. Soul Society's villain, Kendo, of Joust, is like this. Upskirt maniac. Got it, I'm too ignorant. Pretty boy from Skull Island. But Mr. and Rand's trap style should have been practiced to a new level, otherwise it would be impossible to transform luck. King Kong has been studying martial arts and swordsmanship during this time, so he has dabbled deeply in these martial arts moves. He can even say the professional term fork that most people in the group don't understand. This is an actor. Figured it out in my spare time. Fairy Chilean. What a terrifying talent. Lee Machu really sighed. She felt that even if the leader of the group didn't have a lot of aura, this talent alone was enough to become the master of the sect in their martial arts world. Swish. Just in the live broadcast room when everyone was talking, a cold light suddenly appeared, piercing towards Uchiha Madara. 169 Do you want to dance too? It was Gerald Valkyrie who had previously attacked the big dog and slashed at Uchiha Madara with a sword. The holy word, M, which symbolizes power is miracle. This guy's body is actually the heart of the King of Spirits, and he can turn the unfavorable state into his own advantage. That's why it's called a miracle. In layman's terms, it means that the damage suffered by the body can be transformed into one's own strength in turn. The greater the damage suffered, the faster the strength will grow. And the manifestation of his power is the gigantic body, which is called the scale of God. Affected by the impact of that force just now, Gerard's body size has now expanded by at least 4 times compared to before. Compared with Uchiha Madara's huge body, it is like an elephant and an ant. What is shocking is that Uchiha Madara, the little ant, held the blade of the sword in the hand of the elephant, firmly with 2 fingers, and he couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he tried. Humph. Uchiha Madara exerted a little force with his index and middle fingers, and the sword of hope in Gerald's hand shattered. The heart of the King of Souls was nothing more than that. Don't wait for the other party to react. Uchiha Madara raised his fist and punched the opponent's lower abdomen. Boom. There was a bang. Gerard's huge body flew backwards like a fired shell. Before he hit the ground, Uchiha Madara hit him on the head with another 120 punch. Puff. Gerald's entire body exploded instantly, turning into spirit particles and dissipating. Stand with your feet on the ground. Uchiha Madara turned his face away as if aware of it, but saw 2 members of the Star Crusaders attacking him from left and right. Bambietta for the holy letter, E, and Kandu for the holy letter, I. Bambietta holds a short saber in his hand, and Kandu's right hand is covered with steel claws. The speed of these 2 people was extremely fast, and they had rushed to Uchiha Madara in an instant. Kandu raised his sharp claws and stabbed straight at Uchiha Madara. The surface of that sharp claw is covered with a terrifying spiritual force field. Even if this claw goes down, even Zanpakuto of Shinigami can be cut off. Advertisement however, Uchiha Madara's face remained unchanged, and he punched Kandu. The strong wind howled. Click. The crisp sound of bone cracking. Kandu's eyes widened, watching helplessly as the sharp claws in his hand were smashed into pieces by Uchiha Madara's fist. Not only that, but the steel body he was so proud of was also punched a big hole by the force of the punch. Damn it. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Bambietta turned around and prepared to distance herself first. But just when she was about to make a move, the boy's white palm had already grabbed her throat, lifting her high like a chicken. Do you want to dance too? No, don't. Bambietta's pretty face flushed, and her breathing gradually became difficult. She regrets it. If I knew it earlier, I shouldn't be the first bird, just like Minnie hiding behind quietly like Minnie. This boy Shinigami is a monster, not something they can defeat at all. Hey, let her go. An angry shout sounded. The girl with emerald green hair was wrapped in lightning, and her right leg swept towards Uchiha Madara. At the same time, a bullet flashing black light also shot over, directly piercing Bambietta's lung lobe and hitting Uchiha Madara's heart. Clang. The bullet fell to the ground, and then turned into spirit particles and dissipated. How is it possible? Leiji Barrow, who was attacking from a distance, exclaimed, his tone full of disbelief. His ability is able to pierce through everything, and even members of the Zero Division can't stop his bullets in the dead Kanbaru. But the boy Shinigami in front of him can resist with his spirit body? HMPH, incompetent B*****************. D. Uchiha snorted coldly, turning his head to avoid Goddess's attack. Grabbing Bambietta's saber with his right hand, he threw it casually along the direction of the bullet. Puff. The saber hit Leiji Barrow's forehead and penetrated his brain. BF, this member of the guards codenamed X, probably didn't expect that he would die like this. Advertisement Lee Toto was silent for a moment, and replied, wait for the opportunity, find an opportunity to retreat. The invisible empire is over, let's go to the present world. Why? Rumble. What are we going to do now? Menina, who hadn't spoken before, asked aloud. That being the case, it is better to save a little life and live tenaciously. Their small group can be regarded as an outlier in the Star Crusaders. Completely. Not an opponent. Not far away, the short-haired Quincy Lee Toto gasped when she saw this scene. Is this guy really the Shinigami I know? Standing opposite Uchiha Madara, goddess, who was covered in cuts and bruises, also opened her mouth wide, her eyes trembling and said, "How is it possible? This is a sign of the collapse of the altar?" As soon as the words fell, the buildings around the Invisible Empire began to gradually collapse. The sheltered space that was originally built with spiritual particles also began to show signs of collapse. The straight-haired Quincy is named Giselle Jewel. She looks like a girl, but she is actually a fake mother. Lidodo shook her head and took a deep breath, slowly stood up from the hidden ruins, and shouted towards Uchiha Madara, "Brother Shinigami over there, can you accept surrender?" He hasn't liberated Zanpakuto from the beginning to the present. The long black hair and good-looking companion beside her said, "It's like playing with Gerald and the others." Fortunately, that Shinigami boy didn't seem to intend to kill her. Giselle continued. "It's over, it's all over now. Even the way to escape to this world is blocked." Very abruptly, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly radiated from Yinjia City. The remaining Quincy masters who sensed this wave of energy widened their eyes and showed horror. "Does the collapse of the altar mean Your Majesty is dead?" Giselle asked in a daze. "That idiot Giottus actually rushed up like this." Lee Toto took a deep breath and said, "Is it worth it for that idiot little Bangbi?" The barriers on the four sides of the Invisible Empire faded, replaced by the scenery of jingling court like peeling wallpaper. Although he can be regarded as respecting Yuhabak, he has no awareness of giving up his own life to help His Majesty complete his great cause. None of the Quincians of the Invisible Empire are the opponents of that boy Shinigami, aren't they giving away? 170 Aizen of the Bountiful Harvest. The frost-covered Invisible Empire gradually disappeared, and the shadow of Jingling Court, which was infected by it, returned to normal again. Emperor Yuhabak and Imperial Assistant Officer Hasward were beheaded by Aizen and Tusen Kanami, who went deep alone, and the altar of the Invisible Empire collapsed completely. Members D, M, and X of his guards died, and only C, the right arm of the Spirit King, disappeared without a trace. The Star Crusaders are no better. Except for Lidodo and others who surrendered to Uchiha Madara, they were basically wiped out. At this point, the entire Quincy group can be regarded as falling apart. This brilliant result naturally pleased Yamamoto Genryusai. "I feel that my decision to send troops to the Space of Shadows is completely correct. This wave is simply profitable." But he didn't know that it was someone else who really made the money. In a dark laboratory. "The power of that holy sun is really amazing." Aizen sighed softly, staring at the shining Hogyoku in his hand. "Simply started my Hogyoku evolution to another level." Since creating Hogyoku 100 years ago, he has been working to perfect the Hogyoku in his hands. In order to achieve this goal, he continued to plunder the souls with the power of Shinigami to fill the core of Hogyoku. Even for this purpose, various special voids were created and fused. But the result was still not satisfying to Hogyoku. Even after 100 years, the cute jade in his hand is still a semi-finished product. Until today, after it devoured the soul of Hubak, it not only changed from a semi-finished product to a complete body, it even started a higher level of evolution. Even Aizen has to admit that the situation has exceeded his expectations. It turns out that Hogyoku's upper limit is higher than he imagined. Of course, Aizen thinks that this is mainly because the quality of the souls that Hogyoku absorbed before is far from that of Yuhabak. That's why he misjudged. "Ah, congratulations to Captain Aizen." Ichimaru Jin narrowed his eyes and curled up his mouth. It seems to have picked up a big deal. Advertisement, Silver. "It's rude of you to speak to Master Aizen like that." Tusen Kanami frowned, and Takumi surrounded him. "It's okay, yes." Aizen shook his head lightly and said with a smile, "There's no need to be so harsh on your companions." As he spoke, his eyes turned to the two figures soaked in the cultivation container. That was Hasward, who had been killed by him, and Grammy Tomius, who came to deliver his head later. Their bodies are kept, apparently because Aizen is quite interested in them. Especially Grammy Tomao, the Quincy who calls himself a visionary. His ability is very special, and he can instantly transform the imagination in his mind into reality. However, when fighting against Aizen, he was afraid because his own moves were useless. So much so that he imagined his posture when he was killed, and then died so aggrieved. Although the Quincy has a bit of a bad mentality, Aizen thinks his abilities are a good subject to study. In a sense, this has already violated the domain of God. "Besides, I really got a bargain," Aizen said in a soft voice with slightly curved lips. "Thanks to Mr. Madara standing in front, our plan can go so smoothly." Speaking of Uchiha Madara, even Tusen Kanami changed his face slightly. What is the background of that boy? When Shiyu Zebo Madara and the Quincy were fighting, he watched the battle with his perception on the Silver Frame City. He has a very intuitive and clear understanding of the terrifying strength displayed by that young man. "Are you afraid? Do you want to?" Aizen looked at him playfully, pointing out something. "No, I didn't." Tusen Kanami quickly shook his head and argued, "I just..." "It doesn't matter even if you are afraid." Aizen interrupted him, and said with a smile, "The awareness of being able to draw a blade in the face of fear is called courage. I believe that you should have this awareness." "Yes, Lord Aizen." Kneeling on one knee, Tusen Kanami said loudly, "No matter who the enemy is, I am fearless for the justice you point to." "You really didn't disappoint me, yes." Aizen nodded slightly, the corners of his mouth curled up. "You guys go down first. I'm afraid we will have to shift our focus to Hueco Mundo in the next period of time." Asking for flowers. Advertisement. He roughly estimated that it would take about 15 years for the Hogyoku in his hand to complete the evolution. In these 15 years, he will not make any big moves in Soul Society, and all research will be transferred to Hueco Mundo. That's the plan, unless something unexpected happens. For example, finding the whereabouts of the Hogyoku hidden by Urahara Kazuki may speed up the evolution. It wasn't until the figures of Tusen Kanami and Ichimaru Jin disappeared that Aizen took out Hogyoku again. If you guessed right, you should be able to hear me, right? Zero Hogyoku has a consciousness of its own, and Aizen has always known this, but after absorbing Hogyoku's soul, he suddenly discovered that Hogyoku does not seem to be as simple as just consciousness. Yes, Master Aizen. A hoarse voice sounded in Aizen's ear. Aizen raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Do you know who I am?" "That's right. 140 years ago, I knew it when I was in Shoyin District, East Rukongai," the hoarse voice replied. "So that's the case, it really is." Aizen is now certain that this voice is actually Hogyoku's personification. 140 years ago was the time when I created Hogyoku, and the Shoyin District in Higashi Rukongai was the place where I created Hogyoku. Except for Aizen himself, there is absolutely no other person who knows about this matter. As for why Hogyoku has a personality, Aizen thinks it has something to do with Yohabak. No, more precisely, it should be related to King Ling. But even if the opponent is Hogyoku created by himself, Aizen doesn't intend to trust it completely. He remained calm on the surface, and asked instead, "So, do you have your own name?" "What's your name?" "You can call me Black Zetsu." A group of strange creatures as black as ink and moon shadow emerged from the collapse. Group 171 upgrades again curls. Black Zetsu becomes Hogyoku. Upskirt Maniac. This imagery really makes people play tricks. Book illustrator. It is indeed very playful, but the picture of Aizen being heartbroken by Black Zetsu, I have already figured it out. Hatchet Girl. That should be impossible. Aizen is much more cautious than Uchiha Madara. I don't think he would trust Black Zetsu so easily. Hint. This is an actor who closed the live broadcast room. The live broadcast has 10 viewers and the live broadcast lasts 100 minutes. The anchor has obtained a total of 1,000 points. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. That's right, but Ran Sang didn't arrange Black Zetsu next to Aizen for his heart. It is probably a smoke bomb, used to confuse and interfere with Aizen's judgment. Wig. As expected of the president, 350, is really considerate. Shark Face Guy. Of course, and Ran Sang is the Aizen of the Hokage world. Speaking of this, Kisame couldn't help sighing. It is impossible for Aizen in the Shinigami world to know that Uchiha Madara is actually another self, and all his plans are already made. What you do seems to be your own wool on the surface, but in fact it is like a cow being led by the nose and can only be manipulated by others. This is an actor. Aizen should come to Hueco Mundo to find you soon. Do you know how to answer? Shark Face Guy. Could work together, but we won't trust Shinigami. Skull Island Boy. Will Aizen become angry with embarrassment? This is an actor. On the contrary, saying that would make him feel more at ease, and even if he turns his back on him, it's okay to have Yu blocking him for a while. As long as it is blocked for a moment, Kisame can use the World Administrator authority to bring Yue and Kushina back to the Hokage world. The entire Hokage world is inside Uchiha Madara's body, and it is impossible for Aizen to chase in. Without worries, you can naturally spend a little time. Hatchet Girl. Speaking of which, can reincarnation Juguyu see through Kyōka Suigetsu? Advertisement. It's an actor. Nope. As long as you are within the scope of the 5 senses, you cannot escape the control of Kyōka Suigetsu. But as long as I live, none of you are at risk of falling into Kyōka Suigetsu. Because the Zanpakuto on Uchiha Madara's waist is also Kyōka Suigetsu, the ability of the same Zanpakuto can be offset. And as long as Aizen doesn't have more Ryotsu in his body than Uchiha Madara, he won't find his Zanpakuto abilities neutralized. Soul Society Villain. Conan, it's time for training. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ah, didn't you already practice today? Come here. Wicked person from Soul Society. You have eaten 2 meals today, why don't you eat tonight? Upskirt Madman. Peeved. The analogy of Sister Wa. Eating is already linked to training. How many times do I have to be trained by you for a few meals? If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't even dare to eat. Book Artist. Yes, Sister Wa is too strict. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. If I had known earlier, I would not have come here with an Ransang. Every day is more tiring than carrying out land reform work in the Hokage world. Expression. Covering face. The villain of Soul Society. Since your dream is to become an Ran's virtuous helper, you can't let go of your strength. Don't worry, I will help you well. Curly. On behalf of Conan, thank you for your help, you are such a good person. Fairy Chilean. A good wife has nothing to do with force, right? Lee Machu couldn't help complaining, which company's standard for a good wife is based on combat strength. This is not called a virtuous wife helper, this is called a thug. The villain of the Soul Society. The one who can calmly deal with any situation is called a virtuous wife. Right, Enron. This is an actor. Uchiha Madara felt that Unohana Retsu's requirements for a good wife were indeed too harsh, but he couldn't say it directly. Besides, his relationship with Conan has not yet been formalized, and it seems a bit discreditable to admit that. The villain of the Soul Society. Look, Enron has acquiesced. Book Artist. What is acquiescence? It is not acquiescence at all. Leader of Soul Society. So what does Ali Zhang think? Expression. Smiling. Advertisement. Curly. Sorry, You smile like you're looking at an idiot. You know what an idiot? Upskirt madman. If all the Quincy masters of the Invisible Empire have finished opening the holy body, although they will definitely not be able to beat Ransang, but they shouldn't be defeated so easily. Book artist. I suddenly found a problem. Those Quincy masters that Ransang killed earlier, seems like they haven't finished opening the Eucharist? Just like dead Kanbaru, Ishida Uryu who had just been abused by Kuretsuchi Miyuri. When he opened the Gauntlet of the Holy Spirit, he almost killed Kuretsuchi Miyuri after opening the holy body state. Complete Eucharist is the ultimate ult of Quincy, equivalent to Shinigami's Bankai. After opening the Eucharist, the combat power of the Quincy division increases exponentially. Wig. HMPH, I discovered Yinshi's weakness, expression, smile. Because Uchiha Madara is a true god, as long as he has not reached his level and has not mastered the laws, all are ants. They can be easily crushed with fists or fingers, but they just don't want to scare Aizen. Ying Lily looked at Unohana Retsu's half-smile expression, and subconsciously shuddered. I think it may indeed be the default. Curly-haired child. Yes, that smiling expression makes people feel creepy. The whole person seemed to be enveloped by infinite black air. Book artist. Thinking about it, it's really sad. I played myself to death. Hatchet girl. Too late to open. How can you play with your child if you scare him silly? It's an actor. Nope. Even if they finished opening the Eucharist, the process and ending are the same. No difference. Fairy Chilean. Then they are really shooting themselves in the foot. Upskirt madman. Sister Hua's aura has gradually grown in the group. Soul Society's villain. It's not that it's too late, it's that the prerequisites are missing. To complete the opening of the Eucharist, the surrounding air needs a large number of spirit particles to achieve the state of spirit particle belonging. And the previous wave of spiritual power had almost drained all the surrounding Zhangzi. Reminder. It is detected that the cumulative points of this group have reached 150,000. Please ask the group owner to perform group upgrade operations. Close black lens bracket. 172 Sagittarius of Miss Operation Fairy Chilean, huh? Book artist. Can this group actually be upgraded? Curly-haired boy. Damn, it actually needs a total of 150,000 points. If we continue to upgrade, won't it soon become 500,000 points? This is an actor. No, it's a million. Hatchet girl. Terrible. Even if we all save together, it will take a long time. The villain of Soul Society. The main reason is that there are too few members in the group. Wig. Indeed. But this kind of thing is beyond the control of the president in us, so let's subconsciously ignore this number. Book artist. Ignore the hammer, after all, you two are passive in sabotage. You don't want to do group tasks. Curly-haired boy. What the hell are you talking about? Why don't you do it? And is that kind of group task that ordinary people can do? So far, this group has produced a total of 3 group tasks. The only ones that have been finished are Sakata Jintoki's robbery leggings and King Kong's hula dance. Gui Yanye, who just joined the group not long ago, once took over a task. The goal was to stand on the grave to sing, dance, and rap. 18 failed because the atmosphere did not come out. From this, we can see how pitiful the group task is. Some specific tasks not only need to be completed, but also need to be completed with emotion. Who can resist this shit? Book artist. That's why I asked you to do it. You two are obviously not ordinary people. You have no morals, no shame, and you don't look good. Our group missions are just for you. Curly-haired boy. You fart. Who are you saying is not good looking? Yin-song, I am the most beautiful boy in this group except for the president? Upskirt maniac. So, is Ah Yin denying that he has neither integrity nor shame? Curly-haired boy. It's better than a wig. This guy asked another member of Baihua to wrap his chest cloth yesterday. It's shameless to the extreme. Shark-face guy. It's really amazing, as expected of Mr. Wig. Book artist. Wig, are you a hooligan? Didn't the police arrest you? Wig. It's not a wig, it's Gui. In Yoshihara, Baihua is the only supervisory authority. And there are reasons for me to do so. Since I want to become a member of Baihua, I naturally have to learn more about the living habits of all Baihua members. Research on chest wraps is an important part of social research. Upskirt maniac. Bah, Fairy Chilean, you are really shameless. Wig. I really just want to do research, trust me. Advertisement angel of Rain Shinobi Village. We can trust you if you are done with surgery. Hatchet girl. Yes, Miss Conan is right, Mr. Kotaro, you should go for the operation quickly. Wig. I think this should be considered in the long run. Book artist. The idioms are quite slippery. Reminder. The upgrade of this group has been completed. Random shuttle function, check-in function, and recycling function have been loaded. The privileges of the group owner have been updated. Group member benefits. Personal space opened successfully. Upskirt maniac. Wow, it seems that there are many new functions this time. Book artist. I signed up with 80 points, how much are you guys? Sharkface guy. 30. Fairy Chilean. 50. Upskirt maniac. My side is 60, and Ali Zhang is not at the bottom this time? Book artist. Leiji Zhang, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me I'm almost a representative of African chiefs in your eyes? Upskirt maniac. No matter. Take out the, I'll soon become, and you are a representative of non-chiefs. Book artist. Alright, I won't say much, from now on, you will never be my good sister again. Expression. Bye-bye. Upskirt maniac. Well, then I'll be reluctant to be Ali Yang's sister. Expression, tongue sticking out. Book illustrator. You are a mere junior high school student, you really think beautifully. Soul Society's villain, 60 points. Curly-haired boy. Something is wrong. This sign-in is too wrong. How could a handsome man like Yinsong get 5 points? Are these rules jealous of me? B asterisk 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 D. Book artist. Jealous of your shamelessness? Recognize your identity, African chief. Curly-haired boy. Fart, Yin-san. I am not an African chief. Yin-san. I am going to be Napoleon IV's man. The Hatchet Girl. Did Napoleon IV, advertisement book artist, Yan Yuzhong. I also complained about your words back then. Upskirt maniac. Of course Napoleon did not have a 4th generation, it was invented by Aizen himself. Fairy Chilean. Actually, I have been wondering about this question for a long time. The man of Napoleon IV? Aizen, you are revealing your orientation, right? Wig. Silver time. Curly-haired boy. What a question mark. Machaozhong is obviously talking nonsense, and Yinsong has never had a problem with my orientation. Book artist. Picture. Ah, my hand slipped. Pretty boy of Skull Island. The one hugging Aizen is Hijikata Shiro from Jindama? Upskirt madman. Peeved. This classic old picture. Curly-haired boy. Slip your hand, sister. Did you deliberately mess with me, you blonde loser? Very good, Yin Sang. I remember you. Be careful after school at night. Book artist. Hey, we are suspending classes. Expression. Laughing. Wig. Yinshi, do you actually have such a relationship with the real 613 selection group? Curly. Shut up for Lousy. Lousy doesn't want to explain this to you. With your sesame-sized brain, you definitely won't understand. Upskirt maniac. Sesame-sized brain capacity, ha 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 ha. Satin Reniko laughed so hard that she was almost out of breath. As expected, these family members were the most interesting. Grinning, she turned her gaze to the newly appeared buttons in the light curtain. After thinking for a moment, I first clicked on the Recycle tab. Suddenly, the whole world in her eyes changed wonderfully. Red and gray occupied the entire field of vision, and among these two tones, Satin Ruiko also saw a touch of greenish cyan. Turning her face away, Satin realized that it was the Zanpakuto she had placed on her desk. Why does it glow? Curious, Satin Ruiko reached out and touched Zanpakuto's blade. A prompt flashed across the light curtain in front of him. Do you want to recycle? Satin Reniko was stunned and subconsciously clicked a swish. The Zanpakuto on the table suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Satin Renko's sight. Blinked. Satin Lizzie was stunned for a long while, her small mouth gradually grew. 173 Your knife is so cute, now she is mine, hint. The Upskirt Maniac recovered a Zanpakuto and got 100 points. Upskirt Maniac. Woohoo, my knife. Book artist, Fairy Chilean. Did you recycle your own knife? Upskirt Maniac. I didn't mean it, so I clicked it out of curiosity. What should I do? Can I still buy it back? This is an actor. If you buy it, you will definitely not be able to buy it back. Upskirt Maniac. Ah, I'm so stupid, I'm so stupid. Book artist. If it doesn't work, I can only buy another one. Upskirt Maniac. I can hear the sound of that knife, it's so uncomfortable. Satin Ruiko was holding her hair with both hands, her face full of frustration. Being able to hear Zanpakuto's voice means that she is about to acquire Zanpakuto's real name. As things go, he should be able to finish Zanpakuto's Shikai pretty soon. As a result, this wave of misfortune fell from the sky, and Lazy's hard work during this period was wasted. If you want to change to a new knife, I don't know how long it will take to get back to this progress. Curly-haired boy. Don't talk about it, Yinsong. My knife hasn't moved yet, it's even more uncomfortable. Pretty boy of Skull Island. I can't even use a knife. King Kong doesn't dislike his gorilla appearance, but thinks he is very handsome, but it doesn't like its huge size, which hinders its dream of being a swordsman. Hatchet Girl. Speaking of which, what is the status of this receipt? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It should be able to exchange items you don't need for points. This is an actor. Well, but the items that are brought back are also conditional. First, the item has a recycling value. We don't care about this value, it is judged by the group rules. Items with no value will appear gray when clicked on in the recycling state. Hatchet Girl. That's right, what about the red one? Advertisement Gui Yanye was standing in the building of the War Department at this time. The entire floor was gray, but occasionally there would be dots of red Madara flickering. It looks strange and beautiful. In addition to these red Madara, she also saw the blue color of her own Zanpakuto. No need to ask, cyan is definitely a color that can be used for recycling. Here's the cast. Red is also a valuable, recyclable item. But judging by the group rules, the owner of this item does not belong to you. If you want to recycle, you can only make it yours first. Fairy Chilean. I see. Lee Machu looked at the cold jade bed under her that was shining with blue light, and suddenly nodded. In addition to the cold jade bed, the few miscellaneous martial arts cheat books she placed on the desk in the room are also blue. This made her feel that the recycling function is quite friendly. There is no need to learn and upload later, it is very convenient to recycle directly. Curly-haired boy. If it becomes mine, does it count if it is stolen? It's an actor. Of course it counts. Curly-haired boy. Humph, very good. Sakata Jintoki stared at the Zanpakuto in Katsura Kotaro's hands covetously, a little eager to try. This is an actor, but the recovered items are much cheaper than the items in the trading area, only about 1/5 of the price. Recycled items are permanently lost, no matter how they're used, they cannot be restored. Upskirt maniac. Woohoo, I'm really crying. Book artist. Alas, Leizajong has to start all over again. Fortunately, you didn't take your abilities back for recycling. This is an actor. Think too much. Abilities, skills, and bloodlines cannot be recycled, they can only be uploaded. Only items can be recycled, and sheets and scrolls cannot be recycled repeatedly. For example, martial arts Mendel method, you copied 10 copies and took them back, but in the end, only one of them can get recycling points, and the other 9 are all invalid. Certainly, if you have the ability to rewrite the same kind of martial arts mentality in skill scrolls and create alternative models, this can also be recycled. As long as you have the talent. Shark face guy. Although there are various restrictions, this function also opens up a new channel for us to earn points. Advertisement Fairy Chilean. Indeed, there is such a channel. As long as you are willing to spend time, it is very easy to earn points. It's like going to conquer the major sects in this world and sweep away their sect collections. Even if each she-book is only 1/5 of the price in the trading area, the amount can be piled up to be considerable. This is an actor. Satin, is this the bow you tied on the handle of the knife? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. The functions of this update seem to be quite good, and the personal space is also very useful. To be honest, this function encourages plunder and aggression in a disguised form, and he doesn't advocate it very much. But he didn't say it, but let the group members decide how to act. This is an actor. Corpses are also objects, and as long as they are valuable, they can of course be recycled. In fact, not only the corpses, but also the Sharingan in the Hokage world and the Soul King fragments in the Shinigami world have recycling value. Master of Book Painting, Li Wangjiao. You don't need to carry Zanpakuto on your back anymore, you can free your hands. Here is Anran, who plays Uchiha Madara, holding a Zanpakuto with a light blue handle. In the center of the handle, there is also a purple bow tie. The villain of Soul Society. The key lies in the judgment of group rules. Here's an actor. Your knife is so cute, now she's mine. The so-called personal space is actually the private locker of each group member. The area is not large, and it is similar to the wardrobe of an ordinary family. However, if necessary, you can also use points to expand the capacity. Upskirt maniac. Miss my Zanpakuto, I'd rather hold it every day. It's so pretty and silky smooth when shopping. Upskirt maniac. This is my knife. Why is it in the hands of an Ransang? Book artist. I found out that the corpses of alien beasts on our side can actually be recycled. Book artist. God damn, it is very smooth when cutting people. You are a knife, not shampoo. This is an actor. Picture, Fairy Chilean. Well, I don't need to bring my luggage when I go out from now on. It is very convenient to use and can be controlled directly with the mind. Uchiha also thought of this layer and sighed inwardly. Upskirt maniac. Well, I also specially chose purple silk. Wait, why wouldn't Ransang know? 174 people are in Academy City, just out of the portal. Upskirt maniac. Book artist. Ha 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 ha, and Ransang's speech is really full face-to-face NTR style. Leijijong feels that she has been greened. Curly hair. Why don't you just change your name to Satin Midori? Hatchet girl. Peeved, Yinsong. You have something. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What a name genius. Fairy Chilean. Why is Lazy's knife in Mr. N's hands? This is an actor. Group owner privilege. For the items you recycle, the group owner can choose one item for free every day. Book artist. Still have this privilege? I'm so sour. Curly-haired son. No matter how sour you are, you can't be the leader of the group, and you will be a concubine in this life. Book artist. I'm better off as a concubine than you can only be a bachelor in your life. Curly-haired boy. What did you say, Yinsong? I will be single for the rest of my life. Believe it or not, I will find a dozen girlfriends right away to show you. Book artist. I would believe it if there were more than a dozen female orangutans. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. You two are starting again. Upskirt maniac. Great, it's great that the knives aren't gone. Even if it becomes an Ransang's knife, it doesn't matter, so 117 at least my heart will relieve a lot of guilt. The villain of the Soul Society. Are you serious? Zanpakuto, who has worked so hard to almost establish a soul link, has become someone else's property so easily. Is it really not uncomfortable? Upskirt maniac. This, for someone else, might be a little hard, but if it was in Ransang, he wouldn't have that feeling. Besides, this was originally caused by my carelessness. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Oh, who is Psycho-chan talking about? Does that include me? Book artist. It must include us. People say that only in Ransang is an exception. Curly. It's normal. How can you say that Leijijong has reached this age? It's hard for girls in this group not to like the president, right? Advertisement book artist. Although I know that you are licking, I think you are right. Fairy Chilean. Mr. N is impeccable in every aspect except age. Corpse. BIFB, evil leader of the soul world. It's really too young, and it needs to be raised for decades. Sharkface guy. Decades. I'm still a bit unaccustomed to Shinigami's growth cycle. Hatchet girl. Actually, it's okay to be small. Isn't a small and dainty one's cuter? Book artist. Wow, is Yan Yuzhong a little boy fan? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. If the other party is too young, it is a crime. Satin Leezy, who was looking at the chat history, silently deleted the words, Miss Gwei won my heart, and sent a message to reply. Yes, crime is not allowed. Still have to grow up. Pretty boy of Skull Island. I like small ones, the smaller the better. Wig. Latisan. Where your hardware is placed, I think you should stop having unrealistic fantasies, unless you want to learn to impale. Book illustrator. Peeved, what a puncturer. Wig, you are poisonous. Fairy Chilean. What is the Impaler? Soul Society villain. I'm curious too. Upskirt Maniac. This, I advise the two of you not to get to know it. Okay, it's a bit hot-eyed. Of course Satin Reniko knew what the piercer was, and combined with what Katsura Kotaro said, she already understood the meaning. It's too hot for the eyes. But think about it. If King Kong is combined with a petite girl, it is indeed no different from the piercer. Curly. Wigs, you can really do a good job sometimes. What the hell, he can even come up with the stock of the Impaler. Obviously acting like an idiot at ordinary times. Wig. It's not a wig, it's Gwei. What you usually see is just our appearance. As a professional film reader, I have been exposed to all kinds of subjects. Book artist. I watch a lot of DVDs, what is there to show off? A normal person would not show off such a shameless thing. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. That's right, our Ali Zhang is still a book artist and I didn't show it off. Advertisement book artist. Sister Conan, are you complimenting me or disrespecting me? And I don't draw books now, so I won't change the name of this group. This is an actor. What would you like to replace, Eri Kashiwagi? Book artist. Shut up, everyone says don't call me by my pseudonym in the group. This is an actor. Okay, Mr. Eri Kashiwagi. Book artist. And Ransang, do you know that you are going to be beaten like this? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are in Ransang. Fairy Chilean. So, what does Ali want to do? The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I will leave it to you to support Ali Yang's Anran house for the first time. Just let us talk about your feelings when it's over. Hatchet Girl. Well, let's be a little more detailed. Curly hair. Do you want to start a live broadcast? Book artist. Your sister's live broadcast. Get out. My grass is just an exaggeration. Why do you take it seriously? And Ransang is only 14 years old now. Can it work? This is an actor. Mr. Kashiwagi Eri, what do you mean by, can do it? Hatchet Girl. Ha 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 ha. And Ran is so upset. Fairy Chilean. The question mark after it can be done is simply the biggest insult to a man. Curly-haired son. Mr. President, if I were you, I wouldn't be able to stand this kind of provocation. Absolutely make this stinky girl look good. This is an actress. Forget it, let her go today. The villain of the Soul Society. Has Enron arrived yet? It's an actor. Here we go. Standing on the street with people coming and going, and Ran looked around. Row upon row of high-rise buildings and spacious asphalt roads gave him the illusion of returning to his previous life. Upskirt Maniac. Where did Ransang go? This is an actor. Thanks for the invitation. He was in Academy City, just out of the portal. 175 gift to the Reese Tower. That's right, the current Ran people are in Academy City. Uchiha Madara's vest has been taken off, there is no hairspray on her hair, and she is not wearing Shinigami's deadly costume. Instead, she has changed into a casual outfit that is very common in modern human society. The suit was bought by him in his present life in the Shinigami world. However, although his outfit is very ordinary, his handsome appearance and dusty temperament cannot be concealed. So much so that the big girls and young ladies all around cast their eyes on him, with amazement in their eyes. And Ran didn't care about the gazes of these girls, her attention was all attracted by the system panel in front of her. Just as he had guessed before. As long as there is no role-playing task in this role-playing system, a new card will be generated every time a new world is reached. The way new cards are born is similar to spinning a turntable, it's all about luck. Click. The indicator on the turntable finally stopped on a gold card, and the card was flipped open, revealing a slightly funny cartoon creature. He wore a patched hat on his head and a scar on his cheek. Covered in gray-black fluff, two round eyes staring straight ahead. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting a character card. Big Wolf, middle-aged, close black lens bracket. Snapped. And Ran directly closed the system panel in front of her eyes, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. He originally thought that he could get a more practical character so that he could start a new acting career in this forbidden world. Now it seems that he is thinking too much. The role of Big Wolf. Can you play? But to be reasonable, this product can meet its gold card status. Big Wolf's ability setting is essentially a bug. Not only can he completely avoid death, but his inventions and creations also exceed the laws of science. Only relying on 2 wolf claws to rub out nuclear bombs and missiles, this has surpassed most scientists in the thousands of planes. Could it be that because Academy City is on the science side, scientists like Big Wolf are drawn? The thoughts in Ran's mind diverged, and his eyes turned to the group chat interface again. Upskirt Maniac. And Ransang is here with me. Book artist. Why did you suddenly go to Academy City? Are you kidding me? This is an actor. Picture, click on the picture. It is a villa without doors and windows listed in the city center. It covers a very large area, with a white body and a round roof. It looks very strange. Advertisement Hatchet Girl. Fairy Chilean. What kind of place is this? Curly. When did Academy City have such a strange building? Upskirt Maniac. That's the new office building of Asia Reese Tower. and Ransang is actually in Academy City. Which street? I'm looking for you now. This is an actor. Invite me to dinner? Upskirt maniac. Well, and Ransang can eat whatever she wants. Book artist. Ho 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 ho, can I include you if I want to eat you? Wig. I think Psycho-chan should be willing. Skull Island boy, doesn't human flesh taste good? Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. Ratty, this one is different from what you think. This is another kind of eating. Pretty boy of Skull Island. Well, there are many humans. Chilean fairy. Why did Mr. N go to Academy City, and the Shinigami world doesn't care? This is an actor. Come to return the knife. By the way, send a gift to Yari's tower. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. There is no need to do anything in the Shinigami world for the time being, and we will talk about it after Aizen and Kisame-san get in touch with them. Shark face guy. I hope Aizen and the others will come soon. Kisame really can't stand these female ancestors anymore. Originally, only Yuyue and Kushina were okay, but since Helly Bell and her subordinate officers joined, the whole small team has been a little jittery. Several women, headed by Kushina, make troubles everywhere every day. Play him Manos Grande Bowling, Hueko Mundo Zoo, Sero Arhits. Nima was quite speechless. Upskirt maniac. Returning the knife. And Ransang doesn't have to be like this. And I troubled you to send it over, obviously I should go there. It's an actor, no problem, just treat it as a vacation. Curly hair. Since Leizajong is so touched, let's call your harem members over and say hello together. Book artist. Yes, let an Ransang experience the feeling of being at home. Upskirt maniac. You are not a member of the harem. This is an actor. It might rain later. Did you bring an umbrella? Upskirt maniac. Raining? Advertisement. Satin Reniko looked up at the sunny sky above her head, with a slightly confused expression on her face. This doesn't look like a sign of rain, does it? Boom. Just as she was thinking in her heart, a thunderclap suddenly sounded. In an instant, black clouds covered the sky, and silver snakes danced wildly. Ask for flowers. Satin Reiko's pupils suddenly constricted, and a huge sky throne appeared in her sight. Standing in the middle of the clouds, it shines brilliantly. Pat, clack. Raindrops drip down one by one, connecting them into white lines. Here's the cast. The first present was delivered, and I don't know if Yari's tower will like it. Upskirt maniac. Is this rain made by Anran? This is an actor, yes. This kind of rain contains spiritual power elements, which can make superpowers, and ordinary people have the possibility to grow into full manifestas and Quincy masters. At the same time, this is also a symbol that someone in Academy City is attacking the position of demon god. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, and Ran sang, is this a clear-cut announcement to the world that you, the third force, have appeared? Book artist. Peeved, and Ransang is directly inciting a fight. Assaulting on the position of demon god is bound to be known to those who care about it. The appearance of a demon god in Academy City, the headquarters of the science side, means that the balance has been broken. At that time, the entire magic side, and even those demon gods themselves, may end up intervening. Curly-haired. I think Asia Reese Tower loves this gift so much that she might die. Upskirt maniac. Academy City, nothing will go wrong, right? If the demon god level wants to destroy Academy City, I am afraid that no one can stop it except himself, the group leader. Satin Ruiko hates a Reese Tower, but she doesn't want the students of Academy City to be implicated either. This is an actor. Don't panic, everything is under control. Just after the message was sent out, a beautiful figure appeared behind Anran and held up an umbrella for him. Little brother, you will catch a cold like this. Anran turned her face away, and the one who caught her eyes was a big sister wearing glasses, a small suit, a short skirt, and black silk. Her smile seemed gentle and healing, and she asked softly, is little brother waiting for someone? Or, why don't you wait in sister's car? Big sister pointed to the high-end sports car she parked on the right side of the road, which is a limited edition of Maserati. It shows that she is either rich or noble. No, I'm looking for someone. And Ran shook her head lightly and said flatly, I'm looking for someone named Kahara Wansheng, you should know him. Sluggish. The intellectual big sister was taken aback, and her whole body instantly became a little stiff. 176 and Ran's second gift crash. The downpour poured down, splashing patches of water on the road. The back of the woman holding the umbrella was already soaked in rain, but she didn't notice it, just because she heard a name from the mouth of the boy in front of her, Kahara Jensei. The owner of this name is the nightmare she is least willing to mention in the depths of her heart, and it is also her lifelong wish in this life. The woman's name is Terrace Hina Kahara Leaf Ren, and Kahara Jensei is her grandfather. Since she was 5 years old, the Kahara family has regarded her as a test subject for the ability body crystal and put her on the experimental stage. The executor of that experiment was Kahara Jensei. In that experiment, she was subjected to inhuman abuse and torture. No matter how much she begged, no one offered her a helping hand. Terrace Hina, who was completely desperate, 640, has since thrown herself into the dark side of the world. The former abuser regarded his grandfather, the abuser, as an idol. What he has pursued all his life is to successfully complete the experiment of body crystal of capable persons. Terrace Hina regards the students of Academy City as experimental guinea pigs, and likes to find delicious experimental subjects on the street. Whenever she heard these experimental, white mice, wailing in pain, Teresa Hina would fall into a joyful excitement. Until today, she met this special, white mouse, looking at the other person's eyes and saying the name Kahara Jensei calmly, her heart finally had strong emotional fluctuations. Who is this boy? Is he doing this on purpose? Could it be that he knows about his relationship with Kahara Jensei? One question after another lingered in Tyrese Hina's mind, making her extremely restless. What's the matter? You look flustered. And Ran stared at the other party's white palm tightly holding the umbrella handle, and said softly, did you recall your past memories? Advertisement, tell me, who are you? Tyrese Hina took a deep breath, finally unable to maintain the superficial kindness on her face. He revealed his insidious and distorted true face. She can now be sure that this boy definitely knows him, not only know, but also know your past. This guy is by no means an ordinary guinea pig. My name isn't Ran, and I will be your superior from now on. And Ran's expression was flat, and she said calmly, wait a minute, can I trouble you to take me to the Advanced Education Bureau? The Advanced Education Bureau can be said to be the headquarters of the Kahara family. In the entire Academy City, more than 70% of the dark experimental plans came from there. The second gift Ran prepared for Asia Reese Tower was to destroy this thing. Of course, he also knew that Ya Reese Tower himself didn't care about this kind of research institution at all. But it doesn't matter, at least Ran will be very happy. Tyrese Hina froze for a moment, her eyes became a little contemptuous. Putting away the umbrella, he said with disdain on his face. I see, it seems that you are just an idiot. For such a small guy, it's fine to just say that he wants to be his superior. Why do you want me to bring him into the Advanced Education Bureau? What a big face, do you really think you are the chairman of Academy City? And Ran was not angry because of the other party's ridicule, she still had a gentle smile on her lips and said, I believe you won't reject me, right? In an instant, and Ran's black pupils turned scarlet. The disdainful expression on Tyrese Hina's face suddenly disappeared, and she nodded dully. Yes, I will never refuse you. Please give the order, boss. Then, let's find a place to have a cup of black tea first. And Ran glanced at the alleyway on the left, with a gentle smile on her face. In the center of the city, that big villa C without doors and windows. This appearance is not pretended, and there is indeed no emotional fluctuation in his heart. Even Ya Reese Tower couldn't have expected that Ran would become a god in the Hokage world, and only thought that he had miscalculated the opponent's strength at that time. But it doesn't matter. As long as we can complete our plan, no matter what method we use. The existence of this person may also be a way for us. This world was established by superimposing many phases of heavy magic camps on the laws of physics. Advertisement at this point, Shenjing, will naturally come into being. He himself thinks that his ideal is very lofty, and it is to free human beings from the shackles of gods. But I don't know that this kind of extreme method of myself is obviously going astray. The plan did go a little off. Yes, he must have found out. Facing Iowa's inquiry, Ya Reista replied blankly. If Iowa's tower establishes the control law of Iowa's, and then destroys all filters other than Iowa's with this huge power, there will be only a world without magic left. The existence of Iowa's is a completely different concept from the angels recorded in the existing Bible. The so-called Iowa's is the angel at the bottom, the world of pure physical laws. For the ultimate goal of Shenjing, Reese Tower abandoned her emotions, name, family, morality, and ethics, and also created a series of darkness in Academy City with her own hands. He knew very early on that Satin Ruiko was not the real person, and there were too many examples of possessing abilities in the magic world. He seems to have found you. A somewhat noisy voice suddenly rang out, and a vague figure gradually formed in the dark space. The purpose of using Kanzaki Kaori to conflict with Satin was to force out the true identity of Ran, the person behind the scenes. Looking at it this way, his goal seems to have been achieved, but it is also a bit unexpected. The ultimate goal of the Asia Reese Tower, God's purification, also revolves around Iowa's. To sacrifice the happiness of others for the sake of one's own so-called ideals is not noble at all, but extremely self-interested. The figure is exactly the angel Iowas summoned by the Ares Tower with his wife's body as a sacrifice. According to the plan of the Ares Tower, it is also the core part of the artificial heaven. Ya Reese Tower soaked in the jar stared at the projector in front of him, and what appeared on the screen was the image of Ran. He has reached that level. Iowas was silent for a moment, and his intermittent voice gradually became smoother. Even if I take action now, it will become very troublesome. If he wants to kill you, I can't stop it. 177 This is a chess game, upskirt maniac. And Ran sang, what's the situation now? Satin Ruiko was wearing the blue and white school uniform, with long black hair hanging behind her head. Holding her lost and recovered favorite knife in her arms, she looked quite confused. Here's an actor. Well, I'm going to give Asia Reese Tower a second gift. Curly-haired boy. If that guy knows, he will thank you very much again. Shark-face guy. And Ransang's gift is not something ordinary people can accept. Whoever accepts it will be cheated. This is Hoshigaki Kisami's heartfelt words. At the same time, he also made a decision in his heart, resolutely not to accept gifts from his boss. Book artist. I found out that Ransang's finishing skills are also sneaky. Upskirt maniac. I'm not talking about the whole thing, I'm talking about the woman next to me. Picture. I remember she is Kahara Jensei's granddaughter. Why did she act with us? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, Kahara Jensei's granddaughter? Conan, who clicked on the picture, frowned. His eyes became sharp. This woman is not simple, she may be bigger than her in some places. Hatchet girl. Ah, the granddaughter of Ohara Jensei, as I remember, is Terracina? Fairy Chilean. I remember 18, she seems to have developed that ability reducing device, right? It appeared in the story of the electromagnetic gun. Upskirt maniac. Yes, that's her. It's so strange. And Ran sang. How did you know her? Could it be that you came to Academy City secretly while we weren't paying attention? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. And Ran-san, I don't think you would do such a thing, right? He said so on the surface, but he was deeply skeptical in his heart. After all, although she can see and Ran every day, she doesn't get tired of being together 24 hours a day. If the other party finds time to go to other worlds to fool around, no one will know. This is an actor. You guys are really thinking too much. The privilege that the group owner can travel to the world he lives in without the consent of the group members was updated today. Wig. That is to say, the president and the Tyrese Hina only met today? Curly-haired boy. As expected of the president, there will be upside-down postings just after going to Academy City. At a time like this, can it be described as a bully? Book artist. I have always been curious, what exactly is Newbie? Hatchet girl. Didn't Ransang say this word first? It should be a special adjective for Daxia. Fairy Chilean. Let me explain. As a Huxia, I don't know what a cowbatch is. The villain of the Soul Society, and Ran doesn't give an explanation? Advertisement. This is an actor. Just treat it as a great actor. And Ran is a little speechless. What's the point of researching this thing? If you really want to explain it thoroughly, it is spreading bad ideas to the group. As the group leader, he has to lead by example. Book artist. I just used the mobile phone noun translation, and I already know it. Upskirt maniac. What is it? Book artist. It's where the cow is. Curly hair. Shark face guy. Fairy Chilean. Where? Book artist. Well, it's the special part of motherhood. Strange, why is that thing so powerful? Wig. Could it be because it is so big? Book artist. Peeved. Knife girl. Ah, this. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Isn't this way of interpretation a bit weird? Upskirt maniac. Well, everyone's topic seems to be going off track again. Shouldn't we be talking about this Tyrese Hina thing now? Sad and Ruiko felt a bit of a sense of crisis for this pretty and well-built big sister in front of her. Like a little paparazzi protecting food, staring at her every move. Obviously, and Ran Sang is the only one she can rely on when she comes to this strange world. Why did she kill Tyrese Hina? Book artist. Are you jealous? Hatchet girl. Definitely. This is an actor. She took me as a prey and came to my door. I think this person can be used. Just use Sharingan to control it. Although Ran doesn't quite understand why girls like to eat such flying vinegar, but he still took the initiative to explain, otherwise it would be endless. Shark face guy. It's okay to treat Ransang as prey, this woman is really stupid. It's not good to provoke anyone, but this black-hearted boss. This girl, I'm afraid she will be squeezed dry in the future. Book artist. It's a bit unusual, and Ransang just went to that world today, and she hasn't even joined Leizajong yet. Why did this woman fall for Ransang by chance? Advertisement. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, coincidence? It's an actor. Not exactly a coincidence. This woman has the intention of looking for prey, and Yaris Tower makes psychological guidance through the air loop. The guy thought I hadn't found him. The pretty boys of Skull Island. That sub-Reese Tower, why would you do that? It's an actor. Heuristics and guidance. Thrown an unused pawn, trying to figure out my true intention for coming to Academy City. Then refer to my intention to formulate his new plan and layout. Let my presence be his help. Book artist. So complicated. Upskirt maniac. Wait, Yaris Tadao already knows who Ran Guo is. This is an actor. That's for sure, I didn't hide myself. Spiritual power is a special power in this world. Before today, no one but the two of us had it. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. So, and Ran Sang is going according to his plan. Then give him a fatal blow with a backhand? Soul Society's villain. Look at this analysis, you two really seem to be playing chess. Upskirt maniac. Just play chess, it's better than destroying the entire chessboard abruptly. Academy City can't afford it. 787 under the leadership of Teresa Hina, and Ran and UZ have already stood in front of the gate of the Advanced Education Bureau. This is an extremely wide building floor, surrounded by a special alloy wall. In the center are two intelligent opening and closing doors, and it is obvious that the infrared probe is scanning back and forth. Tyrese Hina decisively took out the identity card from her coat pocket and inserted it into the card slot in front of the door. D. Intruder found, first level alert, first level alert. Red lights shone around the entire building, and harsh sirens sounded endlessly. Tyrese Hina didn't expect this to happen, and her face was full of panic. Sorry boss, It has nothing to do with you. I didn't expect you to be able to open the door. And Ran waved her hand and interrupted her next words, and took a step forward. I'll do it myself. Boom. He didn't see any movement, and the entire alloy gate was directly blasted open. The two door panels are set directly into the wall behind. Upskirt maniac. And Ransang, you think I should show it? I am not the same now as I was back then. This is an actor. Okay, there are many opportunities for you to perform later. The things produced in this Advanced Education Bureau are quite interesting. During the conversation, one after another, dark red warheads pierced the air and shot towards them. 178 Replica Legion Upskirt Maniac. My god, what kind of bullet is this? Saturn Riniko's figure kept flickering, bullets passing by her body one after another. Bang bang hit the back door panel, and circular holes suddenly appeared on the metal door panel. This kind of hole is not caused by penetrating force, but some kind of corrosion. Why Saturn would know, it was because she was also shot in the abdomen. Ryotsu protected the body surface, so the body was not injured, but the little shirt she just bought the day before yesterday had a big hole. It's an actor. According to those researchers, it's called an ablator bomb. The special substance tempered by the body crystal of the person who absorbs the ability claims to be able to dissolve all things. And Rand stood beside her without moving. But those bullets were instantly decomposed when they approached his body, turning into powder and dissipating. Upskirt madman. Use ability crystals to make bullets. These researchers are really ingenious. Saturn Ruiko's body began to accelerate, and soon rushed to the front of those armed forces. For her, these bullets are still a little troublesome. Even if it won't cause any harm to her body, its property of explosive clothing cannot be ignored. If you are hit many times, you may die. Bang bang bang. Bursts of muffled noise came out. Members of the armed forces were blasted by tears one by one and collapsed to the ground. Hatchet Girl. Lei Zhejiang, handsome. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Psycho-chan's combat movements are much smoother than before, and her eyes are not as confused as they were at the beginning. The whole person is like reborn. Fairy Chilean. Yes, the shape is a bit like a disciple of the beggar gang. Book artist. Peeved, ha 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 ha. The disciples of the beggar gang are very real. Curly-haired child. Appeared, the god of machu sauce complained. Upskirt madman. How can you look like a beggar gang disciple, with a small hole in the stomach? Sister Machu, you are making fun of me again. The villain of Soul Society. I will pass on some dead bully outfits to the group for you to use when fighting, otherwise it will be really troublesome when you encounter a situation like Saturn. The dead bully outfit can be repaired with the owner's Ryotsu, which is much more convenient than ordinary clothes. Pretty boy from Skull Island. Clothes are something that I have nothing to do with. This is an actor. I can also use the skills of dead bully costumes, and I will make one for you later. Advertisement Skull Island handsome guy. Thank you, Mr. and Ran. By the way, can I choose my own style? I want the one of the knight in white. Hatchet Girl. Knight in white. Gui Yanye subconsciously imagined the image of King Kong wearing a white knight costume and strolling around the rivers and lakes. His body trembled involuntarily. Book artist. Are you kidding me? What a white-clothed knight, Ratty. I really don't think you are suitable for this style. Your face doesn't match the white-clothed knight at all. Why can't recognize yourself? Skull Island boy. Every King Kong has a martial arts dream, and my dream is to fight Tianya with a sword. Fairy Chilean. The corner of Lee Machu's mouth twitched fiercely, black lines all over her head. If such a gorilla really wants to go to some martial arts world to make troubles and kill Tianya with his sword, he really doesn't know what will happen. Upskirt maniac. I also think, Lottie, you'd better calm down. Although everyone has the right to execute their dreams, your dream is a bit unrealistic. Book artist. Huh? Lei Zhejiang, that's in front of you. Upskirt maniac. Seeing the chat message, Saturn raised her head in doubt, and what imprinted in her eyes was a young girl with red eyes and white hair. One way. Saturn Reniko frowned, looking at the other party with a solemn expression. Immediately, his eyes became a little suspicious again. This guy, it does look like Accelerator. He was no different from Accelerator in terms of figure, appearance, or clothes, but his gaze was very dull, and there was no expression fluctuation on his face. Looks like a marionette. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. This seems to be a clone? Book artist. Kahara Jensei really does everything. I got younger sister Masaka to come out earlier, but now I want to get a younger brother? Wig. It's hard to say, I don't know whether it's a younger brother or younger sister. The villain of Soul Society. How about unpacking and inspecting the product? Curly hair. Fairy Chilean. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Sister Wa, how do you open the box for inspection? Book artist. Me too. No, I have a friend who wants to know. Advertisement. This is an actor. Be careful, Tearchild. This clone is a bit different from Masaka-san. Upskirt maniac. Huh? Just as Saturn Renko raised a question, she saw Accelerator's clone rushing towards her. Raising his right arm, he punched Saturn Ruiko through the air. Boom. Heavy muffled sound. Saturn's whole body flew backwards. Before landing, the duplicate figure appeared behind her again. In the palm of the hand, the white plasma cannon was condensed and formed. Boom. There was a huge explosion, and a large cloud of smoke and dust filled the air. Call out. Saturn Ruiko's intact figure jumped out from the smoke, took a deep breath and said, that kind of speed and strength, even if it is a clone, is it LV5? It's an actor, yes. Although deprived of the emotion mechanism and part of the evolution calculation power, his power is still V5, and... Click, click. The surrounding rolling shutters suddenly opened, and teenagers with the same outfit, white hair and red eyes walked out the door. Book artist. And Ransang, is this what you want to say? Is there not just one copy of Accelerator? Curly hair. This Kahara Jensei is really something. In fact, this was not written by Kahara Jensei. Although the old guy's scientific research, Chian's ability is not bad, but it is impossible to make a LV replica of Accelerator. This replica is not created by scientific means at all, but magic. The creator is the greatest magician of the 20th century, Edward Alexander. That is Asia Rice to Crowley. Naturally, the purpose is not to complete the quantification of war weapons as stated on the surface. And Rand estimates that the final plan of Reese Tower is to let Accelerator's body complete the real evolution. It is also the state of White Wings in the original work of Mobin. However, due to the sudden arrival of Enron, This plan must have been abandoned by Asia Reese Tower. These replicas have also become useless waste. This is an actor. I leave it to you, Satin. It's time for you to act. Seeing the message, Satin was stunned, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Well, I think we can discuss it further. 5 Pa 179 Kahara Jensei's changed appearance to be reasonable. Satin Ruiko is quite confident about her strength growth during this period of time. According to her estimation of her own strength, although it is still a bit difficult to deal with the real accelerator, she can definitely remain undefeated. But in front of him, it's not just one accelerator, it's a total of 6. Even if the individual strength of these clones is not as good as the main body, how can 6 times the number of them bridge the gap? No, not just smoothing, even surpassing the body. As far as Lieutenant Commander Tinley's didn't have the confidence to deal with the current situation with 1 against 6, she was a little timid. But when she turned her head and cast her eyes on Ran's thigh, she found that he had disappeared without a trace. Satin Lizzie quickly opened the group chat interface and asked, "And Ran-san, where are you?" "This is an actor. Those replicas are handed over to you, I'll go and have a look inside." Upskirt maniac. Wait. Satin Lazy's complexion changed drastically. She was about to use Shunpo to keep up, but 2 clones in front blocked her way. Thin arms raised, fists swung. Rumble. In the hall of the Advanced Education Bureau, there was a loud noise in the open air. The rising smoke and dust covered the entire space. Illustrator of the book. Is Lazy-chan okay? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Of course, no problem, don't underestimate Ran sang. Even if 823 is not by Lazy's side, he will still pay attention to Lazy all the time. Hatchet Girl. That's right, I remembered that Ransang found out what was going on inside this building before she entered it. Soul Society's villain. Is that like an enhanced version of spiritual perception? This is an actor. The correct term should be called divine consciousness, and he uses his spiritual power as ripples to extend out for all-round investigation. At the same time, it can also be used as a beacon, as long as the position spread by my spiritual power can reach the sky instantly. Wig. What a convenient ability, can we learn it? This is an actor. Yes, but first you have to ascend to the throne. Curly-haired child. Oh, let it go. The way to ascend to the god position, whether it is earning points to buy in Ran's divine power or mastering the laws step by step by oneself, is not something that can be achieved in a short time. Advertisement saying is tantamount to not saying. Book artist. The place where Ransang is now looks so gloomy, are those human organs? The screen in the live broadcast room has switched to Ran's perspective, and he has brought Teresh Hina into a room similar to a storage room. Here are all bottles and jars filled with liquids, filled with all kinds of strange things. This is an actor. Organs, but not cut from people. And Ran walked to a container that contained a heart-like object. It is said to be a heart, because its shape is very similar, and it is still beating slowly. It's just that this heart is very big, and the blood vessels all over the body are blue-purple. Walk through the room where these bottles and jars are stored, and walk safely to a small door on the side. With a flick of the finger, the entire door suddenly turned into powder and disappeared, revealing the scene behind the door. Judging from the layout of the room, this should be a human laboratory. Surrounded by neatly arranged instruments of all kinds, there is a semicircular air chamber in the middle. A young man in a white surgical gown was lying in the cabin with his eyes closed at the moment, with a peaceful expression on his face. Hatchet Girl. Who is this person? Book artist. I don't know, it seems that this person has never appeared in the plot of the Forbidden Magic. This is an actor. No, you actually know him. It's just that he changed his appearance and became younger. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, Kahara Jensei. It's an actor. Congratulations, that's right. Konan Senpai is really making steady progress towards high school students now. Soul Society villain. Alas. The day before yesterday you commented that I didn't even reach the junior high school level. It seems that I am far worse than Konan. Curly-haired son. Sister Hua should be content. Xiao, B.A. Nanzhong was cultivated by our president himself. When she first started, she was only at the level of a primary school student. Book illustrator. We are amazing, even inferior to elementary school students. Fairy Chilean. Judging people by Mr. N's standard is really too harsh. But speaking of it, Li Machu really never went to school or private school since she was a child. Reading and literacy are all taught by the master. It is true to say that she has not reached the level of a primary school student. Advertisement Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Let's get back to the topic, don't go astray again. Is this Kahara Jensei using himself as an experimental subject? Here's an actor. Ah, and it's almost there. And Ran glanced at Kahara Wansheng in the air cabin, with a mocking expression on the corner of his mouth. This old guy is actually awake, and he is still secretly giving instructions to all units in the entire building through brainwaves. But Ran didn't expose him, followed his train of thought and left the room as an ordinary experimental subject. Boom. There was a loud bang. The wall on the side was violently broken, revealing the disgraced Satin Ruiko, and Ran sang. This is an actor. Here it is. Upskirt maniac. I know you're here, don't you see that I'm expressing dissatisfaction? How could you bear to leave me alone in that place? After the message was sent out, the little girl was still pouting hard, trying to make herself look puffed up. It's an actor. How can you Zanpakuto awaken without leaving you in that place? Illustrator of the book. Damn, the Zanpakuto of Leizajong has awakened? Curly-haired child. Damn it, why, a mere little girl can awaken Zanpakuto in a movie, but Yin-song still doesn't move at all with my knife? Wig. That's because your heart is not sincere, Yinshi. Treat Zanpakuto as if you were a loved one. Only then can one hear the voice of one's own Zanpakuto. Curly-haired. Oh, that's why you put Zanpakuto in your A. Book artist. What the hell is stuck in the buttocks? Your wig is poisonous, right? This is an actor. Here we come. Fairy Chilean. Hatchet girl. What's coming? This is an actor. This is the opportunity for Lei Jijong to really show herself, come on. While speaking, a purple-haired figure holding a dark blue laser knife appeared in front of Satin Renko like a flash. Under Rensi's stunned gaze, he slashed down on her right shoulder. 180 absolute abilities clang. The Zanpakuto in Satin Renko's hand collided with the dark blue lightsaber in the opponent's hand, and sparks flew everywhere. Only then did she see clearly the appearance and attire of the purple-haired figure. This is a young girl who is not much different from her age, with a delicate face. Wearing leather gloves on her hands, wearing a pink nurse uniform, and a skull necklace around her neck is eye-catching. Hatchet girl. Huh? This person is Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Watch out for caution. Police sees that Misaka Zero was Dory's best friend when she was a child. After learning that Taoli is a clone, she negotiated with the upper management of the talent house and asked to stop administering medicine to Taoli. After the negotiation failed, he was once detained by the Kaiman Fang. And when Jing Ce regained his freedom, Dolly was already dead. The angry police finally decided to launch an action of revenge against the chairman of the board, Rice de Crowley. The result was naturally a failure, and he was sent to a juvenile reformatory. According to the original plot analysis, Kahara Jensei probably took her under his command because he took a fancy to her strong hatred. Book artist. This girl is also a poor person who was poisoned by the darkness of Academy City. Curly-haired child. And she seems to be a little bit wrong now. Something is wrong. The warning in the original book is just a LV4, liquefied figure, ability user, who can freely manipulate the specific gravity of more than 20 to liquefy into a human form. This ability is very strong, but it is not out of the category of LV4. However, this Xing Shi on the screen is a bit outrageous. He was able to fight back and forth with Lei Zi, who is no less powerful than Accelerator, and Xing Shi also has multiple different abilities on his body. The villain of Soul Society. Is it caused by the fantasy hand? It's an actor, well, and it's an enhanced version. The Phantom Master used in the police strategy is the product of the amplification of the diffusion force field through the body crystal and aim. Compared with the one originally used by Mushan Chunshan, the power is more than 100 times stronger. But again, the side effects of this kind of thing are also extremely obvious. It can almost be said that the vitality of the police is overdrawn to maintain high-intensity battles. With the passage of time, the hair that Jing Ce saw gradually turned white visible to the naked eye. The eyes were bloodshot, and the skin on the body surface was opened with tiny cracks, and the whole body was covered in blood. But even so, she still didn't notice it, and kept attacking Satenko. Advertisement hatchet girl. It's so miserable, doesn't it hurt? Fairy Chilean. It should be that even the feeling of pain has been stripped away. This kind of evil thing is really harmful. Curly. Indeed, I thought it would be nice for two women to fight. I didn't expect Yin-song to be too naive after all. This is not what I want at all. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. So, what do you want? Curly-haired boy. Ahem, it's nothing. Book artist. HMPH, old color critic. Curly-haired boy. Hey, Yin-sang, I didn't say anything. Why are you cursing? Book artist. Even if you didn't say it, how could everyone not know what was going on in your mind? Curly-haired boy. Yin-song, I didn't think about anything. You stinky girl, don't slander people's innocence out of thin air. Laugh. While everyone in the live broadcast room was talking, Jing Ce saw that the blue lightsaber in his hand suddenly began to grow huge. The tens of meters long blade cut through the surrounding walls like cutting tofu and swept towards the tiers. There is no other way. With a sigh, Rensi slowly let go of the blade in her hand. Bloom your brilliance, Yuying. In the midst of buzzing fame, Zanpakuto turned into a gleam of white light across the air and shot towards the lightsaber in front of him. Click. Jing Ce saw that his eyes were wide open, and the blue light knife tens of meters in his hand was instantly shattered, turning into specks of light Madara and dissipating. And her body seemed to have reached its limit at this time, and she fell to the ground with a plop. Buzz buzz. The glistening white light returned to Lazy's body again and turned into a half-moon-shaped blade. Book artist. Wow, this is the Zanpakuto after Psycho-chan was liberated? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Very beautiful. Judging from the picture on the screen, the surface of the half-moon-shaped blade is also engraved with beautiful and peculiar reliefs. The content on the relief seems to be a young girl sitting on the top of the mountain with her head propped up, staring up at the moonlight. Hatchet girl. Yu Ying, this name is also very nice. Upskirt maniac. Hey, curly-haired child. Tisk, luckily it's not Yueyang. Advertisement book artist. What a god, Yueyang, how could it be Yueyang? You have a lot of brains, so you can associate Zanpakuto with your little lover? Asterisk 0 number 1. Curly-haired boy. Well, little lover, Yin-song, I didn't know that violent girl with bad wine was my little lover. Don't give it away for nothing. Wig. Yin Shi, are you still struggling with what happened the night before? As a man, I think you should be more generous. Curly-haired child. Oh, Dadu. You can say this after you were beaten into a pig's head by her first. The villain of Soul Society. It means that Aizen was beaten into a pig's head by the drunk Junyang the day before yesterday? Book artist. Ha 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 ha. I already have a picture in my mind. What the hell do you have today? Hatchet girl. Mr. Wig, you should take a picture. Wig. Sorry, I'll remember next time. Curly-haired boy. You be asterisk 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 D. Do you still want to have a next time? Yin Song. I will never drink with that crazy woman again, absolutely impossible. Upskirt madman. If Miss Junyang heard this, she would definitely drag you into the room, and then pour herself 2 bottles of vodka. Book artist. Ha 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 ha, vodka is great, curly-haired boy. What the hell is vodka? Saranko-chan, how much do you hate me? 2 glasses of sake have already transformed Junyang into a gorilla. Wouldn't it be possible to replace it with 2 bottles of vodka and become a female Tyrannosaurus? Nima, he will be eaten, right? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. After clearing all mobs, when will Kahara-jensei, the boss, stand up? Here's an actor. Right now. Book artist. Boss? Kahara-jensei can also be considered a boss? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Definitely. It is definitely not easy to make an Ran Sang wait quietly. And he regards himself as an experimental subject, surely not just to become younger? This is an actor. What he pursues is the realm that mortals cannot reach. After the message was sent out, Kahara-jensei in the air cabin also opened his eyes. 2 groups of silver-white cross rays of light shot out from his eyes. Boom. The entire air chamber burst suddenly, and the fragments scattered and splashed. Wearing a surgical suit, Kahara-jensei walked out of the human body laboratory, looked at Ran and Satin and grinned. Thanks to your stupidity, I have completely completed the absolute ability. Lack of planning. 181 listening to gods while with a body that is not a god. Absolute ability users, that is, LV6. According to the existing theory of Academy City, this should only be a conceptual thing. The so-called, a body that is not a god, listen to the will of heaven, means that as long as the existence reaches the level of an absolute capable person, it can be compared to a god with a human body. This level is the lifelong wish that every researcher in Academy City pursues together, and it is the pinnacle of the science side. Similarly, the person with absolute ability is also Kahara-jensei's obsession. In order to climb to this peak, he can be said to be doing everything he can. All kinds of heresy and human experiments have been carried out countless times, and his shadow is almost everywhere in the scientific research that touches the dark side in the entire Academy City. Even in order to achieve this goal, he did not hesitate to use his family and even himself as experimental subjects. Until today. Using the ability crystals of more than 200 powerful people above the 263 level as an introduction, and then implanting the capacitor reserves of Fantasy Master and Truth Control in his body, plus the obtained in the Black May Project one-party computing power program import. Kahara-jensei felt that he had gotten what he wanted, but seeing him gently raise his arm and wave it casually. Boom. A huge hole suddenly appeared on the right side of the entire building, and the walls of dozens of floors were directly pierced. Even if you are inside the building, you can see the outside scene from the hole. It's really a pleasant feeling of comfort, Kahara Wansheng said with an intoxicated face, pretending to be gentle. How should I thank you stupid people? Without waiting for Ran and others to answer, he said to himself, well, then let you all be turned into ashes. Turning his palm over, a ball of bright light suddenly lit up in his palm. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be enveloped by light. After a while, the light disappeared. The entire building of the Advanced Education Bureau has disappeared out of thin air, leaving only a deep pit that seems to have been smashed by a huge meteorite. HMPH ha 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 ha. Standing at the bottom of the pit, Kahara-jensei laughed with his face full of arrogance. This is power. It's my power, it's the power of God. Buzz buzz. At this moment, a row of armed trucks galloped towards this side quickly, surrounding Kahara Wansheng along the outer circle of the pothole. Advertisement: hundreds of armed guard members jumped out of the truck and pointed their guns at Kahara-jensei. In addition to these members of the guard team, the prop organization headed by Majino Shidoshi and the academy organization headed by Kakin Tito are also impressively listed. What's going on here? Looking at the scene in front of him, Mai Yi Shenli's eyes widened. I remember that this should be the location of the Advanced Education Bureau? HMPH, it seems that another extraordinary person has appeared this time. Kakin Taidoku was silent for a moment, and said with a sneer, no wonder they summoned us here. Oh, the director's actions are quite fast. Looking at the crowd surrounding him, Kahara-jensei laughed dumbly and said, it's a pity that you are late. His body floated into the air and slowly floated up. Confirm the target and fire. The leader of the security team saw his movement and immediately issued an order. Da da da. Flames spewed out from the muzzle of the gun, and orange bullets shot toward Kahara Wansheng. Humph. Not dodging or dodging, Kahara-jensei just bent the corner of his mouth. A strange scene suddenly appeared. When the bullets were close to his body, they seemed to be suspended in midair like a freeze frame. What? Everyone who saw this scene turned pale with shock and their pupils constricted. Well, I'll give it back to you guys. Kahara Wansheng stretched out his left index finger and tapped lightly. Whoosh whoosh. Those bullets turned a corner under everyone's surprised and horrified eyes, and reflected back towards Kakin Taidoku and the members of the guard. Dang lang, dang lang. A black shield appeared in front of Kakin Tito, blocking all the bullets. Majino surely also took advantage of this opportunity to shoot Adam Honkai at Kahara Isao. The dark green beam pierced through the sky, carrying the power to destroy everything. HMPH, this move is useless to me, but seeing that Kahara Wansheng just stretched out his right hand and casually swiped at the air, completely shattering the atomic collapse. With a face full of disdain, he sneered and said, "That's all you have." Advertisement, who the hell are you? Mai Yi Shenli frowned and asked solemnly. She just realized that the method used by the other party to offset her own Atom Honkai turned out to be the ability of the same attribute as hers. This is a bit subversive of her cognition. When did another Atom Honkai appear in Academy City? And the opponent must have other abilities, otherwise it is impossible to fly. Old Kuchiki Hara Jensei. It was Kahara Jensei's deliberate intention to call himself old while wearing a young man's face. He wants to announce to the world that his old man has been reborn from the cocoon. What? This is impossible. Kakin Taidoku's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. As Anbu directly under the governing council, he naturally knew about Kahara Jensei's existence. When did the crazy researcher who had an impression of an old man named Madara become a handsome guy? The impossibility you know is because you have never seen a miracle before. Kahara Wansheng gave him a disdainful glance, and said, "The existence of the old man is such a miracle." Miracle? Kakin Taidoku was stunned for a moment, as if he understood something. He raised his head, frowned and asked, "If that's the case, why did you do such a thing?" He knew very well that Kahara Jensei's status in Academy City was no worse than those directors. Since they have all rejuvenated and obtained such special abilities, why do they want to destroy everywhere? Do you want to enjoy watching? Of course it's for ruling. Kahara Wansheng curled his lips and said with a smile, "Isn't it natural for gods to rule the world? Your target is the chairman." Kakin Tito understood what he meant, with a dull expression on his face. The so-called chairman is just the beginning. Kahara Wansheng smiled arrogantly and said arrogantly, "Okay, the fun with you little devils is over here. You can go on the road with peace of mind." Raising his hand, a mass of white light was condensed. Click. Seeing the moment when the white light appeared, Kakin Taidoku immediately had a premonition that something was wrong, and quickly made a powerful shield with Weiyuan material to block in front of him. But the next moment, including the shield created by Kakin Tito and himself, everything was melted by the white light. As if it had never appeared before, all traces of its existence in this world were erased. Gulp. Seeing this scene, Majino Shenli swallowed, and raised his head with a stiff expression. What imprinted in the eyes was the white light group that was condensed again in Kahara Wansheng's palm. 182 The angry Kahara Jensei, it's over. Mai Yi Shenli's eyes were wide open, and his pupils shrank violently. The body stood there in a daze, just watching the ball of white light surge towards him. Call out. At the very moment, a black-haired figure suddenly flashed in front of Majino Shenli, engulfing her and disappearing on the spot. Boom. The white light hit the place where Mai Yi Shenli was standing, and the whole ground instantly collapsed into a huge pothole. Mai Yi Shenli, who survived the catastrophe, looked at the petite figure standing beside him and exclaimed, "Tears? Son?" She had lost her desire to survive just now, but she did not expect such a turning point. She was saved, and the person who saved her was someone she liked very much. The two huge surprises merged with each other. In Majino Shirley's eyes at this moment, Satin Ruiko's status had been elevated to the level of the savior by her. Be your own savior. Book artist. Fallen, fallen. This woman is completely fallen, hey. Curly-haired child. That looked, wow, I feel like she wants to punish Psycho-chan right away. Hatchet girl. Ha 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 ha, this can be regarded as the real favorability of 18 is full. Upskirt maniac. Stop talking, I'm starting to panic. Satin Ruiko was not joking, she was really flustered. He didn't even dare to turn his head to look at Mai Yi Shenli, and the expression on his face was tense. This is an actor. Don't panic, hold on. Upskirt maniac. What are you doing? You obviously did it. Why do you have to ask me to save people? It's not necessary at all. Here's an actor. I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't make a move, how can you gain favor? Advertisement upskirt maniac. Peeved, who wants to get favors? I don't even have time to drop favors now. This is too bad. This woman might really drag me to the bridal chamber tonight. The angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I think of the bridal chamber, which shows that Leizajong is also enlightened. Book artist. Ha 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 ha, yes, Leizajong, you drove away from this harem. Upskirt maniac. Shut up, you pushers. If it weren't for the crazy instigation of these people in the group who watched the excitement and were not afraid of big things, and Ransang would not have made this wave of operations. Play your sister's hero save the beauty. Satin was filled with anger. The white right hand held the scabbard tightly, but his face was pretending to be calm. You're not dead. Kahara Jensei, who was floating in midair, stared at Renko with a confused expression. Under the attack of the old man, why can you escape? Correct me, that's not escaping at all. Satin Renko looked at him with contemptuous eyes, and said lightly. Also, I'm not the only one who is unscathed, it's us. Kahara Wansheng was stunned for a moment, and turned around as if aware of it. But I saw a certain boy in a plaid shirt standing on the roof of the truck next to the pothole with his hands in his pockets. His granddaughter Tyrese Hina and his co-worker, police officer, stood on both sides of the boy. You B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* looked at the nurse's attire. Kahara Jensei had a shocked expression on his face. How is this possible? Previously, he had forcibly distorted Jing Shijan's mind with the Illusion Master and the Mastery of Truth, turning her into a combat robot-like existence. This cannot be restored by science, at least it is impossible to do it with the current science and technology of Academy City. But now the other party's clear eyes are obviously a sign of regaining consciousness. You seem very unhappy to see me recover, Director Muyuan. Police looked at him indifferently and said, aren't we close partners? This is obviously a sarcasm. Although Jing Si's consciousness during this time has been distorted, his memory is still there. It is very clear what cruel experiments this old guy has done on himself. This guy didn't regard him as a collaborator at all. HMPH, don't be too arrogant with mere man-made tools. Kahara Wansheng quickly recovered from the shock, and sneered, are you worthy of being an old man's partner? Flipping his palm, a white light suddenly appeared. It's useless to worry about these things now. In Kahara Jensei's view, this will kill all the people present, and any problems can be easily solved. Advertisement just when he was stunned, and Rand said lightly, using the structural properties of matter to destroy antimatter at its root, your ability is really interesting. Of course it was analyzed with the eyes. And Rand still put his hands in his pockets, and said calmly, but although this kind of power is interesting, it has not yet reached the level of a true absolute ability, right? For researchers, the most hated thing is that their hard work is denied by others. In order to complete this plan of the absolute capable person, he discarded too many things, and the result is that this is a fake? What did you say? Kahara Wansheng was impatient, his eyes were bloodshot. Kahara Jensei clenched his teeth, his eyes were about to burst into flames. Very good, you be asterisk 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 D. Are you trying to provoke me, a god? I will let you try it. What is the anger of a god? Raising his arms, all kinds of elemental forces from the heavens and the earth condensed around his body, gradually covering his body surface. The colorful light Madara gradually condenses into a dazzling white light, shining over the entire square. What? If it's a real person with absolute ability, it shouldn't be just your level. And Rand's expression was flat, and Jiyu Jing Wubo said, what you have accomplished now is just a complete failure. The white light that can decompose everything into a particle state is stirring again, this time the goal is to warn. Could it be this boy who did it? According to Kahara Jensei's idea, this is the root power for 620 to break away from the shackles of science and reach the realm of God. It is also a power that only you can grasp and understand. Why is the young man in front of you so clear? He also created this special force derived from the multiple overlap of atomic force, vector and material control force, after countless theoretical verifications. Kahara Wansheng's gaze turned to Enran, staring at him firmly. It should be impossible, he doesn't seem to have made any movements at all. Failed product. Kahara Jensei's eyes widened, pale with shock. What's going on here? Why did his ability effect disappear? You? How do you know? Kahara Wansheng was stunned, his expression full of unthinkable. However, the ball of white light just flew halfway, but it suddenly dissipated like an extinguished candle, leaving no traces. 183 The true god. The blazing white light group became brighter and brighter, and Kahara Wansheng, who was suspended in midair, was like a sun falling from the sky at this moment. Well, what's that? It's so dazzling, the sun, is it falling? There was an uproar in the entire school district. Both the teaching teachers and the students all turned their attention to the location of the Advanced Education Bureau, but they didn't know what happened there. Even the people in the live broadcast room where spectators were stunned at this time, and even they were shocked by the special effects of Kahara Jensei's skills. Curly-haired boy. Hey, what the hell is this guy trying to do? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. With his formation, he should be able to destroy Academy City, right? This is an actor, not just Academy City. If he is allowed to release all this energy, the entire Japanese archipelago and the surrounding seawater will cease to exist. Book artist. FK, is this the strength of someone with absolute ability? Soul Society villain. And Ran has said that he is just a fake product, not a true absolute ability user. Hatchet Girl. Even if it is a counterfeit product, it still has such power. This is an actor. For a truly capable person, the strength should be comparable to that of an angel. It is easy to destroy the earth after accumulating power for such a long time. Skull Island boy. If it is a demon god, it should be stronger than an angel, right? This is an actor. Demon gods are also divided into layers, with varying strengths. The weakest one should be about the same as an angel. Upskirt Maniac. And Ransang, can you really handle this? Witnessing the power of Kahara Jensei, a shoddy absolute ability user, Saturn Ruiko's awareness of those angels and demon gods has been strengthened several layers. Originally, he had no doubts about Enran's ability to control the world, but now he was a little shaken. Enran also guessed what the other party was thinking, sent a message and asked, are you afraid? Upskirt Maniac. A little bit. Advertisement Satin did not hide anything, and sent a very candid reply. She trusts Enran very much, but Enran has only one person, and there is more than one demon god. If this messed up, she would rather die with Enran. But her relatives and friends, and even the world's human beings may have to be buried with her. This is an actor. Then it seems that I have to show my hand a little bit. Enran did not blame her, this is also human nature. Even saying that the current Satin didn't stop him from continuing to carry out his plan to control the world, that's enough trust in him. As the group leader, Enran naturally cannot live up to the trust of the group members. Therefore, he planned to come up with some real dry goods. Mid-air, Kahara Jensei held up the dazzling white ball with both hands, and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that, stupid guys? This is power, the power of gods. Startled, dazed. The guards around were shocked beyond measure by the scene in front of them, and they were stunned in place. Not to mention them, even Mai Yi Shenli, Jing Si Kanju, and Teresa Hina were trembling all over at this time, with panic on their faces. In their eyes, Kahara Yusheng at this time can indeed be called a god. God? At this moment, and Rand still calmly interrupted his narcissism. I think you may have misunderstood this kind of existence. Are you still stubborn? Kahara Wansheng cast his eyes on him, and said with a sneer, in that case, just stand there and destroy this world together, turning his arms. The huge light cluster pressed down across the sky like a scorching sun. Before the ball of light landed, the whole air vibrated with a buzzing sound. The surrounding space began to dislocate and distort, and black cracks appeared out of thin air. Ah, a frog in a well who is obsessed with his own small world. And Rand sighed helplessly, and stretched out her left hand in her trouser pocket. Raise your index finger and lightly touch the air. Pop! There was a soft sound. Visible to the naked eye, the entire space began to spread layer upon layer of ripples, radiating to the entire square like ripples. Slap. Advertisement. There was a sound as if a bubble burst, and a blazing white light ball began to shrink visible to the naked eye. The huge energy capable of destroying the entire Japanese archipelago was broken down into colorful light spots and dissipated in the air. Hatchet girl. Is it gone? Curly-haired son. The president is awesome. Book artist. Really awesome, too strong. Soul Society's villain. Is that the ability of the real law? Apart from Enran, the strongest member of the group is Unohana Retsu, first-generation Kenpachi. But even she did not touch the threshold of the law. This is an actor. A crude application of the laws of space. On screen. Seeing this scene, Kahara Jensei was like a duck whose fate was pinched by its throat, his eyes were tearing apart. After being silent for a long time, he roared loudly. How is this possible? This is impossible, this is impossible. What you call impossible is just that you haven't seen a real miracle. And Rand's voice was still very flat, and she didn't even look at him. God is a symbol of miracles, and a product of idealism that makes the impossible possible. Then, what is that? Under Kahara Wansheng's astonished and horrified eyes, he saw an inexplicable existence covered in black mist appearing behind Enran, sitting on the golden throne. Gudong. Kahara Wansheng's heart was trembling. This inexplicable existence didn't make any movements at all, but it made him feel a sense of oppression and panic originating from the soul. The black mist lingered, and the sacred whispers and ravings resounded in Kahara Wansheng's ears. After a while, he seemed to come to his senses and muttered to himself, God. It turns out that this is. Flap. As soon as he said this, the white light Madara that shrouded his body had turned into particles and dissipated. Then his palms, legs, body, and finally his whole body were disassembled. World. Until his death, Kahara Wansheng didn't show any pain or fear on his face. On the contrary, his eyes revealed an unprecedented tranquility and peace. At this moment, he seemed like a pilgrim, seeing the light in his heart. The black mist behind Enran and the golden throne disappeared immediately, and the whole world became clear again. 184 Enran. I am a staunch materialist. Hint. This is an actor who closed the live broadcast room. The number of viewers in this live broadcast room is 10, and the live broadcast lasts for 50 minutes. A total of 500 points will be obtained by the host. Here's the cast. Thanks for watching. Book artist, peeved, I'm still thinking about it. When you say this out of the blue, it's a bit of a show. Hatchet girl. Yes, it's like watching a movie. Wig. Well, in a sense, it is no different from watching a movie. The Pretty Boys of Skull Island, better than the movie. Curly-haired boy. You said that, have you ever seen a movie? There should be no movie screening room on Skull Island. Skull Island pretty boy. I've seen it, King Kong Skull Island. Upskirt maniac. Well, it's okay to watch a movie with yourself as the main character. Book artist. And it doesn't look good, pretty boy of Skull Island. Of course it's not good looking, the heroine ran away with other men in the end. Fairy Chilean. Upskirt maniac. Peeved. Illustrator of the book. What the hell, he ran away with another man, he has no intention of developing a relationship with you. Okay. The heroine is a human line, you are a diamond line. The two lines are originally incompatible parallel lines. Skull Island. Why are you spitting so seriously? I'm just kidding. Illustrator of the book. What is Spit 020 Ghost? I call it Spit. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Oh my god, Ratty can joke? Shark face guy. But he doesn't sound like he's joking at all. This is an actor. I can understand Ratty's frustration, but again, human girls are really not for you. Curly-haired son. The president is right, let's change to Godzilla. King Kong subconsciously imagined a scene of himself and Godzilla being in love with each other, and his body shuddered. Godzilla's lizard face is too scary, don't. Advertisement book illustrator. Oh, absolutely, how dare you, a King Kong, say that he is scary. Fairy Chilean. Eldest brother, don't laugh at second brother. Curly. That's right. What about the lizard face? The comrades in our group can tolerate even the shark face. Shark face guy. Hatchet girl. Yinsong, you are pointing fingers at why. The villain of Soul Society. What did Kisame do wrong? Book artist. By the way, I was interrupted by you and forgot the important question. Is the trick in Ransang used just now also the power of law, bide? It's an actor. No, that's my dharma. If it is more popular, it can also be said to be my divine body. Hatchet girl. Is the body of a god the body of a god? It's an actor, so to speak. When I enter the godhead, that is my real body. What is built with the power of rules represents my authority. Upskirt madman. Did Kahara Wansheng scared to death just by showing his real body? This is an actor. He is not scared to death, but he violated the rule that mortals should not look directly at gods. The gods are indescribable, and naturally cannot be seen directly. Book artist. I see, and Ran sang, is your god a Cthulhu god? Is it an old god or an ancient god? This is an actor. You have a pretty rich imagination. If I'm really Cthulhu, you'd all be little fools by now. Fairy Chilean. What is the Cthulhu god system? Hatchet girl. It's not easy to explain, it's probably something like an evil god. But it is much more powerful than the evil gods we know, and if you see or hear it, you will become a fool. Fairy Chilean. Hiss, so terrifying. Book artist. It's actually a kind of mental pollution. The physical strength of that god system is not very good, but the spiritual pollution can be called unsolvable. For ordinary humans, even the appearance of that Cthulhu mob in the real world would be a devastating blow. Curly-haired boy. Hey, don't tell such horror stories in the group. Wig. Yinshi, are you afraid? Curly-haired boy. What nonsense are you talking about? Yinsong, is the kind of person who will be afraid. Is it Lousy's previous title? Lousy is by Yi Fork. Advertisement wig. In that case, why did you hide in the stove? Curly-haired boy. This, of course, is because I am looking for the entrance to the other world. I am going to kill the entire Cthulhu system. Book artist. What the hell are you really good at talking nonsense? Upskirt maniac. And Ransang, isn't the little egg in that house not bad? It's an actor, okay. As a Huxia, and Ran actually doesn't like desserts for dinner. But this is after all the kindness of the little girl. Curly-haired boy. Damn it, little cake. I want to eat it too. Book artist. Me too, the shops in this neighborhood have been closed recently. Not to mention small cakes, you can't even buy ice cubes. The villain of Soul Society. The situation on Ali's side has deteriorated again? Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Are human beings not armed enough? Book artist. Yes. Those upgraded beasts that were originally on land can still resist. The key point is that even the upgraded beasts in the sea have begun to land. I think the above means that there are plans to abandon coastal cities. Fairy Chilean. Do you want help? Book artist. I don't need it for now. I also want to see where this change will lead human beings. I think it would be bad if we rushed into the process. Hatchet girl. Let human beings decide their own direction. Li Zhang's awareness is incredible. But you alone can't save everyone, right? This is an actor. So, why rely on one person to save everyone? The creation of human happiness can only rely on the cluster of human beings themselves. Rather than one of them, this is in line with the mass view of history and materialism. Upskirt maniac. And Ransang, you are a god, right? According to what you said earlier, the essence of gods is the product of idealism. But is it appropriate for you to say that you are a materialist here? This is an actor. I am a god but I am also a firm materialist, isn't this a conflict? Book artist. No, I think it is quite conflicting. Apart from you, I am afraid that there will be no other gods in the thousands of planes who call themselves materialists. Aren't you digging your own roots? This is an actor. It doesn't matter, anyway, I don't make a living by faith. He wears armor to become a god with the power of law, not an extension of human fantasy accumulated by the power of faith. Even if everyone in the world is a materialist, it will not affect his strength. Curly-haired boy. That's right, this face of our president is enough to make a living, and it's still delicious soft rice. Hint. The curly-haired boy was banned for 1 minute. 185 Li Machu, girl in men's clothing early morning twilight. And Ran opened her eyes from the bed, opened the door and walked out of the room. Boss, you're awake. In the living room, Teresina, who was dressed in home clothes, took the initiative to greet her. Would you like black tea? I'm sorry to trouble you. And Ran nodded slightly, sat straight on the luxurious sofa in the living room, and started the group chat. This is an actor. Good morning, everyone. Hatchet girl, good morning, and Ran sang. You have been living in Academy City for half a month, are you okay? This is an actor. Okay, plain and leisurely. It has been more than half a month since Kahara Gensei was resolved that day. During these half a month, and Ran has been staying in Academy City, waiting for those demon gods to come to her door. Unfortunately, there is no movement yet. Even the cracks in the different space where the demon gods were located showed no sign of opening. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's not half a month, it's 16 days. Today is the 16th day I haven't seen in Ransang. The weather at Soul Society is dark, it looks like it's going to rain. Book artist. Peeved, Miss Xing, what you said is really full of Wen Xing temperament. Curly. I learned it from Mocho. If you want to say who in the whole group has the most literary and youthful temperament, Sakata Yinshi thinks that it must be Li Machu. From time to time, he would make 2 poems in the group, which made his scalp tingle. The villain of the Soul Society. It's good to learn more about these things, at least it's better than learning those strange knowledge. Upskirt maniac. And Ransang is awake. What's for breakfast today? This is an actor. Emerald Xiaomai. Upskirt maniac. Wait, I'll be right there. Hatchet girl. Ha 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 ha, it seems that it is the food that Psycho-chan likes to eat. Book artist. No doubt a foodie. But having said that, Teresina was really tuned by Ransang. She was taught very well, and she was directly transferred from a scientist to a maid. Curly-haired child. Is it training? What you just wanted to say is training, right? Book artist. I don't have one, you read it wrong. Upskirt maniac. I can actually be a maid or something. This is an actor, but your student dormitory is too small. Upskirt maniac. Damn it, advertisement Satin was very unwilling, but she had to admit that what the other party said was the truth. The dormitory was too small, and due to Chu Chun's relationship with Lee, she couldn't let Ran live with her, so she could only watch Ran walk into the rich woman's big villa. That feeling is powerless. But Lizzie is ready to turn her grief and anger into appetite, and sooner or later she will eat the rich woman to the poor. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Aizen seems to have found the hiding place of Kisame and the others. When will you come back? This is an actor. No rush, let him develop in Hueco Mundo for a while. Book artist. Ha 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 ha, and Ransang, this is really a straight man's answer. The point of Miss Conan's words is not on Aizen at all, okay? Hatchet girl. The point is the last sentence. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Forget it, this isn't Ransang's style. With Lizzie by your side, I am actually quite at ease. Curly-haired son. As expected of Conan-chan, why are you so tactful when you say insincere words now? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's okay, I'm really okay. Book artist. Ms. Conan. Upskirt maniac. How about Ransang going back for a while? Satin Ruiko thought about it, and felt that the current situation was really unfair to Conan. The two of them have been together since they met, it must be hard to be separated for so long now. Comparing her heart to her heart, Lizzie felt that she should not be able to bear this kind of loneliness. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, things on your side are more important. It would be very troublesome if those demon gods made a surprise attack while Ransang was away. Upskirt maniac. But, Satin was touched, Conan is such a gentle woman. It's great to think of yourself even at a time like this. The villain of the Soul Society. Don't be fooled by her, she just wanted to find an excuse to go to Academy City and avoid training. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Sister Wa, people are tough. Curly hair. Book artist. Upskirt maniac. Peeved. Satin, who was moving at high speed with Shunpo, almost lost her center of gravity and fell to the ground. She's still too young, really too young. No wonder Ransang keeps silent, maybe she has seen through Miss Conan's true colors long ago, right? Actually she was wrong. Advertisement at this time, and Ran also twitched her lips, silently deleted the words, "Then you come here," that she was about to send, and edited the message again. Don't think too much, train seriously. Asterisk TT. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, it's so boring, and without the cooking made by Ransang, I lost a few rounds of weight. Book artist. Feelings, you're thinking about cooking. Hatchet girl. Sister Conan has really changed, she was definitely not so skinny before. Skull Island boy. Along with experience and age, the personality of intelligent creatures will change. Only sincere and glorious beliefs and ideas will not change, and the truth will last forever. Curly-haired boy. Hey, your change is the biggest, right? The dream has jumped directly from knight to philosopher? Fairy Chilean. Picture. Very lively. Lee Machu, with long hair and a vertical crown, is dressed in white and holds a folding fan. Dressed up like a handsome nobleman, the corner of his mouth bends into a wicked smile that seems to be able to seduce one's soul. Click on the picture, and what appears is a huge circular arena. Around the arena, there were crowds of spectators. Upskirt maniac. Ah, the martial arts tournament at Sister Machu's side has started? With a shocked face, Satin picked up a sumai and stuffed it into her mouth. Her cheeks were bulging like a hamster. Book artist. That means your knowledge reserve is not as good as a King Kong. Book artist. Live broadcast, fast live broadcast. In the restaurant on the right side of the arena. Book artist. Looking forward to it. Wigs. Knowledge does matter. There is no way out without learning and skills, Yinshi. Fairy Chilean. There is no rush, this is just a warm-up match for the little guys. I'll broadcast it live later when we enter the official game, and give them a surprise then. Curly-haired boy. I found that all of you have learned badly, and you always think about surprises every day. Tell me about the surprises, and let Yinkson criticize me. Curly-haired boy. The most ignorant people are not qualified to say such things, how dare you have the face. 0. The boy of Skull Island. Knights also need knowledge to arm their minds, otherwise how would I know what methods to use to act chivalrously? Curly-haired boy. Yes, why do I feel that what you said makes sense? How the hell am I being preached by King Kong? Fairy Chilean. If you say it, is it still a surprise? Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Surprise, what kind of surprise? 186 Yan Yi-chan, whose mentality is broken up skirt maniac. Oh, what kind of surprise is Machu's side? I really want to know. Fairy Chilean. Let's keep thinking. Sitting in front of the windowsill of the restaurant, Lee Machu shook the folding fan in her hand, narrowing her long and narrow eyes slightly. Others cast their gazes one after another, and even the singing voices of those restaurant singers were a little out of tune. It's really this young man in white, who is so handsome that it's outrageous. They have lived for so long, and they have never seen such a man who reversed all sentient beings. Book artist. Alas, these days in the group are really difficult. Even Sister Machu has become so wicked, when will we pure and innocent little white flowers stand up? Curly. Pure and innocent? Who? Is there such a person in our group? Book artist. Are you blind? You can't see a living person like my sister? Volume. 293. Hair. I didn't see the pure and innocent lil white flower, but the piranha covered in dirt is very conspicuous. Book artist. Grass, what the hell are you cannibals? Upskirt maniac. Ha 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 ha, piranha. Has Ali Zhang switched to cannibalism now? It's so scary. Book artist. What a fart, I'll eat you first. Upskirt maniac. Good duck, but it's a pity you don't have the tools to commit crimes. Fairy Chilean. What about the tools used to commit crimes? Book artist. Leijijang, are you really only 13 years old? Why can you understand everything I say in seconds? You see, Sister Machu, an adult, doesn't know as much as you do, don't you feel ashamed? Upskirt maniac. And Ransang said that everyone should learn more knowledge, so as not to be deceived by you, a book artist. Book artist. Lie to your sister, the knowledge and Ransang said is not what you understand at all. Fairy Chilean. Thank you Yan Yi for your private chat, I already understand. Hatchet girl. Cough, no thanks. Curly hair. Why do you still talk about popular science in private? You guys are so strange, probably no one in the whole group knows about this kind of thing except Mo Chojiang. What's the point of private chatting? Hatchet girl. I always feel a little ashamed when I say it in the group. Soul Society's villain. It's just this level, it should be a trivial matter to Yan Yuzhang, moi. Advertisement book artist. Peeved, ha 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 ha. Sister Hua's moi has that smell. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Suddenly I miss it so much, why don't you say that Yi Zhang will perform again another day? Hatchet girl. Ah, stop talking. I am still on a mission here, please spare me. Going out on a mission is a very serious matter, but when I was helped by the sisters in the group, my mentality collapsed a bit. Gui Yanye unconsciously recalled the car rollover scene during his last live broadcast, and without hesitation faced the screen as a moi. Now that I think about it, I am so ashamed. This is an actor. Mission, is there another intruder on Yan Yi's side? Hatchet girl. I don't know yet, I'm going to investigate now. It is said that the residents of the villages in the mountainous area of Aichi Prefecture disappeared one after another without any reason, which made people panic. Curly. Disappeared for no reason? Could there be human traffickers? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It is possible for you to be placed in a feudal world like Hokage or Shendao, but Jia is still a legal society. Human traffickers dare to be so rampant? Illustrator of the book. The human traffickers are obviously nonsense, but Ayan's words are still so incomprehensible. Born a fool, there is no help. Curly-haired boy. Long-winded, then tell me why people disappear. Book artist. I don't know. Upskirt maniac. As expected of Ali Zhang, I don't know how to answer so confidently. Expression. Covering face. Book artist. That's better than he doesn't know how to talk nonsense. Skull Island pretty boy. Could it be eaten by invaders? The villain of the Soul Society. Whether it is an intruder or not, Yan Yi must pay attention to safety. If you encounter troubles that cannot be solved, please ask for help in the group. Everyone still wants to listen to your moi again. Hatchet girl. Gui Yanye was very moved when I saw the previous part, but I was crazy about the latter part. She had a hunch that this stalk would follow her for the rest of her life. It belongs to the stain that cannot be washed off. Gui Yanye sighed with some melancholy and turned his gaze out of the window. The mountains are rolling and rolling, like a crouching dragon in the dim moonlight. In the depths of the mountain, there are dots of lights, and the surrounding environment is very quiet. It's so beautiful. The little Baimao Hezi beside him sighed and said, you can't see such a scene in the city now. Advertisement, however, it's still kind of creepy, another blue-haired girl continued. Similar to Gui Yanye, this is a new member of the 4th battle group. Her name is Sakazaki Yuki, and she is an onmyoji who is good at enchantment. Besides her, there were 2 other new male members in the group. There are 6 people in the business car including the driver and the sturdy Kira with a small crew cut and a white-faced straight man wearing glasses. Huh, aren't you too timid? Naruto glanced at the blue-haired girl and said with disdain, as an onmyoji, you must first overcome the fear in your heart. Yes, I'm sorry. Sakazaki Yuki quickly lowered his head and apologized. There's no need to apologize to me. Naruto pushed the glasses on his face and said, I just think you should be worthy of your identity as an onmyoji. Okay, Naruto. Kira waved her hand and interjected, everyone is new, and you don't need to use such a preaching attitude. I don't know what happened to this incident, I hope it won't be too difficult. Creak. While several people were talking, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. What happened? What happened? Caught off guard, Jiren hit his head on the front seat, and the others, except Gui Yanye, were also staggering. I seem to have hit something, the driver said tremblingly while sitting on the seat at 0.4. Hit something? Gui Yanye raised his eyebrows, opened the door and got out of the car. The rest of the people in the car followed quickly, and took 2 steps forward to the front of the car. What caught everyone's eyes was a vague and pale corpse. Wow! A terrified cry sounded. Killed someone, it's over, we're over, you're going to jail. Everyone turned their faces away, only to realize that it was Naruto who yelled. What this guy said before was so righteous and awe-inspiring, but it turned out that the clown was himself. The corner of Gui Yanye's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but want to complain. Ow! But at this moment, the bloody corpse on the ground suddenly opened its eyes, stretched out its pale palm and grabbed Gui Yanye's right foot. Pooh! The cold light flickered and the blood spattered. 187 The weird black mist hatchet girl. Please help me, what is this? Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Upskirt maniac. Human corpse. Illustrator of the book. I was eating, and you posted such bloody pictures. Yan Yuzhong, I don't like you anymore. Hatchet girl. Ah, sorry. Curly. Are you kidding? Can piranhas be affected by this kind of thing? Book artist. What the hell are you eating piranhas and closing the anus of my old lady? Fairy Chilean. Close the anus. Meaning close the mouth that farts. I learned new knowledge from Ali. Book artist. I do not produce knowledge, I am just a porter of knowledge, but having said that, Yan Yi has arrived at the scene of the murder. The residents of those villages are really dead, right? He said that he was eating, and it was not appropriate to watch bloody scenes, but in fact, Ying Lily was looking at the picture with her eyes, eating ramen very vigorously. In the past, she naturally didn't have this kind of psychological quality, but now she is used to it. Pretty boy of Skull Island. This man died so badly, his limbs were cut off. Upskirt maniac. Not just limbs, but even teeth are gone. How cruel can a person do such a thing? Hatchet girl. Well, I did that. Book artist, upskirt maniac, peeved. Curly hair. Yan Yuzhong, you are a bit unexpected, how much hatred? Hatchet girl. No hatred, it wants to attack me. This is an actor. In other words, this is not just a corpse, right? And the color of the blood on his body has obviously turned into a black solidified body, but it is still flowing. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, as expected of an Ransang, I didn't realize this just now. The villain of the Soul Society. The blood can still flow, which means the body is still alive. But judging from the scars on its body and the color of Madara's corpse, this person had been dead for at least 5 days. Hatchet girl. Yes, I was just curious about this, so I asked everyone in the group. Advertisement at this time, Gui Yanye was standing beside the commercial vehicle. Several other onmyoji gathered around her, either fearfully or curiously looking at the strange corpse whose limbs had been crippled. Even at this level, the corpse is still desperately twisting its body to attack. It's just that without a mouth full of sharp teeth, its movements look funny. Book artist. Could it be a zombie? Curly. Poo-poo, why didn't you say that Yan Yuzhong still has an umbrella company? Is the main product T-virus or G-virus? Book artist. Idiot virus, after infection, I will become a big idiot like you. This is an actor. I don't know if it is a zombie, but it is very likely that it is indeed caused by some kind of mutant infection source. If I'm not wrong, there is definitely more than one such existence. Upskirt maniac. Could it be spiritual pollution? Cthulhu invasion? Hatchet girl. Leza Zhang, don't scare me. Curly-haired boy. That's right, it scares people and children. Not everyone is as bold as Yinsong and me, so be careful with what you say. Wig. Yinshi, are you looking for the entrance to the other world again? Curly. No, this time it's the door of truth. Book artist. Bah. UB asterisk 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 D. Upskirt maniac. It's okay to be cowardly, but I'm still talking about it. This is an actor. You can actually tell from this photo. The distortion form produced by this pollution source is not deep, so the possibility of Cthulhu is very small. Moreover, the ancient stories and legends circulated in the circle of people with special abilities on Yanye's side did not conform to the existence of Cthulhu. Hatchet girl. Then I can rest assured. For in Ran, she trusted 100%. Although Gui Yanye never said it, in her heart she already regarded this young group leader as the dawn of life. If it weren't for his careful guidance, I wouldn't be able to communicate normally with people even now. Call. Taking a deep breath, Gui Yanye turned his gaze to his teammates. What should we do? What are we going to do now? Jiren held his head tremblingly and said, what's going on? Why did this thing happen? Calm down. Where's your onmyoji glory? Kira frowned and scolded. Advertisement. This is not something that an onmyoji can solve. Naruto raised his head and said loudly, you saw it just now, our spells are useless to it. Well, the spell is useless only because it's a humanoid puppet. Sakazaki Yuki replied weakly. It's caused by the almost thinness of the dirty energy in the body. What do you know? Naruto roared angrily, without spells, how can we use the power of our onmyojis? This way the mission is basically. Laugh. After a while, the whole carriage returned to calm. Hateful. Gui Yanye put the knife back into its sheath, and said calmly, go back, leave the next task to me. Turning around, he walked straight towards Shen Yamanaka. Ah, and me. Naruto opened his eyes wide and swallowed. A few strands of severed black hair fell from his forehead. Idiots, all idiots. You are dead. Miss Yan Yi, wait, I'll be with you. Gulp. Before he finished speaking, a cold glow brushed across his cheek. It hit the head of the corpse behind it impartially, cutting its entire head in half. Kazuko and Sakazaki Yuki followed quickly, while Kira patted Naruto on the shoulder and said meaningfully, go back, you are not suitable to be an onmyoji. When Naruto realized it was already too late, the dense black garden penetrated into him and the driver in front from all directions. Choke. In the end, he could only curse and sit back in the car as if venting his anger. But at this moment, he didn't realize that a cloud of black mist was floating above his head. She wanted to see what the so-called source of pollution was, and if it is left alone, there will definitely be more 460 people who will suffer. This is against the morality that Ransang taught her. The faces of the two were livid and their bodies trembled, as if their throats were pinched by an invisible big hand. Their mouths were wide open but they couldn't make a sound. Black mist emerged from the bodies of the two and merged together again, flying towards the route that Gui Yanye and the others left. The cloud of mist seems to have its own consciousness, constantly changing its shape. Then it spread out silently, covering the entire interior of the carriage. Naruto gritted his teeth, watching the backs of the few of them getting further and further away indignantly. He wanted to open his legs to follow, but he couldn't muster up the courage after all. 188 Like Gui Yanye taking drugs upskirt maniac. Wow, Sister Michu, you are a woman disguised as a man. Sadden Lizzie looked at Lee Michu, who had started the live broadcast on the screen, with a surprised expression on his face. Book artist. The so-called surprise, is this kind of surprise? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I have to say, Michu looks very handsome in this outfit. Much handsomer than most men. Hatchet girl. That's right, and I don't see any feminine features at all. How did you do it? Fairy Chilean. As for the disguise technique, I got it by chance when I visited Taihu Lake a while ago. Book artist. Yurangshu. Speaking of which, the world of martial arts is also quite fantasy. The effect of this disguise technique is probably no worse than the transformation technique in the Hokage world. This is an actor. Disguise requires certain materials to complete, transformation technique is more convenient to use. But the transformation technique can only perform directional transformations, and cannot be fine-tuned like this. Curly-haired son. HMPH, the current Michu sauce is barely 5 points as handsome as my yin song. Book artist. Are you lying to yourself so hard now? Upskirt maniac. In terms of handsomeness, I think Yin Song doesn't even get 2 points of Sister Michu's current level. But when it comes to bragging, 10 Michu sisters bundled together are no match for you. Hatchet girl. Ha 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 ha, this summary of Leizajong is too true. Curly-haired boy. Fart, Yin Sang, am I so bad? Illustrator of the book. Please look at the condescending eyes of the girls around Sister Michu, and look at the disgusting eyes of the girls around you. Don't you have any points in your mind? The villain of the Soul Society, if he had counted, he wouldn't be called Sakata Jintoki. Upskirt maniac. Exactly. Curly-haired boy. Damn, you guys started to gang up on the internet again, right? Yin Song, I just told the truth, why should I suffer this kind of unfair treatment? Book artist. What the hell is the internet violence? What you said is the truth. Hatchet girl. Yin Song, you really know how to talk. Sighing helplessly, Gui Yanye couldn't help but complain. This silver mulberry is really a living treasure. This is the mission location, right? Just as she was secretly sighing, Hezi beside her suddenly said. After regaining consciousness, Gui Yanye followed her gaze and saw a quiet village with dim lights. Ah, it's finally here. Yuki Sakazaki breathed a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, nothing special happened on the way, so I can finally rest well. Advertisement. They walked here from the place where they got off the car, at least 20 kilometers away. Except for Gui Yanye, the others are exhausted. Let's find a resident first and ask where there's a hotel. As she spoke, Kira raised her foot and was about to walk towards the village. Wait a minute. Gui Yanye stopped him with his hand and said, there seems to be something wrong with this village. Although the houses in front of her were lit up in 2s and 3s, her Ryotsu perception did not detect any signs of living things. This is obviously problematic. Something's wrong. Could it be that? As if thinking of something, Kazuko's expression became a little ugly. You wait here for me. Before the words fell, Gui Yanye's figure had disappeared, reappeared, and came to one of the houses with lights on. Looking inside through the glass window, no one was found. However, the utensils inside were neatly arranged, and there didn't seem to be any signs of being attacked. Immediately, she continued to check several rooms with lights on. According to this method, the situation is always like this. What happened? Where did everyone go? Gui Yanye frowned tightly, instinctively feeling something was wrong. Ah! Suddenly, a scream pierced the night sky. Gui Yanye was taken aback. It was Yuki Sakazaki's voice. After a while, she saw several of her companions running madly towards the village. Behind them followed a large group of pale-faced, zombie-like villagers. The worst thing really happened. Gui Yanye took a deep breath and pressed the handle of the knife with his right hand. Swish. The figure disappeared and rushed straight into the middle of the group of villagers. A silver cold light suddenly appeared, and the sword energy was vertical and horizontal. Puff puff. The sound of the knife cutting into the meat continued, and the broken limbs and arms mixed with black dirty blood flew around. Naturally, everyone in the group did not see this scene, and all their attention was on Lee Michu's live broadcast. Book artist. I don't think it's good, these martial arts people. Not even the person who kept the 5-game winning streak appeared. Fairy Chilean. As I told you earlier, this is just a warm-up match. You don't listen to me. You insist on letting me broadcast live. Upskirt maniac. Curious. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. The warm-up game is also quite interesting, at least more interesting than training. Book artist. Ha ha ha, Miss Conan, how much does she hate training? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. You can ask Sister Wa to drill you. Advertisement. Book artist. No, I still want to live. Pretty boy from Skull Island. The guy on the left has a problem with his palms. If you focus on the shape but not the mind, I'm afraid it won't last long. It's an actor, him. Moreover, his footing is not very stable, and he has not laid a solid foundation in external skills. Hatchet girl. Ah, Enron violence. This is an actor. Yes, how? Hatchet girl. Kiss, moi, hatchet girl. I didn't ask you to comment, pervert curly hair. Puff. Curly hair. Grass, no human rights for curly hair? On the screen, Lee Machu, who still had tea in her mouth, just spit it out. The bullet screen sent by Gui Yanye really caught her off guard. Hatchet girl. And Ransang, why don't you speak? I want to kiss. Hatchet girl. Hee. It's better if you're small, sister, I'll teach you how to be an adult. Don't worry, I will be gentle. Upskirt maniac. Miss Gui, have you returned to your real state? This scene is indeed a bit scary, like a witch from hell descending to the world. Book artist. I was wrong before. Yan Yejang's state is not drinking fake wine at all, this is just taking medicine. Upskirt maniac. Peeved, curly-haired boy. What is not enough, Yin Song? I have never heard of a lady who can stab someone with a knife. Dark Knight, Mountain Village. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Something happened. Book artist. Yan, this leaf egg. Hatchet girl. Hee. Cut a few people, the mood is very beautiful. And Ransang, you don't think my behavior is not ladylike enough, do you? Not far away, Hezi and the others who were huddled in the corner trembled, looking at her with horror. The girl with fluttering hair held the blade of bloodline Madara and bathed under the moonlight, with a hearty smile on her lips. Around her, Lee's. There are human mutilated corpses and broken organs. This is an actor. Girl, don't do this, I'm still young. 189 P. and Ruo Jinghong, like a banished immortal upskirt maniac. After taking medicine, it is very real. Curly hair. In a sense, Yan Yuzhong is really like taking medicine now. Book artist. Also, haven't you noticed? And Ransang didn't dare to speak. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Right, what about the Anran San people? Here's an actor. Watch live. He looks calm on the surface, but he is actually quite helpless on the inside. He didn't expect the girl Gui Yanye to make such a sudden move, and he didn't have any precautions at all. Leader of Soul Society. Oh, I'm watching the live broadcast. I thought you didn't dare to face Yan Yi right now. Wig. Give me enough. How could the president of our family be that kind of courageous person? Book artist. Then ask your president to reply Yan Yuzhong with a moi, let's see if he dares. Wig. It's not that the president doesn't dare, it's that it's unnecessary. I think that as a subordinate, I can do this kind of thing for me. Upskirt maniac. Wig-san, something is wrong with you. Book artist. What you think is beautiful, why do you do it for me? Get lost. Shark face guy. Wig-san sometimes thinks very whimsically. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I don't want to be a group member. Curly-haired son. I declare in advance, Yin Song, I don't know this person. I have no actual relationship or contact with him at all. Please don't hurt me by mistake, thank you. Fairy Chilean. Ah Yin cut off the 537 robe directly to judge justice. Curly-haired boy. Don't talk nonsense, Yin Song. I have no relationship with this idiot brother at all. Book artist. Wig doesn't think so, he is truly affectionate and righteous to you. Upskirt maniac. Yes, love and righteousness. Curly-haired boy. Damn, let's stop here, okay? I'll give you 300 yuan. Let's stop here. Yin Song has goosebumps all over my body, hey. Wig. Goosebumps? That needs to be treated well. Silver, let me help you apply the medicine. Curly-haired boy. What the hell are you going? Get out. Lousy has no interest in men, especially men like you who have eaten their own poo. Upskirt maniac. Peeved, I remembered that baguette again. Book artist. The one from the buttocks? Wig. Advertisement. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Stop here, don't mention this matter again. Didn't you see Mo Cho on the screen, his face turned green? Book artist. Cough, I forgot that Sister Mo Cho was still eating. Wow, that roast chicken looks delicious. Here's the cast. Just that the color looks a bit like a baguette. Snapped. On the screen, Lee Machu threw away the chopsticks in her hand, and the corner of her mouth twitched fiercely. Mr. In, what do you mean? Here's an actor. Feeling it. Upskirt maniac. Didn't this come out of feelings, and Ransang, did you do it on purpose? Book artist. Definitely, and Ransang definitely surpasses Aizen in terms of bad taste. This point, I think everyone should be very clear, right? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. More than that, I found that he especially likes to tease Mo Cho. It was the same when it was broadcast last time. Upskirt madman. Red-faced fairy. Book illustrator. Ha 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 ha. This red-faced fairy. It makes me laugh. Hello. Hatchet girl. I can't laugh. Upskirt maniac. Huh, Miss Gui is back to normal? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ah, Yan Yi-chan, do you want to see screenshots? Hatchet girl. It doesn't matter, Sister Conan can post it if she wants. I'm all ready, it doesn't matter anymore. Gui Yanye leaned against the pillar at the entrance of the village with an expression of abandoning treatment. His eyes were dull. Every time she saw blood, she could not control the awakening and watched herself stepping into the road of social death. Tired, destroy it. Book artist. This state is really like taking drugs. After waking up, there is only numbness. Upskirt maniac. It's okay, Yan Yuzhong. Anyway, everyone in the group is used to it, so it's not a big problem. Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. Yeah, it's no big deal knowing you're a little boy. In the future, you don't have to hide yourself anymore, you can say whatever you want. Hatchet girl. Yes, hee. Curly hair. Why does Yan Yejang's way of laughing feel a little scary, beady? Benzi illustrator. It's broken, it's completely broken. In anime, this is the precursor to falling into blackness. Upskirt maniac. Hey, shouldn't we all be hacked? Hatchet girl. I don't know how to use a hatchet, the relationship between me and the hatchet can't be untied, right? Advertisement Gui Yanye finally couldn't help it and complained. This is an actor. If you want to untie it, you must first change your screen name. Hatchet girl. Good guy, straight to the heart. Gui Yanye felt that his whole body suddenly turned gray, as if he had been abandoned by the world, and at this moment, a group of black mist suddenly rushed towards her from behind. Book artist. And Ransang, is it okay for you to be so straightforward? This is an actor. Yan Yi is very strong, don't underestimate her. Upskirt maniac. This has nothing to do with being strong or not, you are acting like a straight man. If you put it like an ordinary person, you will definitely not be able to find a girlfriend. Really? Even though the man in black robe was holding someone, his speed was far faster than many martial arts practitioners. But seeing Li Machu on the side eaves of the restaurant, a young man in a black robe is wrapping a young girl in his arms and rushing towards the front, while a large group of people are chasing after them. The leader of this group was resolute in appearance and strong in stature. Dressed in a gray cloth robe, he has an extraordinary bearing. Upskirt maniac. Is that Guo Jing? Here's an actor. Maybe not cool. This person is good at lightness kung fu. Even Guo Jing may not be able to catch up with him. A white porcelain wine glass swirled and flew out of Li Machu's restaurant window. At the same time, Li Machu, who was fluttering in white, jumped out of the window, stepped on the flying wine glass in midair, and landed in front of the fleeing man in black. Zuo Tinlizi recognized the identity of the leader. She had seen Guo Jing's appearance and face during Li Machu's live broadcast last time. Curly-haired boy. Men who have already created a harem in the group have nothing to fear, okay. All eyes turn to the screen. The whole movement is as light as a shock, like a banished fairy. Curly-haired boy. Who was the one who was caught? Her daughter. Well, that black-robed man must be the legendary flower picker, right? Pretty boy from Skull Island. Unfortunately, Mr. Enran is not an ordinary person. Although Guo Jing has strong internal strength and high martial arts, he is not very good at body skills. Coupled with the mouse-throwing weapon, he didn't dare to cast palm power in the air, and could only watch the distance getting farther and farther. Just when Sakata Yinshi sent out this barrage, a scream suddenly sounded on the screen. Book artist. It is possible. However, if Guo Jing's daughter is picked in the flowers, this friend may be in danger. What? At this time .190 I'm in Ran, a scattered man in the world. Book artist. FK, handsome, upskirt maniac. Sister Machu's moves are really cool, it's like flowing water. Pretty boy from Skull Island. Lightness kung fu can still be used like this, I learned it. Curly-haired boy. Learn a hammer, no matter how hard you learn, you can't do this step. Don't think about it, hey. Wig. The man on the opposite side is just dumbfounded. The black-robed man on the screen was really dumbfounded. The way this man appeared in front of him completely subverted his cognition. He was stunned for a long time before asking. Who is your excellency? Please step aside quickly. Otherwise, don't blame someone for being rude. Oh, Li Machu's white jade-like right hand held refraction, and gently patted the palm of her left hand. I'd like to see how you plan to be rude. You forced me to do this. The black-robed man turned hard and waved his sleeve with his left hand. With the sound of 547, a barbed flower shot out. Li Machu frowned, and swung her hand downward. Immediately, he tapped his toes, and the whole person suddenly disappeared in place. What? The black-robed man was stunned. Before he could react, he felt his right wrist being clasped. The girl who was originally held in his arms also let go, and fell to the ground with a bang. Tell me your name. Li Machu stared at the man in black and said coldly. If you want to kill it. The black-robed man let out a shrill scream before he could utter his strong words. His whole right arm was torn off by Li Machu forcefully. Guo Jing and the others who came from not far away couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. Where did this Nima come from? Young man, you. After a moment of silence, Guo Jing seemed to want to step forward to stop him, but the middle-aged beautiful woman beside him tugged at his sleeve. Li Machu didn't care about the small movements of these two people, and looked at the person in front of her with a calm expression. Aren't you going to say anything? My name is Gong Sun Ji. The black-robed man finally couldn't bear it anymore, and quickly replied. It really is you. Li Machu's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and she stretched out her hand to lightly touch his throat. Poof. Advertisement Gong Sun Ji opened his eyes wide, and Yan died immediately. Book artist. I see, he is Gong Sun Ji. No wonder Sister Mocho shot so hard, she deserved this person. Upskirt maniac. Shouldn't Gong Sun Ji be in the Valley of Unfeeling? This is an actor. I am afraid even he has received an invitation from the court. If the state machinery is really going to work, there is no such thing as a so-called hermit sect. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. But from another point of view, Machu is regarded as being highly valued by the Song royal family. Book artist. After all, she is a female rebel, and she is also a female rebel with strong martial arts. Hatchet girl. Just after I left for a while, Sister Mocho killed someone? Upskirt maniac. What did you do, Hatchet girl? I have found the source of the pollution, and it is this thing. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Click on the picture, and you can clearly see a dense black fog trapped in the golden barrier of the cube. Curly. The source of pollution is gas? Soul Society's bandit. and no invader aperture, are native species? Hatchet girl. I don't know either, it's just weird. They were going to attack me in front, and they wanted to drill into my body after being caught by me. Luckily I have a Ryotsu layer on my body for protection. Upskirt maniac. Speaking of which, is this a parasitic species? After being parasitized by it, human beings will become that kind of living dead? Book artist. Yan Yuzhong is really rich in species. It feels like there are all kinds of things. On my side, it's very monotonous. It's all upgraded beasts or human awakeners. Hatchet girl. If possible, I would also like to make things more monotonous here. It's better to have fewer of these weird things. Looking at the entire uninhabited village in front of him, Gui Yanye sighed inwardly. Just an ordinary cloud of black mist can kill people in an entire village. What about a more powerful evil creature? While the few people in the live broadcast room were talking, Guo Jing and others on the screen also came over to salute Li Michu. Thank you for this young hero's help, otherwise my niece may be in danger. Niece? Advertisement. Li Michu frowned. Her eyes showed a little confusion. Isn't it a daughter? Besides, Guo Jing in the original book doesn't have a niece, right? Thank you, young hero. The girl who was rescued also said at this time. Little girl Lu Wushuang, I greet the young hero. When she was talking, the girl's face became very pale, rosy. Hatchet girl. Lu Wushuang? Upskirt maniac. So it's her. It seems that her right leg is indeed a little lame. Shark-faced guy. Ah, that apprentice of Miss Michu? This is an actor. According to the original plot, it should be. But after Michu got acquainted with us, she repented and never went to trouble Lu Wushuang again. Illustrator of the book. Now it seems that Sister Michu has a close relationship with her master and apprentice. Such things can happen. Li Michu was also a little dazed, staring blankly at the girl in front of her. Is this really a coincidence? Seeing this, the middle-aged beautiful woman standing beside Guo Jing couldn't help asking. This young man, does he know our Wushuang? Needless to say, this beautiful middle-aged woman is Huang Rong, the daughter of Huang Yakushi, the former head of the beggar gang. Li Michu, who was asked by Huang Rong, breathed a sigh of relief and pointedly said, no, it's just a little familiar. Looking carefully, Lu Wushuang's eyebrows and eyes are indeed a bit like his uncle. Lu Zhanyuan. Thinking of the man who once abandoned him, now Li Michu's heart has no fluctuations, and she truly has a heart like Shisui. It's just that she has a heart like Shisui, but the little girl on the opposite side doesn't, and she catches Li Michu's eyes fiercely. The young man in white clothes in front of her really made her unable to look away. She had never seen such a good-looking person in her life. Deja vu? Huang Rong blinked her eyes, and scrutinized Li Michu's body a few times, showing a little amazement in her expression. This young man's handsomeness is indeed a bit outrageous. Even Yang Ke, whom she has seen before, cannot be compared with him. But with such a handsome appearance and such skill, he should not be unknown in the Jianghu, but Huang Rong was very sure that she had never seen him before. Thinking of this, Huang Rong didn't show any expression on her face. She looked at Li Michu with a smile and asked, I don't know who this young hero is, what school he is, and his name is Gao. It's easy to say. Li Michu put away her folding fan and slightly arched her hands. I am safe and sound, scattered people in the world. 191 The Tragic Death of the Golden Wheel Fawong. This is an actor. Book illustrator. Good guy, I'm so direct, good guy. Upskirt maniac. Sister Michu's operation is so strong, I almost lost my waist. The villain of Soul Society. It turns out that this is the real surprise that Mocho said, amazing. Curly hair. Newbie. I have to accept it, how did Michu come up with this idea? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I guess Mocho is taking revenge on Ransang. Every time she broadcasts, she plays with his mentality. Fairy Chilean. No revenge, how dare I? She said she didn't dare, but a smirk appeared on the corner of Li Michu's lips. At the warm invitation of Guo Jing and Huang Rong, they walked into the box in front of the martial arts stage. I have to say that sitting here and watching the battle is indeed more enjoyable than in the restaurant before. There was Lu Wushuang serving her tea beside her. Besides Lu Wushuang and Guo Jing, there were also Guo Fu, Lu Wushuang's cousin Cheng Ying, Da Wu, Xiao Wu, and Yang Guo in the box. Even with so many people, the whole box is still not crowded. But apart from Guo Jing, the rest of the men looked at Li Michu with unfriendly eyes. Because the eyes of all the women present were all fixed on the 18-year-old boy surnamed In, which made them very interested. Not long after sitting down, Huang Rong asked with a smile. Mr. In is a dragon and phoenix among people, so what is the purpose of this martial arts conference held by the imperial court? It's to deal with that fairy Chilean, Li Michu said calmly after taking a sip of tea. Fairy bullshit, that woman is a devil, Da Wu choked back and said, slaying viciously, everyone gets to kill her. That's right, my mother died because of her, Xiao Wu said in a voice. I have heard a little about what happened to the two brothers from the Wu family, and I express my deep sympathy for what happened to you too. Li Michu was not angry, and said calmly. According to rumors, your mother's death seems to be to save your father's life. Is this true? So what? Da Wu frowned. Li Michu smiled and said calmly, your father was injured by Li Michu's Bingpo silver needle, but why did he go to Lujiajuang at that time? This. Da Wu and Xiao Wu looked at each other, their expressions instantly twisted. Advertisement. Their father went to Lujiajuang because he was reluctant to part with his adopted daughter He Wanjun, and he did not want to marry her to Lu Zhanyuan, and wanted to snatch her back. The key to snatching it back is not to want the other party to marry a better person, but to do it by yourself. This kind of thing is really too embarrassing. Of course they are not easy to say it. Actually, apart from dealing with that fairy Chilean, I also have the intention of running for the leader of the martial arts. Huang Rong took a full view of the embarrassment on the faces of the Wu family brothers, and smoothed things over calmly. The leader of the martial arts that the imperial court accepted? Li Machu's mouth curled up, revealing a disdainful smile. Is this the leader of the martial arts alliance, or the imperial court eagle dog? The former Li Machu may not be able to see the tricks clearly, but now she is very thorough about it. Sure enough, the identity of this person is by no means simple. Huang Rong heard the disdain in the other party's words, and frowned slightly. Of course, she didn't believe that the other party was an undisciplined man, that's why she made a tentative statement here. This guy's contempt for the imperial court is definitely not feigned. What is his identity? Is this contempt arrogant or really dismissive? One question after another lingered in Huang Rong's heart. But at this time, the entire arena suddenly remembered a burst of extremely rampant laughter. Ha 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 ha, your martial arts conference in the Central Plains can be done without the old man? What a profound internal force. Even Guo Jing couldn't help showing a little shocked expression at this moment, and cast his eyes on the field. It was a very tall and thin fan monk in a yellow robe, whose figure was like a bamboo pole, holding a 5-color golden wheel, his face is full of madness. Bang bang. The moment this monk entered the arena, he punched and kicked the 2 martial artists who were fighting on the stage, lying under the ring, howling constantly. Golden Wheel Dharma, king of a certain Mongolian state teacher. The monk raised his neck and looked around. If no one dares to take the stage to challenge again, the position of the leader of the Central Plains Wulin will belong to a certain family. Book artist. Wow, the king of the golden wheel is here? Curly hair. This guy can be regarded as the best in martial arts in the entire Condor, if you don't count the current Machu. This is true. In the original book of the Divine Condor, the king of the golden wheel once fought alone and never fell behind, saying that he is the first person in martial arts, and there is nothing wrong with him. Pretty boy from Skull Island. That's because he has practiced the dragon elephant prajna kung fu to the unprecedented 11th level, isn't it? Advertisement angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I don't think so. The plot has changed like this, anything is possible. Bang bang bang. The muffled sound of heavy objects falling to the ground continued. It is naturally impossible for all the martial arts people in the arena to let a Mongolian become their martial arts leader, and they rushed forward one after another. But their strength is indeed good enough, and they can hardly stop the second move and lose one after another. At this moment, a dragon chant suddenly resounded. The one who shot was an old man with gray beard and hair, wearing tattered linen clothes. The terrifying power of the palm pierced through the body, crushing towards Jinlin Fuwang like an overwhelming sea. Is this the 18 dragons subduing palms? Jinlin Fuwang's expression froze and he said excitedly, it's a good time. He also raised his right hand and punched out. Boom. The 2 strands of true energy collided, and a gust of wind suddenly blew up all around. Jinlin Fuwang remained motionless, while the old man stepped back a few steps, spattering a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Qi Gong. Seeing this, Huang Rong yelled worriedly. Guo Jing jumped onto the ring and supported Hong Qigong. Book artist. Oh my god, isn't Hong Qigong his opponent? Wig. This king of the golden wheel seems to be more powerful than a later stage of the original book. Hatchet girl. Even Hong Qigong couldn't hold back his fist strength, and Guo Jing should be about the same. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Looks like it's time for Mo Cho to make an appearance. Hurry up. Let the name of Enran spread throughout the world. Fairy Chilean. Wait a minute, something is wrong. Li Machu caught a glimpse of a few red lights in the side crowd, very conspicuous. Before she could make any movements, there was only a muffled thunderous explosion. The body of Jinlin Fuwang on the stage froze suddenly, a huge blood hole appeared in the heart, and black and red blood flowed out. Poof. This high-spirited Mongolian national teacher had just completed the highlight moment of his life, and then he fell down with a bang. 192 Reincarnation. Uproar. Watching Jinlin Fuwang's body crashing down, all the martial arts practitioners present were in an uproar. What's going on here? He died. Who did it? Demon weapon. This is a monster weapon. Among them, the bearded man who had seen Li Machu's desert eagle opened his eyes wide and hissed loudly. Li Machu's sister is here. As soon as this remark came out, all the martial arts people present showed expressions of astonishment and looked around quickly. Not to mention them, even the chat group's live broadcast room was blown up at this time. Upskirt maniac. What's the situation? Book artist. Was it a hot weapon that killed Jinlin Fuwang just now? Hatchet girl. But Sister Mo Cho obviously didn't do anything. Could it be that someone else in the Condor world made a hot weapon? This is an actor. Impossible, with the technology of that era, at most, things like firecrackers can be produced. Hitting birds and rabbits is okay, but it is a dream to kill a natural master like Jinlin Fuwang. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Is that an intruder? Fairy Chilean. Yes. Li Machu's gaze had locked on those people who were mixed in the crowd. They were all wearing Persian clothes, and their faces were covered with black veils. Under normal circumstances, no one would care about them. After all, this is Bianjing in the southern Song dynasty, and Persian merchants are actually not uncommon. According to Persian customs, it is normal to wear a black veil on the face. What really made Li Machu sure of their identity as intruders was the red light emanating from their heads. Stare carefully, and a series of information is also printed in the eyes. Intruder identity. Reincarnation, advertisement, invasion mode, plane shuttle. Open black lens bracket invasion level. 4 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket world destruction. 4 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket malicious level. 5 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evil value. 15 close black lens bracket. Points for killing. 1000. Origin. The invader came from the reincarnation space of the whole people, and invaded the world through time and space guidance. Close black lens bracket. Strategy tips. The reincarnation level of this reincarnation is tier 4, and he has experienced more than 5 worlds. He is a very experienced senior. The evolution route of the reincarnation is enhanced by technology, please be careful. Lee Machu looked over one by one, and finally sent all the information about these intruders into the group. Curly. Reincarnation. What's that? Hint. This is an actor who uploaded the memory, Lord God Space. It's an actor. Something like that. Book artist. This is like a reincarnated person who can shuttle infinitely. Upskirt maniac. These reincarnations can still form teams. Wig. So that's it, is it all made by the main god's big ball of light? Recruiting talented and qualified people to plunder resources in other worlds is Kai Guoguo's means of exploitation and oppression. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village, and almost irresistible exploitation and oppression. The more resources you plunder and become stronger in other worlds, the stronger the main god space will be. It can always oppress you, and you can only be led by the nose obediently. Benzi Illustrator. But according to the setting in this work, reincarnators cannot use thermal weapons in the world of sculptures, right? It's an actor. That's why I said roughly. Reincarnation of the whole people is not the space of the main god, so I am afraid there are not so many restrictions. Curly hair. The person who killed Jinlun Fuwang should be a 4th level technological stream. The other 2 are the 4th order Western Fantasy Night stream and the 5th order physical strengthening stream. Can Machu hold it? Fairy Chilean. You have to fight before you know. She had just sent this message when another shot was fired. Advertisement Guo Jing on the ring got a bullet in his eyebrow and lay down on the ground. No. Jing big brother. Huang Rong's eyes widened, and she let out a miserable howl. Almost without any hesitation, his figure flew onto the ring. He, what luck. The reincarnated person who shot the gun didn't intend to hide at this time, and appeared in everyone's sight swaggeringly with the gun on his shoulder. Another character with a rich reincarnation plot. This famous northern beggar subconsciously thought that those who possessed the monster weapon must be Lee Machu's gang. But now he has no way to make a move. The fist of Jinlun Fuwang earlier caused him to suffer a lot of internal injuries. The reincarnation point is the universal currency of the universal reincarnation space. As long as there are enough reincarnation points, you can buy any items, abilities or even bloodlines you want from the auxiliary system in the space. It's Fairy Chilean. It was the female member of the reincarnation team who answered him. He is also the strongest among them, possessing the 5th order physical strengthening ability. The trigger was pulled, and the gunfire sounded. The other 2 reincarnations also approached him, and the tall and thin man among them said, Hans, damn it, you're making too much noise. But it is friendly to the reincarnations, but it is a disaster to the aborigines in the plot world. Shit, the Huxia language is so hard to understand. Hans raised his gun angrily, pointing at Hong Shigung and Huang Rong who was holding Guo Jing in his arms. Let's use our words, please say hello to Satan for me. Under the indulgence and connivance of the reincarnation space, the desire to kill and plunder in the hearts of these reincarnations is infinitely magnified. As a result, thousands of planes were devastated, and households were everywhere. The reincarnator named Hans and his 2 companions also decided to do it in today's good day after questioning and interrogating many local residents of the Condor world and obtaining accurate information about this world. Boom. Just like what Rand said earlier, this all-people reincarnation space does not have many restrictions like the main god space, and it can be said to be quite friendly to the reincarnation people under his command. Because reincarnated people can also be injured and die, high-level reincarnated people who have experienced multiple worlds are very cautious. They usually do action clause after they have figured out the general situation of the plot world. The former is suitable for novices, but you need to follow the system prompts step by step. The latter is suitable for veterans with no psychological burden. As long as you are strong enough, you can kill without thinking in the plot world. Just like now. These reincarnators have 2 ways to earn reincarnation points. Either by completing various tasks issued by the auxiliary system, or by killing the original characters involved in the plot. Who are you? Hong Shigung asked coldly, covering his heart. What does that demon girl Lee Machu have to do with you? Oh, is this old guy talking about that cheeky brat? Hans blinked and looked back at his partner. Shut up your complaints, Lil. Hans, who was carrying a gun, curled his lips and said, anyway, we can't have opponents in this world, so what does it matter if the movement is big or not? 193 Kill startled. Hans, who was holding a long gun in his hand, had a dull expression. He didn't pull the trigger at all just now. And Layer beside him stretched out his right palm to block his forehead, and a bullet fell from his palm to the ground. Make a crisp sound of clang. After reacting, Hans suddenly turned his head, and what caught his eyes was a handsome young man in an ancient Huxia costume. He holds a folding fan in his left hand and a silver desert eagle in his right hand. What the hell? Hans subconsciously wiped his eyes with his sleeve robe. It turned out that he read it correctly. It was indeed the desert eagle. My god, In ancient Daxia, can you make a match for the desert? You should really read some books when you have time, Hans. Rail sighed and looked at Li Machu. It's impossible for Daxia's Song dynasty to have such an epic-making weapon as the Desert Eagle. So, you should be our kind. In his view, only those who are also reincarnated can master modern weapons in ancient society. Sorry, I'm not of the same kind as a beast. Li Machu said with a cold face, pulling the trigger in her hand continuously. Bang bang bang. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and orange 190 sub-190 warheads shot out. Layer's eyes were fixed, neither dodging nor avoiding. Layers of golden light suddenly lit up on the surface of his body, covering his entire body. Clang clang clang. The bullet hit the golden light, making a crisp sound. Layer's body kept retreating under the force of the impact, and his expression became more and more tense. Damn, there's something wrong with that gun. Originally, as he expected, the bullets of a Desert Eagle would only be a few rounds at most. Relying on one's own fighting spirit to protect the body, it is easy to overcome it. While the opponent was changing magazines, another wave of rushes took him away. But the ideal is full, but the reality is very skinny. The bullets in this guy's gun seemed endless, and he couldn't hold it anymore. Hans, you be asterisk 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 D, you still don't do anything? Rail's voice came out through clenched teeth. Hey, buddy. I thought you didn't need help. Hans smiled maliciously at him, but still shot Li Machu decisively. Boom. Advertisement. A gunshot rang out, and the bullets swirled towards Li Machu's eyebrows. Not dodging or dodging, Li Machu raised her left hand holding the folding fan and waved lightly towards the void. The tyrannical chi, BICJ, burst out, forming an invisible wall of chi, which blocked the bullet abruptly. But taking advantage of this gap, Rail was out of danger. He raised his fist wrapped in golden light and waved it towards Li Machu. Snapped. Turned sideways to avoid the opponent's fist attack. Li Machu turned her wrist, and a small silver needle was suddenly pinched by her. Flip your wrist and flick it lightly. Ah, shit. The silver needle happened to pierce Han's left eye, and the severe pain made him curse unconsciously. Lousy is going to kill you. You have no chance. Li Machu glanced at him disdainfully, and turned to concentrate on dealing with Layer in front of him. You son of a B***ch. Hans felt that he was underestimated and subconsciously wanted to raise his gun. But at this moment, the scene before his eyes suddenly began to turn black, and the corners of his mouth and nostrils began to bleed unconsciously. This is. At this moment, Hans finally understood the meaning of the other party's sentence, you have no chance. That silver needle actually quenched the poison. The toxicity was extremely strong and violent, and his internal organs unexpectedly began to rot rapidly. Amy, please save me. Hans turned his gaze to the strongest female in the team, his voice full of prayers. However, the fifth-order reincarnation named Amy ignored him at all, and watched Li Machu in the field with interest. Hans' eyes gradually became desperate, and finally fell to the ring with a plop. Black dirty blood slowly oozes from his body surface, converging into a small stream. Speaking of which, this guy died quite aggrieved. In fact, his skin and bones have already been replaced by reincarnation points in the samsara space with a special alloy with strong defense. If Li Machu's ice soul silver needle pierced his other parts instead of his eyes, the fourth order the reincarnation would not die so early and tragically. Reminder. Congratulations to group member Fairy Chilean for killing an intruder, reward 1000 points. Book artist. Sister Machu is a big critic, kill these bastards. Hatchet girl. The one with the smallest crime value has 15 points, what a beast. Upskirt maniac. Yan Yuzhong, you saw blood, is it okay? Curly hair. Don't suddenly take drugs again, it will affect the state of Mo Chojiang. Hatchet girl. It shouldn't matter, there is no such precursor. Next time I get into that state again, I will turn off the group chat. Advertisement angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Actually, it doesn't matter, it's okay, they've already died anyway. Upskirt madman. Peeved, Miss Conan's words hurt my heart. The society is dead, ha 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 ha. Hatchet girl. I was afraid that Ransang would be embarrassed by watching it. What surprised Hong Chi-gung was that Li Machu's 9 yin god claw subverted his cognition a bit. How can someone condense a claw shadow that is several feet long? Is this still martial arts? This is an actor. That reincarnated man who can let go of his vindictiveness is about to end. Of course he didn't know that Li Machu not only learned the 9 yin scriptures on the stone wall of the ancient tomb, but also the 9 yangs. Using the internal force of the 9 yangs to activate the 9 yin god claws has created such an astonishing effect. Curly-haired son. Yan Yuzhong, understand, our president wants you to keep working hard. Maybe next time you confess your love, he will agree? Pretty boy of Skull Island. I don't think that's what Mr. Enron meant. Skull Island boy. We are all members of the group, don't discriminate against species. Puff. This is 9 yin god claw. The moment he saw the shadow of the claw, Hong Chi-gung couldn't help but exclaimed. The claw shadow fell on top of Layer's head from top to bottom, and the golden grudge shield was directly smashed to pieces. Laylee himself didn't have time to let out a scream. His whole body split into several pieces and scattered all over the place. Curly. Shut up the gorilla. UF asterisk 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 G understand human emotions. Really, it's an actor, okay, if you are not embarrassed, I will not be embarrassed. In fact, it was quite embarrassing, but Unran naturally wouldn't show it. In the face of molesting by female group members, can he admit cowardice? Of course not, that would damage the glorious image of the group leader. Just after Ran's message was sent out, a dark golden claw figure suddenly condensed in the sky. The terrifying airwaves spread towards the surroundings, and all the martial arts practitioners present could only feel a scorching hot breath coming from them. Soul Society villain. Exactly. Ratty's growth is really beyond imagination. King Kong is really not an ordinary orangutan. Moreover, why is there scorching heat above this claw shadow? Book artist. Damn, Ratty understands species discrimination now? That's incredible. The 9-yin god claw is not the 9-yin white bone claw, which was born from the crooked training of the 9-yin scriptures. The real 9-yin god claw is open-minded and upright. 194 Confident Reincarnation. Reminder. Congratulations to group member Fairy Chilean for killing an intruder, reward 1000 points. Book artist. Damn, the special effects of this skill are cool, what kind of trick is this? Upskirt maniac. 9-yin god claws, that Hong Chi-gung said it all. Book artist. I didn't pay much attention to him. 9-yin god claw. Is it the martial arts in the 9-yin manual uploaded by Sister Michu? Fairy Chilean. Yes. However, Junyang also needs to be practiced. My Junyang god claw is activated by Junyang magic. Hatchet girl. 9 yins and 9 yangs, the name is so artistic. This is an actor. Junyang was born out of Juyin. In other words, Mocho didn't have any problems practicing 9 Sons divine art, right? Fairy Chilean. What does Mr. N mean by these words? Here's an actor. I've seen the movie before. It is said that women will grow hair on their thighs and mouth after practicing Junyang magic skill, and their throat knot will also come out. Book artist. Peefed. Upskirt maniac. Is this true? The angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Amazing, this martial art can also make women appear masculine? The corner of Lee Machu's mouth twitched cryptically. Nonsense, have you seen the beard growing on my face? She has practiced to the 6th level of 9 Sons divine art now, and there is indeed no such side effect as Ran said. But to say that the impact is still a bit, for example, the body will appear hot and dry from time to time. Curly-haired child. Maybe it's just that the mouth is not growing, but the legs are growing. Give us Kong your thighs, so we can trust you. Don't worry, it's just from the perspective of pure medical research, and there will be no strange thoughts. Fairy Chilean. Get lost. Lee Machu was too lazy to talk to the idiot Sakata Yinshi, and turned her gaze to the last female reincarnation. Oh, you didn't escape? Why did I run away? Amy tilted her head and asked back. You don't think you can scare me away with only this level? You people in Dongzhou District are as arrogant as the rumors say. Dongzhou District? Lee Machu frowned. This is obviously a very strange term. According to modern society, Daxia should be located in Asia. Advertisement rethinking that these Europas in front of me should regard her as the same kind of reincarnation. Could this East Continent region be the special division of regions for reincarnation? Thinking this way in her heart, Lee Machu didn't ask any questions on her face, but followed the other person and said, it's not bad, it's a little worse than you bastards. HMPH, beast? In other words, you are also from the Aboriginal Protection Association. Amy chuckled and said, you actually treat these natives as people like us. Your stupidity makes people laugh. Upskirt maniac. Aboriginal Protection Association? In that reincarnation space, does such an organization still exist? Book artist. From this point of view, the reincarnators are not monolithic. This is an actor. Certainly not monolithic. As long as there are groups of intelligent beings, interest entanglements and conflicts will inevitably arise, which is materialistic objectivity. Hatchet girl. Speaking of which, the Aboriginal Conservation Association is a good person, right? This is an actor. Without knowing them exactly, it is impossible to draw conclusions. If they only feel sympathy for the Aborigines and do a few good things that benefit the Aborigines, then they can't be called good people. Book artist. I probably understand. Just a few good things, it is impossible to cover up their aggressive nature. Unless they're not engaging in any aggressive activity at all, that's a good guy. This is an actor. Hey, Ali actually has this kind of dialectical thinking? Book artist. Humph. People are not stupid, and they will grow up. Upskirt maniac. Ali Zhang is indeed not an idiot, she is still a little bit far from an idiot. Book artist. Miss you sister. Don't think I can't hear your sarcasm, Leza Zhang. Upskirt maniac. Hey, isn't my sister just you, Ari-chan? Book artist. Shut up. A mere junior high school student still wants to be my sister, don't be so arrogant. You are destined to be a stinky sister under me for the rest of your life. Curly-haired boy. Not necessarily, is it? Book artist. What do you mean by that? She can still age on her own. Curly-haired child. HMPH, if Psycho-chan really wants to be your older sister, she doesn't need to grow older at all. As long as she walks through the door before you, isn't that alright? Ask for flowers, Zero Hatchet girl. This. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It seems to be true. If that's the case, Ali-chan will really call Sister Tearing. Advertisement book artist. Yes, what door? I don't know what you are talking about. The villain of Soul Society. Are you shy? Book artist. No, I just don't know what you guys are talking about. Watch the live broadcast carefully. Isn't Sister Mocho going to war with that reincarnation? Fairy Chilean. I was watching 8 trigrams of you and Saturn. Curly. Peefed. Ha 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 ha. Machu sauce can be said to be quite straightforward. Book artist. Honesty, you are still facing the enemy. Please don't get distracted, okay? Fairy Chilean. Okay, but I can't continue 8 trigrams until I finish fighting you. Book artist. Hammers 8 trigrams, how much do you want to eat melons? Upskirt maniac. That is to say, and even if we are willing to pass the door, there is nothing the parties can do if they are not willing. This is an actor, don't discuss this kind of thing until you are adults. And Ran was really speechless. Is it appropriate to put aside the topic of being a kid who has never been able to get through the door? Is it appropriate? Education in the island country is really worrying. Curly-haired son. Do you understand? Mr. President means to let you marry as soon as you grow up, but speaking of it this way, Psycho-chan will definitely only be a younger sister forever, ha 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 ha. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I don't understand what Aizen is proud of. Even if Psycho-chan is a younger sister, aren't you a younger brother? Book artist. Really not, he is Yin Shi's father-in-law. Pooh. Lee Machu couldn't help laughing at Ying Lily's silver-time father-in-law, and 2 clusters of red clouds rose on her handsome face. I have to admit, you are the most beautiful man I have ever seen in my life. Even Amy, the reincarnation opposite her, was a little surprised by this scene, and exclaimed, I have decided, I will take you as my collection. Call out. The figure flashed, and rushed towards the opposite side like an electric shot. In an instant, she got close to Lee Machu, raised her right arm and punched out. Boom. There was a violent explosion, and the smoke and dust filled the air. .195 The woman who swells. Call. The tyrannical airwaves surged, forming a terrifying gale that spread in all directions. Under the influence of this strong wind, all the surrounding martial arts practitioners unconsciously took a few steps back, showing horror on their faces. Punch. The aftermath of just one punch has such power. What kind of martial art realm must this be? Are those Persians in the western regions already this strong? And when the smoke and dust cleared away, everyone saw that the handsome white-clothed man was able to resist the Persian woman's fist with only one palm, and there was still a relaxed smile on the corner of his mouth. Only by this level, do you want me to become your collection? You are really good. Amy was not angry at the slightly mocking words of the other party, but nodded in agreement. I really appreciate you more and more. The whole arm, 437. The right arm began to swell visible to the naked eye, and every blood vessel burst. This is, Lee Machu's eyes were fixed, and her body turned sideways. A tyrannical punch passed by her side and hit the fence door behind her. With a bang, the entire wooden door was instantly torn apart and scattered. Demon method. This Persian woman is not human. All the martial artists who saw this scene turned pale with fright, gasping for air one after another. It's no wonder they were so shocked, it's because Amy's current look is too scary. Other parts are normal, but the entire right arm is almost as thick as the waist of an adult man, which is not the proportion of a human body at all. Not to mention these martial arts people who lived in the Song dynasty, even the well-informed members of the group are a little confused at this time. Upskirt maniac. Can this person change shape? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It looks a bit like expansion jutsu from Akamichi's house in Hokage world. Shark face guy. But she is not using chakra ability, it seems to be pure physical strength. Book artist. This destructive power is a bit terrifying, can you handle it? Fairy Chilean. Try it. Advertisement. This is an actor. Well, no, I will play again. Hatchet girl. And Ran sang possesses and ran, ha 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 ha. Gui Yanye felt that the scene should be very interesting, so he laughed out loud unconsciously. The companion next to her was a little far away from her, looking at her with a little fear in her eyes. There's nothing they can do about it, the impact of the previous scene has left a shadow in their hearts. Although the villagers are all dead, Gui Yanye's fierce and sharp method of cutting melons and vegetables is really like a murderous witch in a film and television drama, for fear that she will suddenly rush up and kill her. Book artist. Damn, is she still changing? On the screen, Amy, who has enlarged her right arm, seems not satisfied. Her left arm, legs, and body also began to swell gradually. Kyla. The clothing worn on the body surface was torn into cloth strips, revealing the light blue tights inside. Curly-haired child. Grass, this clothes can change with her? Damn it, this is cheating. The villain of Soul Society. Yin, what do you mean by cheating? Book artist. Hey, this kind of person is so easy to understand. He was obviously expecting that other people's clothes could not be changed, and then showed him the naked clothes. Shameless color embryo. Wig. You are so shameless, Yinshi. Curly-haired boy. Wipe your nosebleed when you scold lousy dog. Wig. I'm not expecting that scene to flow out of nosebleeds, I'm getting angry. Curly-haired boy. How the hell can you get angry even if you eat soba noodles at noon? At least there is a limit to lying. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* talented. Even this kind of big muscular girl can generate desire. I'm so G convinced. Upskirt madman. Sister Machu, be careful, she seems to be about to make a move. Under the gaze of everyone in the live broadcast room, Amy's body moved. The huge arm was raised, and it waved lightly casually. Rumble. The restaurant on the side collapsed suddenly, tiles and sawdust were flying in all directions. A survivor sitting in the attic of the private room looked at the collapsed wall on the side, and swallowed in a daze. Advertisement, how is it? Amy turned her eyes to Lee Machu, and said with a light smile, after seeing my strength, you should know your end, right? Or do you think you still have a chance of winning? Her answer was a gunshot. You don't need to take out this kind of children's toy. Amy didn't dodge, letting the bullet hit her body, splashing a cloud of sparks. Let me tell you a secret, the Shinso king in your Dongjo district died at my hands. Lee Machu was expressionless, completely unaware of what she was talking about. Who is King Shinso? Really? What a cold man. Amy also seemed to feel a little bored, and her face suddenly turned cold. Pushing his right leg to the ground, his figure suddenly rushed to Lee Machu, and raised his right arm high. A guy like you should really turn into a meat paste. Lee Machu remained expressionless, and there was no expression of shock or fear on her face that Amy wanted to see. She wasn't a reincarnator in the first place, so she didn't understand these technical terms. Do you still want to pretend to be indifferent? He is the hero of your East Continent, right? Amy chattered and said, it's so miserable, I pinched him into. Compared with other people, her sword energy is obviously much less powerful. That blow didn't seem to cause any serious damage to the opponent. Boom. Amy, who got up from the ruins, shook her head, and there was only a 5.0 obvious white mark on her waist and abdomen, which could only be regarded as a scratch at best. Boom. Titan Amy, who was 5 meters high, fell to the ground, and the entire arena was crushed. Laugh. Such an attack is useless to me. Grinning, Amy mocked, my genetic enhancement ability is level 5. As a reincarnation, you should know what this concept is, right? Fairy Chilean. It shouldn't be that simple. Hatchet girl, did you kill it? Lee Machu, who was dressed in white, stood holding a sword, frowning slightly. The thick arm fell like a giant hammer, and there was a loud noise in the center of the venue. Sorry, I really don't know. Before he finished speaking, a ray of sword glow suddenly flickered. The sword energy soared into the sky, like 10 white horses hitting Amy's waist and abdomen directly. The terrifying force knocked his whole body into the air. In the entire Divine Condor world, she can be considered invincible, but except for exchanging Conan's chakra energy, she has been accumulating points to no avail. So in the group, her strength has always been at the bottom. 196 Fearful Amy. Shock. A strong sense of shock spread crazily. Click, click, the entire ground cracked like a spiderweb and spread in all directions. The shattered stones whizzed and splashed, and the martial arts practitioners who were not in a hurry to escape wailed and screamed, with blood dripping on their faces and foreheads. But even so, they just moved their feet and took a few steps back, their eyes still not leaving the center of the battlefield. Everyone present wanted to know if the young man in white who had suffered this terrifying blow was still alive. Not only them. Hong Shigung, who was pale, and Huang Rong, who was holding Guo Jing's body, also stared at the battlefield without blinking. They were praying in their hearts that nothing would happen to Mr. and ran. Otherwise, let alone whether Guo Jing's revenge can be avenged, if the Persian witch is allowed to win, the entire Jianghu of the Central Plains is afraid that there will be catastrophe. Call. A strong wind blows and the smoke clears away. The intact figure in white clothes once again caught everyone's eyes, including Huang Rong and Hong Shigung. Everyone in the Central Plains Wulin breathed a sigh of relief, and then their eyes widened suddenly. This young man seems to have become a little bit wrong. The hair crown on the head disappeared, and the long black hair was loose. The face is still the same, but it seems to lack the previous masculinity and vigor, and it has a bit more female-specific glamorousness. Not only that, everyone also noticed that there was an astonishing curvature on the young man's chest. Jaw-dropping. Everyone present felt a sense of absurdity. This son is not a son, but a woman? She was a woman disguised as a man before? How is this possible? It turned out to be her. Including Huang Rong and Hong Shigung, those martial artists who had met Lee Machu before all gasped, their faces full of astonishment. Amy didn't hear their discussion and is still in shock. Advertisement, of course. What shocked her was not only the fact that the other party was disguised as a man, but also because her huge fist was firmly pressed against by 2 fingers, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake it at all. The picture in this scene is quite contrasting. Amy's current height is at least 5 meters, and her entire arm is thicker than the waist of an adult man. Lee Machu's figure was as short as a child in front of her, but the 2 fingers of this child blocked the fist of a strong man like her. You, who are you? Amy took a deep breath, and her face finally became dignified. Which places the jihad ranking in Dongjo district? In the world of reincarnators like Amy and the others, because of the existence of reincarnation of the whole people, the human social system has already cancelled the national system, and switched to the zoning system to divide the spheres of influence. The entire reincarnation space has 4 regions: Dongjo, Shilla, North America, and Nanyang. Each region has a jihad list, and the 10 strongest fighters evaluated by the auxiliary system are all on the list. Amy is the 7th in the jihad list in Shilla district, said the fruit, and exploded Shang Jiren. And the woman in front of her can take her fist so easily. In Amy's view, the other party must also be a member of the jihad list. But the fact was beyond her expectation. The woman in white on the opposite side looked indifferent, her red lips parted and said, Ancient tomb, Lee Machu. What? Amy's eyes widened, and she said in disbelief, Chilean fairy Lee Machu. Shit, this is impossible. She has heard Lee Machu's name countless times since she came to this world. Naturally, it is clear that the opponent has a great reputation in the entire martial arts world, and even the purpose of the martial arts conference held this time is to get rid of Ji Machu, a public enemy of the world. But in the eyes of reincarnators like Amy and the others, Lee Mo's worries are nothing more than mediocre. Facing these new humans from the reincarnation space, the so-called fairy Chilean is just an aborigine. How could a mere native have such strength? It's impossible to say it's just because of your unilateral ignorance. That's it, but in fact the current Lee Machu is indeed not herself, and the core has become Enran. If it's the real Lee Machu, with her strength, she still can't block Amy's attack so easily. After the words fell, Lee Machu, who was controlled by Enran, suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Pooh! Blood spattered, and a thick arm flew into the air. Advertisement. Amy's pupils constricted, she stared blankly at her empty right arm, and let out a miserable howl of awe. Does it hurt that much? Enran's figure reappeared, her snow-white clothes fluttering in the wind. You reincarnations should be very tolerant, right? Why, you will know. Amy clenched her teeth, her face full of horror. Now she can finally confirm that the other party is definitely not a reincarnation. Because reincarnated people are not allowed to explode their identity as reincarnated people, they can say anything else, but these 3 words are absolutely forbidden words. Anyone who utters the 3 words, reincarnation, in the plot world will inevitably trigger the death penalty mechanism, and no one will be spared. But since the person in front of him is not a reincarnation, why would he know about the reincarnation? I know far more than you imagine. And Rand's expression was indifferent, and Ji Yujing Wubo said, it's like you want to use your 3rd transformation to turn defeat into victory, right? You. Amy was stunned, her expression dull. Why does 813 know her own thoughts? Could it be that the martial arts in this indigenous world can read thoughts to this extent? Of course you can't do it with martial arts. And Rand explained indifferently, so what I use to you is not martial arts but laws. Law? Amy's eyes widened and she gasped. Without any hesitation, he shouted loudly, auxiliary system, return me. She was scared, really scared. Of course she knows what the law is. Mastering the existence of the law is equivalent to stepping into the realm of gods, which is the final boss level existence that can only appear in advanced Super S level plot dungeons. Amy didn't understand why this kind of low-end aborigines who were scoring dungeons could master the laws, and she didn't have time to think about it. At this time, she just wanted to live. The fluorescence of white light descended, covering Amy's whole body. This is a sign that the reincarnation is about to return. The white light also belongs to the power of law. When it is turned on, it is equivalent to giving the reincarnation invincibility and will not be invaded by any attack. But before Amy could breathe a sigh of relief, a silver light shot straight towards her. The radiant sword glow penetrated the white light film like nothing, and swept across her thick and huge body. 197 Bloody Square Reincarnation Space, Shila District. On the open-air platform square, a golden sign stands upright. Rock stood just under the signboard, staring at the number codes like A9543 and T9678, constantly flashing on the signboard, lost in thought. These digital codes are the symbols that each plot world is activated. The T and A of the English letters represent the danger level of the plot world. T is a non-dangerous everyday world, which can be said to be a novice paradise. Further up is the slightly dangerous E, which requires a certain strength as a guarantee. As for the A-level plot world, it is not something that reincarnators of Rock's class can consider. Normally, it would be suicidal for a rookie like him to choose that dangerous world. Using the words of those people in Dongzhou district, it's better to be a down-to-earth person. With a sigh of relief, Roke muttered to himself. First go to the T-level world to accumulate points, and the A-level is reserved for those freaks on the jihad list to compare. It is good. Speaking of the freaks on the jihad list, Rock couldn't help but think of Amy, who was called the daughter of the Burst Bear. He once killed all sides in the A9995 world, and won the championship in a live broadcast team battle. Will I be able to become such a big man one day? Rock's heart was full of longing and anticipation. However, it is said that that person went to participate in the land reclamation of the new sea-level dungeon today, which made Rock somewhat difficult to understand. That kind of sea-level dungeon still needs a character like Amy to open up Wasteland? Oh, my god! An exclamation interrupted Rock's thoughts. Turning his gaze to the source of the sound, his expression suddenly froze. But seeing the return platform on the right side of the square, a figure like a giant beast came into view. Is that Amy? Rock, who reacted, trotted over quickly, his face filled with ecstasy like seeing an idol. It wasn't until he approached Amy that Rock suddenly realized something was wrong. His idol stood upright, his entire right arm had disappeared, and he looked into the distance with a confused expression, like a strange statue from the Middle Ages. What's wrong with her? Could it be petrified by some strange creature? I remember Rail and Hans from the Pyro Corps were with her. Where are they? The reincarnators around Amy gathered more and more, talking a lot. Advertisement Rock also felt a little curious, and raised his left hand to lightly touch her thick arm. Immediately, under everyone's horrified eyes, a thin white line diagonally divided Amy's whole body. Poof! The two halves of the body fell to the ground, blood spurting. Rock's eyes were wide open, and before he could figure out what happened, he saw that the white line hadn't disappeared at all. Like a blooming flower, it spreads in all directions. Puff puff. Every creature touched by the white line, no matter how strong or weak it is like tofu that has been cut open, with its body parts neatly cut open. The entire square suddenly burst into a cloud of blood mist. Sluggish. Rock just watched in a daze that the crowded square turned into a hell of flesh and blood, and his whole person was like a dream. But because Lee Machu turned off the live broadcast early, the people in the group didn't see the scene in front of them. They're all still talking about Enran's mind-reading abilities. Book artist. I didn't even know Enransang could read minds, because I cheated. Upskirt maniac. That's right, wouldn't we have no secrets in front of Enransang? This is unfair. I also want to know in Ransang's secrets. Curly. Your last sentence is the key point. The villain of the Soul Society. The point is not a secret, but to see if Ran has her in her heart. Upskirt maniac. I hate it, Sister Wa, don't say it. It's an actor. Forget it, let me get straight. My ability is an offensive skill that has no effect on you. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Offensive skills. This is an actor. The principle is to ingest the memory and thoughts of the other party through telepathy. Similar to legilimency in Harry Potter's world. Scarlet Training Fairy. Harry Potter. Book artist. What is that? I have never heard of it. Hint. This is an actor who uploaded memories of Harry Potter. Upskirt maniac. A world of magic. Advertisement curly-haired. Wizard. Can this kind of person who can only cast spells with a magic wand be called a wizard? It completely subverts my understanding of the group of wizards. Hello. Fairy Chilean. The wizards here seem to be really weak. Book artist. You can't say that. Although the destructive power of their magic is a bit weak, they are both practical and mysterious. For example, the legilimency mentioned by Ransang earlier, and these various spells. It is very helpful for daily life. Soul Society's villains. Pros and cons. The physical strength of these wizards is a problem. As long as they are close, they will become lambs to be slaughtered. Hatchet Girl. This Dark Lord looks so ugly, especially the nose, like a wire socket. Curly hair. Yes, the metaphor of Yan Yuzhong is very real. Yes, it really looks like a power outlet. This thing looks more infiltrating than Kisame-san. Shark face guy. Shall I thank you for the compliment? The pretty boy of Skull Island. Wizard, I don't like it. Not only does it squeeze the living space of other magical creatures, but it also doesn't have any advanced nature. This group is conservative and backward. Upskirt maniac. How do you say that? Skull Island boys. Their admiration for pure blood and their contempt for mixed race are deep in their bones. Isn't this backward? Hatchet Girl. That's right. It is also for this reason that the group of wizards will gradually decline. But also because of the supernatural existence of magic, they will not perish. Book artist. Let's not talk about wizards, let's talk about those reincarnations. Nuo Zhao. Feel that they will be our great enemies in the future. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Able to continuously invade, and has various strange abilities. It is really troublesome. Upskirt maniac. The most important thing is that they also have growth potential, which should not be underestimated. This is an actor. If you feel a sense of crisis, then quickly become stronger. Less water groups, more time spent on actual combat training. Upskirt maniac. Well, I think reincarnation is actually nothing. Book artist. That's right, the 7th place in the jihad list is only at that level, they can't do it. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I went shopping in this world today, and I saw a dress with a nice style. Hatchet Girl. Ha 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 ha. I immediately changed the subject when I heard that I was going to practice in combat. Everyone really deserves to be good sisters. Hint. Lin Fengjiao joined the group. Reminder. The number of people in this group has reached 12, and the red envelope event will start in 10 minutes. 198 Feng Zhao must be a pretty girl, curly-haired boy. Damn it, red envelopes. Book artist. I have to wash my face quickly. Upskirt maniac. Me too, Skull Island boy. Everyone seems to be very excited when they see the red envelopes. Is that an amazing thing? Hatchet Girl. I haven't opened it before, but I heard from everyone that it can produce a lot of good things. Soul Society's villain. Conan's Hirenmaru is drawn from the red envelope. Wig. Can even Hirenmaru be opened? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. My Hirenmaru is nothing, but the talent that Ransang developed is god level. Book artist. Yes. The speed of kendo training and the power of swordsmanship have been multiplied several times, and it is also a permanent passive. The red envelope is the eternal god, and a wave of riches depends on it. Upskirt maniac. It still depends on the face. Has Ali Chan forgotten her 200 points? Book artist. Shut up, sister, I have changed my life from heaven defying now. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Change from 200 points to 2 points this time. Book artist. Sister Conan. If you curse like this again, I won't be with you anymore. I won't be your wife 573. Curly-haired boy. Ha 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 ha, the side room is still showing off like this? Illustrator of the book. Hey, the bare pants Terminator also has the nerve to mock others. Go home and sleep with your bare pants. Curly-haired boy. God damn it, bare pants Terminator. Don't give people random nicknames. B asterisk 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 D. And it's a nickname that makes people think of curtains. Upskirt maniac. When it comes to giving random nicknames to people, no one can compare to you. Yinsong. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yin is really a thief calling for a thief. Fairy Chilean. Mr. N is not bad at giving people nicknames. The red-faced fairy. The corner of Lee Machu's mouth twitches when she thinks of this title. What kind of vile humor can she win? Here's an actor. Kudos, kudos. Fairy Chilean. I'm not praising you. This is an actor. Is that so? It seems that next time I will expose this name in public to the entire martial arts world over there. For example, when you seize the world, use your body to call out the red-faced fairy this name? Book artist. Peeved. Oh my, upskirt madman. If Ransang really did this, Sister Mo Cho would probably die on the spot. Advertisement red-faced fairy. I was wrong, I was just praising you. Lee Machu was so angry that her teeth itched, but there was nothing she could do. Even if she is as stubborn as she is, Duan Yi can only admit cowardice when facing Ran's devil's hand. Here's an actor. Don't take it so seriously, I'm just kidding. Do I look like someone who would do something like that? Book artist. Cough, not like. Upskirt maniac. How could Ranbao do such a devilish behavior? This is so cute. Curly. Yes, because he is the devil. Hint. Curly hair was banned for 5 minutes. Reminder. The group owner withdrew a group member message. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I see it. Soul Society villain. Me too. Hatchet girl. Shouldn't it be better to pretend that you didn't see it, or you will be silenced? Book artist. You said it all, and you still want to pretend you didn't see it? You're done. Yan Yuzhong. You're going to be eaten today. Eat it and wipe it off, aren't you afraid? Lin Fengjiao. There are also monsters eating people here? Upskirt maniac. If you say that, Ali Zhang, Yan Yi Zhang will not be afraid. Not only not afraid, but also flattered. Hatchet girl. Beauty, flattery or something, it's not that exaggerated. Book artist. Although it is indeed beautiful, it is not that exaggerated. Yan Yuzhang, you are a bit ruthless. How can you be a little more reserved? Upskirt maniac. Ali Zhang, you are not reserved and even say that others are willing to be a concubine, BICJ. Book artist. No, I am going to be Miss Conan's lil wife, it has nothing to do with Ransang. Fairy Chilean. Lizzie didn't say that she would let you be Mr. N's concubine, Ali, you're not asking for it. Upskirt maniac. Yes, don't call yourself. Book artist. This is an actor. You guys were so excited, did you forget something? And Ran felt that it was time for her to intervene. The more these girls talked, the more outrageous they became. Upskirt maniac. Book artist. What did you forget? This is an actor. Newcomers, are you welcome? Advertisement. Upskirt maniac. That's right, there's a newcomer, I forgot. Book artist. Damn, I didn't remember it either. Fairy Chilean. Me too, just seeing you here at 8 trigrams. The villain of Soul Society. The newcomer asked a question just now, and then the information was uploaded by you. You are so good. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. At Lin Fengjiao, is the newcomer still there? Welcome. Fairy Chilean. Lin Fengjiao? Is this her real name? Book artist. It is the first time for this group to use their real names as nicknames on the internet. But to be fair, the girl's name sounded pretty nice. Upskirt maniac. That's right, Feng Zhao seems to have quite a charm. Quite flavorful. The corner of Ran's mouth twitched. If he guessed correctly, this newcomer is definitely not a girl. Not only is she not a girl, she is also an uncle with a serious expression. But he didn't remind him, he just wanted to see how the newcomer would respond. Lin Fengjiao. Thank you all, I'm Xiaolin Zhu. Hatchet girl. Lin Shu. Isn't it Lin Fengjiao? Lin Fengjiao. That is a common name, it has not been used for many years. Please also call me Lin Zhu, thank you all. Fairy Chilean. Common name? Are you a monk? Lin Fengjiao. Not bad. I am Bukai, the 40th third-generation descendant of Maoshan. Book artist. What is Maoshan? Soul Society's villainous people, probably similar to the martial arts sect in Machu's world. Lin Fengjiao. It is true that it is a school, but it is not a martial arts school. Maoshan belongs to the lineage of Taoism. We and other disciples take it as our mission to catch ghosts and subdue demons, and benefit the common people. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Catching ghosts and subduing demons, is it a profession like an Onmyoji? I remember that Machu seems to be a Taoist, why doesn't she know these skills? This is an actor, because Mo Cho is just a fake Taoist nun. Book artist. Then this is a real Taoist nun. I'm afraid she is also a little fairy who is almost as beautiful as Sister Machu, right? Upskirt maniac. Great, we have another sister. Lin Fengjiao. No, the next one is a man. Upskirt maniac. Book artist, Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. 199 Uncle Ninth's Trouble Lin Fengjiao. I disappointed everyone, I am really a man. Book artist. Are you kidding me? Are you a man? Fairy Chilean. Such a feminine name is obviously a man. Hint. This is an actor who uploaded a memory of Mr. Zombie. Upskirt madman. Peeved, ninth uncle. I thought they were sisters, but are you an uncle? Hatchet girl. Not an ordinary uncle, but a Tsunere uncle. Curly-haired boy. Ha 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 ha, have you lost your expectations? You stupid women, you jump to conclusions without knowing anything. Wig. Yinshi, didn't you say you wanted to take down this newcomer before the president preempted it? Curly. Shut up lousy, you cerebral palsy. Book artist. Oh, you want to win the newcomer before Ransang. It seems that you also thought the newcomer was a big beauty? Upskirt maniac. He also said that we can draw conclusions without understanding. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It turns out that Yin himself is the real clown. Curly-haired boy. Ha 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 ha. The B asterisk 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 D with the wig is just talking nonsense. What do you mean by not letting the president take the lead? Can I, Yin Song, say such outrageous words? Wig. But you also said earlier that the president is a devil. Curly. Wig, I decided in the name of the manager of Yoshihara, you don't have to come to work from today. Go back to your rat's den, you idiot. Pretty boy of Skull Island. Is Ah Yin getting angry from embarrassment? The villain of the Soul Society. Needless to say, it must be. Upskirt madman. Respected on the surface, but secretly slandered in the heart. You are really a loyal and good subordinate, Yin. Book artist. Yes, too loyal. It is recommended to kick out the group chat. Curly-haired boy. Grass, you are going too far, shark face guy. It's really too much to be kicked out of the group chat. Why don't you stop talking for 10 years? Upskirt maniac. Ghost Saber-san is a good suggestion. Advertisement Fairy Chilean. I agree. Curly-haired boy, you bastards, it's useless for me to treat you so well. Is this how you repay Yin Song? It's so sad, you made Yin Song so sad. Book artist. You pretend to be pitiful to your sister, what a ghost you are. Renjiajen, Zhuang. Lin Ju looked at the interaction of these group members, his expression sometimes thinking, sometimes frowning. Although he doesn't quite understand some nouns, he can still hear the general idea. The chat in front of him was not full of ancient god tiers chatting like he had thought earlier, but he didn't feel disappointed, but felt novel and interesting. This may be another kind of life experience. Sitting on the armchair, Lin Ju sighed. Master, what kind of life experience are you talking about? Xu Sheng, who was next to him, naturally couldn't see the group chat, so he felt that his master was a bit weird today. Lin Ju glanced at him and said lightly, Master, I don't think I can explain it to you with cerebral palsy. Master, what does cerebral palsy mean? Wen Kai on the other side asked curiously. It means that the brain is too good to be paralyzed. Lin Ju explained, and then changed the subject. You two don't go to practice, what are you doing here? Yes, Master Ren sent someone over. Wen Kai replied stammeringly. Ask me to drink foreign tea tomorrow. Hey, Master, how do you know? For the teacher will be a prophet. You go to practice, I want to rest. He said it was a rest, but actually Lin Ju didn't want his two stupid apprentices to disturb his water group. Lin Fengjiao. I would like to ask everyone, how to drink coffee to reflect the style and taste. Upskirt maniac. Style and taste. Drinking coffee, you don't need to be so particular about it. Curly hair. It is recommended to drink upside down. Just relying on this distinctive style is enough style and taste. Illustrator of the book. What the hell are you drinking upside down? Are you performing acrobatics? If you have style and taste, you will lose all your IQ. This is an actor. Are you thinking about how to prevent that Mr. Ren from looking down on you? Lin Fengjiao. To tell you the truth, the group leader, it is true. I, Lin Ju, do nothing else in my life, just save face. Upskirt maniac. I understand, uncles are always very face-saving. My father is also like this, bragging about my life experience in Academy City everywhere. In his mouth, I am not even LVO, I will soon become LV5. Expression. Covering face. Advertisement shark-faced guy. But you've done a lot more than LV5 now. Upskirt maniac. That's when I met in Ransang and everyone. Illustrator of the book. What you actually want to talk about is in Ransang, everyone is incidental, right? I see through you, you junior high school student who values SX and despises friends. Asking for flowers. Zero Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Stop making trouble, everyone think about how to help Uncle Ju save face. Lin Fengjiao. You don't need to call me Uncle Ju, just call me Lin Ju. I am a newcomer, and you are seniors. Hatchet girl. You still have to be polite. I think if Uncle Ju wants to save face, he can change into a suit and accept the invitation? Wig. This is a bit over the top. That Ren FA is just a landlord, there is no need to give him face like this. Book artist. Speaking of landlords, I can't help but think of those landlords in the Hokage world. These guys really treat people like animals. Fairy Chilean. The essence of landlords is the exploiting and oppressive class, and it is also the object we need to eliminate. Curly hair. Na Jo Ta Lin Fengjiao. Lin Ju was a little confused. He was just invited to drink foreign tea. What kind of operation is it to kill the inviter? This is an actor. The removal of oppressive classes is not physical elimination, and social transformation cannot be accomplished overnight. Moreover, Lin Ju has not accepted our philosophy and goals, so your proposal is purely adding to the confusion. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I can't speak enough, it's already a standard configuration for Yin. Curly. Take it off, take this standard configuration off my head. Sakata Jintoki, don't need this sad standard configuration. This is an actor. The essence of Lin Ju's question is to let Ren FA impress him, so don't make it so complicated. A simple line will do. For example, when ordering, you go directly to the waiter and ask for a bottle of ice. Problem solved. Book illustrator. Good guy, Binkualuo is okay. The key is, was it available in that era? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ali Zhang still doesn't understand. No matter whether there is or not, face is always saved, and it is better if there is no, it can highlight Uncle Ju's knowledge and knowledge. Curly-haired child. Yes, I learned. If you want to show your own high taste, you have to do something that people don't understand. Is this called style? Fairy Chilean. No wonder you boys in modern society like to wear women's clothing. Upskirt maniac. No, I think wearing women's clothing has nothing to do with style, they're just pure preferences, like Mr. Wig. Reminder. The red envelope event has officially started, please click the open button on the screen to open the red envelope. 200 Thank you for your patronage, book artist. Damn, the red envelope grabbing activity suddenly started? Upskirt maniac. There was no advance notice this time? Lin Fengjiao. Open the red envelope to get 1000 points. Wig. Open the red envelope to get 200 points. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Open the red envelope to get 500 points. Soul Society's villain. Open the red envelope to get a common item, Type 95 main battle tank, with bonus tank driving skills. Fairy Chilean. Upskirt Maniac. Illustrator of the book. Tank. God, what a tank. Why can you still get red envelopes and drive tanks? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. This is probably the so-called diversity. It also comes with driver skills. Sister Wa is making money. Soul Society's villain. So what's the point of me having this tank in Soul Society? Unohana Retsu looked at the dark green tank that appeared out of nowhere in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Fairy Chilean. At least, it's also a tank. War weapons are still somewhat useful. The villain of the Soul Society. It's not enough for me to cut it with a knife. If you want, I can drive it to you. Fairy Chilean. I don't have driving skills. Expression. Helpless. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. The things that are drawn cannot be recycled, and they can only be placed into yard as artworks for the time being. The point is, how should I explain this to Yang Yin? Soul Society's villain. I brought it back from shopping in the real world. Curly-haired. People shop for clothes and cosmetics, but you shop for tanks? Are you worthy of being Miss Wa? Chilean Fairy. Open the red envelope to get a legendary item, variety magic clothes. Book artist. Legendary level. Sister Machu's character has exploded. What is this magic outfit? Fairy Chilean. A piece of clothing. Open black lens bracket picture, close black lens bracket, the picture opened, and what everyone saw was a purple-blue tights. However, unlike ordinary tights, this dress is dotted with strange energy bodies like jewels. This is an actor, not ordinary clothes, is it? Advertisement. Fairy Chilean. Yes. It can extract the energy in the owner's body to form a certain protective effect, and it can also change into various styles according to the owner's preferences and thinking. Hatchet Girl. Wow, this is very useful. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It is indeed very useful, much more useful than the legendary clothing items that I drew before. Book artist. Ha 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 ha. Aoyin's one never wears out, never wear out. Curly-haired boy. Shut up. Don't rub salt in other people's wounds. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* punch. Book artist. Open the red envelope to get an epic talent, spiritual grandmaster. Upskirt maniac. Talent, Ali Zhang, you got the talent? Book artist. He, let me just say that I am not African, I am Ying Lily, and I am definitely not African. Ying Lily looked at the talent introduction in front of her with a proud expression. Spiritual method grandmaster. To control the method with the spirit, the grandmaster of 10,000 methods. Effect. When using any skills and abilities, the energy loss is halved, the singing time is halved, and the power of abilities and skills is increased by 50%. Strong. This talent is quite useful for mages like her who like to use Keto to fight against enemies. Suppressing the excitement in my heart, Ying Lily copied this introduction and sent it to the group. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, not bad, great talent. Soul Society's villain, very practical indeed. Curly-haired boy. Shout out, it's just a 50% increase in power. Don't forget, Mr. President's is 500%. Book artist. That's in Ransang's, do you have it? Upskirt maniac. Don't say that, Ali Zhang. At least Yinsong has bare trousers to wear, we don't have any. Book artist. Yes, that is really powerful. Curly-haired boy. Hey, whatever you say. Yinsong, I am going to get rid of the shame of the little bare trousers today. Watch it, keep your eyes open for me. Fiercely sending out a message, Yinsong kept rubbing his hands in the basin. He wanted to wash his hands to make them white and crystal clear. So that when you open the red envelope, you will be full of European spirit. Upskirt maniac. Open the red envelope to get 2,000 points. Fairy Chilean. Huh, it seems that you also got 2,000 points last time? Upskirt maniac. That's right, it's exactly the same as the red envelope I opened last time. I thought it was going to be something else this time around. Advertisement Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's good that you can be so stable, the purchasing power of 2,000 points should not be worse than legendary items. While everyone in the group was talking, the light curtain of the entire chat group suddenly began to tremble. The golden light is shining, and the bright red font pops up. This is an actor. Open the red envelope to get the god level cheats, Chinlian sword song. Hatchet girl. Why does this have special effects? The villain of the Soul Society, his eyes almost blinked. Upskirt madman. And Ransang, unexpectedly released another god level. Jintoki Sakata, who was stimulated by Enran, finally gave up his great cause of rubbing his hands with a gold basin, and pressed the red envelope opening button in the center of the light curtain fiercely in his heart. This is an actor. It's nothing, it's just a decent book on sword cultivation. Hatchet girl. Even if it is a martial arts cheat book, it is definitely not easy to be a god. Here's an actor. About the same, curly. Yes, I'm about to start. Even Ying Lily, who has issued an epic level Fu, feels a little psychologically unbalanced at this time. How can there be two god level cars? How bad is this? Lin Feng 5.0 Zhao. Achieving Taoism and longevity? Book artist. Damn, this must be cheating, otherwise, you are the son of the group rules. The secret book method has been engraved in Enran's mind. In fact, it is not as simple as attaining Taoism and longevity. In the first chapter of the game, you can cultivate your natal sword essence and get the status of Celestial Immortal. Fairy Chilean. What is the concept of god-level cheats? Suddenly, the golden light flashed, and a row of dazzling red appeared in his eyes. Pretty boy from Skull Island. Cultivation technique? The kind of technique in the martial arts cheatbook? Fairy Chilean. What you say is not bad, but it is beyond our imagination. In other words, the practice of the first chapter can make people achieve Taoism and live forever. What kind of level will be reached in the future is still unknown. Even Ran, who has reached the true god level, cannot see through it. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Tell the truth, Anran-san. Did you cheat? Curly hair. Open the red envelope to get incredible rewards. Thank you for your patronage. Shark face guy. Last time it was talent, this time it's cheats. This is an actor. It is a bit inaccurate to say martial arts cheats. This is the method of refining chi. In layman's terms, it is cultivating immortals. 201 King Kong and the Human Fruit Upskirt Maniac. Unbelievable rewards? Book artist. What the hell is this? Thank you for your patronage, and what is the reward? This is an actor. Haven't you bought that kind of prize drink? When you don't win a prize, there will be a sign of thank you for your patronage. Just like Aizen is now. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. In other words, Aizen has nothing after opening the red envelope this time? Hatchet girl. But if there is nothing, why is there such a saying of unbelievable level reward? This is an actor. Because the probability of opening an empty envelope is 1/8000th of that of a god-level red envelope, which is unbelievable enough. Book artist. Hey, shit. I read the introduction. The probability of a god-level red envelope appearing is about 1 in 5 million, and this empty envelope will be multiplied by 8,000 times at night? Sharkface guy. That's unbelievable enough. Soul Society's villain. Unbelievable feels a little unreal. 18. Pretty boy from Skull Island. In a sense, Aizen's luck is even better than Mr. and Ran's. Lin Fengjiao. I think that he should not want this kind of luck. Book artist. Of course I don't want to. This is simply the god of Africa. No, it should be the god of Africa among the gods of Africa. It can be called the original sin of darkness. Hatchet girl. Cough. Yin Song, are you okay? Sharkface guy. What does it mean that he keeps going online and offline? Soul Society's villain. Probably escapism. Book artist. I can also understand. If it were me, I'm afraid I can't accept this strong gap. The golden light and scarlet letter special effects, which are obviously god level, turned out to be a thank you for your patronage. Who can stand it? Upskirt maniac. Peeved. Even though I knew I shouldn't laugh at this situation, I couldn't help it. Fairy Chilean. Aizen is too miserable. The pretty boys of Skull Island, what a disaster. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Don't give up, Yin, there is still a chance next time. There should be a chance, right? Hatchet girl. Sister Conan, since you want to comfort others, don't ask questions. Expression. Cover your face. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I'm afraid that the more he expects, the more he will be disappointed. Advertisement illustrator of the book. How can there be any expectations? This is the most extreme disappointment, right? It can almost be called despair. Hey. Wig. It's not that it can be called, it's already desperate. Silver started B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** close black lens bracket. Upskirt maniac. Mr. Wig. What the hell are you comparing scissor hands to when someone hits his head against the wall? Should you be comparing scissor hands at this time? Wig. So like this, open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket in the picture, there is still the scene of Sakata Jintoki hitting his head against the wall. Katsura Kotaro was originally doing scissor hands on the side, but now he changed it to give the middle finger. Book artist. Peeved. You are so poisonous. Upskirt maniac. As expected of you, Mr. Wig. You and Aizen are really a pair of gods. Although the current wig is gloating and looks too much, the former Aizen is actually not much better. That baguette tucked into the butt of the wig says it all. Wigs. Not wigs, cylinders. The villain of the Soul Society. Let everyone leave. Let Aizen calm down, calm down. He should know later that this level of impact cannot kill anyone. Fairy Chilean. That's true, it's better to draw your sword and kill yourself. Book artist. Let's take drugs, it should be painless. Lin Fengjiao. Lin Ju is quite confused now. Are everyone in this group really companions? Can companions say such insane things? Curly-haired boy. You bastards, don't you have any sympathy? Yin-song, Yin-song, I'm really going to that world. You'll never see your lovely Yin-song again. It's an actor, oh, and then, curly-haired boy. President, how can you be so ruthless? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. And Ransang is not ruthless, but simply does not believe that people like you will kill themselves. Rather than dying gorgeously, it's better to live beautifully with filth, isn't that what you said? Book artist. When Yin-song said this, it was to encourage wigs. Curly. Yes. I shouldn't have said that in the first place, it would have been nice to have him cut through his stomach on the spot. There will be less catastrophe in this world from now on. Wig. I will return this sentence to you intact. I should not have lent you the magazine, Blonde Paradise, in the first place. As a result, I raised such a beast. Lin Fengjiao. What's going on, both of you? Hatchet Girl. Uncle Nine, don't worry. You just came to this group and you don't know it, but this is actually their daily interaction of emotional exchange. Advertisement upskirt maniac. It might be weird, but it is what it is. Fairy Chilean. Sometimes I really have to admire Yin's mentality, cheering up so quickly. Curly-haired boy. Brace yourself, Yin sang. My heart is bleeding now. Do you know what the concept of bleeding is? Fairy Chilean. Like a girl's monthly sunflower. Book artist, peeved. Sister Machu, your subtle metaphor. I'm so convinced. Soul Society villain. Don't be sad, Yin. How about I give you this tank? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Sister Wa, do you really think it is in the way? Leader of the Soul Society. Hush, don't say 370 even if you know it. Curly-haired boy. Are you taking me for a fool? B asterisk 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 D. I have seen it completely. Besides, what do I want this tank to do? Set off fireworks. Sharkface guy. Open the red envelope to get 1000 points. Skull Island handsome boy. Open the red envelope to get excellent items, everyone's fruit. Book artist. What the hell, is everyone a fruit? Upskirt maniac. This is amazing, Latisan can directly realize his dream. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village, congratulations, congratulations. Skull Island boys. Ha 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 ha, Letty is very happy. Can you not be happy? The role of the human fruit is to turn it into a human form, which will be the beginning of its martial arts dream and philosopher. Full of expectations, King Kong ate the fruit without hesitation. Even the shit-like smell didn't make it retreat in the slightest, and the white light flickered with a buzzing sound. The hairy chimpanzee disappeared and turned into a burly man covered in sinew. It is worthy of being the fruit of everyone, and the effect is indeed extraordinary. But there's a big problem here. It is true that Ratty has become a human, but Nima's height and weight have not changed at all. A burly man with a height of tens of meters stands on the ground, clean and slippery all over. Reflected by the setting sun in the distance, this picture is extremely eye-catching. 202 Renko's Shira Field Upskirt Maniac. Wow, Huang Rong has also decided to join Sister Mocho? Fairy Chilean. Well, I said it was to repay the kindness. Curly-haired child. Maybe it's not just kindness, maybe there is something else. Fairy Chilean. Book artist. This possibility is not ruled out. When I saw Sister Machu's men's clothing earlier, Huang Rong looked at her as if something was wrong. Then she experienced the tragic death of Guo Jing, and Sister Mocho even helped her avenge her. This is likely to ferment. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Speaking of which, I'm afraid it's not just kindness. Hatchet girl. I'm planning to make a promise with my body. The villain of Soul Society. What do you think of Mocho? Fairy Chilean. I think they are kidding. A woman like Huang Rong would empathize with someone else. And she also likes me, who is also a woman. Those who make up stories dare not make up such a story. Of course Li Machu would not believe this kind of thing, it was simply too nonsense. Wig. You can't say that, Miss Mo. Have you forgotten Kushina from Hokage World? Book artist. Yes, even Kushina ran away with an Ransang, what is impossible? Fairy Chilean. Kushina and Huang Rong are two different things. Kushina was led astray by Mr. In, and then hurt by Namikaze Minato. Huang Rong didn't have such prerequisites. This is an actor. Disclaimer, I don't admit to being crooked. After Kushina became a Rankar, she changed into a slightly extreme character. She voluntarily, how can you say that he took it safely? This is simply slander. Upskirt maniac. I think there are prerequisites. Sister Machu, your handsome appearance can be regarded as a prerequisite. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Upside-down sentient beings, no worse than Ran. The villain of Soul Society. Both have their own merits, and their styles belong to each other. Lin Fengjiao. Sorry, I didn't see it. The boys of Skull Island. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Lin opened the picture at 9 o'clock, and the one who caught his eyes was a very strong, burly and strong man. The most important thing is, the mosaic was still clean all over her body, and she was immediately stunned. This is Miss Li. Fairy Chilean. Upskirt madman. Peeved, this is Sister Machu, ha 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 ha. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Uncle 9, this is Latiwa. No matter how you say it, Mocho is also a girl, even if she has chest muscles, she won't be so flat. Fairy Chilean. No chest muscles, thank you, advertisement. Book artist. Ha ha ha, Sister Mocho must be turning green now. The little fairy turned into a burly man, very uncomfortable. This is an actor. I guess it feels like a dead dog. Curly-haired son. As expected of the president, this metaphor is really in place. Day the dog's sense, learned. Hatchet girl. And Ran sang is true. Occasionally, some special proper nouns will be created, completely subverting cognition. This is an actor. I didn't create it, I'm just a porter too. It was some sand sculpture netizens in my previous life who created them. Upskirt maniac. Picture. At Lin Fengjiao, this is Sister Machu's men's clothing. Lin Fengjiao. Thank you. Ms. Machu is really a handsome and unparalleled Mr. Ryu, I have seen it. With what you said, at least I am a little worse than Yin. Book artist. Please don't fart in the group, it stinks. Lin Fengjiao. Sorry, I haven't seen the real face of this man. Hatchet girl. Uncle 9 needs to read the group memory list first, the world information and experiences of the group members are all on it. Lin Fengjiao. Okay, thank you, the Hatchet girl, Hatchet girl. Upskirt maniac. Ha 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 ha, Hatchet girl. Lin Fengjiao. Did I say something wrong? Book artist. No, you just inadvertently stabbed Yan Yuzhong in the heart. Well, it was just an ordinary stabbing. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, it is this inadvertence that is the real pain. The villain of the Soul Society, although Yan Yi is a hatchet girl, he personally hates the hatchet. Lin Fengjiao. That's it, that's being rude. Hatchet girl. It's okay, I'm used to it. Upskirt maniac. I suddenly realized a problem, the photo that Latisan just posted, seemed to be wearing nothing. Soul Society villain. Seems like that. Book artist. I only remember the mosaics and the whole body. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, Latisan. We know that you are very happy after becoming a human, but you should also pay attention to the influence, there are still many women in this group. The pretty boys of Skull Island. No, I'm not happy. Fairy Chilean. Advertisement book artist. Why, aren't you able to pursue your dreams now? Wait, I found that there is something wrong with your facial features. Why are your nostrils bigger than your eyes? Curly-haired boy. This is too uncoordinated, hey. The pretty boys of Skull Island, doesn't matter. When it comes to facial features, I actually don't care at all. But even though I have become a human, my body shape has not changed at all. So what does it mean for me to be human? Hatchet girl. Has the body shape not changed? Wei Yanye stared at the photo carefully. Only then did I realize that the rock next to Ratty was not actually a rock, but a hill. Upskirt maniac. Suddenly I can't answer this question. The actions that humans can do, King Kong seems to be able to do the same. Soul Society's villain. King Kong can't communicate. Pretty boy from Skull Island. I can't do it after becoming a human, I can only make sounds. Book artist. Peeved, you actually came up with onomatopoeia. Such a feminine attire is really the Masaka-san in her impression? Just when Satin was confused, Masaka Makoto suddenly pointed and ran beside Sane, with a very appetizing expression on his face, and asked, "Who is this man?" Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. If you can't speak and still maintain your original body shape, then the human fruit really doesn't work. Curly-haired boy. Idiot, why don't you mention thank you for your patronage, you will die. Yinsong, I'm almost out of this shadow, why do you force me to think about it? Wig. Yeah, it sounds worse than Yinshi's thank you for your patronage. Upskirt maniac. That's fine, at least it won't be too eye-catching. Masaka-san. Satin Renko was stunned, with a stunned expression. Masaka Makoto in front of her is wearing a snow-white dress with a pink ribbon on her head, looking like a long-awaited princess. This is an actor. If I can go to Pirate World and read the world rules over there, that would be fine. This is an actor. Does it count as a landlubber? Curly. But I can run away from you, FK off. Young life. Wig. Human beings cannot escape fate in reality. The image of a terrifying and well-built titan wandering around the island with bare buttocks in his mind made Satin feel his scalp go numb. In comparison, the fluffy King Kong is easier to accept. Lazy. Just as Lazy was thinking, a figure with T-hair suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Curly. Grass, this is really an effect that cannot be ignored. There is no gain effect, and it has become a landlubber. Damn it, this is too miserable. Fairy Chilean. Can Lottie solve this situation now? Book artist. How about, for the money, Ratty first used transformation technique to make do. Skull Island pretty boy. Letty doesn't like false and short-lived transformations, and Letty has returned to her King Kong form. 203 Attack of the Demon God 7th School District, Corner Cafe. And Ran, Satin, and Masaka Makoto sat in the corner with different expressions on their faces. And Ran's face was indifferent, and the corners of her mouth were playful. Satin next to her looked embarrassed and stiff. Masaka Makoto sat alone across from the two of them, looking at them with a bit of unfriendly eyes, as if looking at a pair of scumbags who cheated on their married women behind their backs. After a long silence, Satin finally bit the bullet and said, "Masaka-san, we don't think we should have such a relationship." This girl wanted to make it clear that she didn't like girls, but only boys like Ransang. Her orientation is normal and she doesn't want to be explained. You also know you shouldn't, Masaka Makoto said sullenly. In this case, why are you still with him? It's over. The corners of Satin Lazy's mouth twitched. She found that the girl on the opposite side was completely wrong. What she said should not be the relationship between her and Makoto, but the other party thought that she and Ransang should not. This Nima is very uncomfortable. But at this critical moment, the young man next to him quietly started a live broadcast in the group. Did he want to kill himself in vain? Book artist. Leizajong. You talk, why don't you talk? 683. Hatchet girl. That is to say, quickly respond to others. I think Miss Pao is about to cry, so I will show you on the spot. Curly-haired boy. Dang dang dang, I shouldn't have seen you hugging each other tightly at the coffee shop on the corner. This is my arrangement, and it is also God's punishment. Until later, you are finally alone again. Wig. This is the lyrics of the love that broke up, Yinshi, you still remember it. Curly-haired son. HMPH, isn't it a matter of course? Back then, Yinsang's title of King of K songs started from this song. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, I even sang, How Bad You Are. Illustrator of the book. Ha 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 ha, it's completely roasting our lovely Leizajong on the fire. Soul Society villain. Makoto is actually suffering, she must be feeling green on her head right now, very uncomfortable. Lin Fengjiao. Will the love between women and women really bear fruit? From the memory list, Lin Li already knew the experiences and things of the members of this group, but only superficial understanding. For a Maoshan disciple like him who tends to be conservative, many of these things are still vice, unable to understand the principles and operability. Just like the lily of the two girls, it feels very strange to see it. Advertisement book artist. It doesn't matter whether there is a result or not, the key is the process. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. The result is still possible, just in Ransang's assistance. Hatchet Girl. Sister Conan, you helped me from the side, is it serious? Soul Society's villain. Serious or not, it depends on what level of results Saturn and Misaka Makoto want. Upskirt Maniac. You are enough, don't go too far. Saturn couldn't bear it anymore. The more these people said, the more outrageous they became, and she couldn't help thinking about it. Evil. This kind of picture is so evil that it must be stopped. Thinking of this, Saturn Riniko's eyes gradually became firm. Misaka-san, you actually misunderstood me. I think you and I should just be. You are Misaka Makoto, right? Saturn told me about you. Before she finished speaking, and Ran suddenly said, thank you for taking care of our psycho, making her so happy every day. Misaka Makoto's attention was quickly attracted by Ran's words, and he asked with a puzzled face, your tear child? Yes. And Ran's voice was soft, and she said with a smile, my name is Ran, and I am Lei Zi's cousin. Upskirt Maniac. Book artist, peeved. Ha 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 ha, good, what a cousin. Hatchet Girl. Thank you for your care at the beginning, and then cousin. This time Lei Zi was captured by the general, and all the rear roads were blocked. Fairy Chilean. Mr. N is worthy of being Mr. N, no one can cheat people. Soul Society villain. Exactly, it would be too scary for Ran to be really mean-spirited. Cousin. Misaka Makoto on the screen was stunned, his expression became a little dull. That is to say, you are not actually in that relationship? That's right. Saturn Renko was also impatient and said loudly, he's not my cousin, he's the one I like. Ha, it seems that you were thinking wrong. And Ran ignored Lei Zi's interruption, and said calmly as before. Lei Zi is very naughty, please don't mind too much. No, it's my side. Makoto Misaka looked a little panicked, his face flushed. Curly-haired child. She looks like this, she seems to be a young couple meeting their parents. Shark face guy. That's normal too. Although Ransang looks like a teenager on the outside, his temperament and conversation are far beyond that of ordinary adults. Advertisement curly-haired boy. Kisame, are you calling our president an old man in disguise? Wig. Are you trampling on the honor of our president? Shark face guy. Book artist. Grass. This big hat was immediately put on. Kisame-san, do you feel the pressure? This is an actor. Thanks for the compliment, but even the devil is forced to act as the savior today. Book artist. What do you mean? The blade can be materialized, and it is also possible to not need a physical blade. You can use the power of Kyōka Suigetsu whenever you want. Hatchet Girl. Kisame-san doesn't want to talk anymore. Fairy Chilean. This is an actor. Demon gods who destroy the world, Sleepy. At the level of Enron, Zanpakuto can be fully integrated into the body. Here's an actor. Not inaudible. In the eyes of Misaka Makoto, you have been sitting there shyly listening to the two of us talking. Soul Society villain. I don't even know what to say, Kyōka Suigetsu will cry. Here's an actress. Nope, she's having fun too. Book artist. Good guy, Kyōka Suigetsu. Anran-san, you actually use Kyōka Suigetsu for this kind of thing. Upskirt Maniac. Anran-san, what did you do? Why do I feel like Misaka-san can't hear me anymore? This is an actor. Now I can. Saturn was so angry that she almost lost her color. To use Kyōka Suigetsu's ability to do this kind of thing, this is really outrageous, it's completely inappropriate. Hatchet Girl. Can you use Kyōka Suigetsu's ability without drawing a sword? Lin Fengjiao. Miss Makoto can't see what Ms. Lei Zi can see. Book illustrator. Kyōka Suigetsu has such a bad taste. Sure enough, there is a knife for any master. Upskirt Maniac. And Ransang, you are such a devil. 204 Demon God's power. Academy City, the 7th School District. 4 strange figures appeared in the central street. Their clothes and appearances were completely different from ordinary people, but they did not attract anyone's onlookers and attention. In the eyes of the surrounding people, their existence cannot even be reflected, as if these 4 people are like air. This is not a simple blindfold, but the effect of real space folding. Although the figures of the 4 set foot on the streets of Academy City, the space therein is located in an antiplane that ordinary people cannot touch. In principle, the antiplane and the antiplane should be non-parallel to each other and cannot interfere. But the existence of these 4 people in front of them can actually affect every inch of Academy City's land. What people can't do, this is the Demon God. The Demon God governs the law of all things in the Forbidden World, which can reverse the expanding universe and galaxy, turn 1 + 1 into 3, stretch the length of 1 meter, and increase or decrease the weight of 1 gram. Similar to Enran, demon gods are not born gods, they are sublimated by human beings. Nordic mythology, Hinduism, Buddhism, Greek mythology, Mayan mythology, witchcraft, Shinto, Shugendo. If you can cultivate to the ultimate on these mythological systems, you can become a demon god. But no matter what kind of system of demon gods in this world, they all belong to magic. Like a river that uses magic as its root, it develops various tributaries. Until Enran's high-profile arrival, his existence itself shattered this set of equations that only magic can give birth to demon gods. This is a provocation to the existing rules of the Forbidden World, and it is also a blasphemy against the demon god. The demon gods will not allow the new power system to tarnish the roots of magic, so here they come. The Norse god Othinus, the Buddhist monk Junyang, the morning girl Nephthys, and the queen of the underworld Proserpina. Although there are only 4 visitors, they represent the end of thousands of laws and truths in this world. That one has already discovered us. Proserpina, who was wearing a long black dress and a black crown, smiled softly. It's really interesting. Since they are the same person, he will find it normal. Othinus pressed the mage hat on his head and looked at Wykong with emerald green eyes. Let me just say hello first. Hey, you guys. Just as the words finished, a voice suddenly sounded. Who the hell are they? Advertisement. The 4 demon gods turned their gazes to the source of the sound, and what caught their eyes was a white-haired, red-eyed boy. He had his hands in his pockets, eyes full of confusion and wariness. In the eyes of the young man, the behaviors of these people are too weird, and the sense of existence is overwhelming. Those few women had very little cloth on their bodies. The one with the most clothes was wearing a monk's robe, but it didn't look like a human being at all. That's a mummy, right? Why do people appear alive and kicking in the streets of Academy City after turning into a mummy? The scene in front of him had a great impact on Accelerator's perception, and even made him doubt his life for the second time. Yes, it is the second time. It was Satin Ruiko who made him doubt his life for the first time, the female junior high school student who shattered all his arrogance and self-confidence with a single blow. You can actually see us. Loserpina stared at Accelerator with a smile on her glamorous face. It's not easy. It's just a toy made by Crowley. Monk's mummy face showed a bit of disdain. I sensed the message of Horus from him. Nephthys, who was wrapped in bandages, appeared beside the white-haired boy like a ghost, and said calmly, but he's not mature yet. Accelerator was horrified, and quickly pulled back. Who are you guys? He has fully amplified his own perception just now, but he still hasn't noticed the opponent's movement track, which is unbelievable. That's not what you need to care about, young man. Othinus glanced at him and said lightly, from now on, you'd better stay away from this city. Although the 4 demon gods have used their own laws to cover and superimpose the positive and negative planes of countless worlds into this space of Academy City, but even so, they cannot guarantee whether the aftermath of the battle will escape. While speaking, U-Time slowly raised a finger. Boom. The originally clear sky suddenly resounded with several thunderclaps, black clouds rolled, and silver snakes danced in the sky. Destroy the entire universe. Advertisement. Accelerator was stunned, his face full of astonishment. After reacting, a group of fusion energy suddenly condensed in his hand, and he said coldly, hey, stop it for me. We are the group that makes the impossible possible. As if guessing what the other party was thinking, Loserpina said lightly, we are demon gods. What kind of operation is it to transform a human body into a black hole? Essentially, this is impossible. I transformed you into a black hole. Do you like this look? Nephthys smiled mischievously, but it made the white-haired boy feel his scalp go numb. Accelerator felt that he had been ridiculed, except for the old mummy. The girls on the opposite side all look younger than me, big sister who pretends to be a mother. Oh, you're really not good. Nephthys looked at him and said with a smile, when the big sisters are doing things, children must not disturb them. Accelerator lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a huge circular cavity extending from the neck to the lower abdomen. The hollow was black, and his flesh and blood could no longer be seen inside, only pitch black. Ask for flowers. Ah, do you use this kind of power right from the start? Loserpina smiled and said creepy words. But if we don't superimpose the planes, the entire universe will be wiped out right now? Right in the middle of the sky covered by dark clouds, a dark golden cone appeared out of thin air. Shining with thousands of brilliance, it fell straight towards Academy City. Although Accelerator himself doesn't really like this dirty, dark, twisted city, at least he doesn't want to see it destroyed before his eyes. What is this? Accelerator is still alive at this time, and his thinking has not stopped. As the voice fell, the golden cone falling from the sky also fell to the ground in due course. Golden rays of light emerged, rendering the entire region and the world. The B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** silver light suddenly passed through his body. He naturally didn't believe that someone could destroy the creatures of the universe to such a degree, but he also knew that what these people did might cause disastrous consequences to Academy City. Startled. 205 Battle of Gods. Buzz buzz. Bursts of buzzing continued, and the golden light spread towards the surroundings like a curtain. Wherever it passes, no matter the clouds, buildings or various infrastructure facilities, they have been transformed into nothingness. The picture of this scene is really horrifying. The students and teachers in Academy City just watched their classrooms, tables, chairs, benches and even textbooks disappear out of thin air in front of them, all showing shocked expressions. Also full of shock was Misaka Makoto, who was sitting opposite Anran and Satin. This corner coffee shop was also affected by that golden light, and all the items disappeared out of thin air in her sight. Book artist. Terrible, what calendar area is this? The villain of the Soul Society. This is not something that power can do, is it the law? Here's an actor. Well, the law of destruction. The little girl, 260, was protesting against me. Yes, this is just a demonstration, because Othinus's wave of law power only wiped out non-living objects, and the living beings were not within the scope of being wiped out, but that doesn't mean she can't do it. It is not because Othinus is merciful that she can destroy the living beings, but she is showing her great power to Anran. At the level of demon gods, good, evil, and compassion are all vain, and the dead and the living are just a thought to them. Upskirt maniac. The name, little girl, is inappropriate, right? That Othinus is probably not younger than Miss Wah. Curly-haired boy. You are talking about age, but I think Mr. President has another meaning. Fairy Chilean. What do you mean, curly-haired boy? The president actually wants to say that some aspects of Othinus are only at the level of a little girl. It's so pathetic. Wig. Indeed, it is estimated that there is no orange newspaper yet. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Exactly, it doesn't even look like Saturn's size. Book artist. Is it okay? I think judging by the body proportions, it is not too small. Advertisement Yinglili is not speaking for Othinus, but pitying herself. She found that she didn't even have to be on the scale of Othinus, and she simply didn't have any competitiveness. Lin Fengjiao. What are you talking about? Lin Ju really doesn't understand the whole group now, and the foreigners are very confused. The boys of Skull Island. The place where the kids are fed. Lin Fengjiao. Is now the time to discuss this? Lin Ju felt that something was wrong. There was something really wrong with this group of people. The world is about to be destroyed. Why are you still talking about that place? Fairy Chilean. Don't panic, trust Mr. In. Although she usually slanders and ran for messing around, Li Machu has no doubts about his ability and strength. Especially in the aspect of fighting with people, even if the opponent is a god, she believes that Enran can easily solve it. In fact, Enran did not live up to her trust. Slowly raising his hand, he snapped his fingers. But seeing the golden light all over the sky, the abruptness was restrained. It is said to be restrained, but it should be more precisely packaged. Those golden lights seem to be completely wrapped by some special objects of invisible substances, and there is no trace of them. At the same time, the objects that had turned into nothingness also recovered again as if they were created out of thin air. Streets, clouds, tables and chairs, appliances. It is as if the playback button of the whole world has been pressed, and all objects have been restored. Masaka Makoto next to him was stunned, feeling like he was dreaming now. If it wasn't a dream, how could such strange things happen to Lu Li? It's really something. Seeing that his masterpiece was destroyed, Othinus raised his eyebrows. Space law can be used so skillfully. As a demon god, she naturally interpreted the source of the power that Enran used just now, that is the special application of the law of space. Those items that were reduced to nothing by Othinus are not restored. Instead, in a spatially heterogeneous way, items in other spaces are projected back to cover them. The application of this kind of space law is extremely profound, and most demons cannot do it. Do you want to continue? Luzerpina looked at Othinus with great interest, and said, just this level of temptation is obviously not enough. Testing is no longer necessary. Before Othinus could speak, Sang Jung said first, we are not here just to test. Advertisement, are you serious? Nephthys blinked and said, isn't that good? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I think the only thing he wants to destroy is Enran-san. The world is just incidental. This is an actor. God is such a being. The so-called high above and looking down on all living beings is probably the same. Praying to gods and worshipping Buddha to hope that they will have a compassionate heart is just wishful thinking. Hatchet girl. But were the human beings at that time the same as they are now? We are the rules, so naturally we have to guard the rules. A smirk appeared on the dry face of the monk, and he threw the wooden walking stick into the sky. As long as their eyes touch the disc, everyone will inevitably fall into shock and stupor, and their sinful karma and evil consequences in this life will not consciously appear in their minds. Wig 4.7. Even if the world is destroyed, they can easily reshape it. The picture of this scene is not only seen by everyone in Academy City. The image of this disc was imprinted in the eyes of everyone in the entire Japanese island, and even in the entire world. Benzi artist. Isn't this too much? Just because of their bullshit rules can deny the existence of all people? Boom. This is an actor. For them, all that is needed is the concept of the human being reinvented. It doesn't matter whether these humans are Masaka Makoto or Satin Ruiko. Jewelry, shining brightly. After the message was sent, Enran's wrist turned on the screen, and the silver blade was held in the palm of his hand. Facing the gleaming disc high in the sky, he slashed down from the air. On the disc, there are 6 blocks in total. Each block is engraved with ancient characters, namely, the way of gods, the way of Shura, the way of animals, the way of hungry Keto, the way of hell and the way of the world. Book artist. My god, is this monk trying to destroy the world? Upskirt maniac. So, what is that? I feel like my soul is about to be sucked away. Visible to the naked eye, the entire sky was suddenly pierced by a huge hole. Colorful lights shone brightly, and 10 large and simple enclosures appeared in the air conditioner out of thin air. While the disc was rotating, those blocks gradually began to bloom with dazzling brilliance. Curly-haired boy. I'm afraid in this guy's eyes, the destruction of the world doesn't matter at all. As long as the goal of killing the president can be achieved, all sacrifices are worthwhile. 206 An unexpected turn laugh. The silver sword light surged and hit the disc directly. A thin silver-white line stretched from the sky above the sky, extending continuously from the beginning to the end, and finally spanning the entire sky. And at the starting point of the thin line, it happens to divide the peculiar disc that exudes brilliance from the center. There was only a crisp sound of click, and the disc gradually cracked. Shock. Thousands of creatures in the entire world all felt a strong shock. This shock does not originate from the ground, but from the air. It seems that some kind of old law and order has been shattered, and a chain reaction has occurred in the whole world. Snapped. There was another crisp sound. The disk shattered and turned into powder. The white line that divided the entire sky domain also disappeared, turning into a blue lotus platform, imprinted in the eyes of all creatures in the world. Book artist. What kind of move is this? Hatchet girl. The cyan lotus platform is so beautiful. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Qinglian. That god-level cheat book that Ransang drew earlier? Fairy Qilian. It seems to be called Qinglian Sword Song. This is an actor. Well, I'm not very skilled at using it. Illustrator of the book. God, you are still not proficient, the sky has been pierced by you. If you have to be proficient in these 18, can you destroy a world with one sword? This is an actor. To the extent of proficiency, it is to destroy 3,000 worlds. Upskirt Maniac. 3,000 worlds. Hatchet girl. Sorry, I really can't imagine that kind of picture. Curly-haired child. I have touched a blind spot of knowledge, hello. Benzi Illustrator. Based on your knowledge reserve, is there such a thing as a non-blind zone? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ali Zhang is said to be so, at least Yin Song still knows how to drive. In terms of driving, he can be said to be an expert. Upskirt Maniac. Ha 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 ha, this is true. Advertisement. Lin Fengjiao. The driving you were talking about here should have some deep meaning, right? Pretty boy of Skull Island. To put it bluntly, it's just doing some unhealthy things. Among Us, Kanbai Curly and Sawamura Spencer Airy are the two best at it. Book artist. Shut up, I've already retired. Curly hair. What the hell is white curly hair? Can't you, King Kong, call people by their names properly? Pretty boy of Skull Island. I have a bad memory and I don't remember your name very well. Curly-haired boy. You are such a liar. You can remember a long list of names like Elijah, but you can't remember Yinsang's name? Are you deliberately finding fault? The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It is indeed to find fault on purpose, but who told you not to call people by their names properly? Upskirt Maniac. Silver Mulberry deserves it. Curly. Yeah, you guys started again? Fairy Qilian. Stop messing around and watch the live broadcast carefully. That monk seems to be a little skeptical about life. On the screen in the live broadcast room, Monk Zheng stared at the sky with his cloudy eyes, and the face of the mummy was full of disbelief. No, it's impossible. The eternal six paths reincarnation. Except for spirit and thought, nothing is eternal. Before finishing speaking, and Rand's figure suddenly appeared. If you don't realize this, after all, you only have the name of a god in vain. Raise your hand and swing your sword. Seng Zheng's eyes froze. It was naturally impossible to just sit and wait for death. The whole body is full of golden light, and a golden Buddha shadow that runs through the sky and the earth emerges from behind. This is the golden body of Buddhism that he condensed with the power of all living beings. He is the only Buddha in this world, and he is the only one in heaven and earth. However, this phantom of the great Buddha is like paper in front of Enran. It was easily cut off by Enran's sword light. At the same time, behind Enran also emerged a dark shadow sitting on the throne, with blood-colored eyes exuding cold killing intent, fixedly fixed on Seng Zheng. This is. Seng Zheng opened his eyes wide, with a panic expression on his face. Heavenly demon. You are an extraterritorial heavenly demon. Shouted and exclaimed from his mouth, but his body began to gradually decompose like catkins floating away. Boom. A thunderstorm suddenly resounded in the sky, and countless diamond-shaped light cones fell from midair. Advertisement. This is Othinus's move. She had to admit that she underestimated this new demon god who was different from their system. Even Seng Zheng was dealt with so easily by him. If he didn't make a move at this time, I'm afraid there would be no chance to make a move. However, just as Othinus started to act, a cloud of black mist suddenly enveloped her whole body. The black mist is terrifying and tyrannical, and can even interfere with Othinus's rule. The diamond-shaped light cone in the sky suddenly dissipated. Othinus gritted his teeth, and turned his gaze to his companion on the side. Loserpina, what do you mean? That cloud of black mist is the cloud of the Styx, whose source is Loserpina. Othinus didn't expect at all that the demon god, who was supposed to be his companion, would attack him. Loserpina completely ignored her. She just stared at Enran with her beautiful eyes, and said softly, "This concubine is finally waiting for you, my lord husband." In fact, it is true. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, so I'm the new love. This is an actor. Maybe I realized that I have some similarities with her god personality. This is an actress. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know her? That day, when Enran came to Academy City in a high-profile manner, showing her godhood to the world, Loserpina noticed this. But even though she has obsessions, as a demon god, she naturally cannot give up. At least one must have the personality of the god of the underworld to become her Pluton. Enran's deity is the god of the underworld, and Loserpina is the queen of the underworld. Although the rule system is different, the personalities of the two are indeed very similar. Book artist. Damn, what's going on? It's a pity that even after thousands of years, she didn't wait for such a suitable candidate, until Enran appeared. No emotional foundation is required, and you don't even need to know the other person's name. Just looking at each other, Loserpina has already decided that this boy is her Pluton. Curly-haired son. It's okay, Mr. President, this kind of thing doesn't need to be explained. 110 wig. That's right. The president is a dragon and a phoenix among people, and it's normal to be approached by an old love. Not only Othinus and Nephthys, but even the people in the live broadcast room were completely stunned. The villain of the Soul Society. And Ran really doesn't know this woman? Then why would she say such a thing? This is an actor. Hatchet girl. Is this woman in Ransang's old love? Uproar. Upskirt maniac. This queen of the underworld is different from other demon gods who are ascetic and as indifferent as a chrysanthemum. She still retains some human emotions, especially the obsession with finding a Pluton to marry. 207 The Wrath of Othinus. This situation looks really unfavorable. After a long silence, Nephthys, who was wrapped in bandages and exposed a large area of weed-colored skin, spoke again. Brother over there, can you allow me to join your camp now? This ancient mourning girl from Egypt had obviously lost the will to fight. She felt that the chance of victory was very slim, so she decided to betray her camp very decisively. Her behavior vividly explained that the demon god is not lofty and he is also afraid of death. Nephthys, Othinus frowned and said angrily, are you even going to betray our rules? In the entire group of demon gods, she and Nephthys have the best relationship and can be said to be true partners. But now she is watching this partner turn to the enemy. This makes her feel very sad. Well, I can't help it either. Nephthys shrugged, letting the white bandage slip off his elbow. Only relying on me, isn't it the opponents of these two in front of me? Besides, the existence of rules is meant to be broken. You be asterisk 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 d. Othinus gritted his teeth and said, I didn't know that you still have such deviant thinking. You obviously call yourself a conservative. It's not deviant, it's called judging the situation. Nephthys blinked and said helplessly. But speaking of deviant, it's obvious that Xiao Wuoti is the most deviant one. In order to find someone who understands me, I even made that what kind of plan. Shut up. Othinus was furious, his face flushed with anger. This has nothing to do with you. Book artist. What's going on? What's going on? Why is this person so angry? Upskirt maniac. What is an understander? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. You are really 8 trigrams, but I want to know too. It's an actor. Othinus thought. No matter where she is always a terrible tyrant who spreads death and violence and is alone. So, she hopes someone can understand her loneliness and pain. Those who can understand her are called understanders. Whether it is ascending the throne of the perfect demon god or completely destroying the universe, the root of her actions is to find this understander. Hatchet girl. Curly-haired boy. This woman must have a brain. If she feels lonely, go find a friend. Otherwise, what kind of operation is it to find a man to destroy Chenk? Fairy Chilean. If I am lonely, I will let the whole universe be buried with me. Advertisement upskirt madman. Sister Machu, I think you shouldn't complain about people like this. Sharkface guy. How do you say that? Soul Society's villain. Very simple. In essence, Mocho is the same as this Othinus. Curly-haired child. Yes, what Sister Hua said seems to be true. When Mocho Zhang broke up in love back then, she killed everyone with the surname Liu. Book artist. Indeed. I let the whole group surname Liu pay for my lovelorn. You are worthy of being a Chilean fairy. Fairy Chilean. It is precisely because I was like this before that I now understand the dangers of this disease better. It's a bad idea to vent your anger. This is Li Machu's sigh from the bottom of her heart. Looking back on these years, she often feels pain and self-blame. Lin Fengjiao. It's a blessing in the world that Miss Machu is willing to reform her past. But I'm still a little curious, has this Othinus finally found an understander? This is an actor. I found it, it is Tuma in the picture above. Curly-haired child. Sure enough, what the hell is this script? Kamijo Tuma, is the setting really an unlucky guy? How can an unlucky guy open such a big harem in the world of the Forbidden World? Even the existence of the demon god is installed in it, hey. Book artist. Peeved. Ayin's tone sounds so sour, hatchet girl. It's like eating a lemon. Curly-haired boy. What the hell? Yin Song, I am venting my dissatisfaction. Look at other male leads, and then look at me. Those women who have crossed paths with me, what kind of monsters are they? The delicious night rabbit loli, the grumpy drinking girl, the pervert female ninja who shakes M, the female security guard in the red light district who wants to beat people after drinking, and the Orochimaru old lady. Upskirt madman. Orochimaru old lady, is Yin talking about Anshi grandma? Curly-haired child. That's right, that old monster with a voice that resembles Orochimaru, Yin-san. There's no girl who looks like a human beside me. The villain of the Soul Society, what a big resentment. Wig. Don't cry when you are silver, you still have me. Advertisement curly hair. Because of you, lousy cries louder. Book artist. Ha ha ha. It seems that you, the male lead, are really so sad, laugh to death. The atmosphere in the group was joyous, but Othinus, who was restrained, felt more and more anxious, looked directly at Anran and said, hey, what are you waiting here backquote. Master husband naturally has his own ideas. Loserpina replied in a charming voice. I didn't ask you. Othinus glanced at her and said, an old woman like you who comes to your door is not qualified to speak in front of me. Oh, are you jealous? Loserpina was not angry and said with a smile, I have already found the person I was destined for, but you have no chance. Oh, so what if you really let me die? Othinus curled his lips in disdain and said, don't forget that there are other demon gods in this world. They are gone. And Rand said lightly. What? Othinus stared blankly, his face full of astonishment. Not only her, but even Losepina and Nephthys stared wide-eyed. Swish. A stream of light flickered, and a girl with gray skin appeared out of nowhere in a white cheongsam and a round cap. A yellow paper talisman was pasted on the girl's forehead, and she smiled sweetly. Ma'am? Othanus called out the girl's name with an incredulous expression on his face. This young girl is also a demon god, and her personality is that of the corpse immortal in Uchiha mythology who despised the world and committed suicide to sublime. It's just that Othanus couldn't figure out why this house goddess who usually didn't bother to move came here. However, she soon understood. But seeing the Empress appear behind everyone's eyes, she hugged Enran's arms very skillfully and rubbed them on her face, and said with a smile, "Brother-in, I'm coming back, I'll finish all the spicy things you explained, heck." What she spoke was not the common Japanese in the Forbidden World, but the standard Sichuan dialect. Except for Enran, the rest of the people were dumbfounded. 208 A sneak attack on Reese Tower upskirt maniac. Book artist. Why is there another one? Is this also a new acquaintance? The villain of the Soul Society. Definitely not, I definitely knew this one a long time ago, otherwise, he wouldn't have called brother-in. Hatchet girl. Her accent is so weird, it's a bit like Huxia, but it doesn't sound right. In the state of group live broadcast, it has its own translation function. Therefore, the members of the group can understand the meaning of the words of the Empress, and at the same time can distinguish different accents. Fairy Chilean. That's Western Sichuan dialect. Lin Fengjiao. The authentic Western Sichuan dialect should come from the Guangyuan area. Curly hair. I can't understand the place names you mentioned, Yinsong. Can you make it a little more popular, please? Book artist. This thing has nothing to do with popularization, it is geographical and cultural knowledge. No matter how popular it is, you still don't understand it. Curly-haired boy. Yes, do you understand? Book artist. Sichuan Guangyuan. Located in the northern edge of Huasha Chuan province, in the transition zone from mountain to basin, it belongs to subtropical humid monsoon climate. Hatchet girl. Wow, Ali Zhang is amazing, how do you know so much? Book artist. You do search, you little fool. Curly-haired boy. Grass 553. You be asterisk 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 D actually used a search engine to pretend to be knowledgeable? Book artist. I didn't pretend, it's because you don't want to search, and you blame others for not being popular enough. Wig. Let me clarify. It's not that Yinshi is unwilling to search, it's that he has no money to buy a mobile phone. Every month's salary is used to go to Kabuki Street to drink flower wine. It sucks. Curly-haired boy. You spend all your money on DVDs, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? This is an actor. You two are truly talented. And Ran was a little speechless. These two guys are really F asterisk 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 G crouching dragons and phoenix chicks, so outrageous that people can't even guess their thoughts. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's a crooked building, let's talk about business. Book artist. Yes, now is not the time to discuss the heroic deeds of these two guys. The biggest problem at present should be this Empress. When did Enransang meet her? Why don't we have any news? Upskirt maniac. I didn't even know that Enransang knew this demon god. Advertisement Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Enransang, why don't you explain to the sisters? The surface is proposing, but the real Conan is already full of jealousy. From the time she knew Enran to now, she hadn't had any physical contact with him, but she was preempted by this wild woman. This is simply unbearable. Here's an actress. The second day I was here, she came to her door herself. Book artist. Got it, it was a dark and stormy night? Fairy Chilean. Lonely man and widow live in the same room? Hatchet girl. It's too bad, the picture should start to appear in my mind. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. And Ransan, she didn't do anything to you, did she? The villain of Soul Society. Conan, you crushed the grapefruit in your hand, do you still eat it or not? Book artist. Damn, Miss Conan looks like she's going crazy. This is an actor. Just talking about some cooperation, don't think about it. And Rand felt that it might be bad to continue talking about this issue, so she decisively changed the topic in reality. Thank you, Miss Empress. Nothing happened, right? No way. The Empress shook her head and said with a smile. The things you put in my body are very useful, those melon skins can't resist at all. Fairy Chilean. Something in the body? Book artist. No way, you have already done this. Upskirt maniac. And Ransang, are you doing this to all of us? Satin Ruiko originally wanted to say me, but in the end she added a few more words. The villain of the Soul Society. Yes Conan, you have practiced your iron head skills well now, and you can even smash a stone table. This is an actor. It's just sword spirit. I use my sword energy to strengthen the Empress's body, so that the power of her treasures will be greatly increased. Otherwise, she alone can't kill the other demon gods. Bao Bao refers to the magic weapon used by the Empress, the cadaver immortal. Different from the definition of fairy family magic weapon in other worlds, the essence of the magic weapon of the Empress is a part of her body. And Ran washes and strengthens her body with her own sword energy, which can increase the power of her magic weapon. Only by relying on this increase, the Empress was able to wipe out the other demon gods with one enemy. Advertisement Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Actually, and Ransang doesn't need to explain, I didn't think it was wrong. The entire group was silent for a few seconds before the message scrolled again. Book artist. I think, Ms. Conan is so considerate that she will not think too much. Upskirt maniac. Yes. Hatchet girl. Miss Conan is the most gentle. Curly-haired child. Is it appropriate for you to boast so much? Anyone can see that Conan-chan didn't think much about it at all. Upskirt maniac. Speaking of which, The shape of this empress is really strange. Why is it a bit like the zombies in Uncle Ju's world? Lin Fengjiao. Judging from the records in ancient books, Shijixian is indeed a different kind of zombie. It's just that the formation of Shijixian is different from the traditional method of raising corpses, but it was born with Dasho as self-defense. However, this lady's appearance and attire really subverted my definition of Shiji Xian. In Lin Ju's impression, Shijixian should be dressed in Taoist robes, or look like an expert in fluttering white clothes. But this empress not only has poor clothes, but also the skirt at the bottom of the cheongsam is so short that even an old virgin like Lin Ju dare not look directly at her. The chat atmosphere in the live broadcast room became harmonious again, as if Conan had really done nothing just now. But at this time, the empress suddenly leaned close to Enran's ear, and whispered, "Brotherin, you are wearing obscene pants today. What happened at night will not happen again, isn't it a pity?" Curly. Upskirt maniac. Obscene pants? Book artist. What happened that night? Fairy Chilean. Oh, Mr. N has nothing to do now. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Heh. Soul Society villain. Calm down, Conan. There is no permission for teleportation on Satenko's side, so you can't get through even with a knife. This is an actor, and Rand felt a little dizzy. He felt inexplicably that he was really playing the role of a scumbag who cheated on his wife. But the fact is, nothing happened between him and the Empress. However, can he still do it now? Just when Rand was thinking in her heart, a silver light curtain suddenly fell from the sky, covering the entire surrounding area. Immediately, a Reese Tower holding the magic staff suddenly appeared behind Enran, and stabbed at his back. 209 Your angel is very good, now it is mine click. Unsurprisingly, the staff in Ya Reese Tower's hand was blocked by an invisible barrier, and he could not make any further progress. It's really a scene of deja vu. Enran turned around and looked at him indifferently. I thought you'd grow a little bit. Ya Reese Tower had neither sad nor happy expression, and said lightly, the human group itself is constantly falling into the cycle of history, and it has not made any progress for thousands of years. Mr. Raista, do you want to discuss philosophy with me? Enran asked with a gentle face. At this moment, the Empress said abruptly, Brotherin, my power star has disappeared. My lord, we seem to have fallen into some kind of forbidden magic field, Luzerpina continued. She felt that her power of law could no longer be mobilized, and even the cloud of the sticks that enveloped Othinus disappeared without a trace. So that's how it is. Your artificial heaven has been completed. Enran was silent for a moment, then turned her eyes to the Reese Tower. I really can't underestimate you. It's only a small part of the area now. Asia Reese Tower explained unhurriedly as if reminiscing with an old friend. It hasn't reached the level of completion yet. Enran's complexion remained unchanged, and she said in a gentle voice, you should know that even the artificial heaven cannot deprive me of my power mirage. Although his power of law is similar to the demon god of this world to some extent, it is not derived from this world after all. The artificial celestial aim diffusion force field naturally has no effect on him. Of course. Ya Reese Tower nodded in agreement and said, so, we didn't intend to use the artificial heaven to deal with you, Your Excellency the Underworld. As the voice of Asia Reese Tower fell, the surrounding environment suddenly changed drastically. The high-rise buildings disappeared and turned into a scorching hell of burning fire. Space replacement. And Rand glanced at Nyanganang and the others. Their bodies were all bound by the black lava prison generated out of thin air. Losing the power of the demon god is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. If you leave here, they will die, Ya Raista said calmly. He knew very well that Enran, who had mastered the laws of space, would definitely be able to break free from this scorching hell unscathed, so he would use the lives of the Empress and others to put him in shackles. Oh, this is the arena you carefully built. Enran smiled and asked softly, the other gladiator, shouldn't it be you? Advertisement boom. Just as Enran's voice fell, the whole space suddenly had a strong turmoil. A huge black and red hand suddenly passed through the space and pressed down on Enran's head. Space is frozen and time is locked. In the process of the palm moving forward, it seemed that everything around was pressed the pause button. Collapse, twist, deny. The essence of this palm is a kind of law structure, and countless malignant factors take it as the axis and spread wildly towards the surroundings. Pop just when it was about to touch the top of Enran's head, that invisible barrier appeared again. But this time it couldn't stop the movement of that palm, and dissipated into the air like a bubble bursting. Crash. Pressing down directly with the palm, Enran's body was also infected by this terrifying malignant factor like water molecules, and the body gradually turned black and red. Xiaoqing. The black and red Enran turned into wisps of dust and dissipated like burnt paper ashes. It seems that it's settled. The girl's unique soft voice suddenly sounded, should we fulfill the agreement later? A figure emerges from the side of the Reese Tower. She is the Supreme Bishop of the Necessary Evil Church, in the 0th parish of the Puritan Church in England, Laura Stewart. It's just that the Laura in front of me doesn't seem to be the same as the one in the original plot of the Forbidden City. Her pupils are pure black, and an ominous and huge demon face faintly emerges from the long hair behind her. In fact, that demon is the girl's body. Its name is Krenzo, and it is a demon of hell who spreads mud and evil from the point of contact. Ya Reese Tower did not answer. Zhang is looking thoughtfully at the place where Enran disappeared. You don't think he's still alive, do you? Krenzo said disdainfully, using the girl's body as a medium. This is my home field. Under my law of corruption, it's impossible TT. Pooh. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Puff. I am very grateful to your excellency. Yarista said calmly with a blank face. So don't worry, we will grant you a painless death. It was the guardian angel Aiwas. Before she finished speaking, a long knife suddenly pierced her body from behind. Krenzo staggered forward unconsciously, and turned his head in astonishment. How is this possible? Karenzo's entire body was cut straight from the middle, turning into two gray masses of decay, fleeing towards the left and right sides respectively. But before he ran far, he was covered by a milky white light film, and his body gradually dissipated. That Yaris Tower just now was also him, but it was just one of his countless possibilities. Asia Reese Tower extracted this part of the possibility. The purpose is to hide behind the scenes and provoke Enron and Krenzo to lose out. The milky white streamer spear pierced the heart of Reese Tower, and the tip of the spear protruded from his chest. Turning his head slowly, the person who did it was his guardian angel Iwasda. There was a muffled sound. Ah, is that so? The corners of Enran's mouth curled up, and a smile appeared on his face. Yarista didn't show the slightest expression on her face, but she suddenly had a very bad premonition in her heart. Pooh. Krenzo's eyes were wide open, just watching the Ares Tower standing by her side turn into smoke and dissipate. Illusion? You replaced yourself with Edward? The result didn't develop as he planned, but it's not bad for Aiwas to absorb the remaining power of Krenzo. The yin and yang poles of angels and demons. He believes that the current Agnes can absolutely kill any existence in seconds. It's not illusion, it's the ability of my knife. And Ran held the handle of the knife and raised the long knife. She has a nice name, Kyōka Suigetsu. The long knife fell, and the sword light flickered. Edward, you bloody b**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************e found out. Oh, it seems that I have helped you a lot. And Ran turned her gaze to the side, and Asia Reese Tower in a turquoise surgical suit appeared out of thin air. Behind him shines a cloud of milky white light. And Ran, who was intact, stood behind her at some point, with an expressionless expression on her face. Your law of corrosion is really strong. If you confront it head-on, it will be difficult for me to stop it. 210 The death of Reese Tower. Why? Even though the heart was backstabbed by the existence he trusted the most, Yarista still didn't have any expression fluctuations on his face, and asked calmly. He really didn't understand why Aiwas would betray him. They had neither met nor said a word. Why would his guardian angel join the other side's camp? Because she hasn't been Aiwas since a long time ago, and Ran said lightly, without rushing. Her name is Feng Zan Binghua, and I gave her a new life. Visible to the naked eye, Aiwas' appearance and outline gradually became three-dimensional. The image is just like that Feng Zan Binghua in the original book of the Magic Band, with a good appearance and black-rimmed glasses on his face. However, her demeanor and expression are very cold, unlike the ignorant, silly and sweet character in the original novel. After a moment of silence, Yaris Tower seemed to come to his senses, and said, 620. Without sadness or joy. I see, did you replace Aiwas' core with a fuse? The fuse is actually part of Aiwas. The concept of artificial heaven should have Aiwas as the main body and the fuse as the auxiliary. But now the fuse has turned against the customer, occupying the concept and existence of Aiwas. Ah, yes. As if seeing through his inner thoughts, and Ran explained unhurriedly. Your fuse was originally a conceptual existence born in the imaginary mathematics area. After being shaped by my rules, it has become the current Fengzhan Binghua. You already knew the essence of the imaginary mathematics area. Yarista realized that he had miscalculated, and the other party knew more about his plan than he imagined. The imaginary mathematics area is considered an urban legend in Academy City. The students of Academy City thought it was an organization secretly ruling Academy City, while the outside church and magicians believed that it was the building without doors and windows, where Reese Tower lived. In fact, the imaginary mathematics area is an existence formed by the overlapping of AIM diffusion fields released by 2.3 million capable users. On the physical level, it is in another phase with the same coordinates as Academy City, and the conceptual body of the fuse is gradually condensed in this phase. Yeah, I knew it a long time ago. Nodding her head, and Ran admitted frankly. Actually, when I came to Academy City for the first time, I had already given Kazezan Binghua the consciousness and ability to test. First time. Yaris Tower frowned slightly. Of course he knew that Ran first came to Academy City with the help of Saturn Renko's physical actions, but he didn't understand how the other party let the unconscious fuse acquire meaning and thinking ability in that situation. He didn't do it at all. What? At this moment, not only Yaris Tower had such doubts, but also everyone in the live broadcast room. They saw very clearly at that time that Ran seemed to have really done nothing except to kill people. Advertisement, yes. And Ran took out a pitch black ball from her arms, and shook it in front of the camera in the live broadcast room. It can be clearly seen that some gaps have appeared on the surface of the sphere. Look at this Hogyoku. Is there a piece missing here? I sent it into the imaginary math zone at the time. Book artist. Damn it, awesome. Did you calculate this step at that time? Upskirt maniac. That's for sure, and Ransang's plan has always been this kind of advanced arrangement. Hatchet girl. Using Hogyoku to shape the individual of Kazaki Hyoka, is it impossible for ordinary people to think of it? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No wonder Ransang was so confident at that time, saying that it was impossible for Yaris Tower to come true. It turned out that the hole had already been dug for him. Wig. Mr. President is really terrible. If you are your enemy, you will be played to death. Curly-haired boy. This is not terrible, idiot. This is called unparalleled wisdom. President, drive away. Book artist. Promise me, don't be a licking dog, okay? It's disgusting. Curly-haired boy. Huh. What qualifications do you guys have to despise licking dogs? They're just mere losers. Book artist. A defeated dog is better than your licking dog, who knows nothing but licking. Curly. Whoa. Book artist. Angels at Rain Shinobi Village. Upskirt maniac. Understood, Yin-song can still bark. Curly-haired boy. A mere defeated dog can't even bark, how dare you despise it? Yin-song, I despise a dog like you. Book artist. Alright, you win. Ying Lily has been unable to complain, and a good girl can't fight a dog after all. Create the personality of the fuse with the fragments of the law, and then use it to infect Iowa's body. Unlike everyone in the group, Yari's tower didn't know what Hogyoku was. But he felt a strong power of law from it. What a brilliant idea. Even if he regards Ran as an enemy, Asia Ri's tower does not hesitate to praise her. Advertisement he lost, and lost completely. Not only lost in intelligence, but also lost in not protecting Iowa's weakness as well. Can Yari's tower be regarded as a human? Give all thinking to the machine, and abandon the emotions, 44 and 6 desires. Is this really human? Iowas is an angel of pure physical law, so it goes without saying that he has combat power. But he subconsciously ignored that this kind of purity is also a constraint and a fatal flaw. Pooh. You think you understand very well, but in fact you don't understand. And Ran looked at him lightly and said. You still don't understand. And Ran sighed. A burst of silver light flashed in her pupils, and she stabbed straight at Yari's tower. Even if the sub-Ri's tower keeps using the artificial heaven to provide for Iowas, it is the cancer cell Fengjian Binghua that will be strengthened in the end. People can't go to the end. Yari's tower understood Ran's meaning, but she didn't agree with it. And Ran's words are naturally not insults, but facts. Lacking all the objective factors that a human being possesses, even the most basic communication with his companions is carried out in accordance with the mechanized procedures, and he doesn't even realize that his companions have been replaced. Man is not an abstract conceptual body, but the sum of social relations. The source of your failure is not intelligence and Iowas at all. And Ran suppressed the smile on her face, and her voice was very indifferent. You failed only because you are no longer a person. Hit by the silver light, Yari's tower burst instantly like an overinflated balloon. Looking at the ashes in the sky, and Ran murmured to herself. The so-called end means standing still forever. It is as if cancer cells spread and take control of healthy cells. And Ran's method of using Fengjian Binghua to seize the dominant existence of Iowas is actually not clever. To put it bluntly, this is an infestation. Fengjian Binghua was originally a split cell, and Iowas was the main body. However, because Fengjian Binghua combined the power of other laws and polluted Iowa's physical laws, Iowas became no longer pure, and his dominant position changed accordingly. In this case, it would be a ghost if he could still win. Asia Ri's tower also looked directly at him, said, I would like to hear more about it. 211 God of Tears will be the God of Eternal Drops. Reminder. This is an actor who closed the live broadcast room. There are 11 viewers in this live broadcast room, and the live broadcast lasts for 40 minutes. The host has obtained a total of 440 points. Fairy Chilean. The live broadcast is over. Hatchet Girl. That's right, the scene of the Battle of Gods is really shocking. That radiated to the whole world. Soul Society's villain. The intrigue in the back is also very good, reverse and reverse. Enron still became the final winner. Curly-haired boy. That's a must, Mr. President, I'll blow it up. Book artist. Hammer. Upskirt maniac. Yin-song, you are trying to die. Curly-haired boy. Damn, I made a typo. It's blow, president, don't get me wrong. This is an actor. Oh, can you still make mistakes when you type with your mind? Curly. I just did it manually, book artist. Tisk tisk tisk, you dog can also type manually? Who would believe it? Fairy Chilean. Ah yin, this guy has a sweet belly and a sword, and he hides evil intentions. It is recommended to be kicked out of the group. Lin Fengjiao. Is it cruel to act like this? 18 upskirt maniac. Everyone is just joking, Uncle Ju, don't take it seriously. The angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It really shouldn't be so cruel, it would be good to be locked up in a small black room for 2 months. Curly hair. Conan sauce, we have no grievances, and I just typed manually, the wig can prove it. Wig. The number you dialed is busy, please leave a message after beeping. Curly-haired boy. I'm talking about your sister, do you just want to see Yin-song and I get kicked out of the group? Cut off your relationship, B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* tonight. Curly-haired boy, cough, good brothers shouldn't be separated from each other. Hatchet girl. Peeved. I really deserve to be Aizen. This face-changing speed almost surpassed the sound barrier. Gui Yanye laughed unconsciously, and the teammates next to her were still in a state of trembling. The psychological shadow is too huge, and they probably will never forget the picture of the witch under the moon in this lifetime. Fortunately, they are finally about to enter the city. Advertisement. There was a bit of relief on Sakazaki Yuki's face. She really felt that she was finally liberated. If you go back and resign, the War Department really can't wait. What? Just as she was thinking this way, the shrill screams of the sun suddenly came from a distance. Including Gui Yanye, everyone couldn't help casting their gazes over, but not far from the entrance to the city. A woman in uniform ran towards this side with a face full of horror. And behind the woman are densely packed, countless horrible mummy. Why? How could this happen? Kazuko, Sakazaki Yuki, and Kira had expressions of astonishment and surprise on their faces. The smile on Gui Yanye's face has also completely subsided, and his expression has become extremely dignified. Upskirt maniac. And Ransang, Yari's tower is completely dead, right? Here's an actor. Dead, rest assured. Book artist. Lei Zhejiang was also frightened by him, for fear that guy would come back to life. Fairy Chilean. But it's understandable, the magic of Ri's tower is indeed very tricky. Another possibility that can draw oneself from other parallel worlds is less reasonable than the shadow clone in the Hokage world. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Of course, the strength of Ri's tower in the Hokage world can kill Yuyue in seconds. Lin Fengjiao. Yuyue is that Otsutsuki Kagaya, the ancestor of chakra? Upskirt maniac. That's true, but it's better to use the name Yu. She felt that she was no longer Kagaya, but Yuyue created by Ransang. Lin Fengjiao. I have been taught. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Uncle Ju doesn't need to be too polite, it's normal for newcomers not to understand these deep relationships. Soul Society villain. Just like I joined the group for half a month before I realized that Ran is the Aizen of the Hokage world. Book artist. Ha 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 ha, Sister Wa is really making fun of me. Pretty boy from Skull Island. Why don't you know, Mr. and Ran didn't hide his identities, right? Upskirt maniac. That's because we don't have that rule anymore. Before you join the group, no one can reveal Ransang's identity and acting ability to the newcomers. Book artist. Not only can reveal it, but also hide it from newcomers. Even now, there is no exact memory that Ransang is Hokage Aizen in the memory list. Lin Fengjiao. Under my understanding, it is because I am afraid that some treacherous people will play tricks on it, right? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. There's this part of it, but it's more of a prank. And Ransang has been opposing this, but everyone is happy with it. Advertisement Soul Society villain. Hey, the Aizen virus. Book artist. It was created by Yinsong, it's crazy. Curly-haired boy. Grass, didn't you agree with it at the time? Are you scolding lousy now? The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It was also because Ransang entered the Shinigami world later, and the newcomer who joined the group was Lottie, so this rule did not continue. Upskirt maniac. You can't do this kind of prank with Letty at the time, after all, Letty is a King Kong. Lin Fengjiao. So, I also took advantage of Ratty's wind. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will be treated as a prank by everyone. Book artist. It's hard to say, I think this kind of thing is still a matter of fate. It was very interesting to play at the beginning, but it will still be exposed later. Shark-faced guy. Speaking of which, all the things in the forbidden area are over, right? Why is there no system notification yet? Upskirt 877 maniac. That's right, what about my 5,000 points? This is an actor. It is impossible to create a god overnight, and wait for events to ferment. I have sent Luz Painana and the others to spread your reputation in the magic world. Upskirt maniac. Me? Here's an actor. Yes, you? Upskirt maniac. Why do you want to create gods for me? It's not my job to kill Yari's tower and those demon gods. I'm just a B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** world you are in, making a god for Anran Sang can't complete the world quest. Upskirt maniac. But, I feel like I can't. Book artist. It's all over now, if you can't do it, you have to show off your spirit of Lai Yi. Upskirt maniac. I don't have that kind of vigor, Soul Society villain. It's not a question of whether it will work or not. With those demon gods helping you sing praises, it is inevitable for you to ascend to the altar. Won't be moved by your will. Curly-haired boy. Lai Yi Niu Pai. Upskirt maniac. This is to drive ducks to the shelves, definitely. I am a junior high school student, how much pressure do I have to bear? Hatchet girl. The world has been destroyed. Upskirt maniac. Yeah, I feel like my everyday world is going to be destroyed. Hatchet girl. No, I mean here. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket .212 focal body contamination. Upskirt maniac. This is. What's going on? Satin Lizzie clicked on the photo sent by Gui Yanye, and what she saw was the devastated city. Thick smoke billowed and flames filled the sky. Walking corpse-like crowds roam the streets wantonly. Hatchet girl. The source of the plague has entered Tokyo, what should I do now? At this moment, Gui Yanye and her teammates are nesting in a building, their eyes are at a loss. The hell-like scene in front of her had such a huge impact on her that she was a little bewildered. Curly hair. The source of the plague? Wasn't that cloud of black mist caught by Yan Yuzhong? Shark face guy. If you look at it this way, there may be more than one source. Book artist. Terrible. The pollution of this thing is really strong. I remember that Yan Yuzhong should have left the city for a few days, so it has fallen? Hatchet girl. Not a few days, less than 24 hours. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. How come so fast? This is an actor. Yan Yi, how is your family doing now? Hatchet girl. Right, under Anran's reminder, Gui Yanye suddenly reacted. Stay here for the time being, don't run around. Shunpo explained to the teammates around him, and then disappeared in place. Her younger sister should still be in school at this time, and I hope nothing will happen to her. Book artist. Yan Yuzhong, don't panic, you can't panic at this time. Lin Fengjiao. Yes, the more you panic, the more mistakes you will make. Although Lin Ju was still a little dazed and didn't know what the source of the plague was, he could tell that Gui Yanye's situation was urgent. The whole city was devastated, families still don't know if they are alive or dead. If it was him, I'm afraid he would be very anxious. Fairy Chilean. At a time like this, there should be a live broadcast. Upskirt Maniac. I think it is impossible for Ms. Gui to start a live broadcast under normal circumstances. The villain of Soul Society. Yan Yi should have cast a shadow on the live broadcast. Lin Fengjiao. Why is that? Pretty boy from Skull Island, because of shyness. Lin Fengjiao. Lin Ju couldn't understand it, but what's so embarrassing about live broadcasting? Advertisement book artist. Cough, this question is not easy to explain. Anyway, you should know later. Lin Fengjiao. That's right. Lin Ju didn't ask too much, thinking that this should involve other people's privacy. Hatchet Girl. Who said I dare not broadcast live? I will broadcast live for everyone to see later. Curly hair. Grass. Li Yanye appeared again. Upskirt Maniac. This should be expected. In that environment, killing was certainly unavoidable. The people in the group also roughly analyzed the rules that Yan Yi's real side would appear, probably blood, killing and fighting, which would make her enter a state of excitement. This is an actor. Sister found? Hatchet Girl. Yes, it is intact. The corners of Gui Yanye's mouth turned up, and his black eyes glanced at Gui Shin beside him. The little girl's body was indeed intact, but her heart seemed to have been violently attacked. As if seeing a ghost, he stared blankly at his sister. It's no wonder she has such an expression, it's because the scene of Jiji Shungye rushing into the school just now shocked her too much. The dead bodies on the ground extending from the front of the school to the side of the teaching building can explain everything. Is this witch really her sister? Gui Shin couldn't help but have big question marks in her young mind. Book artist. That would be great. Fairy Chilean. Yes, it's great that the family has no problems. Here's an actor. Your sister doesn't have a Ryotsu body like you do, still double check. Hatchet Girl. Yes. Isn't Ran Sang caring about me and my sister? Do you want to play sister double collection? Hee, it's really H. This is an actor. Book artist. Yan Yuzhong, you really said something amazing again. Upskirt Maniac. Sister's double income or something. I remember that Miss Gui's younger sister is only about 10 years old. And Ran Sang should not be as beastly as that. This is an actor. I think your last sentence is a bit redundant. I don't remember when I have ever had a beast. Upskirt Maniac. Sorry, I just said it. Curly-haired boy. I made a complaint. The president actually made a complaint. Book artist. Ha, this tone is really helpless. Advertisement angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I have known Ran Sang for so long, it is really rare to see him complain. The villain of Soul Society. Indeed, I usually show a very mature and stable impression. Don't be happy with things and don't be sad with yourself, just like those monks in Buddhism. Fairy Chilean. The metaphor of a monk is very real. Sometimes Mr. and does have the meaning of wanting nothing. Hatchet Girl. Huh? And Ran Sang can't really become a monk, so don't we all have to be widows? No, that's really not good. Lin Fengjiao. Is there something wrong with Miss Yan Yi's personality? In his impression, Gui Yanye is the kind of conservative and gentle oriental girl, but now the style of the painting has changed so suddenly that he can't understand it. He can say such a sturdy word like sisters. Upskirt Maniac. It's okay to feel something is wrong. This is Miss Gui's real body. Pretty boy from Skull Island. Letty also thinks that the source must be found and solved first. Book artist. Uncle Ju now knows why she doesn't want to broadcast live. Returning to the real Yan Yuzhong, this is the style of painting. Hatchet Girl. Just clean up some miscellaneous fish. It will be resolved soon. Hatchet Girl. Hundreds of thousands or millions. Well, that kind of thing doesn't matter. Upskirt Maniac. And according to this situation, I think the source of pollution is still expanding. Illustrator of the book. It's impossible to be indifferent, even if there are millions of ants, it's not so easy to trample to death. Book artist. Yan Yuzhong. Do you mean to kill directly? Don't make trouble. Do you know how many infected people, Zhao Nuahao, and dead people are there? Book artist. Perfect ghost, don't do stupid things, okay? Upskirt Maniac. Enron opened the group owner permission list and selected the Possession Time Traveling button. Lin Fengjiao. Understood. Fairy Chilean. Hatchet Girl. It's so troublesome, where can I find the source? As long as all the moving enemies are killed, can't all problems be solved? And it's a perfect solution. This is an actor. I really can't help it, let's change it. The Ryotsu in Gui Yanye's body exploded, and a bloodthirsty smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Although I don't hate the real Yan Yi-chan, it's better to be rational in this situation. The matter on your side is still unresolved. Shark Face Guy. The villain of the Soul Society, Useless Ally, she is in the top position now, she won't listen to what you say. 213 The Angry Pair Tokyo, Shinjuku. Gui Yanye, holding Gui Shin in his left hand, kept rushing back and forth on the central street. Wherever he passed, broken limbs and arms were flying in all directions, and black blood was splashed instead. This kind of image impact is a bit too intense for Gui Shin, who was only 10 years old, and under this high-speed movement, her head and stomach also began to turn upside down. Ordinary children may have completely collapsed at this time, but Gui Shin did not. She is much stronger than her peers because of her precocity. In order not to affect her sister's actions, she even refrained from making a sound, and tried her best to get used to this bloody scene. No need. It was very abrupt, Wei Yanye suddenly said. I don't think there is any need to find the source of pollution. What do you say, Xinjiang? Yes, it should be. Wei Xin said tremblingly. She actually thinks that if there is such a thing as the source of pollution, eliminating it as soon as possible is the best solution. But she somehow has some sisters who dare not disobey this state, it's too scary. This reminded Wei Xin of those girl comics she had seen before, the kind of sick and tender girls who had been hurt by love. Is this the state? But what puzzled Wei Xin was that her sister didn't seem to be in a relationship at all. Where did the 113 hurt her? Also, where did her sister get her inhuman power like a superhero? Confused and surprised. Right? Wei Yanye seemed very happy to get her sister's approval. As long as you kill all the enemies, it will be fine. If you kill them all, there won't be any problems, hee. After speaking, he couldn't help laughing, which made Wei Xin feel a little creepy. Pooh. Another lifeless mummy was chopped down by Wei Yanye's blade, and the dirty black blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the surrounding ground. Wei Xin could clearly see that the smile on her sister's face became even more ferocious, and her eyes flickered red. Trembling. The little girl began to tremble unconsciously. It's not because of fear, but because Wei Yanye has begun to lose control of the Ryatsu she exudes. Originally, the directionality of this Ryatsu would not be aimed at Wei Xin, but as Wei Yanye's desire to kill became stronger, her control over Ryatsu in her body continued to weaken. If it continues like this, it is likely to cause irreparable consequences. Advertisement. That's when. Wei, Bika, Yan Yi's body was startled suddenly, the crazy expression on his face instantly subsided, and turned into calm and gentle. Young girl Yan Yi, you're really messing around. Putting the knife back into its sheath, she gently put Wei Xin on the ground. Wei Xin froze for a moment, then stared blankly at her sister. Who are you? The little girl could clearly feel that even though that elder sister was crazy just now, she was still her own elder sister. But now, although this person is full of gentleness, his essence has changed. It's really a remarkable gift of perception. With a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth, Ran, who was using Wei Yanye's body, said, My name is Ran, and I am your sister's friend. Wei Xin was silent for a moment, then said again, Are you a man? Ah, yes. And Ran didn't hide anything, and nodded slightly. No wonder. Wei Xin seemed to understand, and nodded as if suddenly enlightened. That would explain it. Why did my sister make such a big change? Probably because of this man. I don't know if they made it to the last step. The stupid sister is very worrying. The corner of Ran's mouth twitched cryptically. He suddenly discovered that the ability to read minds is still a bit bad. At least he really didn't know how to respond when he heard such a weird idea. Moreover, why is a 10-year-old girl so rich and thinking? How did this Leaf's parents educate their children? Upskirt maniac. And Ran sang, Did you twitch? It's an actor. You're reading it wrong. Book artist. Impossible. I saw it too. Curly-haired boy. Hey, what does the little girl mean? This can explain it. What is the explanation? Fairy Chilean. Maybe it can explain why Yan Yi's personality changed drastically. Because of Mr. N's appearance, Wei Xin felt that he was responsible for her aunt's change. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. There is part of it, but it's definitely not that simple. Otherwise, Ransang wouldn't have made such a small gesture of twitching her mouth. You must know that when he played Aizen, even if we said such exaggerated words, he would act as if nothing had happened. The villain of Soul Society. And Ran can read minds. He has read Wei Xin's thoughts, that's why he made that kind of action. Advertisement wig. So what is the idea of Wei Xinjiang? Hatchet girl. I must think that her sister has found a good brother-in-law. Wei Xinjiang understands this very well. Hey hey. Upskirt maniac. Didn't you hear what Ransang said? You affected your sister just now. Are you still laughing? Hatchet girl. It's okay. As long as there is Ransang, all difficulties and pains will be resolved. Book artist. I think you are really dizzy, so calm down quickly. Hatchet girl. Calm. How can this kind of thing be calm? Just thinking of Ransang in her body makes me feel very happy, super happy. My soul is about to burn. Fairy Chilean. I think your head is about to burn. Hatchet girl. Hey, then burn me clean with Ranway's love. Book artist. I don't even know how to complain about your words, it's really a wave. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I think Yan Yi-chan is usually suppressed too hard, I can understand. Upskirt maniac. Sister Conan, she is making a public courtship to Ransang. Do you understand? The Holy Mother is talking about you, right? Soul Society's villain. Conan is also a mother of choice. If Yan Yi is not a member of our group, what do you think she would do? Curly-haired boy. Shy, mouth. Illustrator of the book. No way. I can't imagine the image of the gentle and kind Conan's sister holding a hatchet and killing all directions. Hey. Hatchet girl. Little Allie, you don't understand this. In every woman's heart, there is actually a hatchet hidden. Book artist. You are too one-sided. Also, just call me Allie. What the hell is this, little Allie? Upskirt maniac. In translation, Miss Gui means that yours is very small. You know what I mean, yours is tiny. Book artist. I really don't understand, you just clarify for me here. Yang Lily gritted her teeth angrily. I think Wei Yanye is also a jerk. She usually acts polite, gentle, but in fact she secretly despises herself for being small. What's wrong with being small? Is it a crime to be small? Dairy cows are amazing. 214 Truth Lin Fengjiao. Why is Miss Ying Lily so angry when she is so good? Fairy Chilean. It seems that you still don't understand. If you understood, you wouldn't ask such a question. Lin Fengjiao. Can you tell me? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Uncle Ju, this kind of thing can only be understood. Believe me, after staying in this group for a long time, you will naturally understand. The villains of the Soul Society. This group is similar to a divat in a sense. After a long time, everyone can learn a lot of knowledge that they have never been exposed to. You know Hana Retsu sighed from the bottom of her heart. She has learned a lot of professional knowledge. Although most of it is passive learning, it does broaden your horizons. Upskirt Madman. And Ransang, Yinsong and Ali Zhang are the main disseminators of all kinds of trends. Most of what in Ransang spreads is the mass view of history, social science and philosophy, and the latter two spread that kind of unhealthy knowledge. Curly-haired boy. Shut up, Yinsong. I am recognized as a harmonious and good boy. I have never spread any unhealthy knowledge, so don't talk nonsense, hey. Shark-face boy. If you are a harmonious boy, then there will be no villains in this multiverse. Hatchet girl. The old woman who doesn't even let go of wigs pretends to be pure, just to make people laugh out loud, bah? Curly-haired boy. Ripe is ripe. I want to sue you for slandering Yinsong if you talk so nonsense. Who the hell didn't even let off a wig? How can I be so hungry? Hatchet girl. Hee. Didn't you stuff that baguette into the A asterisk of the wig yourself? Lin Fengjiao. The pretty boys of Skull Island. What else? Curly-haired boy. Yes, didn't we promise everyone not to mention this matter? Hatchet girl. Did you say that? At that time, I should not be in this awakened state. Maybe I can't remember clearly. Curly-haired boy. I can't remember what a ghost. You clearly remember it very clearly. Wig. Silver. I need an explanation. Curly. Look, flying saucers. Upskirt Madman. Peefed. What a flying saucer. Besides, your side is a world invaded by heaven and man, so it's not surprising that there are flying saucers. Book artist. When are you going to change the topic? I am waiting for your answer. At Upskirt Mad Demon, Hatchet Girl. Upskirt Maniac. Hey, what's the answer? I don't know anything. I'm just a cute little bunny. Expression. Cute. Advertisement Hatchet Girl. If you really want to say it, it will hurt your feelings too much, little Ally. Book artist. Shut up, I don't have any relationship with you anymore. I want to make the most complete break with you two bastards. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Wow. Ali Zhang is planning to set up another mountain and form a school of her own. Upskirt Maniac. Just ask if you don't understand, is it poor breasts? Curly-haired boy. Ha 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 ha, grass, wig. Leza Zhang, you are being too tactful. Book artist. What the hell am I? Ying Lily was so angry that her face turned green. Is this Lizzie speaking human language? Can a human say such words? The villain of Soul Society. Stop messing around, let's concentrate on watching the live broadcast. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What is Ransan doing standing there? Here's an actor. It's fun to watch you tear each other up. It's really interesting. At least Ran thinks watching the girls tearing each other up in the group is much more interesting than the 10-year-old girl next to her who is full of wonderful thoughts. Now she is starting to think about herself as a gift for dowry. What a longevity. Illustrator of the book. There is a ghost. It's interesting. It's obviously me who is being bullied. Okay. And those living dead seem to be surrounded. Don't you really plan to clean it up? On the screen, the mummies in the whole street seem to be attracted by Ran and Gui Xin, these two living people, and kept swarming towards this side. Crowded, densely packed. This is an actor. No rush, I'm waiting for Source to complete evolution. Skull Island Boys. Upskirt Maniac. Can the Source evolve? Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. What exactly is the Source? This is an actor. It is the black mist that Yan Yi wiped out in front of him. To be precise, it should be called the Source of Evolution. Book artist. The Source of Evolution? This form of human beings belongs to evolution? Curly-haired child. Is this the product of evolutionary failure? Is it really a biochemical crisis? T-virus? Advertisement. It's an actor. No, the T-virus is theoretically possible to succeed, but this thing is a complete failure. It is impossible to succeed from the root. Fairy Chilean. Why? This is an actor. Because it is a negative energy extracted from the corpse of a ghost, it is completely inapplicable to humans. Asking for flowers. Wig. It seems that no matter which world, there is no shortage of such dirty and dark decision makers. For the sake of one's own ambitions and desires, can one arbitrarily deprive and control the right to life of others? Book artist. Refining? Is this really similar to Resident Evil? Is it the fault of mad scientists? In a dark hall somewhere, a pale boy with glasses appeared. His cheeks were thin and he wore gold-rimmed glasses. Countless black mist poured in from all the entrances of the hall. Soul Society's villain. Yeah, it's really important to light a fire. However, our topic seems to have started to go wrong again. What we should discuss now is the situation on Yan Yi's side. And Ran on the screen snapped his fingers, and the picture in front of him suddenly changed. Lin Fengjiao. How are these behaviors different from animals? This is an actor. Don't think about whether it is possible, let's go to social practice first. A single spark can start a prairie fire, but it also takes the flame to be lit. How can a prairie fire be started without a fire? Washing his body. This is an actor. Not just scientists, but also those political elites. It is impossible for scientists alone to do this. After they created this element, they started the fixed point experiment. Snapped. Book artist. I have a question. We guessed at that time that there was more than one source, but it seems that this is not the case now. The black mist that Yan Yi extinguished should be the source itself. That being the case, why does this kind of disaster still happen in Tokyo? Hatchet Girl. Is that mountainous village the day of the pilot project? This is an actor. The black mist that Yan Yuzhong extinguished was indeed the source itself, but it was only part of it. It's an actor. Not one, that's the only test point. In order to ensure that the evolution can be accelerated, I even sent you to be guinea pigs. Hatchet Girl. Is this Naruto, Angel of Rain Shinobi Village? Uncle 9, you are insulting animals. Fairy Chilean. That's why Mr. and Tadist overthrow this dark rule and establish a world where the masses rule the country. Benzi Artist. I am actually a little pessimistic about the existence of this kind of world. Can we really realize it only by us? 215 Scary monster curly-haired guy. Straight guy. Why do I feel like this guy is more like a curly guy? Book artist. It does look very curved, especially wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Upskirt maniac. I think the straight person Miss Gui mentioned is different from what you understand. Hatchet Girl. Naruto, that's his name. Book artist, peeved, so it's the name. It's all Yinsang's fault, and it's misleading people. Curly-haired boy. Grass, just now you just approved it, but now you turn your head and blame lousy? Are you human? Book artist. Maybe I am not a human being, but you are a real dog. Curly. Shut up, shameless painter. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yan Yi know this person? Hatchet Girl. A teammate who was only incorporated into our combat department yesterday. Later, because we were too timid to keep up with our team, we ran back by ourselves. Unexpectedly, he became the source of May 17th. This is an actor. After you parted, he was parasitized. Part of the mist of evolution ran over to find you, and the other part was brought back to Tokyo by him. And Ran will know these things because of his omniscience and omnipotence. This is born out of the power of the Shinigami World Spirit King, and Anron, who has completely controlled Hogyoku, also has it. And stronger and more terrifying than the Spirit King. As long as the rules and will of this world can't suppress him, he can perfectly read all the information he wants in this world. Hatchet Girl. So that's how it is, it's really good fortune. Fairy Chilean. Yan Yi has regained his sanity? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Oh, have you recovered? Hatchet Girl. Enron, how long will it take for this source to complete evolution? Here's an actor. Wait until he recycles all the pollution he spreads out. The source of pollution is parasitic in the human body, and the parasitic human beings will absorb their soul and vitality, and then recycle them from the source to feed themselves. This is a circular routine. In theory, the source of pollution using this routine can be strengthened infinitely. But it takes time and enough parasites. Upskirt maniac. Miss Gui, are you changing the subject? Hatchet Girl. No book artist. Since there is no such thing, let's talk about the double income of sisters. Advertisement Hatchet Girl. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that. Book artist. Don't you think it's too late to admit your mistake now? In vain I still treat you as a sister, how dare you? Upskirt maniac. I think our Ali Zhang has small breasts. This is simply unforgivable. Lin Fengjiao. Small breasts. Lin Ju finally understood. Where is the chest? These girls are actually discussing this kind of issue in the group? Illustrator of the book. Leiza Zhang, shut up, you are also an accomplice. Upskirt maniac. No way, I'm also worried about Ali Zhang. If it is too small, the baby will not be able to eat enough in the future. Book artist. Why should I thank you, Fairy Chilean? I think even if you can't get enough to eat, you can still find a nanny. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. For nurses, Sister Wa is the most suitable. Conan glanced at Sister Wa, who was wearing a knitted sweater, especially her chest. This scale is truly astonishing. Even Conan is not due to white sacks. Curly-haired child. How suitable is the most suitable? There is no evidence, who believes it? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What evidence do you want to see? Evidence of being kicked out of the group. Curly. Excuse me, sorry. Book artist. This is a topic discussed by girls. What are you talking about? A man. You deserve it. Fairy Chilean. Yes, men other than Mr. and shouldn't talk too much at this time. Ah Yin, are you looking for scolding? Why am I special? And Ran really wanted to post this sentence in the group right now, but realizing that this might cause unnecessary trouble, I finally gave up the idea. Wig. Silver, don't be sad. If you want to see a nanny, I'll help you find a store. Curly-haired boy. Shut up. B asterisk 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 D. Yinsong, I won't believe you anymore. Last time I said I found a good place to make money, but I took her to the men's house. I haven't told you about this, calculate. Wig. What's wrong with the men's and women's hall? As long as you are willing to dress up as women, can't you still make a lot of money? Curly-haired child. Did you use the money to buy hemorrhoid cream? Lin Fengjiao. You two are talking code words again. Book artist. This isn't a code word anymore, it's an explicit statement. Do you still have the character of a samurai? Advertisement upskirt maniac. Ming, what did you say? I don't understand. Hatchet girl. Me too, I don't understand at all. Book artist. You can pretend to be fake, so I may believe it. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I really don't know what is the boy-girl's house. It's a caste. It's the latest clothing guys club, but it was for profit, catering to men with special hobbies. Lin Fengjiao. Men wear women's clothing to entertain men? Lin Ju was stunned, his face full of shock. These ways of playing in the modern Japanese society really subverted his cognition. Soul Society's villain. Those polluted parasites are starting to wither? On the screen, I saw the undead people who had surrounded and ran in Gui Shin trembling, shrunk and shrunk like withered flowers. Boom. Not long after, a black beam of light suddenly shot straight into the sky. The clouds were swept away, and a piercing roar resounded between the sky and the earth. Juren's body in the black beam of light swelled irregularly, and his blood vessels burst out. His mouth let out a beast-like hiss and howl, and black-red blood flowed from his whole body. Boom. The originally spacious hall was abruptly burst by his swollen body, and smoke and dust filled the air. Ow. There was another beast roar that resounded through the heaven and earth, and its pure black claws pierced through the smoke. Then came a bloody head, an oval torso, and bat-like wings. Book artist. This, 4.4 is this or that crooked person? Curly. Hey, are you kidding me? This is no longer a human being. Fairy Chilean. Indeed, no matter how you look at it, you are no longer human. This monster standing in the center of Tokyo is more than 100 meters long. There are scarlet eyeballs all over the body, and the whole face is like rotten flesh that has been torn apart by force. Just looking at it makes people feel cold all over. But seeing that the monster's eye on the left side of the abdomen emits scarlet light, a bloody beam of light suddenly swept across. Rumble. Amidst bursts of explosions, the building capsized and floors collapsed. The light beam continued unabated, rushing straight to the offshore of Tokyo Bay. The entire sea is divided from the middle. The battle fleet originally docked there was also instantly wiped out. This terrifying destructive power is full of shock. 216 false gods and true gods Yokosuka Port, Coalition Base. The man in a white coat with a parted head stared at the big screen in front of him, and the image displayed on the screen was exactly the terrifying giant rampaging in Tokyo. The man's name is Shingo Ueno. He is the general executor of the Artificial God Project, appointed by the island's cabinet. In other words, the birth of Mist of Evolution was shaped by him and his team, with the goal of creating an invincible God in the human body. As far as the results are concerned, the plan was a success. Seeing the God he created showing such power with his own eyes, Ueno Shingo's heart was full of excitement, and his eyes also revealed morbid fanaticism. Great, this is really great. Our theory and practice are successful. Did you see it? Did you see it? General Ansel? The man he called Ansel was a well-built white man, with blonde hair and blue eyes, a straight nose, wearing a turquoise U.S. military uniform, and 3 general stars shining on his shoulders. Yes, I saw it. Nodding slowly, Ansel said indifferently. I saw a group of ugly 18 high-level government officials who actually used the lives of the people of the country to conduct cruel human experiments for their own selfish desires. In the end, such a terrible tragedy has resulted. General Ansel. Shingo Ueno was stunned, his face full of astonishment. The other party's answer clearly exceeded his expectations. From the beginning to the end of this plan, you, the U.S. military, have participated. Even the proposal to carry out human experiments in the early stage was decided by you, the U.S. military. Why does it have such a face now? As well as the sacrifice of all the soldiers of our 9th Fleet, your government should also bear the main responsibility. Ansel's words finally made Ueno Shingo wake up. The 9th Fleet, that is, the battle fleet that originally stayed at the port of Tokyo Bay. The light beams released by the source were wiped out in one wave, and such loss obviously exceeded the limit that Ansel could admit. In order to keep his position, Ansel turned his face decisively and ruthlessly. The God-making plan, which is obviously a cooperation between the United States and Japan, is directly characterized as a disaster caused by Japan unilaterally. If Ueno Shingo's predictions are correct, the current dialogue between them may have been conveyed to the Council of Nations, right? Shameless. These Americans are really shameless. Ueno Shingo bit his lip, his cheeks flushed. But in this case, he didn't dare to tell the truth, so he could only keep silent. There is no way. Since he can become a senior researcher at the coalition base, he naturally knows the rules of the US military. If he didn't tell the truth, he might still be able to save his life. If he told the truth, the whole family might evaporate in an instant. Advertisement, Your Excellency, the Congress has passed your bill. At this moment, a civil servant hurried into the meeting room. Very good, let's start. Ansel's originally tense face finally relaxed, and he exhaled a foul breath. I approve the use of nuclear warheads number 4 and number 6. Are you going to use nuclear bombs? Ueno Shingo suddenly raised his head and said in disbelief. No, you can't do that. Unfortunately, we can. Ansel turned his eyes to him and said calmly, in order to protect the millions of island people, we must do the same. Damn, what did you say to protect the people of the island country? In fact, this B*************** D just thinks that the God he created is uncontrollable. Don't these American bandits know how much influence and significance the coming of the God will have on the whole world? This is a God. The God he created with his own hands. These people actually want to slaughter the God in front of their own eyes? Ueno Shingo clenched his fists, full of anger. He really wanted to punch these blasphemers to death with his own hands, but after all, he couldn't summon up the courage to take action. Boom. The silo carrying the nuclear warhead opened, and two large-yield nuclear bombs rose into the air under the impetus of the rocket booster and shot towards the source precisely. Rumble. The nuclear bomb hit the area where the source was located. The sound of explosions resounded throughout the world, and a terrifying mushroom cloud rose suddenly. But what is strange is that these two nuclear bombs, which can completely destroy the entire Tokyo metropolis, did not cause any large-scale damage and impact. If it weren't for the flames and smoke, it would even make people think it was a squib. What's going on here? Ansel frowned, his expression full of doubts. Until the smoke and dust cleared, he finally saw something unusual. It was a shimmering silver shield in the shape of a semicircle, covering the sky above the area where the source was located. What is this? The entire command room of the coalition base was in an uproar, and everyone had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Your Excellency, it seems that this person is still standing opposite that monster. The sharp-eyed US military officer noticed the clue, and the remote monitoring probe kept zooming in on the human figure. Finally, a girl with black hair and black pupils in a combat uniform caught everyone's eyes. From the girl's left hand, clusters of silver-white streamers bloomed, reflecting each other's brilliance. Who is this guy? Advertisement. That uniform seems to be the Onmyoji army of the island country. Shit. Those so-called Onmyojis are just ordinary people with some special abilities. How could they be able to defend against nuclear bombs? There was a lot of discussion in the command room, but Ueno Shingo stared at the black-haired girl without blinking. Only to this extent. Gui Yanye, who was possessed by Enran, sighed, with a disappointed expression on his face. I knew I shouldn't have expected so much. Expect? Shingo Ueno was stunned. What is this girl looking forward to? Just when this idea came to his mind, a soft sound suddenly resounded through the entire air. But seeing the black-haired girl slowly raised her right arm and stretched out her slender index finger, a cluster of green lights flickered on the fingertips. Call out. The green light hit the source's cheek like an electric shot, and sank into its body. As if the freeze button was pressed, Yuan's huge body instantly became stiff. Pooh! A pitch-black gap appeared from its cheek. Like a spiderweb, it quickly spread towards its limbs. Crash! In everyone's horrified and inexplicable eyes, Source's entire body was divided into pieces of black minced meat, scattered everywhere. Immediately, the minced meat dissipated into the air as if evaporated. Silence. The headquarters of the entire coalition base fell into complete silence. God. I don't know how long it took before Shingo Ueno spoke again, muttering to himself. And at this moment, a group of familiar cyan light also appeared in their eyes. With a poof, the green glow exploded like radiation, spreading to the entire base. 217 Uncle Ninth. I seem to see a ghost. Hint. This is an actor who closed the live broadcast room. There are 11 viewers in this live broadcast room, and the live broadcast lasts 20 minutes. The host has obtained a total of 220 points. Hatchet Girl. Thank you, and Ransang. It's an actor. No, but you still have to be careful in the future. Your sister was almost killed by Ryotsu in front of you. Hatchet Girl. I know I was wrong. She is not a double personality, but a personality mutation after stimulation. So this pod is still Gui Yanye's own, and there is no way to throw it away. Curly-haired boy. HMPH, just admitting mistakes verbally is not enough. Sorry, but to reveal that or something. Book artist. Even if that is not for you, what are you worrying about? Upskirt maniac. Obviously, Yin has that kind of thought. Fairy Chilean. If he had no ideas, he wouldn't be Yin, but he could only be limited to ideas. Curly-haired boy. Don't make false accusations, bastards. I'm paving the way for the president, Yin sang. I'm not interested in immature girls who haven't reached 18 yet. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. So, you're interested in the mature type of Granny Onisha? Curly-haired son. Damn mother-in-law Dengshi, please don't mention this name anymore. It's already turned into a nightmare. Hey. Pretty boy from Skull Island. You actually look down on Granny Dengshi? Maybe she still looked down on you when she was young. Curly-haired child. Hee. Do you think it worth it? Then do you want me to give it to you for free? Speaking of which, you and her are quite right. Now you can play Monster Alliance on Skull Island. Upskirt maniac. Monster Alliance. The villain of the Soul Society. What Yin said is true damage. Book artist. He will bully the weak and be afraid of the strong, despise. Curly-haired boy. Who despises whom? Don't you women bully the weak and fear the strong when you're besieging? Upskirt maniac. We are called the Justice League, which is a collective struggle against evil for women's rights. Curly-haired son. Playing double standards, right? The Commander-in-Chief of the United States will say that you are an expert, Leizajong. Book artist. Speaking of the United States, are all the people on the joint military base dead? Advertisement. Here's an actor. All dead. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. And Ran Sang really never disappoints. Lin Fengjiao. Those beasts really deserve to die. Neither those island country researchers nor the US military are good things. Wig. Indeed. Although there are differences and barriers among them, their essence is still anti-human. Shark face guy. It's kind of ridiculous to say it. That researcher was clearly oppressed by the US military, but he did not dare to resist the US military. Instead, he pointed the butcher knife at the people of his own country. This is an actor. Lackeys, everywhere. The villains of the Soul Society. Those who dared to resist were cold, and only these lackeys who could cater to the rule of the US military remained. They can't survive if they don't obey. Lin Fengjiao. Dare I ask if all rulers have this virtue? Upskirt maniac. This is the case in order to maintain the stability of one's own rule, unless it is a regime established by the masses themselves. Lin Fengjiao. Is it really feasible for the masses to establish political power by themselves? It's an actor, of course. In your current era, you should be able to see it after another 30 years. Lin Fengjiao. Then I have to take care of my body. Lin Ju made a joke and looked forward to it. After tidying up their clothes, the two silly apprentices walked out of Yijuang. Book artist. Take care of yourself. Spend points to buy a Shinigami power, it's hard to die. Sharkface guy. Urankar's power is fine too. Curly-haired boy. Ghost Shark is robbing business. You have such a big shark face, what qualifications do you have to rob business? If you buy your ability and become a shark face, will you guarantee compensation? Hatchet girl. Didn't steal the business, Kisame-san was just a suggestion. Chilean fairy. And Urankar's power is similar to Shinigami's Zanpakuto, which varies from person to person. It shouldn't be possible for everyone to turn into a shark face, right? This is an actor. Aizen himself knows that he just wants to make trouble. Book artist. This is a typical example of a B*ch looking for scolding. Some people are shaking S on the surface, but in fact they are still shaking M in their hearts. Lin Fengjiao. What are shaking S and shaking M? Fairy Chilean. Shaking S likes to abuse others, shaking M likes being abused by others. Advertisement Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Not bad, the summary is very incisive. Mocho is about to complete her transformation now. Fairy Chilean. It's all thanks to you. Li Machu sighed deeply, her face full of helplessness. I think that when she joined the group, she was still a delicate little white flower, even if she accidentally caught a glimpse of Yingli Liu's books, her face was red. But now, she can discuss S and M as if no one else was there. Lin Fengjiao. Thank you for your clarification. Although he didn't fully understand it, Lin Ju felt that he had learned new knowledge. Master, do you know how to drink foreign tea? Chu Sheng asked suddenly beside him. There must be something particular about it. Yes, master, tell us about it, we don't want to embarrass you, then he continued. If you want to embarrass yourself, you are embarrassing yourself. What's the matter with Wei Shi? Lin Ju glanced at them and said lightly. Forget it, let Wei Shi show you both hands later. He is very confident now, and the source of his confidence is Bing Kuo Luo. In order to prevent accidents, Lin Ju even conducted market research. It is very clear that although this thing has already started mass production in Georgia, the United States, it has not spread to Daxia after all. Therefore, Lin Ju, who has mastered the trend of the times, is not in vain. Today, he will use Bing Kuo Luo to educate Lao Kai, a landlord who sees people as low as dogs, so that he can understand who is the real dirtbag, Lida's son. Curly-haired boy. Hey, what is thanks to us? You are the result of your own hard work, and you have learned to apply what you have learned. Book artist. Wow, Aizen, you are really shameless. You are the one who led people into trouble, and still mocked them for applying what they have learned. I am ashamed of you. Upskirt maniac. That's right, you'd better quit the group. Curly-haired child. Fart. You let Mo Chojiang say for herself, who led her to be spoiled. When I first joined the group, who posted the book every day for us to taste. Wig. How dare you send out a book for group members to taste? This is really bad, hurry up, send it out again and let me criticize it. Book artist. Come on, I'm afraid you'll be so critical that you're exhausted. Lin Fengjiao. Everyone, I seem to have seen a ghost. Fairy Chilean. Curly-haired. Rascal. This is an actor. What the hell is wrong with your world? 218 The Traveler Ren Ting Ting Upskirt Maniac. That is to say, it is strange that there are no ghosts in Ling Otherworld. Curly-haired boy. No, there are no ghosts in this world. They are all substitute messengers, only substitute messengers. Fairy Chilean. Aizen can't face the reality now? Book artist. This person is hopeless, he is so afraid of ghosts that he is hopeless, carry it away. Curly-haired boy. Shut up, I'm not afraid of Yinsong, why should I be afraid of something that doesn't exist in this world? Book artist. No wonder there isn't one, that world is obviously everywhere. Curly-haired boy. So it's not a ghost, it's a stand-in messenger. Upskirt maniac. Ha 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 ha, it's really possible to be a stand-in messenger. I'm not a human anymore, Jojo. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What kind of meme is this? Upskirt madman. Jojo stock, we are very popular here. Book artist. I am here too. But after the world changed, this show was stopped. It seems that the authors have all evacuated overseas. Upskirt maniac. How miserable, that kind of worldwide disaster is really terrible. Hatchet girl. Ladies and gentlemen, are you digressing again? Shouldn't we be discussing the situation with Uncle Nine now? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yeah. To the surprise of Uncle Ju, 250 is probably not an ordinary ghost. Wig. Is there a distinction between ordinary and extraordinary ghosts? Fairy Chilean. According to our folk saying, there are naturally differences. There are also many types of ghosts, such as fierce ghosts, grieving ghosts, hanged ghosts, double ghosts. Different types of ghosts have different abilities. Wig. I have learned a lot. The boys of Skull Island, but it seems that not every world has ghosts. This is an actor. Whether there will be ghosts after death is formulated according to the rules of the world. This difference occurs because of the different world rules. The pretty boys of Skull Island, so it is. Sharkface guy, it suddenly dawned on me. Book artist. We've talked so much here, what about Uncle Ju? What's going on with him? Lin Fengjiao. Sorry, I lost my temper earlier, because I saw something strange. Advertisement wig. Book artist. How strange is this strange? Have you ever seen an octopus floating in the sky? Upskirt maniac. Peeved, if you see that, you should hurry up and run with the time traveling function, or you won't even have the chance to commit suicide. Lin Fengjiao. Although I don't know what the two are talking about, I'm glad I didn't see the octopus. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Is this an intruder? Click on the picture, and what Conan sees is a pretty girl in a yellow dress. Conan, who has read the original plot of Mr. Zombie, knows that she is the female director Ting Ting in this work. But this Ren Ting Ting in front of her is obviously very wrong, because there is a circle of green light on her head. Hatchet girl. It's an intruder, except for the color. This aperture is exactly the same as the original one on Makoto Ito's head. Uncle Ju can try to shift his gaze to the aperture, and then his complete information will be revealed. Lin Fengjiao. Okay, thank you. Lin Ju breathed a sigh of relief, and stared at the light circle above Ren Ting Ting's head to the side. Open black lens bracket intruder. Human close black lens bracket, invasion mode, soul penetration. Open black lens bracket invasion level. 1 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket world destruction. 1 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket malicious level. 0 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evil value. 0 close black lens bracket. Points for killing. 5. Origin. The intruder came from Blue Star, was killed by a truck and then possessed soul wrong. Close black lens bracket. Strategy tip. This is a harmless traveler, a little shrewd. She can't resist your strength, maybe you can use your strengths to train her? Fairy Chilean. What does the last sentence of this strategy prompt mean? Upskirt maniac. I also want to ask, Uncle Ninth, there seems to be something wrong with your specialty. Why can you use your expertise to teach others? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What is the specialty of Uncle Nine, Bib? Hatchet girl. Catch ghosts. But obviously, catch ghosts cannot be used for training. Advertisement curly-haired boy. In that case, the old man may have some hidden specialties that have not been revealed. Book artist. So you are such a nine uncle. Honestly, what is your hidden specialty? Lin Fengjiao. Lin Ju was stunned and didn't know what to say. He doesn't even know what training means, and he can answer with a hammer. Soul Society brings villains. Don't ask, I don't think even he himself knows. But there is still such a completely harmless intruder. Can this still be an intruder? This is an actor. According to the definition of the group rules, traveling from another world to the existing world is essentially an invasion. Even if it is deliberate or unintentional, this essence cannot be reversed. Upskirt maniac. Does the group rule have a grudge against these so-called intruders? Upskirt maniac. So it is, curly-haired boy. Peeved, Yinsong. I thought I was the only one who thought the green light on this girl's head looked amazing. Looks like I'm not in the minority. Curly-haired son. Remember to start a live broadcast when the old man is training, Yinsong. I have a friend who wants to watch it. Hatchet girl. How to deal with this green traveler? This is an actor. According to the interpretation of Daxia's modern culture, those who wear green on their heads are usually marked by NTR. As for the matter of the traverser, let Lin Ju, the person involved, settle it himself. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. But I don't think this definition is correct. Only those that cause damage should be called invasions. If you just keep your own law and order, why do you say they are intruders? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Everything has two sides, this is the dialectic that Ransang said. Lin Ju finally couldn't help being curious and sent a message for consultation. Lin Fengjiao. What exactly does training mean? Book artist. It is recommended to poke your friend's eyes blind, so that you don't need to read it again. Illustrator of the book. Green. The adjective Yan Yuzhong is really vivid. Pretty boy from Skull Island. Thank you, Mr. and Ran, I have learned something new. Upskirt maniac. I don't know why, just looking at the halo above her head, I feel pity and sympathy for her. It's an actor, of course not, it's just helping us grow. Fairy Chilean. I understand. From our standpoint, group rules are naturally for our own good, but from the standpoint of these intruders, it is not necessarily so. Book artist. Peeved, NTR's logo. This is an actor, because group rules also need to be criticized from the moral high ground, otherwise we group members will not feel that we are messengers of justice. How can we feel justified in eradicating these intruders then? 219 Academy City's new system Hatchet Girl, to have completely disbanded the Council of Academy City, and Ransang's operation is really ruthless. Upskirt maniac. That can't be helped. This kind of power organization controlled by a few privileged classes is bound to breed corruption. If tougher methods are not used, the dark side of Academy City will never be broken. For this point, Saturn Ruiko can be said to have a deep understanding. Since the former chairman of Academy City, Ares Tower, died 4 months ago, Teresa Hina has accepted the post of the new chairman with the help of Enran. At the same time, Saturn also began to try to deal with various things in Academy City under the request of Enran. At the beginning, she thought that the death of Asia Reese Tower would completely clear up the malignant tumor in Academy City, but soon she realized that she was too naive. Although the dirty things in the original book of Mobin, Most of the source is in the Tower of Reese. But that's just the original work is just fragmented information, and the real reality is even crueler and bloodier than the original work. Relying on their own privileges and identities, those directors did all kinds of evil deeds that were no worse than the Reese Tower. It's just that their evil deeds seldom involve the protagonist and important supporting roles in the original work, so they have not been exposed. Moreover, Reese Tower's behavior can be regarded as accomplishing the great goal of purifying the demon god. But these directors are completely for their own selfish desires. Hiring murderers to kill people, reselling Academy City's high-tech products, using special methods to clean the memory of female students and turning them into slaves of their own bodies. The depravity of human nature is vividly displayed by these privileged people. The former Satin Ruiko was a naive, kind-hearted person who hated killing people very much, but over the past 4 months, the number of humans executed by her has reached 3 digits. Benzi Painter. The privileged class is indeed the root of all evils, but they certainly won't sit still for the power in their hands, right? Upskirt Maniac. Of course not, but if they don't want to be decent, let's help them be decent. If all these scumbags die, they will also contribute to the cause of human liberation. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Psycho Chan speaks murderously now. Fairy Chilean. Yes, she was a very innocent little girl when she first joined the group. The tone is a bit stuttering. Book artist. Now he has become a real Lai. Upskirt Maniac. People can grow up, but let's forget about Lai. I also explicitly told Makoto-chan and Majino that I like boys. Curly. Oh, how did it turn out? Upskirt Maniac. It's hard to say, I feel like I didn't listen. Advertisement Hatchet Girl. I think I should have listened, but I pretended not to listen. These 2 girls seem not to give up. Soul Society's villain. There is still a problem with Renzi's statement, you should just say that the one you like is your cousin. Book artist. Ha 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 ha, my cousin is very funny, but if Leijijong really said that, they would definitely not pretend not to listen. Upskirt Maniac. Then I became a pervert who likes my cousin, right? Lin Fengjiao. It's not pervert to like my cousin. There are a lot of cousins in our area who get married. Wig. Yes, I have also seen brothers and sisters get married. Book artist. What the hell are you looking at, right? Curly-haired boy. Wig. You be asterisk 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 D. Have you actually perverted to this level? Do you also read that kind of drama? Tell me the number, I'm going to criticize it. Wig. It's not a wig, it's Gui. What I'm talking about isn't a real person, it's a real person. Mr. Oda next door to the big public bath, he and his wife are biological brothers and sisters. Curly. That bald Mr. Oda, how the hell did you know him? Wig. In the past, she was the top Oran of the Hello K Club, and our companions of the barbarians would always ask her to sing along when they went there for K singing. Fairy Chilean. People with lofty ideals go to karaoke and order errands in a grand manner? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Your organization is really hopeless, if it can be done, there is something wrong with it. Book illustrator. Something is wrong, Wig, what you said is very grammatical, Mr. Oda is a man, why is he an Oran? And she is still called her? Wig. She is right, because Mr. Oda used to be a woman. Lin Fengjiao. So this Mr. Oda is the younger sister? Hatchet Girl. His wife is tall. Wig. Yes, that's it. Book artist. It's all about the relationship, I don't know how to complain, hey. Ask for flowers, advertisement the villain of Soul Society, brother and sister get married, and then both are transgender. This is an actor. Really awesome. Hatchet Girl. Peeved, even in Ransang was blown out by this story. Lin Fengjiao. If this is true, I can only say that it subverts cognition. For Lin Ju, the marriage of siblings is beyond his comprehension, not to mention that both of them have transgendered. These Dongjing people really know how to play. Upskirt Maniac. And Ransang, are you done with the affairs of the council? This is an actor. Well, I'll be back in the Shinigami world later. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. And Ransang is coming back. It seems that I need to prepare more ingredients for the evening. Soul Society villain. Let me cook tonight. Looking at the message sent by Conan and Sister Wa, Satin Ruiko silently deleted the words. Stay a few more days. That had been prepared before, and edited again. Okay, I have worked hard during this time. Although she doesn't want to be separated from the other party, Lizzie also knows that she can't be so selfish. This is an actor. The Council of Academy City will be replaced by a student committee in the future, and you will be the new head of the committee. Therese Hina, Yun Chuan Surya, and Ofune Monaka will assist you in the management. Book artist. That's amazing. Lai Yi directly became the leader of Academy City in this wave. Upskirt Maniac. It's all thanks to Ransang, I didn't make any contribution in the whole process. If she can, she doesn't want to be a leader, she just wants to be by the side of the person she likes. But there is no way, with Academy City's current situation, she can only bite the bullet. This is an actor. In about 2 days, we will be able to take control of Academy City. After 4 months of making gods, the name of Satin Ruizi has already resounded throughout the world. With the endorsement of the 2 demon gods, no one would doubt Senko's identity as a god. Upskirt Maniac. Ah, that's great. What makes Senko happy is not that she became a god, but that after they gain control of the world, she can appear beside Ran as she pleases. Skull Island boys. These American soldiers are too much, Mr. Ran, I want to kill the soldiers. 220 King Kong from the west with 1 sword Fairy Chilean. Book artist. Sudden. Hatchet Girl. What happened to the American soldiers? They went to Skull Island like the original book? The pretty boys of Skull Island, yes. I restrained my instincts and didn't confront them directly like the plot of the original book. I wanted to see whether what they were doing was aggression or scientific investigation, but it turned out that they were the former after all. Open black lens bracket picture, close black lens bracket. Upskirt maniac. My god, these people are beasts. Opening the picture, the village filled with gunpowder is imprinted in Satin's eyes. That was the tribal stronghold of the Aborigines of Skull Island. The bone fence used for protection had been broken into wreckage. Not only that, those Aborigines who were originally aloof from the world are now littered with corpses. Some even had only half of their scorched black bodies left. Pretty boy of Skull Island. It's 507. My fault, I'm too naive. King Kong blamed himself. Although it rarely interacts with these Aborigines, they are all intelligent creatures who have lived together on the island for decades. It's kind of sad to see them suffer. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What is the specific reason? Why did the US military attack the Aborigines? Skull Island boy. Among the Aborigines, there is also an American veteran of World War II. You know, he was the one who brought the American army here. For the sake of the American veteran, the tribal chief led the American colonel into the village. Curly-haired boy. And then? Those American troops have taken a fancy to the girls in the village? Hatchet Girl. Book artist. Why is your focus on girls? You are so strange. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. This is Un-san's character. Upskirt maniac. A middle-aged man who can't get a girlfriend, he only has girls in his eyes. Curly-haired boy. What kind of nonsense are you talking about, Yin-song? I can only be regarded as a young man. The middle-aged man in your mouth should be Uncle Ju, right? Lin Fengjiao. The middle age at my age is flattering me, I am already an old man. The villain of the Soul Society. You are an old man at your age, so I am an antique? Book artist. Ha 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 ha. When mentioning age, Sister Hua is furious. Advertisement Lin Fengjiao. Sorry, I don't mean that. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No need to apologize, Sister Hua is not really angry. This is an actor. Unoka thinks that you should not think of yourself as an old man, but keep a young mind like her. Now that you have entered this group, age should not be the criterion for judging old and young. Lin Fengjiao. That's how it is, I've been taught. Hatchet Girl. Cough, it seems to be crooked again. I'm still waiting for Ratty to continue. What happened to the US Lieutenant Colonel after he entered the village? Did he really fall in love with a girl from a primitive tribe? Pretty boy on Skull Island. It's not the colonel of the US Army, but the old scientific researcher. Curly-haired boy. Old age? Yes, the old people are still so energetic. Pretty boy from Skull Island. You misunderstood what I mean, my fancy is not yours. Elderly researchers accidentally discovered a special factor from the girl, and wanted to bring her back to the United States for research. Upskirt maniac. Human body research again. Satin Ruiko now feels disgusted when she hears such things as human body research, she has seen too many bloody materials like this. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. The old chief of the Aborigines disagreed, and then the conflict broke out. Pretty boy of Skull Island. Well, it was already late when I rushed over. Wig. Damn, these American soldiers are really more scumbags than bandits and robbers. Hatchet Girl. I remember that the male and female protagonists in the original book should be considered good people, and they didn't stop them? Book artist. Yan Yuzhong is too naive. Even if they are really good people, how can they stop them? Once the military order is issued, those war machines will start to rotate, and it is impossible for ordinary people to stop them. The pretty boys of Skull Island. Yeah, so I don't blame them. But those American soldiers, Ratty will never let them go. Here's a cast. They haven't left the island yet? Skull Island boy. Well, it's still near the beach. At this moment, King Kong, wearing a turf skirt and holding a long sword of animal bones, stands on the edge of the beach cliff. Under the blessing of Spiral 9 Shadow's movement skills, even the huge body with a height of tens of meters did not make the slightest sound. It's an actor. Then let it go and kill. The message sent by Enran was like igniting King Kong's attack signal. He raised the animal bone sword in his hand, and shot towards the American soldiers who were about to board the plane and leave. Boom. The huge figure is like a mountain, descending from the sky. The animal bone long sword directly pierced an armed helicopter on the left, completely piercing through the cabin in an instant. Advertisement boom. The whole helicopter exploded suddenly, and the flames shot into the sky. What is this? My god, my god. Those US soldiers looked at King Kong falling from the sky, with stunned and dull expressions on their faces. This wall of air suddenly extended in all directions, attacking the American soldiers around the beach like an overwhelming mountain. King Kong's expression was extremely indifferent, and he raised the animal bone long sword in his hand. From top to bottom, the sun sword comes out. Next moment, the sword shines through the body, like a white horse, sweeping straight towards the armed helicopter in midair. The all-conquering sword energy directly separated the entire helicopter diagonally. There was a bang, and sparks appeared in the sky. Oh, no. The US soldiers lost all fighting spirit in an instant. For them who had never seen the magic of martial arts, the King Kong in front of them was like a devil descending on the world. FK. FK. The dark-skinned Colonel Packard with a cigarette in his mouth quickly reacted and shouted loudly. Enemy attacks. Fight back. 4th Squadron. Protect Professor Bill. Evacuate. Picked up the assault rifle and pulled the trigger. Click, click. It was at this time The helicopter escorting Professor Bill had already lifted off and sped towards the outside of Skull Island. Da da da. This is not Kido nor ninjutsu, but pure martial arts. God, I don't want to go to hell. There was a loud gunshot, and bullets shot towards King Kong like raindrops. However, the strange thing is that before those bullets got close to King Kong's body, they were blocked by an invisible wall of air, unable to advance any further. The terrifying power spread, and the American soldiers were ejected one by one, and were squeezed into pieces of meat paste in midair. King Kong developed the Stellar Chi Shield 3.9 through the study of innate true energy, which integrates offense and defense. The devil, it's the devil, bang bang bang.